a soul traversing through rebirth, a mysterious contract rune. When the two converge on the Douluo Continent, they are destined to leave an indelible mark upon this world. Are spirit beasts the natural foes of humanity? Or can they be trusted companions? Is divinity a mere inheritance? What if the divine realm does not acknowledge one? All of these inquiries unfold in Shen Yuan's journey of unknown exploration. In brief, this is the tale of a summoner ascending to godhood in the world of Douluo. Chapter 1. Rebirth on the Douluo Continent. Nestled at the edge of the Douluo Forest lies Sao village, where most villagers make their living by foraging for herbs. Due to its proximity to the Douluo Forest, the village boasts a wealth of resources, and some villagers possess exceptional medical knowledge, occasionally attracting spirit masters who venture into the forest for adventure. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The nearness to the forest also means that spirit beasts often emerge in search of food. Although these spirit beasts possess only decades or nearly a century of spirit power, they remain formidable adversaries for the villagers, who lack any spirit power themselves. Consequently, the population of the village is rather sparse, with some individuals opting to leave once they reach adulthood. On a small hillside near the forest, a child who appears no older than 4 or 5 lies on the ground, his hands clasped behind his head, a blade of grass held in his mouth, his vacant gaze fixed on the sky. I have been in this world for 4 years now. My parents over there must have nearly recovered. I hope my departure did not cause them too much sorrow. The boy, named Shen Yuan, was a herbalist in Sao village for years prior, having been discovered as a child while foraging in the Douluo Forest. As his parents could not be found, the childless herbalist decided to adopt him, bestowing upon him the surname Shen and naming him Yuan. Having been reborn into this world, Shen Yuan often contemplated the notion of his own fortune. In his previous life, he too was an orphan, yet he fortuitously encountered a couple who took him in from the orphanage, treating him as their own. However, in his past existence, Shen Yuan's health was frail, necessitating frequent trips to the hospital. Despite these challenges, his adoptive parents raised him with care, leaving him with a profound sense of gratitude and guilt. During his previous life, Shen Yuan's physical limitations barred him from engaging in athletic pursuits, leading him to immerse himself in books and videos, which naturally introduced him to online novels, such as Douluo Continent. Little did he realize that after his demise due to illness, he would truly be reborn into this realm. To my parents over there, I hope you live well. I will strive to thrive here, and I wish you all the best. At this moment, Shen Yuan could only silently offer his blessings. Xiao Yuan, I knew you would come here again. Do you not realize how dangerous this is? A voice, tinged with age, interrupted Shen Yuan's reverie, pulling him back from his memories. Upon hearing the voice, Shen Yuan promptly rose and turned to face the elder standing at the foot of the hill. The elder's face was weathered, bearing the marks of time, and his figure was stooped, yet his demeanor radiated warmth. He bore a bamboo basket brimming with herbs on his back, a machete at his waist, and a grass-pulling stick in hand, evidently just returned from herb gathering. Yet, the elder's expression was laced with irritation. I have warned you several times that this area is too close to the forest, making it easy to encounter spirit beasts seeking food. I have told you to stay away from here. Grandfather, I am sorry. Shen Yuan did not retort, merely bowing his head in compliance as he approached the elder. He understood the dangers posed by the frequent appearances of spirit beasts, particularly for an unarmed child of his age. However, he felt somewhat different, perhaps due to the unique advantages of his rebirth or other peculiar circumstances. He found that spirit beasts did not pose a significant threat to him. As long as he did not provoke them or encounter particularly savage ones, they did not seek to harm him. Thus, despite numerous secret visits, he had never faced any peril. Of course, Shen Yuan refrained from explaining this to the elder, for he knew that regardless of his reasoning, the elder would not permit him to come here. The elder, known as Shen Yuan, was the one who had rescued him from the Douluo Forest 4 years ago and had brought him into his home. Observing the obedient child with his head bowed, Shen Yuan felt a surge of frustration. He was generally quite pleased with his child. He had taken in Shen Yuan was well-behaved, filial, and diligent in learning the herbal knowledge passed down in their family. Yet his restlessness was a concern. He had begun running about the village as soon as he learned to walk, and eventually even ventured into the forest. This was understandable, as Shen Yuan's reborn body was far from the frailty of his past life. In fact, his health was remarkably robust. He had begun walking early and displayed a remarkable memory and comprehension that far exceeded his previous self while studying the elder's herbal knowledge. This led him to ponder whether this was indeed the fabled golden finger of rebirth spoken of in novels. "Grandfather, why did you return so quickly from gathering herbs today?" Shen Yuan stole a glance at the elder, subtly diverting the conversation to capture Shen Yan's attention. Shen Yan glanced at Shen Yuan and gently tapped his head, unable to suppress a smile as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, leading him back home. As they walked, Shen Yan remarked, "Today there was a disturbance in the forest. Several of the elders from our village, and I heard the roars of spirit beasts emanating from the woods. Though faint and distant, the sound was powerful enough to leave us all feeling dizzy. We decided to return early. Fortunately, I was still agile enough to gather a good amount of herbs, so this trip was not in vain." With that, Shen Yan proudly hefted the bamboo basket on his back. Shen Yuan smiled and offered a few encouraging words, yet his mind was preoccupied with the thought of the spirit beasts that had roared. What had captivated him most about the novel Douluo Continent were not only the myriad of unique martial souls, but also the various spirit beasts with extraordinary abilities and peculiar appearances. In his previous life, Shen Yuan had a deep affection for animals. During the final stretch of his life, as his illness worsened and no cure was available, it was the little cat brought by his adoptive parents that kept him company, leaving him with fond memories of animals. In this world, spirit beasts possessed diverse abilities and could cultivate, even attaining wisdom comparable to humans in the future. They evoked images of the mythical creatures from ancient Chinese folklore, enchanting Shen Yuan, as such intelligent animals did not exist in his former world. During his years of rebirth on the Douluo Continent, Shen Yuan had indeed encountered spirit beasts. However, despite his ability to avoid provoking them, they remained elusive, thwarting his desire to study them up close. Regrettably, in this world of Douluo Continent, spirit masters and spirit beasts were inherently adversarial. For spirit masters to grow, they required spirit rings, which could only be obtained by slaying spirit beasts, and irreparable rift between the two races. When I become a spirit master, I too shall likely tread the path of hunting spirit beasts for their spirit rings, Shen Yuan mused helplessly. Chapter 2. The Phantom Moon Fox. As Shen Yuan wandered back, lost in thought, his companion Shen Yan suddenly halted, cautiously observing the rustling bushes nearby. Following his gaze, Shen Yuan noticed the source of the sound emanating from the grass at the side of the path. In an instant, Shen Yan positioned himself protectively in front of Shen Yuan, unsheathing his machete, eyes fixated on the underbrush. Before long, a trembling little white fox emerged from the foliage, its petite form draped in creamy white with a long, flowing tail. The tip of its tail was adorned with a hint of pink, rendering it an exceedingly adorable creature. However, the small fox appeared to be in distress, bearing faint bloodstains, stumbling as if utterly exhausted. Upon spotting the two, the little fox froze momentarily, its expression shifting to one of anxiety, with its pearl-like pink eyes locking onto them. Its tail suddenly flicked in agitation. "It's the Phantom Moon Fox." Shen Yuan recalled the name of the spirit beast before him. The Phantom Moon Fox is a rare psychic-type spirit beast, known for its low offensive capability. With its snow-white fur and charming appearance, it possesses a lively gaze, exuding purity and grace, coupled with remarkable intelligence. Once favored as a pet among the noble women of the empire, the Phantom Moon Fox has become a rarity due to excessive hunting. Now only glimpsed at the fringes of the Star Doe forest, with only a faint trace of its presence deeper within. Adventurers who venture into the Star Doe forest speak of high-level Phantom Moon Foxes aged over 70 or 80,000 years dwelling in its depths. At such levels, these foxes shed their adorable guise. A mere moment of eye contact can ensnare one's consciousness, rendering them a puppet. Indeed, any spirit beast reaching such an age is a formidable presence, far beyond the capabilities of the juvenile fox before them. This particular Phantom Moon Fox was merely a juvenile. The slight pink hue at the tip of its tail and its relatively small tail hinted that it was a creature newly born. The age of a Phantom Moon Fox can be discerned by its tails. One tail grows every 10,000 years, each eventually doubling in length and gradually shifting to a pinkish hue. Observing the little fox, with its tail only half the length of its body and a mere hint of pink at the tip, it was likely only a few hundred years old. Yet, even a creature of such tender years could pose a threat to the elderly and children. Despite its frail state, the fox's vulnerability only heightened its danger. The two beings stood in a tense standoff, both sides on edge. Shen Yan whispered, "Xiao Yuan, let us move slowly and circle around." The old man merely lowered his head slightly to speak to Shen Yuan, but this subtle movement was a considerable provocation to the already anxious phantom moon fox. Its pupils dilated, emanating a faint pink glow. It's the fox's psychic attack. Shen Yuan, ears attuned to Shen Yan's words, remained fixated on the fox, recognizing the shift in its eyes. Logically, a phantom moon fox under 1,000 years of age should lack the ability to launch a psychic assault, a factor contributing to its popularity among the aristocracy due to its perceived safety. Though perplexed by the fox's unusual condition, there was no time to ponder. "Grandfather, be careful." Shen Yuan instinctively shoved the old man aside, rushing to shield him. Shen Yan had rescued him from the forest, and Shen Yuan held deep gratitude for him. Regarding him as his sole family in this world, he could not bear to witness harm befall him. As he stood before the phantom moon fox, Shen Yuan suddenly envisioned a colossal fox before him, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over him. The fox howled at the heavens, unleashing an intangible wave that surged into Shen Yuan's mind before he could react. However, as that wave entered his consciousness, a crimson rune appeared, radiating brilliance. Under the illumination of that light, the psychic assault dissipated like snow before the sun. Shen Yuan blinked, perceiving merely a gentle breeze brushing past him. Yet, the little fox had collapsed to the ground, its once vibrant eyes now clouded with disbelief. "Xiao Yuan," Shen Yan, startled by the sudden embrace of the fox, rushed to Shen Yuan's side. "Xiao Yuan, are you all right?" Only then did Shen Yuan respond, "Grandfather, I'm fine. It seems its attack had little effect on me." The old man inspected him closely, ensuring his safety, before scolding him. "Who told you to step forward? Do you not understand the danger of a spirit beast attack?" Shen Yan had heard tales from adventurers passing through the village about the perils of divine spirit beasts. A single misstep could lead to mental damage, resulting in a fate akin to idiocy. As Shen Yuan regained his composure, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Yet, reflecting on the sensation of the gentle breeze during the attack, he found that the phantom moon fox did not seem so frightening after all. "Grandfather, the fox seems to have fainted." Shen Yuan pointed to the fox lying motionless on the ground. The fox's psychic assault seemed to have drained its remaining strength, collapsing without the vigor to rise. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of its chest, one might assume it had perished. The two approached the phantom moon fox cautiously. It lay there, incapable of standing, gazing blankly at them. Shen Yuan froze. That gaze was so familiar. It reminded him of the cat he had seen at the side of his bed in his previous life, its brown eyes reflecting the same despair, affection, and release he had felt. "Wait, grandfather!" Shen Yuan called out to the old man, who was poised to strike the beast. Turning earnestly to him, he pleaded, "Grandfather, please don't kill it. I want to adopt it." "What did you say?" "That was a spirit beast that nearly killed you. Have you lost your mind?" "I know, but I'm unscathed." Shen Yuan looked resolutely at Shen Yan. "I can sense that its psychic attack is ineffective against me, and I'll take good care of it. Until it learns to control itself, I won't let it near the villagers." Seeing the earnest determination in Shen Yuan's eyes, Shen Yan hesitated. Throughout his life, Shen Yuan had been obedient and filial. This was the first time he had earnestly opposed him over another matter, making him feel as if the child had suddenly matured. "Are you certain you can train it? If it harms anyone in the village, it won't be a trivial matter." Shen Yan's tone softened, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Yuan. "Yes, grandfather, I'm certain. It's still just a newborn. I'll take good care of it." Seeing Shen Yuan's sincerity, Shen Yan could only glare at him in frustration. Grabbing the bamboo basket resting on the ground, he replied, "Fine, let us see what this little rascal, can teach. Remember, if he shows any intent to attack, I shall cast him out without a shred of mercy." Observing Shen Yan's movements, Shen Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination as he cautiously approached, cradling the unconscious moonlight fox in his arms, hastening to follow suit. "Grandfather, do you think I should build a thatched hut outside the village and move out? I fear that this little one might inadvertently harm you upon awakening due to anxiety." "Foolish child, do you think I need your care? You're far too young to consider moving out." Shen Yuan and Shen Yan exchanged idle chatter as they made their way home, oblivious to the small girl standing on a hillside behind them, intently watching their receding figures. Chapter 3. Upon returning to the village, twilight had already begun to descend, and most villagers had retreated to their homes for rest. Shen Yuan carried the moonlight fox back to his dwelling and retrieved several hemostatic herbs from the herbal cabinet. He prepared a few vials of hemostatic potion and applied them to the fox's wounds, gently cleaning away the dirt surrounding the injuries with a warm cloth. Ever since Shen Yuan learned to read at the tender age of 3, Shen Yuan had been imparting knowledge of herbal medicine to him, and he was now capable of concocting simple remedies. However, his expertise was limited to humans, and this was his inaugural attempt at treating a spirit beast. He was uncertain of the outcome. After completing the urgent treatment, he took a brief moment to eat before rushing back to his room, which had already consumed 2 hours. It was time for rest, and for a child his age, ensuring adequate sleep was essential. Before retiring for the night, he gently patted the small fox's head by the bedside and whispered, "Little one, you must recover well. Good night." With that, he extinguished the candle and succumbed to slumber. In the darkness, the moonlight fox's ears twitched slightly. The following day, at the break of dawn, Shen Yuan awoke, a result of his internal clock. The frail body of his past life instilled an unusual motivation for physical exercise in him. Considering his youth, he would rise early to engage in a brief run outside. Perhaps due to the mystical essence of the world, his body was significantly stronger than that of children in his previous life. He softly called out to the little fox lying beside him, but received no response. However, noticing its slow, steady breathing, he deduced that its condition had improved considerably. After completing his morning exercises and washing up, he headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Since he rose early, it was customary for Shen Yuan to handle breakfast preparations. Aware of the recovering fox, he added some minced meat to the porridge. "Grandfather, it's time to get up. I've placed your porridge in the kitchen. You can serve yourself." He called out loudly as he passed Shen Yuan's door, not bothering to check if he had been heard before returning to his room. "This mischievous child used to bring it to me himself." Shen Yuan grumbled with a hint of bitterness. As he entered the room, the sound of the door opening caught the attention of the moonlight fox, which stirred its ears and opened its bright pink eyes, gazing intently at Shen Yuan. You're awake. How is your health faring?" To Shen Yuan's surprise, the moonlight fox exhibited little hostility in its gaze, only a hint of wariness and curiosity. It likely remembered the argument between the two and recognized that this human child had rescued it. Furthermore, having slept beside this child, it found his presence comforting. "Drink up. The porridge isn't too hot," Shen Yuan said, seemingly oblivious to the fox's caution, as he gently pushed the bowl of porridge closer. "Rest assured, I will not harm you." As he spoke, he organized the new remedies, smiling as he added, "I once had a companion akin to you, who stood by me during my most desperate times. When I saw you lying there, a voice within urged me not to abandon you." Shen Yuan gazed earnestly at the still wary moonlight fox and continued, "It's all right if you don't believe me now. I promise to care for you, just like a friend, or perhaps like family." With that, he slowly extended his hand towards the fox's wound. Listening to Shen Yuan's words, the moonlight fox fixed its gaze on him for a while before gradually lowering its head to sip the porridge. Observing its actions, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Shen Yuan's eyes, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he continued to change the bandages. Once the bandages were replaced, Shen Yuan remarked playfully to the now sated moonlight fox, "Little one, you have quite the appetite. If you were with another family in the village, they might struggle to provide for you. Indeed, if the fox were to reside with another household in the village, it might find itself lacking sustenance." For despite its adorable demeanor, the moonlight fox was a carnivore. Shen Yuan, being one of the village's few herbalists with exceptional apothecary skills, ensured that they lived comfortably. Hearing Shen Yuan's teasing, the moonlight fox seemed to protest. "Meow," it replied, its voice soft and melodic, evoking a sense of comfort. "Ha ha, little one. You're quite the feisty one." Shen Yuan tentatively reached out to the moonlight fox's head, noting that it did not resist, and cautiously began to stroke its fur. The moonlight fox closed its eyes gently, laying down as if relishing the moment. It reminds me of my previous cat, yet feels even softer and more delightful," Shen Yuan remarked seriously while gently grooming the moonlight fox's fur. "I've heard that such massages can aid in your recovery. Does this feel more comfortable?" After a while of caressing the fox, Shen Yuan noticed its lingering fatigue and reluctantly withdrew his hand. Stepping out of the room, Shen Yuan found Shen Yuan pacing anxiously outside, aware of the elder's concerns. He quickly reassured, "Grandfather, it's all right. The moonlight fox has not harmed me. And spirit beasts hold no animosity towards me." Even so, be cautious. I've heard of many who were scratched by moonlight foxes. Shen Yuan replied with a serious expression. Yes, grandfather, I understand. I will be careful. And judging by the situation, the moonlight fox seems to have accepted me for now. I will remain vigilant. Though I may have been a bit careless earlier, Shen Yuan admitted sheepishly. Thus, nearly 2 weeks passed. The wounds of the moonlight fox gradually healed, and its spirit returned. Shen Yuan's attentive care during this time bore fruit, as he no longer needed to be overly cautious around it. It was now afternoon, with delightful weather. The sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze swept through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Shen Yuan had gone out to gather herbs, and the shared experience of living under the same roof for 2 weeks had allowed him to gradually ease his worries. Shen Yuan carried the moonlight fox outside, where the long-awaited sunlight caused it to squint slightly, yet the gentle breeze in the courtyard seemed to soothe it. He placed the moonlight fox on a table and prepared to remove the bandages that had enveloped its body. All right, the wounds seem to have healed significantly. Why don't you try moving around a bit to see if there are any lingering issues? Upon hearing his words, the moonlight fox leapt down from the table, stretched lazily, and cautiously began to walk around the yard. Gradually, it picked up speed, even utilizing its inner spirit energy. Meow, perhaps due to a prolonged lack of movement. The moonlight fox grew increasingly agile, no longer content with running on the ground. It leaped onto the walls and tables, frolicking about with unrestrained joy. Observing the lively antics of the moonlit fox in the yard, a satisfied smile crept across Shen Yuan's face. Suddenly, the moonlit fox halted its frolic, perching itself on the table and gazing up at Shen Yuan. Meeting those familiar, pristine eyes, Shen Yuan seemed to realize something, and his expression turned serious. The pair, one human and one beast, shared a silent gaze for a moment. Then, with a smile, Shen Yuan extended his hand towards the moonlit fox's head. The creature did not shy away, but merely squinted its eyes slightly, relishing the moment. Stay with us. Meow. Yes, stay as a new member of our family. Meow. Seeing it gently nod, Shen Yuan could hardly contain his excitement as he scooped up the moonlit fox. Ha ha ha. From now on, I shall call you Yeah. Chapter 4. Little Dance. Time flowed like a river, and a month had passed. Shen Yuan and Shen Yin had both grown accustomed to the presence of an additional moonlit fox in their household. Over the course of this month, Shen Yin gradually lowered his guard. This was largely due to the extraordinary intelligence of the moonlit fox. Though it had not attained the wisdom of a spirit beast in its later stages, it was certainly capable of understanding simple human phrases. Shen Yuan speculated that the other moonlit foxes kept as pets might not share the same level of acumen as his own, which seemed unlikely. After all, his moonlit fox had mastered the skill of mental attack within its mere 1,000 years of spirit beast cultivation, indicating a talent far surpassing that of ordinary moonlit foxes. Once the moonlit fox had sufficiently recuperated, Shen Yuan consciously began training its mental attack abilities. However, he refrained from seeking assistance from the villagers. Instead, he took the moonlit fox to the forest's edge, seeking out spirit beasts with weaker offensive capabilities, specifically those around a century old. To his astonishment, the moonlit fox's mental attacks were remarkably potent, rivaling the abilities of some spirit masters' first rings. Most spirit beasts, under 100 years old, could hardly withstand a single assault from the moonlit fox. On one occasion, during a trial in the forest, the moonlit fox's mental attack rendered a ferocious rabbit unconscious. After bringing it back, an elder in the village, possessing some knowledge, informed him that this spirit beast had nearly 400 years of cultivation. This revelation only increased Shen Yuan's satisfaction with the moonlit fox's abilities, although it inevitably led to a scolding from Shen Yuan. However, this incident deepened Shen Yuan's curiosity about how the moonlit fox had been injured on that narrow path. When he inquired, the moonlit fox responded vaguely, its expression turning fearful as if recalling something terrifying, prompting Shen Yuan to refrain from pressing the matter further. Nevertheless, he speculated that the moonlit fox's origins were likely extraordinary, possibly having escaped from the depths of the Stardew Forest. Shen Yuan resolved to explore this mystery when he became sufficiently strong, believing it to be a matter of significance to the moonlit fox that should be addressed when possible. On the grassy slope once more, Shen Yuan sat with the moonlit fox in his arms, a small wild pig lying beside them, the product of today's training session. Ever since Shen Yuan began honing the moonlit fox's abilities, bringing back various spirit beasts from time to time, Shen Yuan no longer prohibited him from visiting this hill. Yeah. You can now control your mental impact with stability, right? Mental impact was the name Shen Yuan had chosen for the Moonlit Fox's mental attack skill. Although he was unsure of its actual name, nevertheless, he felt that his choice was quite appropriate. Meow. The Moonlit Fox squinted its eyes and nodded slightly. Is that so? Shen Yuan pondered for a moment before addressing the Moonlit Fox. Can you control gentle mental impact directed at me? Meow. The Moonlit Fox tilted its head in confusion. I wish to test whether your skill has any effect on me. When he first found the Moonlit Fox, it had indeed launched an attack out of caution. Yet he had felt no harm, although he had sensed the mental assault. Shen Yuan began to wonder if he possessed some latent ability yet to be activated. While this notion seemed fanciful, having already traversed into this world, he figured it wouldn't hurt to entertain such thoughts, especially given his familiarity with various stories of transmigration. Of course, he did not have full confidence that he could withstand the Moonlit Fox's mental impact. So he decided to wait until it could entirely control the potency of its attack before attempting this experiment. Noticing the Moonlit Fox's reluctance, Shen Yuan explained, "Remember when we first met? You launched an attack against me then, and I was unharmed. I want to see if I can experience that again." Only then did the Moonlit Fox recall its previous attack on him. Remembering that moment, it raised its head, its eyes, pure as the moonlight, now filled with regret. And it leaned its head against Shen Yuan's face, nuzzling him. Seeing the Moonlit Fox's expression, Shen Yuan understood its feelings and gently patted its body, saying, "It's all right. You needn't apologize. If it weren't for that attack of yours, I might never have had the chance to adopt you." After comforting the creature for a while, Shen Yuan placed it in front of him and said, "Now, come on, give me a gentle mental impact." The Moonlit Fox nodded lightly. With a sharp gaze, its beautiful pink eyes lit up, revealing a hint of enchantment within their originally pure depths. Then, an invisible wave emanated forth. On the other side, Shen Yuan stood ready, his gaze fixed on the Moonlit Fox's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yeah. Have you initiated your skill? Shen Yuan inquired, a hint of doubt in his voice. Meow. The Moonlit Fox tilted its head and nodded. Shen Yuan glanced down at himself, hesitating momentarily before pointing to the small wild pig beside them. Can you increase the intensity a bit? Use enough force to incapacitate this little pig. With no other option, the Moonlit Fox complied, its eyes shining even more brightly. Releasing a stronger attack, Shen Yuan's mind conjured the image of the formidable fox, letting out a fierce howl. Suddenly, as if caught in a gust of wind, the immense fox's figure vanished like an illusion, leaving only the small fox, gazing at him with concern. The impact was somewhat more effective than before, but still seemed far from its limit. As Shen Yuan comforted the Moonlit Fox, he contemplated, "Yeah, unleash your utmost strength." Meow. The Moonlit Fox shook its head vigorously, fearful that its attack might injure him. Kneeling down, Shen Yuan earnestly addressed the Moonlit Fox. Yeah. We both know this world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Whether it be your experiences in the forest or my future as a spirit master, battles with others are inevitable. In those moments, even the slightest oversight could cost us our lives. Therefore, we must thoroughly understand our abilities, be it your skill or my capacity to endure. You've likely noticed that I possess a significant immunity to your mental impact. Right now, I simply wish to ascertain the extent of this immunity, as it will greatly assist me in understanding myself. Listening to his words, the Moonlit Fox recognized his resolute determination and could only acquiesce. With a lift of its head, its eyes shimmered with a pink glow, its fur bristling, its tail slightly raised, revealing a hint of pink luminescence at its tip. Suddenly, as if a breeze had swept through, a gust of wind spiraled from the Moonlit Fox toward Shen Yuan, flattening the grass in a fan-shaped pattern that radiated from the creature. At this moment, Shen Yuan, still taken aback, witnessed the familiar figure of the great fox materializing in his consciousness. Unlike before, it did not merely stand there and howl. Instead, it charged towards him with great fervor. Shen Yuan's consciousness did not elicit any particular reaction, or perhaps he was simply incapable of responding. He could only stand there, staring blankly as the fox rushed toward him. Just as it was about to reach him, a radiant light emanated from the depths of his awareness, and Shen Yuan vaguely perceived a symbol materializing. The fox's figure melted away like snow under the spring sun, and by the time it collided with him, Its form had become quite indistinct. Suddenly, Shen Yuan felt a sharp prick in his brain, as if struck by a needle, prompting him to instinctively crouch and cradle his head. Everything around him reverted to reality. The moonshadow fox was bounding to his side, looking at him with concern. Just as he was about to offer words of comfort, a sudden thud resonated from behind him. Shen Yuan swiftly turned to investigate, discovering a small figure sprawled beneath the bushes. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it to be Xiao Wu. Chapter 5. Xiao Wu. The girl lying before him had a delicate, rosy complexion and exquisite features, dressed in a pink outfit. Her iconic waist-length scorpion braid compelled Shen Yuan to instinctively call out her name. As the heroine of the original Douluo, Xiao Wu left a profound impression on him. Although a considerable amount of time had passed since he first read the novel, he still vividly recalled that distinctive braid. The sheer coincidence of encountering her in the Douluo forest was enough to convince him that this little girl was indeed Xiao Wu. However, gazing at the unconscious figure on the ground, Shen Yuan felt a pang of unease. As far as he knew, Xiao Wu had two formidable 100,000-year soul beasts as her companions, known as kings in the depths of the Douluo forest. Moreover, from the original text, it was evident that those two soul beasts were highly sensitive to her presence. When Xiao Wu first entered the Douluo forest, the ironclad titan ape had immediately sought her out. If they were to discover her collapsed here, they would surely turn the Douluo forest upside down, and his village would likely suffer the consequences. There was no way he could simply take her home and endanger his village. After some contemplation, Shen Yuan decided to carry Xiao Wu to a secret base not far from where he and the Moonshadow Fox often convened. To his surprise, she was quite light. It seemed that soul beasts indeed possessed remarkable qualities. In their transformed state, they resembled humans perfectly. As he carried Xiao Wu, his thoughts wandered while he beckoned the Moonshadow Fox to follow him to their clandestine refuge. Approximately a kilometer west along the hillside at the edge of the Douluo forest, they reached a steep cliff where a small opening concealed by dense foliage awaited them. Shen Yuan instructed the Moonshadow Fox to clear away the branches, revealing a rudimentary stone furnace within, its walls marked with faint traces of smoke. Indeed, this so-called secret base was a place where Shen Yuan and the Moonshadow Fox would sneak off to indulge in their feasts. As the Moonshadow Fox's powers grew, so too did its appetite. To alleviate the burden on his household, they would bring captured soul beasts to this hideaway for processing. Not bringing the prey home was also a means to assuage the elders' concerns, as they had always disapproved of Shen Yuan's hunting ventures. As for the original owner of this cave, Shen Yuan could only remark that the meat of the foolish roe deer was truly delectable. Upon entering the cave, he carefully placed the unconscious Xiao Wu onto a makeshift bed and rubbed his arms and waist, muttering to himself about how unexpectedly tiring the journey had been, attributing it to her weight. At the sound of his words, the figure on the bed seemed to twitch slightly, but remained still. Mimi, the Moonshadow Fox called to Shen Yuan, glancing at the figure. Yes, I understand. Shen Yuan nodded at the fox, then turned to the figure on the bed with a playful smile, saying, Hey, how long are you going to pretend to be asleep? I went through a lot of trouble to bring you here. If you don't wake up soon, I might just leave you here. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's teasing, the figure seemed to realize the charade was over. It propped itself up, gazing at him with bright, animated eyes, and pouted. How did you know I was awake? Ha ha ha. So you're not pretending anymore? Shen Yuan chuckled. Humph. The figure ignored him, continuing to stare intently. Captivated by those lively, adorable eyes, Shen Yuan could not help but chuckle. Maya is a spirit-type soul beast. It discreetly informed me when you woke up. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Then why didn't you expose me earlier? I wanted to see what you would do. Besides, it was my fault for knocking you out, so carrying you here is my way of apologizing. Shen Yuan replied shamelessly. Oof, you're a bad person, a big liar. Xiao Wu's cheeks grew even rosier, and she puffed out her face in indignation. At that moment, it seemed that Xiao Wu had acquired some knowledge of humanity. It appeared she had been out and about quite a bit. Observing her flushed cheeks, Shen Yuan sighed, realizing that her frequent interactions with humans, without any news of the Titan apes, suggested that those two soul beasts were not overly protective of her. It was likely her own choice to venture out. Hey, what are you thinking about? Xiao Wu inquired, jumping to stand in front of Shen Yuan with her hands on her hips. Nothing much, just pondering where you come from. I haven't seen you around here before, he replied. Oh, I'm from Qianhua village. Oh, really? Yes, that's right. I am from Qianhua village. Shen Yuan could not help but laugh at the sight of Xiao Wu, who was trying to rally herself with her hands on her hips. Qianhua village indeed existed, not far from Xingcao village, and was known for gathering herbs. When Shen Yuan's mentor, Shen Yuan, taught him about herbal knowledge, he often took Shen Yuan to visit, so he was quite familiar with the place. Shen Yuan chose not to confront her little fib, instead smiling and asking, "What is your name?" "I'm Shen Yuan, and I'm 4 years old. I'm Xiao Wu, the dance and dancing. I'm also 4 years old." Upon hearing Shen Yuan not challenging her background, Xiao Wu perked up again. Xiao Wu indeed. "So, Xiao Wu, could you explain why you were hiding there just now?" Shen Yuan inquired, stroking his chin and nodding. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression froze, her gaze darting back and forth, while she stammered, "I was just coincidentally passing by." Shen Yuan nearly burst into laughter. He had frequently practiced on the hillside, but had never spotted Xiao Wu. If it weren't for the moon shadow fox's broad-range attack that had inadvertently knocked her out, he still wouldn't know how long she had been lurking there. "Oh, is that so coincidental?" Shen Yuan said with an amused smile. "Indeed, I was there for the first time and saw you with a soul beast, so I was naturally a bit curious." Gaining confidence as she spoke, Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "Besides, that place isn't exclusive to you. Is that so?" Shen Yuan feigned surprise. "But you are quite brave, seeing a soul beast and still daring to approach." He leaned in closer, asking playfully, "Have you seen it before?" I haven't seen it, but I've heard others say that the moon shadow fox is gentle and adorable, so I wanted to take a closer look." As if startled by Shen Yuan, Xiao Wu nearly blurted something out, only to catch herself and quickly change her words. Observing the cleverness of the illusory moon fox, she expressed her curiosity. "Indeed, had Xiao Wu encountered you before? The origins of you seemed rather profound." Noticing the slight panic in Xiao Wu's demeanor, Shen Yuan couldn't help but ponder. It was peculiar to meet Xiao Wu. She appeared to be no older than 6, her martial soul yet to awaken, which should have deterred her from wandering carelessly near a human. Based on his estimation, even in previous encounters with humans, she would have been accompanied by formidable guardians from the 2 great kings. The fact that she was knocked unconscious by him without any soul beast appearing indicated that she had come out on her own. Her familiarity with both him and the illusory moon fox suggested this was not her first clandestine venture. Shen Yuan did not consider himself particularly alluring to shape-shifting soul beasts. The most likely reason was the illusory moon fox. Xiao might know the fox, or perhaps even its parents. Sighing in relief, he reassured himself for the moment. Chapter 6. Companionship. Shen Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment for probing Xiao Wu, as she was merely 4 years old in her transformed state, likely younger than himself, an age characterized by innocence and charm. Yet, he was still a child himself. Any random, 1,000-year soul beast from the Douluo forest would pose an insurmountable threat to him. The sudden appearance of a shape-shifting soul beast was quite overwhelming. "Isn't my Yu adorable?" he mused. Understanding Xiao Wu's intentions, he felt slightly more at ease as he watched her wide, curious eyes fixated on the illusory moon fox. Chuckling softly, "Would you like to hold her?" Is that allowed?" "I want to," Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Shen Yuan, shaking his head in resignation, addressed the illusory moon fox. "How about letting this young lady hold you? You surely wouldn't mind." The illusory moon fox hesitated momentarily before approaching the eager Xiao Wu. Typically, it preferred to avoid contact with anyone other than Shen Yuan, including his grandfather. It seemed that only Shen Yuan was different. However, this situation felt somewhat unique. As it neared Xiao Wu, it did not experience discomfort. Rather, it was reminiscent of returning to the Douluo forest. When Xiao Wu embraced it, a familiar and warm aura enveloped it, bringing a sense of comfort. Observing the illusory moon fox basking in Xiao Wu's embrace, Shen Yuan wore an expression of understanding. Even for a discerning soul beast like the illusory moon fox, Xiao Wu in her transformed state was indeed special. For soul beasts that have transformed for 100,000 years, their unique aura can be sensed by beings stronger than a soul before reaching maturity. This distinctive essence was familiar to the illusory moon fox as well. Seating himself nearby, Shen Yuan propped his chin on his hand, watching the playful interaction between the girl and the beast, and inquired, "Xiao Wu, did you come all the way from Qianhua village by yourself? Aren't you afraid of danger?" "Not at all. I'm quite familiar with this place." Xiao Wu puffed up her chest proudly. "Oh, you know this place well?" It seems you must have ventured outside quite often. What about your family? Aren't they worried about you? Shen Yuan realized his mistake the moment the words left his mouth. He recalled that Xiao Wu's mother had fallen victim to the Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall, and his question had inadvertently touched a sensitive nerve. As anticipated, the joyous laughter faded from Xiao Wu's face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she quietly replied, "Mother is already gone." Seeing Xiao Wu's lowered head, Shen Yuan felt a pang of regret, mentally chastising himself. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have brought up something so painful." He continued, "You see, I'm also an orphan. If my grandfather hadn't taken me in, I would have perished outside." He chuckled awkwardly. "Look, we're quite alike, aren't we?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's demeanor softened a bit as she looked up at him, saying, "Thank you." The little girl's cheeks flushed, her bright eyes sparkling despite the remnants of tears, making her appear even more enchanting, like a delicate crescent moon shimmering on a tranquil lake at night, pure and beautiful, instantly soothing the heart. Shen Yuan found himself momentarily captivated by her presence before exclaiming, "Xiao Wu, if you ever want to play, come find me at Xingtao Village." "Really? Then I'll come to play with you whenever I have the chance." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up with joy, bouncing with excitement. For her, Shen Yuan was her first genuine human friend. In truth, he had initially intended to invite her to be his little sister, but he reconsidered, realizing it was too soon to make such a claim. It would only lead to awkwardness if it did not come past. "We could take our time," he thought to himself. He couldn't deny that her tearful yet smiling expression had struck a chord within him, reminding him of the hardships Xiao Wu would later endure in the original storyline. Although reality might differ, the thought ignited a fire within him. Returning to the present, he saw Xiao Wu still joyfully bouncing with the illusory moon fox, exclaiming, "Little Yu, I'll come and see you often. It's getting late. I should escort you back to Qianhua Village." Shen Yuan remarked as he glanced outside. "Are we leaving already?" "I don't want to go." Xiao Wu pouted, clearly reluctant. Observing her discontent, he gently reassured her, "The sky is nearly dark. How about you return tomorrow? Same place. I'll be waiting for you on that small hill, all right?" "Okay, fine," Xiao Wu conceded, slightly sulking. "But you don't need to escort me. I can get back on my own. It's not far from here. I know you can make it back, but once you enter the Stardow Forest, those 200,000-year-soul beast companions of yours will guard you. Who would dare bother you?" Shen Yuan rolled his eyes. "No, I insist on taking you to the village entrance. It's still a bit unsafe at night." Despite his grumbling, Shen Yuan was firm in his decision. However, Xiao Wu was having none of it. She shoved the illusory moon fox into Shen Yuan's arms and skipped toward the exit. Pausing at the cave's mouth, she stuck out her tongue and made a playful face, saying, "I don't need Shen Yuan to escort me. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. Hee hee." With that, she dashed away, and by the time Shen Yuan reached the cave entrance, she had vanished from sight. Indeed, she was quite the little bunny, dashing away swiftly. He affectionately patted the illusory moon fox, chuckling, "Still, she is quite an adorable little rabbit. Isn't she? What do you think, you? Mimi?" The illusory moon fox chirped softly, comfortably nestled in his arms, as if in agreement with his words. As night fell, the full moon rose high in the sky. Deep within the mysterious Stardow Forest lay a crystalline lake, its surface glimmering like silver scales under the bright moonlight, illuminating the scene as if it were not of this world. However, if one were to glance towards a corner by the lake, they would be startled to see an exceptionally long serpent coiled at the water's edge, its head adorned with horns, presenting an extraordinary sight. Suddenly, the horned python spoke human words, addressing a figure perched on the trunk of a nearby tree, saying, "Sister Xiao Wu, you seem quite cheerful today." The shadow was none other than Shen Yuan's acquaintance from the afternoon, Xiao Wu. "Indeed, I encountered an amusing human today," she replied, nodding gently, her smile radiant. "What could possibly be amusing about a human?" Came a gruff voice from beneath the giant tree. Upon closer inspection, it was a towering ape, squatting at nearly 6 to 7 meters tall. Xiao Wu, upon hearing the ape's remark, became somewhat displeased. "Ming, you mustn't say such things." Strangely, the moment Ming was chastised, the giant ape instantly closed its mouth obediently. "Ming, the human I met today, has a soul beast," Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement. "And it appears he treats it not as a pet, but as a friend." The horned python, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, such a rarity. What kind of soul beast does he have?" "A phantom moon fox." "A phantom moon fox?" The horned python and the giant ape expressed their astonishment. After a moment's hesitation, the python asked, "Is it the one from a while ago?" "Indeed, the very same phantom moon fox. I never imagined she would choose to live with a human." Xiao Wu confirmed. "So it is her. No wonder Sister Xiao Wu is so invested." 2 years swiftly passed, like a flowing stream. In Xingtao village, at Shen Yuan's home, he was engrossed in a book when he heard a familiar, melodious voice call out, "Xiao Yuan Ge," reluctantly putting down his book. He stepped outside to see the familiar pink figure. "Xiao Wu, you've arrived rather early," he remarked. The pair, unchanged in appearance from 2 years prior, with Shen Yuan slightly taller and appearing more robust than his peers, and Xiao Wu still adorning her charming pink attire, her waist-length braids neatly arranged, her expression playful and endearing. However, the true transformation lay in the bond they shared. During the past 2 years, the innocent and adorable Xiao Wu had not escaped Shen Yuan's influence. At some point, she began to follow him closely, affectionately calling him Xiao Yuan Ge. Naturally, as her older brother, Shen Yuan treated her exceptionally well, providing her with delicacies, medicinal baths, and nourishing meals. Despite his insistence on including her in his training, which she found quite unsatisfactory, her focus was no longer on exercise. As they traversed the village, Xiao Wu skipped ahead, pulling Shen Yuan along. "Can you walk a bit steadier?" Shen Yuan commented, observing his hand being jostled about. Xiao Wu immediately turned back, puffed up her cheeks, and looked at him with wide, pleading eyes. All right, I yield," Shen Yuan exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Wu's tearful gaze upon their first meeting that Shen Yuan found himself utterly defenseless against her charms. Each time they quarreled, her innocent demeanor would defeat him. Over time, she learned to wield this tactic, using it to express her discontent whenever she lost an argument. Her unique way of playfully pouting at Shen Yuan. "Hee, I knew Xiao Yuan Ge loves me the most," she chirped, her smile returning as she playfully tugged at his hand. Unbeknownst to her, her behavior caused considerable distress among their peers, particularly those who harbored feelings for her. Observing the envious glances from the young men emerging from the village, Shen Yuan could sense their resentment. 2 years prior, when Shen Yuan first brought Xiao Wu to Xingtao village, her presence had stirred quite a commotion among the local boys. For those who had never ventured beyond the village confines, the sight of the demure Xiao Wu, with her charming braids, had made her the object of their admiration. Thus, when they noticed her closeness with Shen Yuan, they were incensed, disregarding the disparity in their strengths, each challenging Shen Yuan in turn. The current scene made it evident who had triumphed. In that moment, as he observed their envious, resentful gazes, Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Jealousy truly is a sin, he mused, to find joy in the sorrow of others. Yet, despite his thoughts, a satisfied smile crept upon his lips as he turned to walk alongside Xiao Wu, unperturbed by the turmoil he left behind. Noticing Shen Yuan's unusual demeanor, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she could see the faint blush on his ears through his hair. Seeing the curious glances from passers-by, she lowered her head to conceal her embarrassment, gripping his hand even tighter. Upon exiting the village, Xiao Wu released a sigh of relief and turned to Shen Yuan, saying, "Xiao Yuan Ge, you seem rather pleased with yourself." Shen Yuan, feeling slightly awkward, rubbed his nose with a wry smile. "I didn't expect your arrival would create such a stir." "Humph." Xiao Wu pouted, glancing around before asking, "Where's Xiao Ye? I haven't seen her." Shen Yuan shrugged, responding, "Oh, her? Ever since her soul power advanced, she often ventures into the forest to hunt due to insufficient food energy. She is probably still out there." "Another advancement?" "Xiao Yuan Ge, doesn't it seem like Ye is progressing rather quickly? It feels like she has traversed the growth of other soul beasts in just 2 years." Xiao Wu expressed her concern. Shen Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, it's a bit strange, but I've checked her health, and she seems fine. A higher power level isn't necessarily a bad thing." In truth, Shen Yuan had been aware of the unusual speed at which the phantom moon fox was evolving. Every night, as the fox practiced beside him, he could sense it drawing something from him. When he inquired, the fox had been unable to articulate its understanding. However, after examining himself and feeling no weakness, he chose to leave the matter be, suspecting it was linked to his martial soul. "Xia Yuan Yi, Xia Yuan Yi." Xiao Wu's calls broke his train of thought, pulling him back to reality, where he found her glaring at him, cheeks puffed. "Haha, it's nothing," he chuckled, ruffling her hair. I was just pondering how quickly Yaya might advance. Xiao Wu shook her head, eyes wide with indignation. Xiao Yuan Gu, you mustn't ruffle my hair. Grandpa says it LL stunt my growth. She quickly withdrew her hand, which had been unconsciously reaching out. It must be said that in some households, girls are indeed more cherished, as was the case in Shen Yuan's family. When he first brought Xiao Wu home 2 years ago, Shen Yan's face had lit up with joy, his protective demeanor almost inciting jealousy in Shen Yuan, especially upon learning that Xiao Wu was also an orphan. He had an overwhelming desire to adopt her, but he relented when informed that she was already taken in by someone else. Xiao Wu, feeling miffed, quickly bounded ahead, occasionally plucking a few blue-silver grasses from the roadside, playfully tossing them at Shen Yuan's neck as she skipped along. Soon, the two arrived at the familiar hillside. The scenery here was much the same as 2 years ago, with a fox lounging in the grass, its eyes half closed, appearing quite content. Ah, YQ. We're here, Xiao Wu exclaimed, waving her hands excitedly as she sprinted towards it. Before her lay the illusory moon fox that Shen Yuan had adopted 2 years prior, unchanged in appearance, though a closer inspection revealed a hint of pink at the tip of its tail. The aura it exuded now, however, indicated a complete transformation from its former self. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, the illusory moon fox immediately lifted its head, turned around, and upon seeing the familiar figure adorned with a gentle smile, its eyes sparkled as it hurried toward her. Yet, as it dashed past Xiao Wu, it showed no inclination to stop, heading straight for Shen Yuan, completely disregarding the puffed-up Xiao Wu behind it. Why has Iya grown up and become less close to me than before? Xiao Wu pondered. Of course, it's because she has matured and is now more attached to her master. Shen Yuan chuckled, gently stroking the fox. Strangely, the illusory moon fox had been quite affectionate towards Xiao Wu in the past, but as it grew, its interest in her seemed to wane. It appeared that after maturing, Xiao Wu's presence no longer captivated it. Nevertheless, after lingering with Shen Yuan for a while, the fox eventually trotted over to Xiao Wu, who was pouting, and nuzzled against her. Its adorable demeanor instantly melted Xiao Wu's frustration as she scooped up the illusory moon fox into her arms. Sitting down on the grass with the fox, Xiao Wu noticed Shen Yuan chewing on a piece of blue-silver grass absent-mindedly. Xiao Wu, he began, I heard from Grandpa that some people from the Spirit Hall came to arrange for soul awakening in Qianhua village a few days ago. Is that right? Xiao Wu paused for a moment. Although she had mentioned to Shen Yuan that she was from Qianhua village, her understanding of the village's situation was rather shallow, let alone the specifics of the soul awakening. Fortunately, Shen Yuan did not expose her lack of knowledge. Otherwise, his grandfather might have already noticed something amiss. Yes, it was a few days ago, just awakened. She thought to herself, relieved. As a transformed soul beast, she would automatically awaken her martial soul at the age of 6. Until now, she had not found a chance to confide in Shen Yuan, and his question was perfectly timed. Show me, Shen Yuan exclaimed, instantly invigorated. Seeing his excitement, Xiao Wu smirked triumphantly. Just watch. Suddenly, a red light enveloped Xiao Wu, her ears elongating and sprouting soft white fur, her eyes taking on a slight crimson hue, and her body growing taller, lending her legs a slender yet powerful appearance. Xiao Wu, martial soul, soft-boned rabbit. It's a full innate soul power, she declared, a proud smile gracing her face as she looked at Shen Yuan. Oh, a true rabbit-eared maiden, Shen Yuan remarked, recognizing how closely Xiao Wu resembled the rabbit-eared girls popular online in his past life. With delicate ears, a fluffy tail behind her, slightly red eyes, and a face that exuded fragility, she would undoubtedly captivate many admirers. The little girl gazed up at him, her expression brimming with pride, her ears twitching in response to her emotions. Shen Yuan couldn't help but reach out and touch her fluffy ears, nodding in approval, indeed. Xiao Wu is like a little bunny. The texture is just as delightful as Yaya's. Xiao Wu, now sensitive about her ears after the martial soul awakening, blushed slightly and raised her hand to swat him. Shen Yuan quickly scooped up the illusory moon fox from the ground, using it as a shield against her playful strike. Chapter 8, Training of. Xiao Wu snatched the illusory moon fox from Shen Yuan's grasp and declared, now that my martial soul has awakened, I won't let you bully me like before. Oh, so confident? Shen Yuan replied. Despite Xiao Wu's appearance as a gentle girl, Her competitive spirit was fierce, and her combat skills were formidable. At least, none of the peers from Xingsao village could best her, except for Shen Yuan. Although he had not undergone formal combat training, his superior physique afforded him a steady display of brotherly dignity. Oomph, little brother, how about we have a rematch today? Today is my day of reckoning. Shen Yuan waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. It seems the village has called in people for soul awakening this afternoon, and I am included in that batch. Let's talk about it after I awaken my martial soul. TCH, coward, Xiaowu teased, sticking out her tongue and making a playful face. Observing her adorable antics, Shen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Ha, call me what you will. Now let's go. Ye's training task remains unfinished. He gently ruffled Xiaowu's hair. Since the day 2 years ago when Shen Yuan recognized the illusory moon fox's exceptional spiritual talent, he had been consciously training it to enhance its mental prowess. While his understanding of the powers in this world was still limited, he learned from some soul masters in the village that mental strength could be replenished through meditation. Thus, he devised a rather rudimentary method to quickly exhaust the fox's mental energy, then allow it to recover, repeating this process to strengthen its spiritual abilities. To quickly deplete the fox's mental energy, Shen Yuan needed to strategize. In his understanding, mental attacks could be divided into 2 types. One being intangible assaults that penetrate a creature's consciousness to create illusions or directly impact their mental state. The other involved manipulating objects with mental energy, such as knives or daggers, commonly referred to as telekinesis. Both types of mental abilities were notably formidable, and Shen Yuan could draw references from various works of his previous life for practice. As it stood, the illusory moon fox's abilities leaned towards the first category, directly assaulting the enemy's consciousness while creating illusions. However, it remained uncertain whether it would develop abilities related to object manipulation, particularly since this world contained soul bones that could effectively resist mental attacks. In such cases, relying solely on illusionary attacks could prove insufficient. Shen Yuan guided the illusory moon fox to a thicket in the forest, parting the underbrush to reveal a small burrow approximately half a meter wide. This was a den he had discovered some time ago, inhabited by a toothy canine spirit beast with an estimated age of around 500 years. It lacked elemental attacks, but was quite swift, primarily attacking by using its exceptionally sharp teeth to tear into its prey's throat. Yeah, today's target is the toothy canine, Shen Yuan announced. Prepare. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, the illusory moon fox leaped from Xiaowu's embrace and stood before him, its body tense, eyes fixed intently on the burrow's entrance. Xiaowu, step back a little. Why? Little brother, I've awakened my martial soul. I'm much stronger now, she retorted, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her smooth, fair arms, flexing her scarcely visible muscles. Seeing her dissatisfied expression, Shen Yuan sighed. Be good. Our objective is to train ya. Just watch from the side, all right? Reluctantly, Xiaowu pouted and moved aside, muttering, Humph, just wait until you awaken your martial soul. I'll defeat you then. Once she was at a distance, Shen Yuan refocused on the burrow, swallowing hard as he tightened his grip on the long staff, cautiously approaching the entrance. Having accompanied Shen Yin on herb-gathering expeditions for over a year, he had gathered a wealth of experiences and lessons. Witnessing the injuries villagers sustained from spirit beast attacks had taught him the importance of remaining vigilant in the forest at all times. With a swift motion, Shen Yuan forcefully thrust the long staff downwards and quickly retreated. A chilling howl echoed through the air, sending shivers down Xiao Wu's spine from 10 meters away. Soon, a small dog, half a meter tall, emerged from the cave. Though diminutive in stature, its dark fur and menacingly sharp teeth instilled a sense of dread. However, what captured Shen Yuan and the others' attention was not the dog's fearsome fangs, but rather the long staff embedded beneath its tail, stained with blood. Shen Yuan instinctively recoiled at the sight. Oh, how tragic! The little dog, drawn by the scent, advanced towards Shen Yuan, its eyes wide with an unsettling bloodshot glare. Fixated on him as if stained with blood, it emitted a low, guttural growl, its mouth slightly ajar, revealing its yellowed, pointed teeth, droplets of saliva occasionally dripping from its maw. Just as Shen Yuan was about to utter something, the dog, driven by an intense primal instinct, lunged at him with a ferocious roar, intent on bringing him down and tearing him apart with its vicious teeth. Moon Moon go, Shen Yuan commanded, urging the phantom moon fox to join the fray. The dog, noticing the approaching fox, became even more agitated, opening its jaws wide to bite. At the moment of impending contact, the phantom moon fox swiftly crouched down, causing the dog to miscalculate its leap and expose its vulnerable belly. In that instant, the fox's left paw struck out, delivering a fierce blow to the dog's abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground. Now was the moment for a mental assault. Before the dog could recover from the excruciating pain, it was met with the sight of a massive fox bearing down on it, jaws agape, ready to strike. The sheer size of the fox caused the dog to freeze in terror, and as a wave of mental shock coursed through its mind, it became disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, the phantom moon fox did not hesitate. It slashed its razor-sharp claws across the dog's throat, eliciting a howl of agony that jolted the creature from its stupor. Yet, it was too late, as the dog felt the warm blood pouring from its wound, gradually succumbing to the loss of feeling. Quite impressive. Your timing has improved significantly, Shen Yuan remarked with a smile, nodding at the phantom moon fox. While the fox's mental assault was commendable, it lacked the raw power needed for a decisive blow. This was where the fox's claws proved invaluable. After incapacitating the enemy with a mental strike, delivering a lethal blow with its claws was Shen Yuan's strategic plan for the phantom moon fox's current capabilities, simple yet effective. Wow, you were amazing. It feels like Moon Moon's attacks are much smoother than before, Xiao Wu exclaimed, approaching as the battle concluded. Shen Yuan shook his head, responding yes. But Moon Moon's mental strength is still inadequate. I can only issue commands verbally for now. If Moon Moon's mental power improves in the future, we might be able to establish a mental link, allowing for even better timing. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at the sight of Shen Yuan, who was lost in thoughts of future possibilities, and kicked the lifeless body of the dog nearby. Are you really going to count this as today's prey? Shen Yuan glanced at the staff still lodged in the dog's body, and, with a sense of conviction, replied, yes. The phantom moon fox has already hunted today and is quite satisfied. Both Xiao Wu and the phantom moon fox exchanged disdainful glances at Shen Yuan, silently wishing he wouldn't encounter such misfortune again in his next life. Chapter 9. Awakening of the Martial Soul after tidying up briefly. Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu made their way home. Upon arriving, Shen Yuan discovered that Shen Yin had returned early from gathering herbs. Grandpa, why are you back so soon today? He inquired, surprised. Well, aren't you the one who said a soul master would come today for the martial soul awakening? You shouldn't be wandering around, Shen Yin retorted, visibly agitated. However, upon noticing Xiao Wu standing demurely behind Shen Yuan, his demeanor instantly brightened. Oh, Xiao Wu has come as well. Did you inform your family? Yes, Grandpa, Xiao Wu replied sweetly, completely shedding her mischievous demeanor in Shen Yuan's presence. I already mentioned it. Shen Yin was fond of Xiao Wu and often invited her to stay at their home for a few days. With the village bustling due to the martial soul awakening ceremony, it was a perfect opportunity for her to visit. Excellent. Gumin, Shen Yin exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Then, he abruptly turned to Shen Yuan, adopting a stern expression. Hurry and tidy yourself up. The soul master is almost here. Change into something clean. Let's hope for a favorable martial soul awakening. What a double standard, Shen Yuan muttered under his breath. How can simply changing clothes ensure a better martial soul awakening? He rolled his eyes as he caught Xiao Wu's playful gaze. Yet truth be told, as the moment of martial soul awakening drew nearer, Shen Yuan felt a swell of excitement. In this world, one's martial soul determined their standing. Unless one possessed the unique techniques from another realm, like Tang San, awakening a high-potential martial soul was the sole path to rising in this world. The battles depicted in novels from his past life, the diverse soul beasts of the Stardow Forest, and the enigmatic temples of the vast ocean ignited Shen Yuan's yearning. Moreover, observing Xiao Wu skip ahead, he thought, even if it's just to protect her, I must become stronger. He was acutely aware that the easily obtainable 10,000-year soul rings and inevitable soul bones from shape-shifting soul beasts would be an irresistible temptation for high-ranking soul masters, if discovered. Once inside, Shen Yuan quickly washed up and changed into fresh attire. He, along with Shen Yin and Xiao Wu, hurried towards the village's central square. The square was already thronged with villagers engaged in hushed discussions, casting respectful yet fearful glances towards the center. Following their gaze, Shen Yuan spotted the village head addressing several figures with deference. Though their attire was plain and their appearances unremarkable, An aura of ferocity emanated from them, as if they were thousand-year-old beasts that commanded respect. "Hey, are all the children from your village gathered? Don't waste our time. We need to head into the Douluo forest shortly," one of the younger figures remarked impatiently. All right, esteemed Soul Master. We have gathered everyone and are ready to commence," the village head replied hastily, gesturing towards Shen Yuan and the others. "Finally, we're here," the young man clicked his tongue, muttering under his breath. "I really don't understand why the boss went to such lengths to conduct martial soul awakenings here. Isn't it better to let the martial soul hall handle this?" The leader shot him a glance, prompting the young man to immediately raise his hands and surrender, signaling silence. At that moment, a soul master beside the young man whispered to him, You may not be aware, but our leader was injured in the Douluo forest during his youth and fortuitously rescued by the villagers here. Thus, he has always cared for this village. This time, he happened to encounter the children of the village who were about to awaken their martial souls, so he decided to come and assist them personally." The young man remained non-committal, yet his expression suggested that he believed his leader's actions were unnecessary. However, he remained silent, casting a sardonic glance at the children. It was evident from his demeanor that he held little hope for anyone here to become a soul master. With a glance at them, Shen Yuan silently stepped into the group of children. Although his physique appeared somewhat robust, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. The leading soul master merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before returning his attention elsewhere. The village chief surveyed the area to ensure no child was overlooked, then respectfully addressed the lead soul master. "Soul master, all the children who are to awaken their martial souls are present." The lead soul master nodded slowly, stepping forward to address the children in a deep voice. "I am Rune, a level 40 soul master, and I will guide you on your path to becoming soul masters." Noticing the children's expressions of trepidation, Rune softened his demeanor slightly. "Now, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. No matter what happens, do not be afraid." As he spoke, he retrieved 6 dark stones and a blue crystal ball from his satchel, arranging the 6 stones in a hexagonal formation on the ground. He gestured for the first boy to step forward. "Do not be afraid. Simply close your eyes and feel," he instructed. Suddenly, Renhui's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Flame! Manifest!" A faint red aura emanated from him. His originally black hair gradually turned red and lengthened, his physique becoming increasingly robust, with a dense coat of fur appearing on his exposed arms. His powerful muscles strained against his clothing, his eyes glowing a deep crimson and claws sprouting from his fingertips, glimmering ominously. 4 rings of light appeared beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 2 purple, with the second yellow and purple distinctly deeper in hue than the first. The boy standing in the circle, startled by Renhui's transformation, attempted to flee. Renhui swiftly grasped the child, saying, "Do not be afraid. This is my martial soul, the flame tiger. In the future, once you awaken your martial souls, you too will possess such abilities." "TCH, it's not that simple," scoffed the young soul master standing nearby. The other children, upon catching a glimpse of Renhui's blood-red eyes, huddled together in fear, with only Shen Yuan maintaining a semblance of calm. Rather than fear, Shen Yuan was more astonished by Renhui's strength. A level 40 soul master with a perfect spirit ratio was quite impressive within the soul master community, explaining his position as the leader. Observing Renhui's powerful arms, adorned with a mixed coat of yellow and black fur, with claws barely visible between his fingers, Shen Yuan recognized the traits of a tiger. However, when Renhui referred to it as the flame tiger, it signified that his martial soul possessed fiery attributes, making it a formidable beast martial soul. Renhui extended his hands, infusing the 6 black stones with crimson light, causing a layer of golden radiance to emanate from them. The children, who had previously been crying out, fell silent under the golden glow. Golden motes floated from the stones into the boy's body, causing him to tremble slightly as if falling into a daze. "Extend your hand," Renhui commanded, and the boy instinctively reached out his right hand. A soft light gradually coalesced in his palm, and in an instant, a long staff materialized. "A staff?" he mused. "I suppose it could be considered a weapon martial soul, though I wonder if it has any special effects." Renhui regarded the illusory long staff with contemplation. As the golden light slowly receded, the boy awoke, gazing at the staff in confusion. "Your martial soul is a staff a rather common weapon, martial soul. However, we must test for soul power. Only then can you become a soul master. With that, Renhui presented the blue crystal ball to the boy. Sir, what should I do? The boy inquired hesitantly. Simply use your will to retract your martial soul. Then place your right hand upon the crystal ball. It will indicate your initial soul power, Renhui replied calmly. After several attempts, the boy finally managed to retract the long staff and carefully place his hand on the crystal ball. Moments later, Renhui stated with a measured tone, "Regrettably, you possess no soul power and cannot become a soul master." The same scene unfolded repeatedly, with each martial soul differing: size, hose, blue silvergrass, and even a martial soul resembling a medicinal herb, which caught Run Huey's attention, though the child had zero initial soul power and thus could not become a soul master. The continuous rejections elicited sighs of disappointment from the surrounding villagers, signaling yet another futile attempt. The young man, observing the disheartening situation, openly scoffed, his expression more sardonic than ever. In contrast, Shen Yuan found the spectacle quite delightful. He had scarcely seen anyone utilize martial souls in the past 5 years, and this was his first encounter with such an array of them. After Run Hui determined yet another child lacked soul power, Shen Yuan gradually approached the hexagonal formation. Ren Hui, noticing the calm demeanor of the child before him, felt a sense of intrigue, sensing something distinctly different about him. As Ren Hui infused his energy once more, the golden light flared anew. With his eyes closed, Shen Yuan felt a wave of warmth wash over him, akin to the gentle embrace of the winter sun, which was immensely comforting. No wonder the previous children had quickly regained their composure. Soon, the warmth began to permeate his body, and in an instant, Shen Yuan's consciousness followed the radiant glow within him, observing it flow and gradually entering his mind. Before long, he saw a complex rune materializing from his consciousness, rapidly absorbing the golden light. This rune was intricately designed with faint red lines, shimmering with a pulsating glow at its center. Upon gazing at the red rune, Shen Yuan suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. In a moment of clarity, he perceived a red light wandering through layers of chaos, ultimately converging upon a specific direction before penetrating a thick barrier, leading him into a new realm. Unlike the chaotic layers outside, this inner world was well-structured, suffused with order. As the light meandered past a multicolored orb, a voice rang out, "Who goes there?" Following this was a surge of blood-red sword energy, imbued with a palpable killing intent. The sight of it revealed to Shen Yuan visions of destruction and death among countless beings across various worlds. The red light, refusing to engage, swiftly retreated into another space before the sword energy could strike, casting a hurried glance back at a slender figure wielding a massive blood-red sword. The subsequent images faded rapidly, and Shen Yuan's consciousness abruptly returned to his body, where he felt a gentle, flowing energy emerging within him. This must be soul power. How wondrous! Outside, Ren Hui was astonished to witness the resplendent golden light surrounding Shen Yuan. Unlike the other children, the golden radiance enveloping Shen Yuan was far more abundant, surpassing that of his peers. He vaguely sensed that he was witnessing the birth of a formidable martial soul. Soon, the golden light gradually receded, and a red rune materialized from thin air, descending slowly until it merged with Shen Yuan's body. Shen Yuan gradually opened his eyes, gazing with confusion at his hands, instinctively lifting his right hand. Martial soul, contract rune. A red glow emanated from Shen Yuan's hand, and a complex, intricate rune appeared on the back of his hand. Ren Hui, filled with excitement, watched silently without disturbing him, standing quietly at the side. Only after Shen Yuan successfully summoned his martial soul did he eagerly inquire, "So, what is your martial soul?" "My lord, I am uncertain. I only know that my martial soul is called the contract rune, but I do not understand its capabilities," Shen Yuan replied, appearing somewhat frustrated as he scratched his head. Hearing this, Ren Hui felt a wave of disappointment. Judging by the manifestation of the martial soul, it seemed to be a type of tool, martial soul. Unlike beast martial souls, which are straightforward and allow one to infer their capabilities, many tool martial souls require the soul master to explore their potential gradually. "Let us try channeling your soul power," Ren Hui suggested, quickly regaining his composure and handing Shen Yuan the blue crystal ball, gazing at him with anticipation. Observing the grand display during the awakening of the martial soul, Ren felt an overwhelming sense of hope. As Shen Yuan focused on retracting his martial soul into his body, the moment his hand made contact with the crystal, he felt a tremendous force pulling the soul power from within him, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. Soon, to Ren Hui's astonishment, the blue crystal in his hand emitted a dazzling brilliance, momentarily resembling a resplendent gem, shimmering with layers of radiance. Innate full soul power. Not only Ren Hui, but the surrounding soul masters were equally astonished by the sight of the blue crystal. The young man who had been jeering earlier now wore an expression of terror, jealousy, and disbelief. How is this possible? Just a bunch of country bumpkins. How could one possess innate full soul power? In this world, the awakening of a martial soul determines whether one can become a soul master, depending on whether soul power is present at the moment of awakening. Even the slightest trace of soul power indicates that one can cultivate it through meditation, eventually becoming a soul master. However, while everyone possesses a martial soul, soul power is not universally available. Like those who awakened their martial souls before Shen Yuan, the vast majority lacks soul power, which is the sole criterion for determining whether a person will become a soul master or remain an ordinary individual. The classification of martial souls is based on 10 levels, determined by the strength of soul power. Once a martial soul is awakened, one is recognized as a soul scholar, and the initial level of soul power dictates the rank of the soul scholar. Innate full soul power signifies that one is already a level 10 soul scholar upon awakening. And with the successful acquisition of a soul ring, one can advance to become a soul master. This is the first time I have seen innate full soul power. My initial soul power was only level 5. Ren Hui remarked, staring absent-mindedly at the radiant blue crystal. What exactly is innate full soul power? Although much time had passed and many details had faded from his memory, Shen Yuan still retained knowledge of this fundamental concept. However, to avoid raising suspicions, he feigned ignorance and asked. To Ren Hui, it was evident that Shen Yuan was destined to become a powerful individual, and he patiently explained the concept of innate full soul power and the hierarchy of soul power. After listening attentively, Shen Yuan compared Ren Hui's explanation to his own memories and found no significant discrepancies. He intended to inquire further, but Ren Hui had already begun to pack the black stone and blue crystal, while the villagers surrounding them had drawn closer, compelling Shen Yuan to suppress his curiosity for the time being. "My lord, how is it?" The village chief approached with Shan Yin and Xiao Wu, a look of tension and anticipation on his face. Anyone witnessing the grand spectacle of Shen Yuan's awakening would recognize its significance. This year, your village has struck gold, an enigmatic tool martial soul, and innate full soul power. It seems all your luck has been spent on this day. The village chief exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Having served as village chief for many years, he understood the rarity and value of innate full soul power. It not only indicated a stronger innate ability, but also suggested a faster rate of advancement and greater potential, especially evident once one reached higher ranks of soul master. For the village chief, the mere presence of innate full soul power was a cause for gratitude. As for the martial soul, anything above mediocre would suffice. An enigmatic martial soul is preferable. The more mysterious, the more powerful it might be, certainly not like the useless blue silvergrass. Chapter 11. Contract. Rune having packed his belongings, Ren Hui approached the still excited village chief and said, "Chief, the awakening has concluded, and I must prepare to enter the Stardow Forest." The village chief hurriedly replied, "Soul Master, are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay and rest for a while?" "Not at all. Our mission is quite pressing," Ren Hui responded, pausing for a moment before continuing in a serious tone. "Furthermore, regarding the cultivation of Shen Yuan, I suggest he join a major force, such as the Spirit Hall, or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A person with innate full soul power like Shen Yuan cannot be adequately nurtured in this village." The village chief, upon hearing this, expressed his strong agreement, fully aware that allowing Shen Yuan to remain in the village would be a waste of his talents. Seeing the village chief's understanding, Ren Hui nodded and subsequently produced a badge-like ornament, saying, "I am acquainted with the director of the Kosan Junior Soul Master Academy in Giant Rock City. If you lack direction, you might consider sending him there to learn some foundational knowledge." The village chief solemnly accepted the ornament and pulled Shen Yuan, who stood nearby, forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Soul Master, for your kindness." Ren Hui waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for such formalities. Then looked at Shen Yuan earnestly, saying, "Even without this token, your talent would garner admiration wherever you go. However, you must understand that no matter how great your potential, if you do not grow, it remains merely potential. Sometimes, overt displays of talent can even become a burden." As he spoke the latter part, Ren Hui's tone took on a more profound significance. After hearing this, Shen Yuan nodded solemnly and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Ren Hui. I understand." "Indeed." Ren Hui nodded and walked over to pat Shen Yuan on the shoulder. Suddenly, Shen Yuan felt a cylindrical object in his hand. Before he could react, he heard Ren Hui whisper, "This is an attack-type soul tool I found in a relic during my youth. It possesses significant lethality against soul masters below the Great Soul Master rank. Consider it a gift." Shen Yuan gazed at Ren Hui in astonishment, quickly grasping his intention and discreetly accepting it. This was undoubtedly Ren Hui's investment in him. Noticing Shen Yuan's understanding expression, Ren Hui nodded with satisfaction. Now, in his middle age, he felt that his room for improvement was diminishing. He was acutely aware that his rate of advancement had been slowing, and it seemed his ceiling was likely to be the rank of Soul Emperor. Although the Soul Emperor is considered a formidable figure on the continent, over the years of traversing the land, he has come to realize that even after attaining the title of Soul Emperor, he remains insignificant like an ant in the face of the great powers, lacking a solid backing. At this moment, encountering a person of extraordinary talent like Shen Yuan is indeed a stroke of good fortune for him. Without further ado, he patted Shen Yuan on the shoulder and, turning around, beckoned his companions to set off. Outside the crowd, Xiao Wu, holding the illusion moon fox, excitedly rushed to Shen Yuan and exclaimed, "Brother Yuan, I saw it. Innate full soul power, so impressive." Shen Yuan affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and replied with a smile, "What's so remarkable about that? You are the same, aren't you?" That's different." Xiao Wu shook her head, playfully pouting. "Ha ha, let's head back. It seems we have a celebration to prepare at home." Shen Yin said as he approached, playfully rubbing Shen Yuan's head with a hearty laugh. "You young lad, it appears our Shen family will soon have a renowned powerhouse to bring glory to our clan." Shen Yuan chose not to respond. The innate full soul power was indeed a flawless beginning for him, and he was aware that his martial soul was extraordinary, though he had not intended to reveal it in front of so many people. He planned to return home and contemplate it thoroughly. However, at the very moment he turned around, a sudden chill coursed through him, reminiscent of the moment when wild soul beasts would fixate on him in his childhood. Instinctively, Shen Yuan spun around, but all he could see was the retreating figures of Ren Hui and his companions. Narrowing his eyes, he took a deep look at them before calling Xiao Wu, who was looking at him quizzically, to go home. Upon returning home and settling Xiao Wu and Shen Yan, Shen Yuan excitedly retreated into his room to study his martial soul. The contract symbol, this was the name that automatically imprinted in his mind upon awakening his martial soul. The effect of the martial soul is to contract soul beasts. Through the contract symbol, Shen Yuan can contract one soul beast at each level of soul power, and upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, he can have up to 9 contracted beasts. Moreover, contracting a soul beast accelerates both the beast's and Shen Yuan's cultivation speed, while the beast's inherent talents and abilities determine the extent of the enhancement, making it imperative for Shen Yuan to consider each contracted soul beast carefully. Within the contract symbol exists a space that can store his soul beasts, allowing him to take them along on future adventures without drawing undue attention. As for the size of this space, Shen Yuan felt it could comfortably encompass his entire home. Most importantly, from the information he sensed from his martial soul, Shen Yuan intuitively believed that this contract space held great significance for him. To be frank, when Shen Yuan first received the information about his martial soul, he was quite astonished. He felt that his martial soul was exceedingly powerful, and as long as he overcame the initial phase of weakness, he anticipated gaining a crushing advantage over opponents of the same level. He even believed that unlike the original Shrek 7 devils, who required rare herbs to enhance their talents, he could effortlessly reach the pinnacle of title Douluo. Yet, upon calming his mind to carefully assess, he did uncover several notable shortcomings of his martial soul. Firstly, The soul rings generated by contracted soul beasts are, in fact, those of his contracted beasts, while the contracted soul beasts can awaken soul skills. He himself cannot obtain the corresponding soul skills. In other words, he is merely a soul master with soul power, reliant on his contracted beasts for offense and defense, which is a critical weakness in the early stages. Addressing this will require Shen Yuan to enhance his close combat abilities and explore unique methods of soul power attacks, such as creating his own soul skills. Secondly, although his cultivation speed would accelerate with the increase of contracted beasts, Shen Yuan found that his initial cultivation speed was rather slow, not at all akin to what one would expect from someone with innate full soul power. After careful reflection, he sensed that the quality of his soul power was exceedingly high, which at least guaranteed him an absolute advantage in battles at the same level. But this might also be the reason for his slow cultivation. Consequently, the accelerated speed provided by contracted soul beasts might only ensure that he does not lag behind other ordinary geniuses. Lastly, the strength of the contracted soul beasts relies heavily on both his soul power and mental strength, with the latter having a greater proportion. This indicates that while Shen Yuan cultivates his soul power, he must also ensure that his mental strength keeps pace. Unlike Tang San, who traversed with innate cultivation methods, Shen Yuan lacks corresponding techniques, making it significantly more challenging to enhance his mental strength compared to his soul power. However, he does not worry much about this issue, as he has the illusion moon fox by his side. After awakening his martial soul, Shen Yuan decided that the first contracted soul beast would be the illusion moon fox, which had accompanied him for many years. This rare mental type soul beast would allow Shen Yuan's mental strength to increase alongside its cultivation. Nevertheless, despite the presence of several flaws, Shen Yuan could not be more satisfied with his martial soul. In his eyes, this martial soul is undoubtedly exceptional, and he even felt that if utilized properly, it would not pale in comparison to some divine martial souls, such as Qianrenchue's six-winged angel. Reflecting on the visions he vaguely saw during his martial soul awakening, Shen Yuan suspected that his martial soul might possess an even greater origin. Chapter 12. The contract. After a considerable time, having comprehended the information about his martial soul, Shen Yuan stepped outside, only to find that it was already dinner time. As soon as he emerged, Xiao Wu eagerly jumped in front of him and asked, "So, Brother Yuan, what is the effect of your martial soul?" In the world of Douluo, inquiring about another's martial soul information is generally a taboo. However, their relationship allows for such familiarity. "It's very powerful, my martial soul," Shen Yuan replied, playfully ignoring Xiao Wu's puffed cheeks as he affectionately ruffled her head. He thought to himself that Xiao Wu would likely be thrilled about this martial soul. As a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu had always felt averse to the reality that soul masters had to kill soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Now, with Shen Yuan's ability to enhance the strength of both soul master and soul beast through contracts without the need for slaughter, she would undoubtedly be quite exhilarated. After dinner, Shen Yuan promised to reveal the effects of his martial soul to her. Naturally, Xiao Wu was reluctant to wait and tugged at his sleeve, playfully insisting, "Why not tell me now?" Shen Yuan merely smiled mysteriously, assuring her that she would find out soon enough. The wait always feels interminable, especially when one is filled with anticipation, a sentiment Xiao Wu wholeheartedly agreed with at that moment. Finally, once everyone had finished their meal, Xiao Wu wasted no time, declaring she would clean up later, and dragged Shen Yuan into the courtyard. Shen Yin watched with amusement, leisurely bringing along a cup of tea as he joined them in the yard. "Brother," Xiao Wu said, her large eyes sparkling with expectation, her whimsical demeanor making the soft moonlight appear all the more enchanting. Shen Yuan instinctively touched his nose, relieved that he hadn't embarrassed himself. Quickly averting his gaze from Xiao Wu, he called to the illusion moon fox, perched on the wall, "You, come here for a moment." "Meow?" The illusion moon fox adorably shook its head, gracefully leaping down from the wall to join Shen Yuan's side. Shen Yuan knelt down and embraced the illusory moon fox, gently stroking its soft body while softly saying, "Yeah, do you remember 2 years ago when I expressed my desire for you to become my friend, my family?" The illusory moon fox lifted its head to gaze at Shen Yuan, slightly raising itself and nuzzling against his chest, responding with a soft mimi. Witnessing its adorable display of affection, Shen Yuan's smile grew even more tender. "I still hold that sentiment. Yeah, I wish for us to remain together." akin to the closest of kin, sharing the trials of the future, the joys and sorrows of life, and growing stronger together. The illusory moon fox stared at Shen Yuan for a while, before nodding vigorously me. Observing its reaction, Shen Yuan's smile softened. He then composed himself, slowly placing his hand before the illusory moon fox's head, and earnestly declared, "Then let us forge a pact. You shall be my eternal companion, friend, and family, sharing in both sorrow and joy, as we grow and become stronger until the eternal end of life." After a brief pause, he shifted to a more relaxed demeanor, asking with a smile, "Are you willing?" Me. Without any hesitation, the illusory moon fox nodded joyfully. In an instant, intricate runes emerged on the back of Shen Yuan's hand, glowing with a red luminescence before linking with the illusory moon fox. Shen Yuan immediately felt his soul power and energy depleting, his complexion paling slightly, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Following the slender red light, Shen Yuan sensed his consciousness seemingly entering the illusory moon fox's mental realm, with a light trace-specific patterns. As the final stroke was completed, a brilliant rune manifested in the fox's mind, and Shen Yuan felt a profound connection with the illusory moon fox. The pact was successful. At that moment, a yellow halo rose from beneath Shen Yuan's feet, radiating a mysterious aura. Simultaneously, a profound message resonated within him. The illusory moon fox's awakened first soul skill, mental link. This skill allowed for a connection through mental energy with others or spirit beasts, enabling direct communication within the mind without the need for words. Although it may not seem particularly effective in battle, employing this skill in team fights would provide a significant advantage. Tactics could be arranged swiftly in the mind, ensuring the confidentiality of plans, which is crucial for victory in team battles. Given the unique nature of his martial spirit, Shen Yuan would inevitably summon more contracted spirit beasts. Thus, effectively coordinating his various spirit beasts for a planned and just assault would pose a considerable challenge, especially with each beast possessing distinct soul skills. In such instances, the illusory moon fox's mental link would prove invaluable, allowing communication with each contracted beast and issuing commands directly within the mind. Additionally, with the illusory moon fox's formidable mental strength, the pressure of devising strategies during combat would be significantly alleviated. It truly was an extraordinary ability. While Shen Yuan was marveling at the illusory moon fox's soul skill, he suddenly sensed a surge of soul power and mental energy within himself, counterbalancing the energy expended during the pact. This must be the soul, power, and mental energy feedback from the illusory moon fox. Truly, as a spirit beast of the mental type, it was evident that his mental capacity had improved considerably. After successfully forming a contract with the spirit beast, he could now better appreciate the marvels of his martial spirit. Shen Yuan could not only sense the illusory moon fox's presence at any time through his martial spirit, but he also felt that if his mental strength continued to grow, he might even observe the world through the fox's eyes. After some time, Shen Yuan slowly opened his eyes to find Xiao Wu and Shen Yin staring at him incredulously. "This isn't right." Shen Yin expressed his surprise, claiming he had never witnessed such a phenomenon, as one would need to hunt spirit beasts to enhance their spirit master abilities. Otherwise, why would so many spirit masters venture into the spirit beast forest? "Brother, what is this? How did you generate a soul ring automatically? And a 100-year one at that?" Compared to Shen Yan's astonishment, Xiao Wu, being a former spirit beast, felt an even stronger sensation. Shen Yuan quickly gestured for them to calm down. All right, don't rush. Let me explain." He then revealed the full extent of his martial spirit's effects, including how contracting a spirit beast allowed him to acquire a soul ring and accelerate his training. After all, there was nothing to conceal. Becoming the strongest spirit master inevitably involved combat. Once he summoned the illusory moon fox into battle, the effects of his martial spirit would naturally become known. As expected, upon hearing Shen Yuan's explanation, both were left in shock. Shen Yin gazed at the yellow soul ring enveloping his grandson, exclaiming, "Incredible! I've seen numerous spirit masters in the village over the years, and while I've witnessed many extraordinary martial spirits, I've never encountered one like this." Martial spirits are inherently mysterious, and it would not be surprising to find even more peculiar ones on the continent. Shen Yuan feigned indifference, casually waving his hand and responding with nonchalance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu regarded Shen Yuan with a complex expression, softly murmuring, "So, such things do exist?" "Of course. Isn't this martial spirit right in front of you?" Having closely observed Xiao Wu's demeanor, Shen Yuan understood the reason behind her complex emotions. Approaching her, he playfully pinched her cheek, teasingly saying, "Isn't my martial spirit impressive? Do you like it?" Contrary to her usual behavior of interrupting Shen Yuan's antics, Xiao Wu leaned in closer, resting against his chest with a gentle smile, saying, "I like it. I really like it. Brother, your martial spirit is amazing. It's the most formidable one I've ever seen." Shen Yuan embraced Xiao Wu's soft form, chuckling softly. "How many martial spirits have you seen? You might encounter even more impressive ones in the future. Take me with you." Brother, take me with you to see more martial spirits, meet more spirit masters, and experience more of life." A determined voice emerged from the usually downcast Xiao Wu. Hearing her words, Shen Yuan's gaze softened, and he responded with equal conviction, "Yes." Under the moonlight, the two, still bearing youthful innocence, embraced one another, enveloped in a gentle warmth devoid of fervent emotion. Standing quietly beside them, Shen Yin watched with satisfaction, resembling a father observing his child learn to forage for food. "Yuan and Xiao Wu, why are you hugging like this?" Suddenly, a somewhat childish voice interrupted their peaceful moment. Xiao Wu immediately tensed. "Huh? Who's that?" "It's me, Xiao Wu. Am I not right in front of you?" Who are you?" "Yeah." Chapter 13. Career Planning. Fog. Xiao Wu curiously examined the illusory moon fox, incredulously asking, "Is this the soul skill that automatically generated after my brother's contract with Yaya?" The illusory moon fox raised its head, its melodious and gentle voice resonating directly within Xiao Wu's mind. "Yes, after the successful formation of our contract, this soul skill automatically manifested in my consciousness. Sister Xiao Wu, I can communicate with you directly now. Isn't that marvelous?" "Indeed, it is quite remarkable." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, but after a moment of contemplation, she added, "However, I find this soul skill somewhat lacking in utility. It merely facilitates communication with others and has no bearing on combat." To Xiao Wu's surprise, the illusory moon fox did not appear disheartened. Instead, it regarded her with an air of disdain. "Who says it's useless? When I first awakened, Yuan informed me of the prowess of my soul skill." "Oh, could it be that you simply do not know how to wield it, Sister Xiao Wu?" The condescension in the fox's tone became increasingly pronounced. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's composure crumbled. With an exasperated expression, she grasped the illusory moon fox and retorted, "What did you say? How dare you speak to your sister Xiao Wu in such a manner? It seems you need a proper lesson." "That's exactly right. Yuan mentioned that my soul skill would be formidable in time." Although the illusory moon fox usually held Xiao Wu in high esteem, it was unusually obstinate in this moment. Observing the fox's unwavering gaze, Xiao Wu quickly turned to Yuan, fixing her intense stare on him. "Brother, you tell her." Yuan, noting the serious expressions on both Xiao Wu and the illusory moon fox, couldn't help but smile wryly at how these two adorable beings shared such a close psychological age, capable of squabbling like children. "Well, how should I put it? Sometimes leadership is indeed crucial," he said with a sigh, scratching his head. Seeing Yuan's expression, the illusory moon fox grew even more self-satisfied. I was right, wasn't I? It's just that Sister Xiao Wu doesn't understand." Xiao Wu, already feeling disheartened due to Yuan's lack of support, tightened her grip upon hearing the illusory moon fox's triumphant tone. "What is there to be proud of? No matter how powerful you become, I am still your Sister Xiao Wu. Does this even relate to my soul skill?" "Of course it does. I am Sister Xiao Wu, and you must listen to me." "I won't listen to you. I only heed Yuan." Watching the two engage in their childlike banter, Yuan shook his head in amusement. He decided not to intervene and instead focused on studying his martial soul and soul power. However, as he observed the illusory moon fox energetically arguing with Xiao Wu, he pondered, is it just my impression, or does the moon fox seem to possess a higher level of intelligence compared to other soul beasts of equivalent cultivation? Could it be due to its psychic nature? As the moon ascended in the sky, Yuan, realizing it was getting late, called for Xiao Wu and the illusory moon fox, who had reconciled, to return indoors for rest. Not long after, Xiao Wu lay soundly asleep on the other bed. Her lively nature from the day and the playful tussles with the illusory moon fox leading her into a deep slumber. through the bright moonlight streaming in through the window. Yuan gazed at her adorable sleeping visage, occasionally murmuring in her dreams, causing a fond smile to unconsciously grace his face. He gently patted the resting illusory moon fox beside him, quietly reflecting on the day as events surrounding the awakening of his martial soul. His thoughts drifted back to the vivid imagery he had witnessed during the awakening. He was uncertain about the nature of that colorful orb, but the blood-red sword and the fleeting glimpse of the crimson figure reminded him of the Shura god mentioned in the original text. Could that place be the divine realm? The fact that his martial soul, much like himself, had entered this world from the outside left him with uncertainties that could only be explored once he achieved true strength. Yet, he realized that the most pressing issue was that the contract symbol did not enter this world as silently as he did. Regardless of whether he had traversed or been reborn into this realm, his presence had gone unnoticed, seamlessly accepted by the world. In contrast, the contract symbol had boldly intruded into this world and was immediately detected by the divine beings at the pinnacle of power. Although it seemed to have escaped without incident, it was evident that it had stirred the proverbial hornet's nest. He could not ascertain whether the Shura god had discerned the true nature of the contract symbol. This indicated that he must remain inconspicuous to the divine beings in the future. Lying in bed, Yuan lamented this predicament internally. More importantly, if his memories serve him correctly, certain fragmented clues he had encountered online in his previous life hinted that this world might prohibit beastly entities from ascending to divinity. This posed a significant dilemma for him, as he was pursuing the path of a soul beast contract. Upon achieving divinity, the soul beast he had contracted during his growth would naturally ascend as well. While the specifics of divine positions and duties could be set aside for now, possessing the essence and combat prowess of a deity was indisputable. This effectively severed his chances of inheriting a divine position as depicted in the original narrative. He feared that upon arriving at the divine temple to inherit a divine position, he might be obliterated by a divine attack before even commencing the evaluation. Though these were merely conjectures, the likelihood was not negligible, and Yuan could not risk his life on such uncertainties. Thus, the only path left for him was to independently forge his divine status through the power of belief. Upon further contemplation, he realized this was not an impossible journey. The current sea god's divine position was occupied by an extreme Douluo on the Douluo Continent, who had taken nearly a millennium to gain the recognition of oceanic soul masters and soul beasts, ultimately succeeding in coalescing a divine position and ascending to divinity. Regardless of how that extreme Douluo had managed to live for 1,000 years, the fact that he succeeded indicated that this was not a dead end. Therefore, Yuan concluded that his primary objective must be to find a way to achieve divinity independently. If that proved unfeasible, he would then risk pursuing the inheritance of a divine position. With this thought, Yuan felt not despair, but an unprecedented surge of motivation. To be honest, from a moment he awakened his martial soul, he perceived the peaks of tidal Douluo and extreme Douluo, which were unimaginable to others, as within his reach. Only achieving divinity would provide him with adequate pressure, and the challenge of independently attaining divinity was even greater. Thus, when Yuan considered the possibility of only being able to ascend to divinity through independent means, he felt an immediate resurgence of determination. As the great figures of his past life once proclaimed, strive against the heavens, and the joy is boundless. Strive against the earth, and the joy is boundless. Strive against mankind, and the joy is boundless. After some time, Yuan calmed his thoughts and began to contemplate what he truly needed to realize his ultimate goal. He deduced that two key elements must be guaranteed. First, he must cultivate to the level of extreme Douluo, a concern he felt confident about, given his martial soul and its unique characteristics. The more troublesome aspect was the second point, gathering belief to independently ascend to divinity. The methodology for collecting belief posed a challenge, and even if he amassed enough belief, the process of coalescing a divine position through that belief was equally complicated. Yuan did not believe that merely gathering sufficient belief would automatically lead to the formation of a divine position. To collect belief and earn others' trust, he would need to accomplish deeds significant enough to inspire faith in him. In history, there existed a sea deity who, amidst relentless battles among various factions on the tumultuous seas, far more chaotic than on land, united the oceans through his formidable strength and unparalleled charisma, ultimately bringing an end to the ceaseless warfare. Thus, he was revered as the sea god. In the present day, although sporadic conflicts persist in certain regions, a general peace prevails. Various issues may exist, but these are systemic problems rather than matters of ethnic survival, making it increasingly challenging to find areas for intervention. As thoughts surged within his mind, diverse ideas clashed in Shen Yuan's consciousness, as he continually referenced his experiences from both his past life and the present. He pondered the significant dilemmas that might currently afflict the world of Douluo. In the midst of his contemplation, he instinctively glanced at his martial soul and, in a sudden epiphany, recognized a profoundly serious issue for this world: the inherent conflict between soul masters and soul beasts. The unique cultivation system of this realm fosters an unavoidable opposition between these two entities, a dilemma that is insurmountable. This conflict has been alluded to, albeit subtly, in the original work, where it is stated that a soul master must absorb 9 soul rings to ascend to the rank of title Douluo. As one progresses, the age of the required soul rings increases, necessitating the acquisition of soul beasts with higher levels of soul power. Throughout a soul master's journey, the number of soul beasts they have slain far exceeds 9, and the growth rate of soul beasts cannot keep pace with the number of soul masters. Thus, it is foreseeable that one day, soul beasts may face total extinction. The disappearance of soul beasts would also signify the demise of the soul master profession, as the existence of soul masters is inherently reliant on soul beasts and their soul rings. Many learned individuals among humanity acknowledge this reality, yet they lack effective solutions. It would be unreasonable to prohibit the current generation from hunting soul beasts merely to secure the future of soul masters, unless a new cultivation system were to emerge. As Shen Yuan gazed at his martial soul, his heart raced, and his breath became heavier. He sensed he was grasping the key to initiating a new era. With a gentle turn, a pathway to this new age appeared before him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, meticulously reviewing the knowledge and clues embedded in his mind from both his past and the original text. Ultimately, he concluded that, despite not having read the latter parts of the original work or knowing if alternative solutions were proposed, his thoughts were far from fanciful. Shen Yuan's concept was straightforward. Drawing inspiration from the contract symbol of his martial soul, he aimed to devise a rudimentary method of beast mastery cultivation. Should this method succeed, it would not only transform the rampant hunting of soul beasts, but also significantly enhance the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts. In his envisioned approach, beast mastery would enable soul masters to communicate with their soul beasts on a conscious level. When understanding and connection blossom between these two intelligent species, emotional bonds are inevitable, be it the gratitude of rescue in perilous times, the camaraderie forged in shared adversities, or the familial affection developed through mutual growth. Regardless of the nature of these feelings, they would represent a monumental breakthrough in the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts. Once his method of beast mastery cultivation garnered the approval of the majority of soul masters and soul beasts on the continent, the faith he would acquire would undoubtedly be substantial, certainly not less than that which the sea god once received. However, Shen Yuan realized he could not yet present a complete method of beast mastery cultivation, for he still lacked a comprehensive understanding of his own martial soul. Nevertheless, as he delved into the vast expanse of his mental ocean, he distinctly felt that his recollections and reflections were clearer and more fluid than before the contract. He was confident that success was within reach. With a direction established for gaining recognition and faith, and the foundational elements prepared for self-affirmation, he now needed to contemplate the subsequent challenges of collecting faith. The second significant challenge lay in the necessity of possessing a faction, akin to the angel god-S Spirit Hall and the sea god-S Island. In his quest for faith, Shen Yuan required a powerful and loyal force to support him in this endeavor and solidify his standing. With the Spirit Hall on the continent and the sea god island upon the seas, seizing resources between these two entities would not be an easy feat, however. Shen Yuan felt no urgency regarding this matter, as he was merely at the beginning of awakening his martial soul. He believed that he could gradually develop his power as he matured. Building a faction was not an immediate concern. Furthermore, the final and most elusive challenge of self-affirmation as a deity was how to condense the collected faith into divine status. This aspect left Shen Yuan genuinely perplexed. He could not ascertain whether accumulating sufficient faith would naturally lead to the formation of a divine position, yet he sensed that the likelihood was diminutive. After all, achieving divinity in this world equated to eternal life, a chasm far too vast compared to the limits of a titled Douluo. He doubted that simply gathering faith would suffice to bridge the gap between humanity and divinity. Moreover, he could not directly inquire of the gods regarding the methods to condense divine status. Thus, the most likely sources of knowledge on this matter in the mortal realm would be the Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall. The Sea God Island, explicitly mentioned as a force capable of self-affirmation as a deity, likely possessed significant knowledge on this subject. The Spirit Hall, based on his previous observations, seemed to also be involved in suppressing the evil soul master factions on the continent. Shen Yuan speculated that the angel god might have attained divine status by quelling the chaotic warfare between evil soul masters and soul masters. If his hypothesis held merit, it was plausible that the Spirit Hall harbored methods for attaining divine status. As fortune would have it, in his pursuit of researching the beast mastery cultivation method, he would need to acquire extensive knowledge, and the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly the repository of such information. Thus, it became clear that joining the Spirit Hall was an inevitability. However, a pressing concern loomed. The current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, had descended into madness, since she had been forcibly possessed by the former pope. Alongside the departure of the Master and the invasion of the evil god's consciousness, Bibi Dong's objectives had spiraled into a frenzy. Now fixated on the annihilation of the Spirit Hall, the continent, and vengeance against every living soul, Shen Yuan did not believe he possessed the charisma to sway the current Bibi Dong, whose only potential soft spot might be the Master, along with Ulaina and Qianrenxue in the future. Furthermore, Bibi Dong was the murderer of Xiao Wu's mother, which inherently positioned Shen Yuan as an adversary to her. Nonetheless, as he stroked his chin, a thought crossed his mind. Just because he and Bibi Dong were natural enemies did not mean the Spirit Hall was as well. Understanding that Bibi Dong was likely to fail, Shen Yuan resolved not to overlook such a considerable legacy. To ensure a smooth inheritance of the Spirit Hall's legacy in the future, he needed to maintain a connection to the Spirit Hall. Thus, he sought a way to acquire knowledge from the Spirit Hall while establishing a modicum of connection with it. A particularly noteworthy individual from the original work came to his attention, the Master, Yu Shaojiang. As a renowned scholar on the continent, although his theory of the 10 core competencies seemed somewhat naive in the age of explosive intellectualism, in this feudal Douluo world, where individuals aspired to be soul masters and theoretical knowledge was scarcely explored, the Master's ability to synthesize extensive theoretical research into the 10 core competencies was indeed remarkable. In the original narrative, it appears that the Master regards Tang San, who has entered his tutelage, as an extension of himself. Therefore, if one could successfully become his disciple and absorb the profound theoretical knowledge he possesses, as well as gain further insights into the secrets of the Spirit Hall through him, it would undoubtedly be a commendable choice for the present. Currently, the Soul Master Academies across the continent focus primarily on how to cultivate soul power, how to properly match soul rings to one's martial spirit, and how to engage in combat. These are indeed of great importance. However, for Shen Yuan, the essence of the martial spirit, the characteristics and types of soul beasts, and the lessons learned from various meditation practices are of even greater significance. After much contemplation, Shen Yuan increasingly felt that becoming the Master's apprentice was a wise decision. Although his strength was lacking, his knowledge and connections were considerable, and he would have the opportunity to interact with the future members of the Shrek 7 Devils, who would eventually ascend to godhood. Despite the assistance of divine herbs, their exceptional talents could not be overshadowed. Should he ascend to godhood and face interference from other deities, the 7 Devils would also prove to be formidable allies. Shen Yuan resolutely decided, yes, it is settled. I shall go to the Nottingham Primary Soul Master Academy to seek out the Master. I shall benefit from him. He expressed that his motivation was not merely due to the presence of the angelic deity within the Spirit Hall. After all, exercising caution is not a flaw, especially when it does not hinder his growth and development. As his thoughts meandered, he realized it was quite late. Having contemplated many aspects of the future, even with the contract with the Phantom Moon Fox greatly expanding his mental capacity, he felt a bit fatigued. It would be wise to retire early, as he needed to discuss his plans regarding the Nottingham Primary Soul Master Academy with his grandfather the following day. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Yuan lay down, whispered goodnight to Xiao Wu and the Phantom Moon Fox beside him, and drifted into a slumber filled with satisfaction and dreams of the future. Chapter 14. Unrest time in dreams always seems to pass swiftly. The crescent moon had descended from its lofty height, yielding its place to the rising sun. However, this moment also marked the darkest hour, a prime opportunity for those with nefarious intentions to engage in their thieving escapades. As Shen Yuan and his family slumbered peacefully, a shadowy figure suddenly leaped over the wall adjacent to their courtyard. This figure effortlessly scaled the wall and approached the entrance of the yard. If Shen Yuan were present, he would surely recognize this silhouette as that young man who had taunted him during his martial spirit awakening. The young man paused at the doorways of various rooms, ultimately finding the one shared by Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu. With a deft flick of his hands, he easily picked the lock and entered the room. Once inside, however, he paid no heed to the two sleeping figures. Instead, his gaze fixated on the Phantom Moon Fox, slumbering beside Shen Yuan, and a look of delight crossed his face. He quietly approached the bedside, casting a glance at the peacefully sleeping Shen Yuan, his eyes momentarily flashing with jealousy. Yet, as if weighed by some consideration, he redirected his intense gaze toward the Phantom Moon Fox. Without hesitation, he lunged, aiming for the fox's neck. In that instant, unexpectedly, the Phantom Moon Fox, which was supposed to be asleep, opened its pink eyes and regarded him with a calm demeanor. The figure was taken aback, evidently surprised that the Phantom Moon Fox had awakened at that moment. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Rather, his expression hardened as he accelerated his grasp toward the fox. However, the cautious Phantom Moon Fox was not so easily captured. It leaped agilely from the bed, evading the young man's grasp, and promptly jumped out of the window into the courtyard. Seeing his stealth attack thwarted and the fox about to escape, the young man disregarded the possibility of waking the two sleeping individuals and dashed out of the room in pursuit of the fleeing Phantom Moon Fox. Yet upon exiting, he unexpectedly discovered that the fox had not fled far, but stood on a platform in the courtyard, watching him warily. The young man felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly dismissed it, speaking in a low voice. "I never expected you would not flee. Oomph. Are you concerned about those two little brats inside? How foolish. Indeed, a soul beast is but a soul beast, especially one of your kind, Phantom Moon Fox." As he spoke, his voice grew darker, tinged with resentment and disdain. The Phantom Moon Fox, sensing the shift in atmosphere, exhibited an even more vigilant expression, its forelegs subtly glinting with a cold light, indicating that it was not to be trifled with. The young man smirked, a flicker of derision in his eyes as he observed the fox's defensive posture. "You need not act so wary before me. I am more aware than anyone of the low, offensive capabilities of your kind. To explain why." His voice grew increasingly somber, infused with bitterness and jealousy. "It is precisely because you are my martial spirit." As he spoke, a faint pink glow emanated from his body, his hair lengthening, his eyes gleaming with a hint of pink light, his form elongating with a series of crackling bone sounds, rendering him taller and more slender. Simultaneously, his facial features elongated slightly, his chin narrowing, and 6 whiskers sprouted along the sides of his cheeks, while a slender tail began to unfurl behind him. Were this appearance to manifest in a youthful woman, it might appear somewhat enchanting. Yet on this young man, it seemed exceedingly peculiar, especially given his lackluster appearance. Phantom Moon Fox embodied. With the young man's declaration, a white soul ring began to rise from beneath his feet, signifying his first soul ring. "Indeed, do you see it? My martial spirit is you, the Phantom Moon Fox. Weak, useless, devoid of offensive power, merely a pet. Were it not for your kind, I would not have awakened such a feeble martial spirit. I would not have borne so much humiliation." His voice, filled with rage, resentment, and jealousy, echoed as if he sought to unleash all the insults and contempt he had endured upon the Phantom Moon Fox before him. However, the Phantom Moon Fox, standing to the side, exhibited no particular reaction to the young man's tirade, merely observing him with a calm demeanor as he raved. Yet, its gaze grew increasingly sharp, its body low to the ground, its claws glinting with a subtle cold light, preparing to spring into action against the adversary. Finally, as if the young man had vented his frustrations, he raised his head to the Phantom Moon Fox, a sinister smile gracing his lips. It is because of you that my life has been so miserable. Do you not think you should compensate me? Why not become my second soul ring?" With that, the young man shot forward like an arrow toward the phantom moon fox, simultaneously drawing a dagger that glimmered with a sinister green light from his sleeve. The color suggested it was likely poisoned. As the figure drew nearer, the phantom moon fox, previously crouched low, suddenly leapt forth like a released arrow. Just as the two were about to collide, the young man's dagger plunged downward like a venomous serpent, excitement flickering in his eyes. However, just as the phantom moon fox seemed on the verge of being struck, it swiftly changed direction, darting toward the young man. The young man, taken aback by the fox's unexpected agility and swiftness, found his hand motion unimpeded, and with a swift motion, the dagger struck only air. Sensing something amiss, the young man's eyes widened, and he propelled himself into the air, narrowly avoiding the sweeping tail of the phantom moon fox. As he gazed at the course mark left on the ground by the sweeping tail of the illusion moon fox, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the man's forehead. In a fit of exasperation, he shouted, "What on earth is going on? A mere illusion moon could never possess such formidable offensive power. That is because my moon has grown up hunting alongside spirit beasts." A faint voice emerged from behind the man, startling him as he swiftly turned to see Shen Yuan standing in the courtyard, gripping a sharp blade. "When did you?" the man stammered, terror-stricken. "Are you inquiring when I awoke?" Shen Yuan calmly stroked the white blade in his hand. "I had already awakened by the time you entered my abode. However, I was unaware of your intentions, so I allowed Moon to test you. I did not expect you to reveal so much so quickly." Listening to Shen Yuan's words, the man's face flushed with indignation, and he angrily retorted, "If you've awakened, you should have remained in your room. Why venture out to seek death?" Ignoring the man's frantic barking, Shen Yuan turned to the illusion moon fox with a gentle demeanor, asking, "Is everything all right, Moon?" The illusion moon fox shook its head, indicating that it was unharmed. Observing Shen Yuan's indifference, the man's expression suddenly shifted to one of grim tranquility, his voice laced with a palpable intent to kill. "I never intended to kill you. You are someone the captain has taken a liking to. If I were to slay you and he found out, I would be in dire straits. However, given the current circumstances, there is no other option." With that, he swiftly lowered his body and charged toward Shen Yuan. Noticing the man's movement, the illusion moon fox appeared unusually tense, rushing toward him from the opposite side. The young man remained unfazed. Having previously gauged that the illusion moon fox's speed was not superior to his own, allowing him sufficient time to eliminate Shen Yuan before turning to face the fox. In contrast to the illusion moon fox, this freshly awakened Shen Yuan, lacking a spirit ring, was evidently the easier target. The courtyard was not expansive, and in the blink of an eye, the man was upon Shen Yuan, raising his dagger to strike fiercely. Filled with excitement at the prospect of killing a naturally gifted genius, the man's expression twisted further. Just then, Shen Yuan's voice echoed in his mind. "Now, Moon." The illusion moon fox, which had been anxious behind the man, suddenly became calm, its eyes gleaming as it fixated on the man's figure. In an instant, the man froze, his eyes vacant, brows furrowed, clearly losing control of his body under the fox's mental assault. Realizing the peril, he desperately channeled his spirit power and mental energy in an attempt to break free from the illusion moon fox's grasp. Being a peak spirit master, he soon escaped control through sheer force. Upon regaining sight of Shen Yuan, he had no time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his chest with a sudden thud. "Seems today is your day to perish," Shen Yuan remarked coolly, gripping the dagger embedded in the man's left chest. Chapter 15. Counterattack with the blade successfully piercing the man's heart. Shen Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still facing a legitimate spirit master, one who was merely a soul ring away from ascending in rank. It would not have been easy to dispose of him without the illusion moon fox's stealth and the man's own carelessness. Shen Yuan glanced at the lifeless body before him, sighing inwardly. Though aware that this world was governed by the law of the jungle, he never anticipated such a jarring realization would come so swiftly. Had he not sensed something amiss during his spirit awakening that morning, he might very well be the one lying here now. It was precisely this intuition that allowed Shen Yuan to swiftly communicate with the illusion moon fox through their spirits upon detecting the man's entrance, devising a plan. He had instructed the fox to engage with the man only using its physical claws, refraining from revealing its mental attack capabilities too soon. Once Shen Yuan made his appearance, The man's focus inevitably shifted to him, inciting his fury and compelling him to prioritize Shen Yuan's death. This would expose his vulnerabilities to the illusion moon fox, which would then deliver the decisive blow. As anticipated, the man failed to unleash even his first soul skill before Shen Yuan ended his life. Thus, it was clear that one could never afford to be careless in this world. Shen Yuan mused, gazing at the young man's now slightly stiffening body. Approaching, Shen Yuan attempted to withdraw the dagger from the man's chest when suddenly, the man seized the blade, while his other hand brandished a dagger, slashing at Shen Yuan with fervor. What? Shen Yuan exclaimed, caught off guard by the dagger's trajectory. Just as he was on the brink of danger, the illusion moon fox collided into the man from behind, causing him to stumble and crouch to the ground, the dagger only grazing Shen Yuan's left arm. The sting from the wound jolted Shen Yuan back to his senses, and he quickly retreated from the vicinity. Damn it! How could this be? I pierced his heart, and he is still alive. Did I not stab deep enough? This was a reflection of Shen Yuan's inexperience. Having never taken a life in either of his lives, he naively assumed that a strike to the heart would result in immediate death. Yet in many instances, those who have been stabbed in the heart can survive for several minutes. And if the wound is not deep, they may endure even longer. Especially with the presence of soul power, this mysterious energy, many spirit masters possess extraordinary vitality. Numerous lethal injuries from his past life in this world might not even be fatal unless directly inflicted upon the brain. Clutching his arm, Shen Yuan dared not glance down at the injury, crouching low and fixing his gaze on the man before him. The pain in his arm was subsiding, replaced by a tingling sensation. The wound had darkened slightly, a sign of poisoning. Shen Yuan understood that the man before him was merely in a last-ditch effort to survive. In the absence of others, he could easily escape, distancing himself like a kite until the man succumbed. However, that was not an option now. For little Dance and his grandfather were still inside. He could not guarantee that the man would not harm them in his final moments. Thus, Shen Yuan steadied his nerves, calmly assessing the individual before him. At this moment, the young man was at a distinct disadvantage. The crouching man glared at Shen Yuan with fiery eyes. If it weren't for you, if it weren't for you, if it weren't for you, I would have already slain the illusion moon fox and advanced to become a great spirit master. If it weren't for you. His anger surged as he reflected. Despite the blood flowing from his wounds, his eyes remained fixed on Shen Yuan as if he were a sworn enemy. He could not help but shout, "You should have handed over that illusion moon fox to me. I could have been a noble, great spirit master. You must die." With that, the only white soul ring on his body flickered to life, and he slowly raised his hand towards Shen Yuan, energy gathering in his palm. Soul skill. Seeing this unfold, Shen Yuan quickly understood that the man was about to unleash his soul skill. Although he was unaware of what it entailed, he could not allow him to proceed unchecked. It was prudent to interrupt him beforehand. With this thought, Shen Yuan lowered his hand from the wound, letting his arms hang loosely, and silently urged the illusion moon fox. "Moon, let us strike together." Upon finishing his words, he and the illusory moon fox diverged in two directions, skillfully avoiding the trajectory of the palm and swiftly dashing towards the crouched man. The man, with a flick of his wrist, disregarded the advance of the illusory moon fox and directed his palm towards Shen Yuan. It appeared he was resolute in his intention to drag Shen Yuan down with him, regardless of his own fate. Observing the man's unwavering determination, Shen Yuan steeled himself. In this narrow confrontation, coupled with the fact that he was already poisoned, he knew he had to resolve the matter quickly. Thus, he focused his mind, casting aside all extraneous thoughts, and charged straight at the man, his gaze fixed intently on the man's eyes and the energy coalescing in his hand. Suddenly, the man's eyes lit up, and with a swift motion, he raised one hand. Soul skill, light orb. This was a technique he had fortuitously acquired from an 80-year-old radiant fox, capable of condensing a sphere of light that strikes enemies in a straight line, boasting considerable offensive power. Upon impact, it inflicted a searing burn, making it quite an admirable soul skill. Now, as the man made his move, Shen Yuan immediately commanded an attack, leaping and rolling to the right. After experiencing another mental shock from the illusory moon fox, the man regained his senses more swiftly this time, quickly adjusting his direction as he spat blood. "Kid, do you think I would fall for your tricks again?" Despite his claim, the already weakened man was inevitably affected by the mental assault. With a thunderous sound, The light orb grazed Shen Yuan's poisoned left arm, crashing into the ground. Although he had hastily wrapped his left arm in soul power before the orb struck, it still caused excruciating pain and a burning sensation. The intense agony forced Shen Yuan to draw in a deep breath, gritting his teeth and continuing his charge forward. Before the man could react, Shen Yuan had already closed the distance to less than 2 meters, leaving no time for the man to utilize his soul skill again. The man, realizing this, abandoned his soul skill, raising a dagger to strike Shen Yuan, prepared to inflict a deadly blow even at the cost of his life. Suddenly, Shen Yuan exerted force downward with his feet, halting his rapid advance, and with a swift motion of his right hand, retrieved an oval object from his sleeve, aiming it at the man's head. It was the attack soul tool that Rune had secretly given him that morning. Before he could fully recall the familiar object, Shen Yuan forcefully pressed the activation button, and a robust beam of soul power shot forth from the device, piercing directly through the man's head. The captain truly values you. With the lifeless body collapsing to the ground, Shen Yuan exhaled heavily, succumbing to fatigue as he slumped onto the ground. Are you all right? The illusory moon fox approached, gently nudging Shen Yuan's arm. I'm fine. It's good that it's resolved. Noticing the illusory moon fox's worried expression, Shen Yuan attempted to raise his hand to comfort it, but found his left arm too weak to lift. Upon inspection, he saw that half of his arm had turned a purplish-black hue, with a burn mark where the light orb had grazed him. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. After all, he hailed from a family well-versed in herbal medicine and had encountered numerous toxins since childhood. Judging by his current condition, it did not appear to be an exceptionally potent poison. Otherwise, after being struck by that soul skill, his nerves would have long since dulled, and he wouldn't be experiencing such intense pain. He could likely find an antidote in the herbal cabinet. Besides, judging by the man's impoverished appearance, he didn't seem to be one who could afford high-grade poisons. Casting a disdainful glance at the fallen body, Shen Yuan struggled to rise, intending to search for some antidote. Brother, what happened here? Suddenly, he heard a trembling voice from behind. Turning around, he saw Xiao Wu rushing towards him, her simple outer garment flapping as she approached, supporting the shaky Shen Yuan. Her hair, rarely seen unkempt, fell loosely around her, slightly disheveled, her pupils dilated in shock, her breath coming in quick gasps. Brother, what is going on? Who is he? Xiao Wu, don't worry about him for now. Help me to the herbal cabinet. I've been poisoned and need to get some antidote, Shen Yuan replied weakly. Upon noticing Shen Yuan's entirely blackened left arm, Xiao Wu's expression grew even more frantic. Her eyes brimmed with tears as her hands trembled, unsure whether to touch his left arm for fear of worsening the injury. The sight of her panic softened Shen Yuan's gaze, and he attempted to lighten the mood with a playful comment. If you keep staring, brother might truly be in trouble. Realizing her fixation, Xiao Wu hurriedly assisted Shen Yuan towards the herbal cabinet. Once inside, Shen Yuan quickly found some basic antidotes to suppress the toxin. As Xiao Wu arranged for him to lie down, she rushed off to call their grandfather. Watching her flurry about, Shen Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. It was probably best to let their grandfather know, given his current condition. He likely wouldn't be able to concoct the antidote himself. Before long, Shen Yuan, equally anxious, rushed in with Xiao Wu. What happened? I didn't want this to happen. Grandfather, please see if you can first address the poison in my body. I will explain later. Oomph, you rascal. Shen Yuan, witnessing Shen Yuan's fatigued state, couldn't bear to say more. After a moment of careful examination, he exhaled heavily. Fortunately, it's not a particularly difficult toxin. We have the herbs at home to create an antidote. Turning to the herbal cabinet, Shen Yuan quickly gathered several herbs, preparing a poultice to apply to the wound to slow the spread of the toxin, before joining Xiao Wu to brew the antidote. As they busied themselves, the sky began to lighten. After consuming the antidote, Shen Yuan could no longer withstand his exhaustion and fell asleep on the bed, awakening only at sunset. Upon waking, he felt a slight headache, likely from lying down too long. Gently propping himself up, he was immediately met with waves of pain in his arm. A flicker of joy crossed Shen Yuan's face. The antidote was effective, and the poison was gradually receding, restoring sensation to his body. A soft murmur suddenly broke the silence, and upon turning, he saw Xiao Wu and the illusory moon fox nestled at the bedside, seemingly lost in slumber, mumbling softly. Observing her adorable sleeping face, Shen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently running his hand through Xiao Wu's slightly disheveled hair, the strands flowing like soft clouds. Today, she had not styled her signature scorpion braid, but instead tied her hair in a simple ponytail, allowing it to fall to the side, lending her youthful features an air of maturity. It seemed she had neglected her own appearance to care for him. Watching her sleep peacefully, Shen Yuan's gaze softened further, and he couldn't resist gently caressing her cute face. Seemingly disturbed from her dream by his touch, Xiao Wu's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes fluttering open. The familiar sight of Shen Yuan gazing at her with tenderness instantly captured her attention. "Brother, you're finally awake." Upon seeing Shen Yuan awake, Xiao Wu leapt forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. The sudden movement was rather forceful, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his bound left arm, making him involuntarily flinch. I thought. The soft, trembling voice continued to echo. As Shen Yuan gazed at the little rabbit clinging to him, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. His right hand gently encircled Xiao Wu, patting her shoulder lightly as he smiled. "Why is our Xiao Wu still crying?" "It's all right, don't worry, I'm fine." At that moment, the Huanyu fox awoke, quietly approaching and nuzzling Shen Yuan with its head. After a while, Xiao Wu finally settled down, only to realize she had accidentally hurt Shen Yuan's arm. She immediately released him, repeatedly apologizing. "It's nothing. If I had no feeling in my hand, then that would be a problem," he replied, lightly tapping her on the head. "Xiao Wu, please go fetch Grandpa." Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu returned with Shen Yuan. As soon as they entered, Shen Yuan inquired, "Xiao Yuan, how is your arm?" "It's already regained feeling. The poison must have subsided, and the antidote is effective," Shen Yuan replied, shaking his arm. Shen Yuan examined Shen Yuan's condition and, reassured that the poison was indeed gone, finally relaxed. Then, with a hint of annoyance, he patted Shen Yuan's head and said, "So, are you going to explain what happened yesterday?" Instead of answering immediately, Shen Yuan posed a question. "Grandpa, did Captain Rui or anyone from their team come to the village today?" Shen Yuan looked puzzled. "Today? I stayed home to care for you and didn't venture out much. From the sounds in the village, it seems they haven't come by. I certainly haven't seen any strangers today." As he spoke, Shen Yuan suddenly seemed to realize something, his expression tightening. "Really?" Shen Yuan pondered, concluding that since no one had come looking, it indicated that he must have sneaked in without alerting the others. By the next day, the rest of the team would likely assume he perished in the starry forest. After all, it was merely a newly formed, small adventuring group. Relieved, Shen Yuan exhaled softly. Their absence meant one less significant trouble. He couldn't ascertain whether there were individuals in their team with whom he shared a close bond, but it was for the best that they remained oblivious. Noticing Shen Yuan's slightly anxious expression, Shen Yuan nodded affirmatively. "You are correct, Grandpa. That person was a member of the adventuring team that assisted us in awakening our martial spirits yesterday. He targeted Yu, seemingly intending to use her as his second spirit ring. Upon discovering his intentions, he sought to silence me, and I was left with no choice but to kill him." Shen Yuan, who had already sensed something amiss, felt a cold sweat break out upon hearing this. Realizing the magnitude of the event that transpired in his home after he had fallen asleep, understanding Shen Yuan's guilt, Shen Yuan, after some contemplation, reassured him, "Grandpa, this isn't your fault. As a soul master, he was far too powerful for an ordinary person like you to intervene." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who had been holding the Huanyu fox, had returned to her normal demeanor, her face now filled with indignation as she raised her fist and declared, "That scoundrel dared to target Yu. If you're still alive, I would never let him off the hook." She vigorously shook her adorable little fist. Seeing her cute display, both Shen Yuan and Shen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, the previously tense atmosphere lightening under Xiao Wu's playful antics. "What's wrong? Do you not believe me?" she asked, her expression one of dissatisfaction as she noticed their laughter. "I will definitely be stronger than him in the future." Shen Yuan gently ruffled her hair, smiling, "Of course, I believe in you. Our Xiao Wu will surely surpass him. Stop messing with my hair, it will stunt my growth." Xiao Wu pouted softly, though she made no move to stop Shen Yuan's affectionate gesture. Observing their interaction, Shen Yuan cleared his throat and asked, "So, Xiao Yuan, how did you defeat him? Logically, he was already level 20 and possessed greater soul power than you." Listening to Shen Yuan's inquiry, Shen Yuan sighed, "Perhaps he underestimated me. Besides, he never anticipated that I could ascend to being a soul master without hunting soul beasts. I can feel that my soul power is beyond level 10 now. After contracting with you, my soul power should be around level 12 or 13, so the gap between us isn't insurmountable. However, this attack taught me a valuable lesson. I must remain vigilant even after eliminating an opponent until I'm certain they're truly dead. Reflecting on the incident, Shen Yuan patted the Huan Yu Fox's head, silently expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks, Yuan. I will protect you, the Huan Yu Fox replied, prompting Shen Yuan to smile and pull it into a tight embrace. Nevertheless, even if he was careless, he was still a formidable quasi-soul master. The fact that I managed to counterattack showcases my strength. Xiao Wu, undeterred by Shen Yuan's explanation, proudly proclaimed while clinging to his right arm. Shen Yuan merely smiled in response, turning to Shen Yin to ask, by the way, Grandpa, have you dealt with that person's corpse? Shen Yin rolled his eyes and replied, do I need to wait for your command? Of course, I've taken care of it. Early this morning before dawn, I disposed of him in the woods outside the village. I made sure no one saw me. There have been reports of carnivorous soul beasts lurking in that area recently, so in a few days, the body should be gone. How come you handle that so skillfully? Shen Yuan remarked, his lips twitching slightly. Xiao Wu, unbothered by the topic of corpses, excitedly interjected, hey, did he have anything valuable on him? Shen Yin shook his head. Only a few gold soul coins, nothing else of note. Having spent much of his life stationed in Stargrass Village, especially with the comings and goings of soul masters, he had amassed a fair amount of savings. Though a few gold soul coins were considerable, they hardly caught his interest. By the way, Grandpa, there's something I want to discuss with you. With everyone present, Shen Yuan decided now was the time to voice his thoughts. I don't want to attend the examination at the Han Primary Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin shifted uneasily in his seat. Sensing his reaction, Shen Yuan quickly continued, Grandpa, please let me finish. I wish to attend the Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. Shen Yin, perplexed, responded, what is the difference between the two Soul Master Academies? Nodding City is deep within the territory of the Tiando Empire. Why would a child like you travel so far? Isn't Giant Rock City a better choice? Seeing Shen Yan's agitation, Shen Yuan gently comforted him. I heard from some adventuring soul masters that a renowned master of martial spirit knowledge is currently at the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy. As he spoke, he stroked the Huan Yu Fox beside him. Grandpa, you know my martial spirit is quite unique, right? There has never been one like mine throughout history. I believe I need deeper knowledge regarding martial spirits to better understand my own. Despite this, Shen Yin remained unconvinced. How do you know he will help you? Even if such a master exists, they surely won't accept just anyone as a disciple. How do I convince the master? Shen Yuan waved his hand, showcasing the peculiar symbols adorning it. Isn't this reason enough? As a distinguished martial spirit researcher, I doubt he would want to miss the opportunity to mentor someone with such a unique martial spirit. Observing Shen Yan's concerned expression, Shen Yuan pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and solemnly declared, moreover, today I have taken the life of a member from Ren Hui's team. Although the likelihood of being discovered is low, the thought of attending the Soul Master Academy he recommended still sent a shiver down my spine. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan had no words to counter. Indeed, given the events of the night, who could predict whether Ren's team would seek retribution? Sighing, he replied, then do as you wish. With that, Shen Yan reached out and slowly turned to walk outside, adding, take care to rest. I will check on the medicinal brew. Shen Yuan silently watched his grandfather's retreating figure, suddenly realizing that Shen Yan was no longer the vigorous and upright man he had been years ago. Now, his posture seemed slightly hunched, and his steps lacked their previous urgency. A pang of sorrow gripped Shen Yuan's heart as he opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. I'm sorry, Grandpa. If I wish to grow, I must go to that place. Once I have established myself there, I will bring you along. With a sigh, he turned and saw Xiao Wu gazing at him earnestly with her large eyes, prompting him to smile wryly and ask, what is the matter? Why do you look at me like that? In response, Xiao Wu gently lowered her head, cradled the illusion moon fox, and spoke with calm determination, brother, no matter where you go, I will be by your side. Caught off guard by her forthrightness, Shen Yuan momentarily struggled to find words. He then affectionately ruffled her hair, playfully retorting, of course, I would dream of leaving you behind. Xiao Wu lightly shook her head, subtly resisting Shen Yuan's hand. After 2 weeks, Shen Yuan's health had finally recovered. During his convalescence, He had not encountered any trouble from Ren's team, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the young man truly was insignificant within the group. During this time, the elder had leveraged village connections to find a soul master team heading near Nodding City, intending to hire them to escort Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan did not decline this offer. It was the elder's goodwill, and it was wise to exercise caution until he had developed further. Arriving at the village entrance, the soul master team was already assembled, with a dozen or so soul masters waiting. The village chief accompanied Shen Yuan and his family to the village edge. Along the way, the chief expressed his confusion about Shen Yuan's desire to travel so far to Nodding, questioning whether the nearby Great Rock City wouldn't suffice. Listening to the chief's complaints, Shen Yuan patiently replied, "Chief, Lord Ren Hui's badge has no expiration. You could wait until another soul master emerges from our village to deliver it then." Upon hearing this, the chief realized the validity of Shen Yuan's point. That does make sense. Although Shen Yuan's innate full soul power rendered the badge unnecessary for him, it could indeed be of use to a future soul master from their village, as such talent was rare and fortuitous. With this thought, the chief ceased his chatter and approached the soul master team with a beaming smile. Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu stepped forward, each carrying a modest bundle. Turning to Shen Yuan, Shen Yuan announced, "Grandpa, we are ready to depart." After so many days, Shen Yuan had overcome his initial worries about his grandson's impending journey. He understood that with Shen Yuan's talent, their village could not retain him. Shen Yuan looked at Shen Yuan, opening his mouth but finding no words to express. Before coming, he had intended to impart numerous pieces of advice, yet witnessing his grandson's spirited demeanor and bright eyes, he realized he had nothing left to say. So be it. He has grown up and must now forge his own path. Observing Shen Yuan's slightly upright posture, reminiscent of a young adult, Shen Yuan felt a twinge of pride and said, "I have no further instructions. Just remember to take care of yourself." Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, who stood elegantly beside Shen Yuan, he lowered his voice and added meaningfully, "And take good care, Xiao Wu. Don't lose her." Shen Yuan's teasing provoked a rosy blush on Xiao Wu's cheeks. "Grandpa," she exclaimed shyly, her feet shuffling on the ground. Yes indeed, Grandpa. You need not worry about that," Shen Yuan replied confidently, his boldness evident. Seeing Shen Yuan's unabashed demeanor, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes playfully, her hands naturally resting on Shen Yuan's waist. Sensing the impending threat, Shen Yuan quickly diverted the subject, saying, "Time is of the essence, Grandpa. We shall write to you once we arrive." "Indeed, we cannot keep the esteemed soul masters waiting," Shen Yuan affirmed, patting Shen Yuan's shoulder. "Off you go." Shen Yuan silently regarded the figure of the elder who had raised him, now showing signs of age, and nodded solemnly before turning to leave. Just as they both turned, Xiao Wu suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from the direction of the Stardow Forest, her surprise prompting her to glance back. Though indistinct, she recognized that it was her adoptive parents bidding her farewell. During Shen Yuan's recuperation, Xiao Wu had seized a moment to return to the Stardow Forest to inform her parents of her imminent departure with Shen Yuan. Naturally, this revelation had sparked their discontent, but they understood that Xiao Wu's transition into the human world was inevitable since she had chosen to take human form. As Shen Yuan observed Xiao Wu's astonished expression, he inquired, "What is it?" Shaking her head, Xiao Wu replied, "It's nothing, just that I thought I saw my adoptive parents. However, I already said my goodbyes earlier, so it must have been an illusion. Let us go, brother Xiao Yuan." Upon hearing her words, Shen Yuan squinted toward the distance, surmising her thoughts, and affectionately ruffled her hair. Soon, Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu approached the Soul Master team. Respectfully addressing the lead Soul Master, "We entrust you with our passage, esteemed Soul Master." The Soul Master, far from adopting an arrogant demeanor, greeted Shen Yuan with a warm smile, curiosity evident in his eyes. "You are the child with innate full soul power, as mentioned by your village chief. Indeed, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed Soul Master," Shen Yuan replied calmly. The Soul Master waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formality. Your talent surpasses mine by far. In a few years, you shall exceed me. Just call me Feng Xiang." Curiously studying Shen Yuan, Feng Xiang asked, "With such exceptional talent, why do you not seek out the Spirit Hall? You would surely be highly valued upon entry." Before Shen Yuan could respond, Xiao Wu, standing behind, appeared disgruntled and was about to voice her displeasure. Shen Yuan grasped her hand, urging her to remain composed, and then smiled at Feng Xiang, explaining, I wish to hone my skills in the outside world for a few years before joining the Spirit Hall. Although he had never encountered anyone from the Spirit Hall, he felt no hesitation in leveraging its name for added assurance, especially since the Soul Masters had recently arrived in the village and were not well versed in his awakening. Indeed, upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, Feng Xiang's expression grew solemn, tinged with respect. This left Shen Yuan silently marveling at the overwhelming influence of the Spirit Hall across the continent. Chapter 18. The first soul skill of Little Dance, accompanying Feng Xiang into the midst of the Soul Master's caravan. It was revealed that their mission was to transport a shipment of goods to the northern Windmill City. Subsequently, upon receiving a request from the village chief, they decided to take a slight detour, which conveniently allowed them to earn a bit of travel fare. Shen Yuan surveyed the scene, counting approximately dozens of carts laden with goods, indicating a substantial business venture. Apologetically, Feng Xiang remarked, I'm sorry, young brother, but it seems we have a bit too much cargo this time. I fear there won't be a separate cart prepared for you, and you may have to squeeze in with some goods. Initially, Feng Hui had taken this assignment with the intent of making a little extra money along the way, never considering the need to provide the two children with their own space. However, Shen Yuan found no issue with this arrangement. For him, as long as they could safely reach Nodding City, that was all that mattered. It's quite all right, Lord Feng Xiang. We are not particular about the size of our space. Feng Xiang, though appreciative of Shen Yuan's understanding, felt even more regretful. Yet, given the volume of cargo, they could only proceed as planned. Very well, young brother, please make your preparations. We are ready to depart. Lord Feng Xiang, we are ready anytime, Shen Yuan replied. Satisfied, Feng Xiang signaled to the others in the caravan to organize the goods. Shen Yuan and Little Dance stepped into the cart Feng Xiang had arranged. The rear half of the cargo area was completely filled with goods, leaving only the front section available. However, for two 6-year-old children, the space was ample. Once aboard, Little Dance eagerly looked around and exclaimed, Hey, brother, this space is quite large. I thought we wouldn't even have room to lie down. Shen Yuan quickly tidied up the blankets inside, responding, Of course. The journey to Nodding City will take at least a month. After all, we have paid for our passage and should have a place to rest. What do you think all these goods are? Little Dance asked. Her curiosity piqued as she pointed to the towering piles of merchandise. How would I know? They're probably some specialties from the Douluo Forest, Shen Yuan replied nonchalantly, considering that the most unique offerings from their region were indeed from the Douluo Forest. As this thought crossed his mind, Shen Yuan contemplated the possibility of forming a team of soul masters himself to gather herbs, ensuring a consistent and abundant supply for his envisioned pharmacy. Shen Yuan and Little Dance exchanged light banter, and soon after, they heard Feng Xiang call out, Let us set off. The cart began to move slowly. Excitedly, Little Dance leaned out of the window, exclaiming, It's moving, brother, it's moving. Shen Yuan smiled, watching her exuberance. Ha ha ha, how amazing. This is my first time traveling so far. Little Dance's delight was palpable as she anticipated the new life that awaited her. However, as the cart continued on its journey, the scenery outside became monotonous, and soon enough, Little Dance grew bored with the view. She sauntered back from the window, softly resting her head on Shen Yuan's shoulder, and complained, Brother, I'm so bored. With a hint of exasperation, Shen Yuan replied, If you're bored, why not practice? You awakened your martial soul earlier than I did. I wouldn't want you to be surpassed by my soul power. Upon hearing this, Little Dance raised her delicate eyebrows, puffed out her chest, and giggled. Hee, brother Shen Yuan, you're mistaken. Shen Yuan, noticing her mischievous expression, inquired, Did you obtain a soul ring, Little Dance? Indeed I did, and it's 100-year soul ring, she responded, looking up at Shen Yuan with hopeful eyes, resembling a kitten eager for praise. Shen Yuan, recognizing her pride, played along by asking, Oh, our Little Dance is quite impressive. And what is your first soul skill? Little Dance joyfully hopped away from Shen Yuan and stood before him. Soft-boned rabbit, embrace. As she spoke, a gentle pink light enveloped her, causing her hair to lengthen and the soft white fur to stand erect, while a yellow 100-year soul ring gradually rose beneath her feet. The soul skill, waist bow. The yellow soul ring shone brightly as she leaped into the air, performing a backflip to land behind Shen Yuan. Before he could fully comprehend her movement, she clamped her slender legs around his neck, flipped her body, and forcefully pushed against the ground with her hands at her waist. Shen Yuan immediately felt a tremendous force transmitted through his neck, as if she intended to topple him to the ground. Just as he sensed his balance wavering, he drew upon his soul power to stabilize himself, firmly planting his feet. "Hey, brother, why aren't you moving?" she asked, releasing her legs from his neck. Flipping back to face him with a pout, Shen Yuan shot her a disapproving glance and pinched her cheek, saying, "You should consider the confines of the cart. What if you break something and end up costing me?" Realizing where she was, little Dance sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Nevertheless, the power of her soul skill had indeed exceeded Shen Yuan's expectations. He had begun training at the age of 3 or 4. And while the intensity of his training was not immense, his physical strength certainly surpassed little Dance's. Yet, at the moment of her attack, he found himself nearly losing control. Had he not relied on his soul power to regain his balance, he might have faced embarrassment in front of her. Curiously, he asked, "Little Dance, what kind of attack was that?" "It's a soft technique, utilizing the flexibility of my body to launch an attack," she explained candidly. Shen Yuan pondered over her attack, considering, using the body's flexibility to strike? It bears a semblance to the concept of overcoming strength with gentleness. However, upon further reflection, he recognized a significant flaw in little Dance's technique. Her foundational attack power was insufficient. Compared to a typical powerhouse, it was undeniably lacking. Little Dance's approach targeted the opponent's center of gravity, aiming to disrupt it and achieve a greater effect with less force. However, this required close proximity to the enemy, and should she fail to disrupt their balance, she would become increasingly vulnerable to counterattack. Ultimately, the power and offensive capability of soft techniques fell short, leaning more towards skill and control. What is the effect of your soul skill, Little Dance? Waist bow. It enhances my waist strength by 100% and flexibility by 5%. For every 10 levels of soul power I gain, the effect increases by 1%. I see. Shen Yuan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Little Dance, you should also learn some close combat abilities, particularly in leg techniques. I believe your soul skill would greatly benefit your offensive capabilities. The center of gravity and coordination are often related to waist strength. Given that Little Dance's soul power can enhance this aspect, it suggests a significant enhancement to her close combat potential. Why is that? Little Dance tilted her head, puzzled by Shen Yuan's suggestion. She felt fatigued just trying to learn her current soul skill and was reluctant to take on more. Shen Yuan explained, "The way you employ your soul skill would be effective against ordinary people of your level. However, if you encounter someone physically robust or highly coordinated, achieving effective results will be challenging. At that moment, if you recklessly employed your soul skills against the enemy, wouldn't you be delivering yourself right into their jaws? Hence, it would be wiser to adopt an alternative method of utilizing your soul skills, leveraging your waist strength to enhance agility and harass the adversary more effectively." Xiao Wu contemplated this notion and reluctantly remarked, "That's what Brother Shen Yuan said, but learning this is quite exhausting." She cast a pitiful glance at Shen Yuan. Coughing lightly, Shen Yuan, taken aback by Xiao Wu's bunny-like gaze, could only respond, all right, I will practice with you." Observing the slight evasiveness in Shen Yuan's eyes, Xiao Wu beamed a victorious smile, exclaiming, "Hooray!" "Oh," and suddenly Shen Yuan recalled something. He turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Remember, when you battle others in the future, you must wear pants, no skirts allowed." Startled by Shen Yuan's serious expression, Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson, and her ears, perked up, turned pink as she retorted loudly, "Who would wear a skirt to fight?" "Well, that's good," Shen Yuan replied, feigning curiosity as he touched her ears, marveling. "Isn't the beast martial spirit fascinating? The ears that sprout from a martial spirit can change color." "Don't touch." Xiao Wu, her face growing increasingly red, swatted Shen Yuan's hand away, and with a playful yet fierce demeanor akin to a cute rabbit confronting a tiger, she charged at him. Startled by her antics, Shen Yuan opened his arms wide and embraced the spirited rabbit. "Why can't I touch? Just can't." "Ah, so you've learned to bite now." "Who told you to?" Chapter 19. The contract space. Shen Yuan rubbed the bite mark on his arm, muttering, "This little rabbit is growing fiercer by the day." Watching from the side, Xiao had already retracted her martial spirit and let out a soft hum. "You kept trying to touch my ears. If you want to touch, go touch you instead." "Huh?" At this, Xiao Wu suddenly realized she hadn't seen the illusory moon fox since morning. She hurriedly inquired, "Brother Shen Yuan, where's Yu? You didn't forget to bring her out, did you?" Rolling his eyes, Shen Yuan replied, "Of course, she's with me, in the contract space. It's a pity you made her call you Sister Xiao Wu, and now you've forgotten about her." "Brother, it's just that it's my first time on a long trip. I was too excited." Xiao Wu felt a tad guilty and tried to change the subject. "So what is this contract space like? I haven't seen you put Yu inside these past few days." Seeing Xiao Wu awkwardly diverting the topic, Shen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle as he explained, "Well, I've been recuperating these past few days, and leaving Yu outside allows her to better protect us. Although her spiritual power isn't yet capable of detection, it significantly enhances her alertness as a soul beast." As he spoke, the runes on the back of Shen Yuan's hand shimmered, and the adorable illusory moon fox appeared before them. "Wow, how magical!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder at seeing the contract symbol summon a soul beast for the first time. Yu, what does it feel like to go in and out of that space? What's it like inside?" She gazed at the illusory moon fox with curiosity. The illusory moon fox looked up at Xiao Wu, its eyes shimmering with a pink glow, and activated its soul skill, Mental Link. An invisible wave of spiritual energy surged forth, instantly connecting its consciousness with both Xiao Wu and Shen Yuan. In their minds, they heard the voice of the moon fox. "It doesn't feel particularly special, just a sudden transition. Inside, it's a small forest, about half the size of that little hill we were on before. But it's very comfortable." "Very comfortable?" Xiao Wu tilted her head, puzzled. "Yes, it's a relaxing sensation. I feel like I can cultivate much faster in there." Xiao Wu was amazed and turned to Shen Yuan, asking, "Brother, how come your contract space has a forest?" "Indeed," Shen Yuan replied, smiling mysteriously at Xiao Wu's inquisitiveness. "Not only can my contract space hold my contracted soul beast, but I can also transfer some trees and water from the outside." The forest scene that the illusory moon fox witnessed was comprised of several trees Shen Yuan had recently excavated from the Stardew forest. Due to the denser energy within the space, the transplanted flora thrived remarkably well. After hearing Shen Yuan's explanation, Xiao Wu didn't immediately express admiration. Instead, she looked at him oddly and asked, "Are you saying that the entire forest is made up of trees you dug up? Won't that place become barren?" Shen Yuan scratched his nose, recalling the chaotic state of the land left behind after he had gathered a multitude of trees. Awkwardly, he said, "It was a bit rushed, and I left seeds in those areas. They should grow back soon." Seeing Shen Yuan's embarrassed expression, Xiao Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shen Yuan, with a deadpan stare at her amusement, rolled his eyes and said, "I only intended to give it a try. Who would have thought it would actually work?" Suddenly, Xiao Wu seemed to remember something, and her laughter ceased as she leaned excitedly towards Shen Yuan, asking, "Can I go in and take a look?" "That's not possible." Shen Yuan shook his head. "I can't even enter myself. I can only manipulate the contents of this space through my martial spirit's spiritual energy." After pondering for a moment, Shen Yuan continued, "I believe I can only draw in plants or small animals that lack the ability to resist. As for soul beasts or humans, regardless of their weakness, they cannot enter unless I have formed a contract with them." He was uncertain whether, once he grew stronger, he would be able to directly accommodate soul beasts or humans. He distinctly sensed that his contract space was unlike the mere storage of contracted beasts for convenience. It was far more advanced, powerful, and extraordinary. He felt that this contract space might be the most formidable aspect of his mysterious martial spirit. Suddenly, Xiao Wu realized something and inquired, "Hey, I remember when you awakened your martial spirit, didn't you say the space was only as large as our house? It seems to have grown significantly now." "Yes, I've noticed that the size of the space seems to correlate with the strength of my soul power," Shen Yuan clarified. "More specifically, it relates to the number of my contracted soul beasts. After I contracted Yu, I realized my contract space expanded nearly tenfold, and it hasn't increased since. I suspect the next expansion will occur when I contract my next soul beast." This suspicion regarding the contract space being the most mysterious aspect of his contract martial spirit stemmed from the astonishing speed of its expansion. Logically, the energy feedback from a mere 100-year soul beast like the illusory moon fox should not suffice to create such a vast space. Shen Yuan theorized that the process of contracting soul beasts was akin to unlocking the potential of the contract space. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, was astonished. Oh? So one day, will your contract space become extraordinarily vast? Shen Yuan chuckled at Xiao Wu's incredulous expression. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he smirked and said, yes, who knows? One day, it might even surpass the size of the Star Dough Forest. The expressions of Xiao Wu were exaggerated, and she immediately frowned, pondering whether her brother would eventually collect the entire Star Dough Forest. What would happen to the soul beasts if that were to occur? Her sudden gloominess brought a smile to Shen Yuan's face. Observing her little frown, he couldn't help but reach out, gently pinching her cheek as he said, I'm just teasing you, silly girl. In my space, the trees grow much faster than they do outside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu realized she had once again fallen prey to Shen Yuan's playful banter. Ah, Xiao Yuan, you tricked me again. I'm going to tell grandfather that you bullied me. Shen Yuan, seeing the indignation etched on her face, quickly reassured her. Who could resist such cuteness? My hand simply acts of its own accord. Not falling for that again, Xiao Wu retorted, her ears slightly flushed, though her tone betrayed a hint of carelessness. Indeed, no matter the age, every girl delights in compliments. Shen Yuan sighed lightly, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. Chapter 20. Nodding Academy. The journey was rather tedious. Yet Shen Yuan found joy in it. Along the way, he took the opportunity to familiarize himself with his martial spirit while contemplating the direction he would take in developing his soul skills. Whenever fatigue set in, he would amuse himself by teasing the adorable Xiao Wu. Thus, amidst the study of soul skills and light-hearted banter with Xiao Wu, a month swiftly passed. Finally, Shen Yuan and his companions arrived at Nodding City. After passing through the city gates, he disembarked from the carriage with Xiao Wu and approached Lord Fengxiang, saying, Thank you for the care provided by you and your team along the way. We shall disembark here. I wish you a smooth journey ahead. Wait a moment. Fengxiang called out to the departing duo, producing a small pouch of coins from his cloak and placing it into Shen Yuan's hands. Because we underestimated the cargo, it forced you two to squeeze into half a carriage. This was our oversight. Please accept this as our apology. We would feel remiss otherwise. Shen Yuan had not anticipated Fengxiang's gesture of returning some money at the journey's end. Although the overloading had slightly affected their resting space, it was a minor inconvenience considering they were merely hitching a ride, and it bore little significance to two 6-year-old children. Nevertheless, seeing Fengxiang's resolute expression, Shen Yuan nodded in acceptance of his goodwill. Fengxiang smiled with satisfaction as Shen Yuan stowed the pouch away, then clasped his hands together and said, Well then, young brother, we must be on our way. Until we meet again. With that, he turned sharply and departed with his team. Shen Yuan watched their retreating figures, squinting slightly as he sighed. What a fine display. Noticing Xiao Wu's puzzled expression, he chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair, blending into the bustling crowd. Outside the city, Fengxiang and his team were laden with goods, walking along the road. Suddenly, a young man beside him leaned in and asked, Captain, why were you so courteous to that little brat today? Fengxiang glanced at the youthful face beside him and replied with a smile, What do you mean by courtesy? This task was indeed our fault. Our team doesn't stoop to such petty advantages. The young man scratched his head and said, I didn't mean that. Just thought I might have given too much. Fengxiang shot him a sidelong glance, prompting a nervous chuckle from the lad. With a sudden burst of laughter, Fengxiang turned to his companions and exclaimed, brothers, Xiao Dizzy thinks I was too generous. What do you all think? The atmosphere within the team instantly became lively. Not too much at all. It's our principle. Captain, is little Doozy feeling jealous, thinking you're two kind outsiders? He wants him too, Building rapport with such a talented young brother is our fortune. As the team jested, the young man grew increasingly flustered. I told you not to call me Xiao Doozy. Suddenly, hearing the captain's serious tone, he straightened up and declared, Yes, sir. Do you think it's better to have more friends or enemies while out and about? Friends. And do you think that young brother could be your friend? From his conduct along the journey, he appeared to be a person who valued emotions and loyalty. Certainly, he was worthy. What do you think of that young brother's talent? Judging by the aura of soul power he emitted during cultivation, he must already be a soul master. With extraordinary talent, certainly far superior to myself. Is there anything unclear about this? Fengxiang said while patting the young man's shoulder. The young man's eyes lit up. Captain, you mean that person has high talent, so we should get close to him? Just as he finished speaking, A loud smack echoed as Feng Xiang playfully struck the young man's head. Fool! Friends must be cultivated with sincerity. We're merely attempting to befriend him. It's no loss to us. You've seen it all. His talent is so high, and he works harder than you. How embarrassing. The young man, feeling defeated, rubbed his head and said, You could have just said it. Why hit me? Smacking is for your own good. Your father allowed me to discipline you as I please. All right. Your hits are well-deserved. As the young man pleaded for mercy, everyone erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was leading Xiao Wu toward Notting Academy. Along the way, Xiao Wu gazed curiously at the bustling streets, where vendors displayed a variety of wares, and shops lined the sidewalks. Look, there's the rejuvenation hall, the iron casting house, and the marvelous spinning shop. So many stores. Oh, and there's a new moon inn. Let us go eat something there. Xiao Wu blinked her big, sparkling eyes, looking at Shen Yuan with an adorable pout as she tugged at his sleeve. Shen Yuan gently patted her head and replied, Not today. We must register at the academy first. We can come out later. We will be living here for the next few years, so there will be plenty of time for you to explore. Seeing Shen Yuan's resolute expression, Xiao Wu understood his determination, though reluctantly followed him away. Observing her look of dismay, Shen Yuan sighed, feeling a bit helpless. He wondered if he had spoiled Xiao Wu over the past 2 years, nurturing a little foodie. Before long, Shen Yuan arrived at Notting Academy, located in the western part of the city. Upon approaching the academy, they were greeted by an imposing black iron archway towering over 10 meters high, emblazoned with the words Notting Academy, evoking a sense of solemnity that compelled one to stand at attention. Peering through the archway, they beheld a winding path flanked by tall trees of varying heights. As they reached the archway, a young gatekeeper promptly halted them, inquiring, What brings you here? Shen Yuan responded, We are newly awakened soul masters, here to cultivate at the Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing this, the young gatekeeper scrutinized Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu closely. Their attire was simple yet clean and tidy, suggesting they were likely from an ordinary family rather than noble lineage. Just last month, he had made the mistake of mocking a child who had come from a remote village to study, only for that child to be noticed by a prominent figure within the academy upon entering. The consequence was a stern warning from the academy, resulting in several months' salary being withheld. Had it not been for the kindness of others, he might have faced dismissal. Reflecting on this, the young man cautiously inquired, May I ask if you two possess any credentials from the Spirit Hall? If possible, could you please present them? Shen Yuan raised an eyebrow. He recalled how Tang San had been subjected to considerable scrutiny by the gatekeeper upon his arrival, yet the treatment seemed markedly better now. However, he dismissed such trivial matters and replied directly, I apologize, but we have yet to register at the Spirit Hall and thus do not have any credentials. As he spoke, he gestured to Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu immediately understood and playfully stepped forward, exclaiming, Soft-bone rabbit, manifest. Instantly, an overwhelming aura radiated from her, stunning the young man before her. What terrified him even more were the soul rings encircling her. She was not merely a newly awakened soul master, but one who had already obtained soul ring, and a century-old one at that. The young man was immediately struck with fear, his legs trembling as he stammered, I apologize, esteemed soul master. I did not mean to offend. Observing the young man's distressed expression, Shen Yuan reassured him, It's quite all right. You need not worry. Might we proceed with the enrollment process now? Of course, please follow me. The young man said hastily, stepping aside and gesturing for them to enter. He dared not ask Shen Yuan for credentials again, having realized that Xiao Wu possessed soul master strength, with Shen Yuan clearly holding the dominant position. Grateful for the lesson learned from the previous encounter with that boy, he felt relieved to have maintained his decorum before the two esteemed soul masters. As they followed the young man, Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu strolled into the Soul Master Academy. The campus was modest, comprising the main teaching building, a training ground, and dormitories alongside the field. Though it appeared rather simple, everything was refreshingly novel for Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu, who had just emerged from their rural village. Soon, the young man led them to the administrative office located on the first floor of the main teaching building. An instructor in his 50s, accompanied by 2 younger assistants in their 30s, was present. Upon entering the office, the gatekeeper lightly knocked on the door, announcing, Is Director Su here? I have 2 new students seeking enrollment. The older instructor approached, intrigued, and asked Is it common for students to enroll at this hour? The children from nearby villages should have completed their awakenings weeks ago. Those capable of cultivation ought to have already enrolled. Shen Yuan replied, "Greetings, Director Su. We traveled from Xingtao village, near the Stardow forest, so our arrival may be slightly delayed." Director Su's curiosity intensified. "What brings you from such a distance? Surely there is a Soul Master Academy closer to your home." "Family business," Shen Yuan lied smoothly. He and Xiao Wu had agreed to use the excuse of accompanying family members for business in order to attend the Nodding Academy. He did not wish to draw attention to his quest for the master until he had grown stronger, preferring to maintain a low profile for the time being. He assumed that as long as he paid the tuition and accommodation fees, the academy would not bother to investigate further. Indeed, upon hearing Shen Yuan's explanation, Director Su showed no particular reaction, simply stating, "Then each of you will need to pay 1 gold soul coin for tuition and accommodation. And please submit your soul weapon proof." Shen Yuan shook his head, responding, "Director Su, we did not have the Spirit Hall personnel present during our awakening, and since our arrival in Nodding City was rather sudden, we have yet to register at the Spirit Hall, so we do not possess the soul weapon proof." Director Su frowned slightly. "Without soul weapon proof, we will need to conduct a reevaluation. Otherwise, we cannot ascertain whether you are truly capable of cultivation." At that moment, the gatekeeper stepped forward and whispered to Director Su, "Director, I can confirm that the young girl is a one-ring soul master. As for the boy, I'm unsure, but he appears to possess considerable strength." "Oh." Director Su was genuinely astonished. The two children appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old, and for them to have already ascended to the status of soul masters indicated exceptional talent, not inferior to that of the recently accepted disciple of the master. Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. "Soul weapon, soft bone rabbit. Soul, contract symbol." As the words fell, a powerful aura emanated from the two children, stirring up even the fine dust on the ground with the waves of their soul power. Under the astonished gazes of the instructors in the administrative office, a yellow soul ring rose from beneath Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu in succession. They were indeed soul masters, and both possessed a first soul ring from a century-old soul beast. How is this possible? The scene ignited a fervor within the office. Director Su gazed deeply at the two, exhaling heavily. He had not anticipated the emergence of such talent akin to Tang San 3 times within a month, all in the same academy, which felt almost surreal. Yet, the gatekeeper remained composed, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. Unbeknownst to Shen Yuan, the gatekeeper was internally exclaiming, "I knew it! I knew it! Thank goodness I played my cards right this time." Director Su quickly regained his composure, stating, "In that case, you need not worry about the soul weapon proof. I will register you now." He continued, "We house all grades in a single dormitory. Is that acceptable?" Shen Yuan promptly replied, "Certainly. We are just ordinary individuals and do not place much significance on such matters." "Very well. You will reside in the 5th dormitory, where most first-year students live." Shen Yuan nodded, then, as if recalling something, inquired, "By the way, prior to my arrival at this academy, I heard there is a teacher here who has conducted extensive research on soul weapons, known as the Master." Director Su glanced at Shen Yuan with curiosity, responding, "You must be referring to the Master. He accepted a student about a month ago, another exceptionally talented individual, much like yourselves." Before Director Su could elaborate, one of the young assistants interjected, "The Master, he is known for his theoretical prowess, though in terms of actual strength, he is merely a soul master." "Oh, why is he referred to as theoretically invincible?" Shen Yuan feigned curiosity, eager to learn more. The young assistant pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems he has proposed the 10 core competencies of martial souls. I vaguely recall it mentioned that plant-type martial souls could utilize the spirit rings of animal-type soul beasts. It is utterly ridiculous." Shen Yuan exclaimed, "Oh, you know he's mistaken? Have you conducted experiments?" The young assistant was momentarily taken aback by Shen Yuan's question, then muttered, "How could that possibly be realized? If it were true, how could no one have discovered it over the years? Indeed, such a simple truth should not have gone unnoticed." Shen Yuan could not help but sigh. It is quite normal for ordinary soul masters to be unaware. They may only have the option of 9 spirit rings at most, and often even fewer. For the sake of their own safety, they would never risk potential conflicts by attempting such things. However, those great powers possess considerable leeway, and they must have known of this feasible method long ago. Many advanced soul masters have spirit rings that do not belong to their own category. So the lack of dissemination regarding this method is rather intriguing. What considerations could the master, who has openly revealed such knowledge, possibly have? Shen Yuan found himself increasingly intrigued by the master, and, upon considering this, he promptly requested the master's address from Director Su, preparing to visit after arranging his belongings. After Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu departed, the young assistant curiously remarked to Director Su, "Director, what do you think Shen Yuan means? He seems quite interested in the master." Director Su glanced at the departing figures of Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu, and softly replied, "Perhaps they wish to learn from the master." Upon hearing this, the young assistant was incredulous. Could it be? How could so many prodigies be eager to seek the guidance of that jester? Suddenly, Director Su's expression sharpened, and after a prolonged gaze at the assistant, he said, "Not long ago, Tang San defeated the 6th grade Xiao Qinyu. His first spirit ring was a century-old mandala snake." Director Su gently patted the assistant's shoulder. He accomplished this by employing the very theory you deem laughable. With that, he turned and left, ignoring the assistant, whose face was now blank with astonishment. Chapter 2. The master. After leaving the academic office, Shen Yuan led Xiao Wu to a secluded corner, retrieving the bedding he had prepared from the contract space and handing it to Xiao Wu. She accepted the clean bedding and inquired curiously, "Brother, are you going to find that master?" Shen Yuan nodded and replied, "Yes. Didn't I discuss it with Grandpa before coming here? I believe the master can provide valuable guidance on the development of my martial soul. All right, let us proceed." As he spoke, he picked up his bundle and beckoned Xiao Wu to follow him towards the dormitory building. However, Xiao Wu hurriedly caught up, carrying the bedding and asking, "But I just heard that person say the master's strength is quite weak, only a great soul master." At that moment, a figure of a young man in black, who was about to pass by, hesitated, seemingly intrigued by their conversation, and slowed his pace to follow behind them, unaware of the unusual presence trailing them. Shen Yuan glanced at Xiao Wu and said, "The master's weakness does not imply a lack of knowledge. Our pursuit of education is primarily about acquiring knowledge. A teacher cannot directly impart their strength to you. In this regard, I wholeheartedly agree with Tang San's viewpoint. Learning from a teacher is merely about gaining knowledge. Many individuals, despite their formidable strength, do not possess superior teaching abilities compared to others, and may even be less effective. A teacher with significant strength merely serves as an additional umbrella of protection when you encounter danger." The youth trailing behind them nodded in agreement, seemingly resonating with Shen Yuan's words. Moreover, Shen Yuan continued, oblivious to the shadow behind him. Although the complete 10 competencies of martial souls remain unclear, the fact that they receive recognition from numerous soul masters in the martial soul realm indicates their merit. The young man's lips curled into a faint smile, his pace quickening as he sought to engage with this person who shared his perspective. However, just as he intended to catch up, he overheard Shen Yuan's subsequent remarks and gradually halted his steps. It is a pity, though, the master's strength is ultimately a bit lacking. Shen Yuan shook his head with a sigh. The master's reservoir of knowledge is indeed extensive, yet regrettably, his strength is insufficient, leaving him to rely on conjecture or consult others for research on high-level soul power cultivation. Without personal experience, there will always be discrepancies. Furthermore, each individual has a unique constitution. Some principles may apply to one person, but may not hold true for another. I believe some theories the master has formulated may only suit the general populace, and perhaps in a few years, a genius might emerge to overturn his theories. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, was even more perplexed. So, doesn't that mean his theories may not be entirely accurate? Then, brother, will you still go learn from him? At Xiao Wu's innocent question, Shen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, lightly tapping her head. "Do not aim too high, little rabbit. For us, who are just beginning our cultivation, nothing is more crucial than the fundamentals. In this regard, I doubt anyone is more suitable than the master." "Oh, you hit me again." Xiao Wu puffed her cheeks, glaring at Shen Yuan in mock annoyance. Finding her adorable, Shen Yuan couldn't resist and playfully pinched her cheek before laughing and darting away, startled by the sudden ambush. Xiao Wu quickly seized the bedding and chased after his fleeing figure, exclaiming, "You bully me. Catch him." "Ha, why would I not run? That would be foolish." In the distance, the young man in black observed the two retreating figures with a complex expression. After a moment of contemplation, he continued towards the dormitory building. But instead of stopping on the first floor, he ascended directly to the top level and entered a small room. Standing at the door, he knocked. "Teacher, are you there?" Soon, a slightly hoarse voice responded from within. "Come in." The youth gently pushed the door open, bowing to the figure seated at the desk. "Greetings, teacher." The person at the desk set down the book in hand, and upon seeing the tall young man before him, smiled and asked, "Xiao-san, what brings you here?" The two individuals before us were none other than the master and his recently accepted disciple, Tang San. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San decided to convey everything he had just heard to his teacher. "Teacher, it is like this. On my way back, I encountered two new students, and I inadvertently overheard their discussion about you." As Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu playfully made their way to the dormitory, they soon located room number 5. Gently pushing the door open, they found a modest room of around 200 square meters, furnished with a dozen beds, each accompanied by a simple desk and wardrobe. After surveying the space, Shen Yuan nodded in satisfaction, noting that it was significantly better than the dormitory of Tang San and the work-study students. Since it was currently class time, the dormitory was empty. Shen Yuan selected an unoccupied bed and laid out his bedding. At this moment, Xiao Wu, standing nearby, cheerfully suggested, "Brother, shall I combine my bed with yours?" "Look, they have all connected their beds together," Xiao Wu remarked, pointing at the adjacent beds that had been joined. Shen Yuan turned to look and indeed saw several individuals sleeping on combined beds. The occupants of dormitory number 5 were not mere work-study students, nor was there a shortage of bedding. He pondered the reasoning behind their actions. Could it be that their home conditions were so affluent that a single bed felt insufficient? Observing Xiao Wu's eager expression, Shen Yuan rolled his eyes and firmly declined. "No way. You can sleep alone. Have you forgotten our previous sleeping arrangements?" Xiao Wu's face flushed with embarrassment. Before meeting Shen Yuan, she had never shared a bed with anyone. The first time she stayed overnight at his home, they had shared a bed. The details were hazy to her, but she distinctly remembered waking up to find Shen Yuan squatting at the bedside, gazing at her with a mournful expression. Following that incident, under Shen Yuan's strong suggestion, a separate bed was made for Xiao Wu. To paraphrase Xiao Wu, she had not anticipated the disparity between Shen Yuan's bed and those in the starry forest. Seeing Shen Yuan unearth her embarrassing history, Xiao Wu, flustered and angry, pounced at him, covering his mouth and exclaiming, "Don't say that. Didn't we agree never to bring it up again?" Shen Yuan wriggled free, retorting, "You know it too well." Xiao Wu, dissatisfied, recalled that she had just emerged from the forest and was unaccustomed to human living conditions. After sleeping alone for so long, she was confident it would be fine now. "Oomph, I don't care," she declared, pouting at Shen Yuan as she dragged the other bed over, tossing the bedding on it. "I'll sleep inside, and you sleep outside." Noticing her determined expression, Shen Yuan sighed in exasperation and patted his forehead. Resigned, he exchanged a helpless glance with Xiao Wu and began to organize his belongings. Seeing Shen Yuan acquiesce, Xiao Wu joyfully leaped onto the bed, filled with excitement. Completely oblivious to Shen Yuan's impassive gaze as he watched her bounce around on the bed. "Ow!" Xiao Wu cried, crouching down and holding her head. "What was that for, brother? Who told you to jump around on the bed with your shoes on?" "I just made it up," Shen Yuan replied nonchalantly, observing her still crouched on the floor. "If you don't get up soon, I'll go find the master and leave you here." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately stood up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a pitiful flower. Shen Yuan, unable to withstand her sorrowful gaze, chuckled helplessly and gently embraced her. All right, it was my fault. I shouldn't have tapped your head. Go tidy up your bedding. After we're done, I'll take you out for something delicious." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had been resting her head against Shen Yuan's shoulder, instantly brightened, her previous sorrow forgotten. Shen Yuan playfully swatted her behind, saying, "Hurry up." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a bright red as she wrinkled her nose and retorted, "Humph. Brother, you lecher." Nevertheless, she obediently extricated herself from his embrace and began arranging her bedding. Watching Xiao Wu diligently organize her blankets, Shen Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Perhaps due to the new environment, she seemed more affectionate than usual, her demeanor more playful and cuddly. Chapter 23. The Master After a Considerable Effort. The two finally finished tidying up, and the time had approached noon. In half an hour, the students would be finishing their classes. Shen Yuan retrieved the offerings he had prepared for the master, a selection of tea leaves gathered from the starry forest, known for their calming effects. He took Xiao Wu's hand and made his way to the top floor of the dormitory. Before long, following Director Su's instructions, Shen Yuan arrived at a small room. Taking a deep breath to steady his slightly anxious heart, he gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Excuse me, is this the master's room? Shen Yuan's clear voice echoed outside. Shortly after, a somewhat hoarse voice responded from within. Who is it? I am Shen Yuan, a new student at the Soul Master Academy. I heard there is a teacher here knowledgeable about martial souls, so I came to pay my respects, Shen Yuan calmly announced from outside the door. There was a moment of silence before the voice replied, Come in. Upon receiving the master's invitation, Shen Yuan pushed the door open and led Xiao Wu inside. The first thing that caught Shen Yuan's eye was the room filled with towering bookshelves brimming with books. Having been in this world for many years, it was his first encounter with such a vast collection, stirring something deep within him. What brings you here? The hoarse voice interrupted his thoughts. Shen Yuan refocused and turned to see a large desk in the center of the room, cluttered with books. Seated across from him was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance but keen eyes that seemed to shimmer with starlight, leaving a lasting impression on Shen Yuan. Beside the man stood a young lad in black, also of unremarkable looks, yet his eyes conveyed a keen spirit. This must be the Master and Tang San. Suddenly, Tang San seemed to notice Shen Yuan's glance, smiled, and nodded in a friendly manner. Taken aback, Shen Yuan returned the gesture with a nod and a smile before shifting his gaze back to the Master. Greetings, Master. I am Shen Yuan, and this is my younger sister, Xiao Wu. We have come to seek your guidance regarding my rather unique martial soul, he said respectfully, bowing slightly. He then presented a bag of tea leaves, offering it with both hands. These are some local tea leaves from my village, though they may not be much. They possess calming properties. Observing Shen Yuan's respectful demeanor, both the Master and Tang San exchanged curious glances, seemingly unaccustomed to such treatment. Following the Master's nod, Tang San approached, accepting the tea leaves while softly whispering to Shen Yuan, You don't need to bring so much. The Master has a keen interest in unique martial souls. Just mentioning yours would suffice. He lightly shook the bag of tea leaves, adding with a smile, But this time, the Master will accept it. You'll understand why shortly. Before Shen Yuan could fully process Tang San's implications, the Master cleared his throat, redirecting Shen Yuan's attention. Let me see what your unique martial soul is. Nodding at Xiao Wu to close the door, Shen Yuan raised his right hand and declared, Martial soul, contract symbol. Instinctively, the Master and Tang San observed as intricate runes illuminated Shen Yuan's hand, followed by a yellow soul ring rising from beneath him. 100-year soul ring. As Master and Tang San gazed upon the soul rings, they both expressed their admiration. The Master, with a more discerning eye, deduced from the colors of the soul rings that they must be over 400 years old, which marked the limit for a first soul ring. Shen Yuan raised his martial soul, signaling to the Master from behind, and said, This is my martial soul, the contract symbol. The Master stood up, moved closer to examine it, and inquired, What is the effect of your martial soul? Realizing the potential discomfort of the question, he added, If you prefer not to disclose. There is no need to feel compelled. It is quite rare for a martial soul of your caliber to remain concealed within your body. Shen Yuan shook his head and lifted his martial soul, stating, This is merely the surface. Its true uniqueness lies in its effect. He gestured towards the soul rings encircling him and asked, Master, do you know how I obtained my soul rings? Observing the puzzled expressions of the Master and Tang San, he directly replied, I did not kill any soul beast to acquire them. That is impossible. The Master promptly refuted. This reaction was instinctive, as it was a common understanding that soul rings could only be derived from deceased soul beasts, a principle unchanged since the inception of Soul Masters millennia ago. In contrast, Tang San, who had only recently approached the world of martial souls, exhibited surprise but did not share the Master's incredulity. Master, I am not lying. The effect of my martial soul, the contract symbol, is that when I level up, I do not require the death of soul beast. I can generate soul rings simply through contracting with soul beasts, Shen Yuan calmly responded. The Master gazed intently at the contract symbol in Shen Yuan's hand, as if he were scrutinizing something that could upend his worldview. After a protracted silence, he turned to Shen Yuan and asked, Are you suggesting that you can generate soul rings merely by contracting soul beasts? He paused, his expression turning serious as he continued. What has become of the soul beast you contracted with? Shen Yuan nonchalantly lifted his martial soul and replied, Master, I believe you have surmised correctly. Upon successful contracting, it becomes my contracted soul beast and can reside within the unique space of my martial soul. The master's breath caught in his throat as he realized the implications of this revelation. Meanwhile, Tang San watched the master's astonished expression, puzzled. Teacher, is this martial soul exceptionally powerful? Powerful, perhaps even exceedingly so, the master mused. Little San, do you realize what the outcome will be when Shen Yuan matures? He will confront you with a cadre of soul beasts whose strength aligns closely with yours, potentially launching coordinated attacks. At this moment, the master grasped something, his expression urgent as he turned to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, is it true that you can communicate freely with your contracted soul beasts? Indeed, I can. After the contract is formed, I can communicate with my contracted beasts on a cognitive level through my martial soul, Shen Yuan confirmed, his admiration for the master's astute reasoning evident. Hearing this, the master murmured, that is precisely it. The essence of your martial soul lies in utilizing your contracted soul beast for offense. It would be impossible for a soul master and soul beast to be disconnected. At this juncture, Tang San also grasped the implication, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded Shen Yuan. If the master was correct, those who would oppose Shen Yuan in the future would essentially be facing a well-coordinated team. By the way, Tang San inquired with curiosity, glancing at the soul rings adorning Shen Yuan. May I see the first soul beast you contracted? Upon hearing Tang San's question, the master returned to his senses. His curiosity piqued as he looked at Shen Yuan. Of course, no problem, Shen Yuan replied. He summoned his soul power, activating his martial soul. In an instant, a charming fox-like soul beast appeared in the room. The soul beast surveyed its surroundings before joyfully scampering over to Shen Yuan's side. Is that the illusion moon fox? The master exclaimed upon seeing the creature. The illusion moon fox? Tang San queried, watching the soul beast flit between Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu. Teacher, what kind of soul beast is the illusion moon fox? The master regarded the creature with a melancholic expression. The illusion moon fox is a rare, spiritual-type soul beast. I previously mentioned in class that among soul beasts, those of the spiritual, healing, and life categories are the scarcest. Tang San nodded thoughtfully. Oh, so this soul beast must be quite precious. The master's expression grew increasingly wistful as he observed the adorable creature. Indeed, it is precious. The illusion moon fox has become quite rare. However, what endears it to many is its frail, offensive capabilities, which leads most to regard it as a mere pet. Shen Yuan had chosen the illusion moon fox as the recipient of his first contracted soul beast, a decision he slightly regretted. The fox, sensing the master's slight disdain for its abilities, turned to glare at him, its eyes glimmering with an ominous red hue, as if ready to unleash a mental shockwave. Shen Yuan hastily scooped up the illusion moon fox, gently stroking its bristled fur in a comforting manner. Yaya has been my companion since childhood. I did not regret giving my first contract to it. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's mildly discontented words, both the master and Tang San were taken aback. They understood that the illusion moon fox held significant importance for the young man, and exchanged apologetic glances with Shen Yuan and the fox. Tang San pondered for a moment before producing a blue fruit from his waist, offering it to the illusion moon fox. I apologize for our oversight, illusion moon fox. This is a blue flower fruit, a gift for you. It may not be rare, but it is quite tasty. The illusion moon fox sniffed the fruit, its eyes lighting up. It looked up at Shen Yuan, who nodded in approval, before it chirped softly and bounded away from Shen Yuan's embrace to present itself before Xiao Wu with glee. The fox's joyful demeanor alleviated the slightly awkward atmosphere in the room. Observing the two, Shen Yuan hesitated before speaking. In truth, my illusion moon fox is not weak. 2 years ago, when it was merely a 200-year-old soul beast, it was already capable of launching mental attacks. Oh, the master exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his earlier discomfort as he glanced down at the illusion moon fox. Its physique bore no noticeable differences from an ordinary illusion moon fox, suggesting no physical mutations. Thus, it must possess exceptional mental aptitude. Indeed, even among individuals of the same species, variations in talent could exist. The master stroked his chin, scrutinizing the illusion moon fox intently, lost in thought. Suddenly, he raised his head, as if struck by a realization. 2 years ago, it was just a 200-year-old soul beast then. and now it has become at least 400 years old. The master paused, momentarily speechless. Before turning to Shen Yuan with a look of incredulity, you aren't suggesting that your martial soul can also accelerate the training of soul beasts, are you? Shen Yuan scratched his nose, offering an apologetic smile. With a deep sigh, the master expressed that even with his extensive knowledge and experience, he had never encountered a martial soul as extraordinary as this. The ability to contract multiple soul beasts was remarkable enough. But the fact that his soul power could expedite their training meant that the soul beasts contracted early on would grow alongside Shen Yuan, eliminating the risk of them becoming too weak to be utilized later on. The master gazed at Shen Yuan with an expression of disbelief and sighed. Surely, you cannot be the illegitimate child of the heavens. Shen Yuan muttered softly, actually, the enhancement of my contracted spirit beast will also accelerate my cultivation speed. This remark left the master utterly speechless. He tilted his head and rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, "You truly are the child of heaven. Just confess your martial soul's shortcomings. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sought me out. If it were solely based on your abilities, you could effortlessly reach the rank of title Douluo." Both the Master and Tang San felt overwhelmed by Shen Yuan's barrage of martial soul effects and were rendered speechless, observing their dumbfounded expressions. Shen Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, behind him, the ever-watchful Xiao Wu couldn't suppress a laugh. Upon noticing the approaching figures, she quickly covered her mouth, signaling that she would remain silent. Shen Yuan glanced at the two and scratched his head, saying, "Actually, I have a few significant issues. First, when I sign a contract, the spirit beast must not resist, and I need sufficient soul power and mental strength. The first two conditions are manageable, but the last one, concerning mental strength, poses quite a challenge for me. This is one reason I sought to contract with Ye. I hope to enhance my mental strength through her feedback. Yet ultimately, this is merely a shortcut, not to mention the uncertainty of the final outcome. I personally do not wish to passively accept the growth of my mental strength." Upon hearing this, the Master and Tang San understood why Shen Yuan sought a mentor. Mental training is far more enigmatic than cultivating soul power. In today's world, the focus is primarily on soul power cultivation, with mental strength only enhancing alongside it. Few are dedicated to the rigorous study of mental cultivation unless their martial souls are extraordinary. Tang San's mind stirred as he realized that his purple extreme magic eyes might serve as a method of mental training. However, due to the rules of the Tang sect, he could not share the sect's secret arts with anyone outside it, unless he were to rebuild the sect in this world. The master, deep in thought, turned to Shen Yuan and inquired, "How much has your mental strength improved since contracting with the illusory moon fox?" Shen Yuan closed his eyes to sense the change before responding. "Comparing my current state to my previous one, I would estimate an improvement of approximately 50%. The master's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he remarked, "That is indeed a remarkable enhancement. I had anticipated only a 30% increase at best." He continued, "However, I maintain my stance. I cannot solely rely on Ye to cultivate soul power and mental strength for my benefit. She has her own soul skills to practice, and if possible, she should also learn tactics and other skills." Shen Yuan shrugged, acknowledging the second challenge he faced. He looked at the curious expressions of the two and chuckled wryly. "The soul ring generated from my contract does not possess any soul skills." "No soul skills?" The master expressed that this was the most astonishing revelation he had encountered in years. A soul ring without soul skills? What purpose could such a ring serve when its primary function is to grant the soul master powerful abilities? Shen Yuan nodded in resignation. "Indeed, the soul ring on me has not granted me any soul skills. Instead, it has provided Ye with unique abilities." "Oh," Tang San remarked, feeling enlightened. Just a few days after embracing the new knowledge of martial souls, his understanding of the world was once again upended. The master, initially taken aback by this information, began to contemplate, hypothesizing, could it be that this soul ring is still connected to the illusory moon fox? Shen Yuan's martial soul, through some form of contract, might have extracted the soul ring from the living illusory moon fox and infused it into him. This connection would link Shen Yuan and the illusory moon fox through the soul ring. However, since the illusory moon fox was still alive, the soul skills generated from the soul ring would actually belong to it. The master shared this supposition with Shen Yuan, who agreed, saying, "In fact, The information I received upon awakening my martial soul indicated that this soul ring belongs to the contracted spirit beast. I merely utilize it to break through my limitations. Truthfully, Shen Yuan found it challenging to discern the purpose of the soul ring on him. Beyond facilitating his advancement, it seemed to serve little else. The master inhaled deeply and continued. Then the cultivation level of this soul ring must also be linked to the illusory moon fox's cultivation, correct? This was indeed something Shen Yuan had not considered. Contemplating this, he gazed back and forth between the illusory moon fox and his soul ring, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Strangely, he began to perceive that the color of the soul ring appeared deeper than it had a month prior, and his expression darkened as a result. If this is true, it would not bode well for you, the master remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Shen Yuan, whose countenance had soured. Tang San, noticing the master's tone of concern, inquired, "Teacher, why is that?" The master explained, "Given what you currently know, the illusory moon fox has increased its cultivation by 200 years with Shen Yuan's assistance in such a short time. What if, by the time Shen Yuan reaches Soul Master or Soul King, he possesses an entirely purple 1,000-year soul ring?" The thought left Tang San in awe. How ostentatious! Shen Yuan could not help but sigh inwardly. He recalled how Tang San's 10,000-year fourth ring had already astonished everyone, prompting attempts on his life during his journey to the Spirit Hall. If he were to suddenly display an array of entirely black soul rings, the spectacle would be overwhelming. He would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In light of this, why not simply inquire with Ye? If, as you say, there is a connection between Ye and the soul ring, perhaps she could control it. Xiao Wu interjected as she observed the troubled expressions on the faces of the three. Ask Ye, the illusory moon fox. They echoed in unison. Indeed, since the soul ring is linked to Ye, she may very well have the ability to manipulate it. Shen Yuan smacked his forehead in realization, chiding himself for being so obstinate. At that moment, Tang San cautiously asked, "What does asking Ye mean?" With a knowing smile. Xiao Wu and Shen Yuan exchanged a conspiratorial glance and said, "Ye, soul skill. Mental link." Instantly, a flicker of pink light flashed in the illusory moon fox's eyes, and both Tang San and the master immediately felt as though their minds were connected to something. How does it feel? Isn't it marvelous? Xiao Wu beamed with pride as she observed the astonished expressions of the two. Shen Yuan, however, shook his head with a hint of exasperation as he watched Xiao Wu enthusiastically explaining to others. It was ironic, considering that when he initially shared this soul skill with her, she had dismissed it as inconsequential, even having a spat with the illusory moon fox over it. Now, she appeared quite proud in front of outsiders. Unlike Xiao Wu's lack of battle command awareness, the master and Tang San were attuned to such nuances and quickly recognized the immense potential of this soul skill in team battles. However, now is not the time to discuss the significance of these soul skills. After establishing a connection with the illusory moon fox, Shen Yuan immediately posed a question within the mental network. "Yeah, can you sense the soul ring on me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Yuan anxiously fixated on the reaction of the illusory moon fox. The creature promptly replied to the inquiry, stating that its soul skill was derived from this soul ring. Shen Yuan's expression brightened, and he continued to ask, "Can you control its color? Specifically, the hue of the soul power emanating from the soul ring?" Upon hearing this, the illusory moon fox paused, closing its eyes to sense for a moment. Then it opened its eyes and, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, gazed at Shen Yuan's soul ring. The soul ring quivered slightly as the yellow aura surrounding it gradually faded. Slowly, it appeared to surpass a critical threshold, and in an instant, the soul ring transformed into a brilliant white, the color of a 10-year soul ring. Success! Little Wu, who had been anxiously watching from the side, erupted into cheers, accompanied by Shen Yuan's relieved exhale. Thank goodness. If it couldn't be changed, the path ahead would indeed be fraught with difficulties. The master, observing from the sidelines, was equally exhilarated, feeling that he had witnessed something that challenged his conventional understanding. In contrast, Tang San, with limited exposure to this world, was less animated than the master. He then inquired through the mental network, "If you maintain the change in the soul ring, will it affect your combat strength?" Instantly, Shen Yuan and the master composed themselves, regarding the illusory moon fox with concern. After a moment of careful consideration, the illusory moon fox replied, there may be some impact. To maintain the change in the soul ring, I would only need to exert a bit of focus on it, which isn't difficult for me. In fact, at a higher level, it would become even simpler. However, in a battle requiring all-out effort, we would likely be unable to manage the soul ring's changes. Shen Yuan sighed deeply. That's all right. In a life-and-death duel, one cannot afford to worry about the soul ring's alterations. After saying this, Shen Yuan bowed to the master, who was watching the illusory moon fox with keen interest and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Had it not been for you, I would have remained oblivious to such a significant flaw in my martial soul. The master, slightly flustered by Shen Yuan's gesture, felt he had done little more than pose a question. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, there's no need to thank me. Ultimately, it was you who resolved it. I merely pointed out a potential issue that you would have discovered on your own. Shen Yuan, however, insisted discovering it later might be too late. The sooner such matters are uncovered, the less risk there is of being detected. The master lifted his gaze, his penetrating eyes fixed on Shen Yuan for a while before breaking into a somewhat stiff smile. Haha, very well. You are a good child. I shall graciously accept your gratitude. With this statement, the master appeared in high spirits, returning to his desk with a relaxed demeanor. Meanwhile, Tang San exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Yuan, eliciting a mysterious smile amidst Shen Yuan's confusion. Do you have any further questions? The hour is growing late, and class will soon conclude. The master redirected Shen Yuan's attention. Gazing at the figure of the master, Shen Yuan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Little Wu, feeling anxious, discreetly nudged Shen Yuan's waist, urging him to speak up. Sensing little Wu's anxiousness behind him, Shen Yuan inhaled deeply and stepped forward to bow earnestly. Master, I wish to become your disciple. The atmosphere in the room fell silent as Shen Yuan's declaration echoed. He then raised his head to meet the master's inscrutable expression, stating with gravity, as you know, Master, my martial soul is quite unique. There remains much I do not understand about it, and I have numerous considerations regarding my future path as a soul master. The road ahead is long and arduous. I hope to receive the most suitable guidance from the outset. Thus, I wish for you to be my mentor. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, I do not believe your theories to be entirely without merit. Any theory, as long as it is grounded in fact and reality, holds a certain significance. Therefore, upon discovering that a renowned theoretical master, such as yourself, exists within this academy, I was elated. This is why I sought you out upon my arrival, imploring you to accept me as your pupil. With that, Shen Yuan lowered his head once more, continuing to bow before the master. The room remained enveloped in silence as the master processed Shen Yuan's earnest words. He stared at Shen Yuan with an expression that was difficult to decipher. Little Wu, growing increasingly anxious in the absence of the master's response, contemplated stepping in to speak on Shen Yuan's behalf. Suddenly, she noticed Tang San behind the master, shaking his head with a smile, signaling her to refrain from interrupting. Little Wu bit her lip, feeling disgruntled as she clutched the illusory moon fox, choosing to remain silent. After what felt like an eternity, the master finally spoke. Do you truly believe that some of my theories are inapplicable to high-level soul masters and those with extraordinary talents? That sounds somewhat familiar. Did I not express this very sentiment to Little Wu earlier today? Shen Yuan looked up in surprise, only to find Tang San awkwardly averting his gaze. How could you, Tang San, betray me? Shen Yuan, meeting the master's gaze, hesitated before resolutely stating, I apologize, master. While I regard your knowledge of martial souls, soul masters, and soul beasts as profound and extensive, there are certain truths that may present gaps if not personally explored to a certain depth. For instance, your assertion that there are no useless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. This holds true in a horizontal comparison. With martial souls of the same rank, one's personality, habits, and intellect can lead to varying levels of development, allowing even the most seemingly useless martial souls to flourish in capable hands. However, in a vertical comparison, juxtaposing a phoenix soaring through the heavens with a sparrow scavenging for scraps reveals that, barring external influences, the inherent talent of the two makes it exceedingly difficult for them to compete. After a deep breath, Shen Yuan continued, I do not intend to negate your theory, master. Rather, I wish to underscore that everyone is fallible, for no one is infallible. Even flawed theories can lay the groundwork for the further evolution of martial soul knowledge. Moreover, the wealth of knowledge you have amassed over the years in your research is invaluable and worthy of great respect. This is why I wish to become your disciple. As he concluded, Shen Yuan regarded the master with unwavering sincerity, his gaze steadfast. The Master and Tang San exchanged complex glances, both contemplating the implications of Shen Yuan's words. Tang San reflected on his own blue-silver grass martial soul, while he bore no disdain for it. He could not help but feel it paled in comparison to Shen Yuan's. But did this mean he had to concede defeat to Shen Yuan? Absolutely not. Tang San would never concede defeat so easily. As Shen Yuan just mentioned, even if one's martial soul aptitude is lacking, one can still leverage the wisdom and strength of a soul master to its fullest potential. Furthermore, I possess my second martial soul. The mere thought of his second martial soul brought comfort to Tang San. It must be acknowledged that Shen Yuan's recent performance indeed exerted considerable pressure on him. Meanwhile, the master stood aside, gazing at Shen Yuan with a complex expression filled with reluctance, joy, contentment, and relief. In that fleeting moment, the myriad emotions reflected in the master's eyes left Shen Yuan momentarily perplexed about his true sentiments. Suddenly, the master closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then wore a subtle smile as he stepped forward to support Shen Yuan, proclaiming, "You shall henceforth be my second disciple." Like a bolt of lightning, the master's acknowledgement surged through Shen Yuan, enveloping him in a delightful sensation, reminiscent of receiving unexpectedly high exam results in a previous life. Shen Yuan's face lit up with elation. "Thank you, master." "Oh no, I should greet you as my master." The master, witnessing Shen Yuan's excitement, nodded with satisfaction. Tang San, possessing a twin martial soul and exceptional talent, while intelligent and eager to learn, must devote more energy to martial soul cultivation, lest he suffers losses for minor gains. He must ensure that, during his growth, he can validate whether his theories can be transformed into practice. Such an opportunity is a rare treasure for the master. As for my second disciple, Shen Yuan, due to the unique nature of his martial soul and the assistance of his soul beast in practicing soul skills, as long as he maintains his soul power's cultivation, he will have ample time to inherit the theoretical knowledge I have amassed over the years. It is fortunate that Shen Yuan displays a keen interest in such knowledge. The master reflected on his two disciples standing before him, marveling at how, despite the desolate life he had endured in the first half of his existence, fate had ultimately been kind to him. On the other hand, witnessing the master accept Shen Yuan as a disciple, Tang San was not at all surprised. After he had informed the master about Shen Yuan, he sensed a shift in the master's demeanor, even prompting him to retrieve some enrollment materials from Director Song. Approaching Shen Yuan, Tang San clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Congratulations, Shen Yuan. From now on, we shall be brothers in the art. Simply call me senior brother. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance." With a grin, he lifted the bag of tea in his hand, adding, "I mentioned I was temporarily accepting you on behalf of the master. This is your initiation gift." Shen Yuan, perceiving Tang San's supportive role, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao San." Xiao San? Well, I find it more comfortable to refer to you this way. As for senior brother, let's just stick to our own names, Shen Yuan said, waving his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Tang San, ever good-natured, rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to continue the debate, Shen Yuan turned and embraced the approaching Xiao Wu. Where's your humanity when a girl is involved?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, nestling into Shen Yuan's arms. "Brother, congratulations." Shen Yuan gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, smiling as he replied, "Indeed. However, this is merely the beginning. We must now dedicate ourselves to our studies." At this, Shen Yuan paused, contemplating an excellent idea. Perhaps Xiao Wu should also become a disciple of the master. Given her playful nature, without proper guidance, she might not focus enough on her cultivation. Perhaps due to her earlier encounters with Shen Yuan, Xiao would become livelier, yet also more playful. If left without supervision, her soul power might not have progressed significantly by now. With his successful initiation as a disciple, Shen Yuan anticipated dedicating considerable energy to study and practice, potentially neglecting Xiao Wu's needs. If she joined the master's tutelage, it would be beneficial to have someone to occasionally oversee her. He wondered if the master would agree. Perhaps he would inquire about it later. Lost in thought, Shen Yuan suddenly noticed Xiao Wu shivering in his embrace, sensing an impending disturbance. What's wrong? Shen Yuan's gentle voice reached her ears. It's nothing. I just felt a little cold. Being in brother's arms is just right. After all, being by your side is the safest and warmest. Chapter 28. Martial Soul Test Shen Yuan. After a while, the master returned with some items, interrupting their playful banter and calling Shen Yuan over. Shen Yuan approached, stating, Master, you can simply call me Xiao Yuan. That's what my family calls me. Meanwhile, Tang San mumbled under his breath, You didn't say that just now. Feigning ignorance, Shen Yuan focused on the master, who produced a ring-like object from his robe, explaining, Xiao Yuan. This is a spatial storage soul guide. Though it cannot compare in size to Xiao San's 24-bridge moonlit night, it is compact and discreet. It is a gift for you. As the master elaborated on what a soul guide entails, Shen Yuan accepted it, aware that he could not refuse a gift from his teacher. Although he did not require a spatial soul guide, having a storage ring for concealment would facilitate retrieving items from his contracted space. Upon holding the ring, he noticed the shimmering light upon its surface, as if faint energy coursed through it, feeling far superior to the attack soul guide provided by Renhui. After experimenting with it briefly, he slipped it onto his right middle finger and felt a small space of approximately 6 or 7 cubic meters. Though not vast, it sufficed for storing smaller objects. Let's call it a spatial ring. Simple and straightforward, Shen Yuan declared, showcasing the ring. After a few more trials, Shen Yuan placed the ring down and turned to the master with eager anticipation. So, Master, when do we commence our lessons? Observing Shen Yuan's impatience, the master wore a stiff smile and waved his hands, saying, No need to rush. Lunchtime is approaching. After we eat, you and Xiao Wu should visit the Martial Soul Hall to obtain your Martial Soul certificates. I just learned from Director Song that you both do not even possess these certificates. Shen Yuan sighed, explaining, The individuals who awakened our martial souls were not from the Martial Soul Hall. The master nodded, indicating his indifference. Indeed, some awakenings were not conducted by the Martial Soul Hall. After all, it merely pertained to the awakening itself. Whoever awakens, it is irrelevant. Xiao San, why must we go to the Martial Soul Hall for registration? Xiao Wu questioned Tang San with a dissatisfied expression, as she had never held a fondness for the Martial Soul Hall. In response, Tang San, standing nearby, replied resignedly, There's no helping it. The Martial Soul Hall holds considerable power now. Many places require a Martial Soul certificate from them for entry. Understanding the prevailing circumstances, Shen Yuan nodded, recognizing the Martial Soul Hall's dominance over the two empires. Moreover, registering that would entitle them to subsidies. Soul Masters would receive 1 gold soul coin, while Great Soul Masters would receive 10. Oh! Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she playfully clung to Yuan's arm, saying, Brother, let us visit the Spirit Hall this afternoon. Observing Xiao Wu's unabashed behavior, Shen Yuan could only shake his head in bemusement, gently tapping her forehead while grumbling. I don't recall raising you to be such a little money grubber. Xiao Wu pouted, stubbornly shaking his arm in protest. The master, witnessing this exchange, interjected Xiao Yuan. Our classes commence tomorrow. This afternoon, you should head to the Spirit Hall to obtain your credentials. Furthermore, do not neglect your morning classes at the Soul Master Academy. Our lessons will begin in the afternoon. Hearing his teacher's directive, Shen Yuan could only respond, Understood, Master. The master nodded, glancing at the time. Very well. Let us go for a meal. The class time has already passed, so it should be just right. Since that is the case, Master, I shall take my leave. Tang San said to the master before turning to Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu, adding, I usually dine with my roommates, so I will head off first. You two should follow the master for now. After bowing respectfully to the master, he departed. Following Tang San's exit, the master tidied the table and led Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu downstairs. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, a spacious 2-story building with over 300 seats in the first-floor hall, the master guided them to the second floor, which was far less crowded and featured a separate menu, albeit slightly pricier than below. Shen Yuan initially intended to pay for himself, but the master insisted otherwise, likely perceiving the worn yet tidy appearance of Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu, suspecting they were somewhat financially constrained. Thus, Shen Yuan had to acquiesce. In truth, while Shen Yuan was not wealthy, he possessed over 100 gold soul coins. On his journey, he had discovered a soul coin card hidden in his belongings. Likely a precaution from his grandfather, who had secretly tucked it away for his travels. After a brief check, he found it contained a little over 100 gold soul coins, which amounted to nearly all the family savings. Upon this realization, a wave of melancholy washed over him, followed by a surge of motivation to devote himself to his training. The Spirit Hall wielded considerable power, with its iconic structure present in every city across the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. After their meal, Shen Yuan led Xiao Wu out of the academy, casually inquiring with a passerby before arriving at the entrance of the Spirit Hall. "Hold on, young ones. Entry into the Spirit Hall is not permitted without reason. What brings you here?" A guard at the door halted them. "Hello, uncle. We are first-year students from Notting Academy. Our teacher sent us here for a spirit-level assessment." Shen Yuan replied. Another group of Notting Academy students? There was one last month as well." The guard muttered in confusion before allowing them entry. "In that case, you may proceed. Head to the reception area on the first floor and look for Master Matthew. He will assist you with the level assessment." "Thank you," Shen Yuan said, leading Xiao Wu inside. From the exterior, the Spirit Hall resembled a grand dome structure, approximately 20 meters tall and divided into 3 floors. Upon entering, a magnificent main entrance loomed before them, exuding an imposing aura. The emblem of the Spirit Hall, a large sword, indicated that this was merely a basic Spirit Hall. Yet, even this modest establishment possessed such grandeur. One could only imagine the splendor of the Pope's Hall in the Spirit City. Shen Yuan, pulling Xiao Wu, who was as curious as a child entering a grand garden, made their way to the first floor hall. The towering dome instilled a sense of reverence, compelling all who entered to stand in awe. Surrounding the dome, murals of various spirits adorned the walls, their vibrant golden hues illuminated by sunlight streaming through crystal windows, creating an atmosphere of sanctity within. As Shen Yuan surveyed the area, he noted the sparse presence of individuals, with only a few attendants engaged in cleaning. Approaching one, he inquired and successfully located the reception area, gently knocking on the door. "Please enter." An elderly voice beckoned. Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu stepped inside, revealing a bright office furnished with a desk. Seated opposite them was an elderly man, full of vigor, clad in the distinctive attire of the Spirit Hall, adorned with 3 battle swords, indicating his status as a great spirit master. Upon seeing the 2 children, the elder inquired with curiosity, "What brings you both here?" "Master Matthew, we are here for spirit evaluation," Shen Yuan replied. The elder raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "Are you certain you are here for the spirit level assessment rather than spirit awakening?" Shen Yuan nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, we are students from Notting Academy, sent by our teacher for the spirit evaluation." "Students from Notting Academy? You appear no older than 6 or 7, yet have already acquired a soul ring." Master Matthew expressed his bewilderment at the high talents among the youth in this era. Previously, there was Tang San with innate full spirit power, and now there are more such cases. He shook his head in disbelief but chose not to delve further, given Tang San's precedent. Soon, Master Matthew led them up to the 2nd floor, down a corridor leading to 3 grand archways. He pushed open the left door, saying, "Come in. This is our Spirit Hall's spirit assessment room." Upon entering, Shen Yuan felt a surge of vitality pulsing through his soul power. The expansive room, nearly 200 square meters, was adorned with countless black stones embedded in the walls. Upon closer inspection, he realized these stones influenced the fluctuations of his soul power, reminiscent of those used during awakening. The floor was etched with a pattern resembling a plaque, featuring a massive sword pointing directly at the entrance. Noticing Shen Yuan's focus on the design, Master Matthew explained, "This emblem signifies that we are a basic spirit hall, also known as a spirit branch hall. Across the continent, every city hosts a spirit hall, predominantly consisting of such branch halls. Above these are the spirit sub-halls, followed by the spirit main halls, which only large cities possess. The highest tier includes the spirit sacred halls located in the capitals of the 2 great empires, culminating in the esteemed Pope's Hall and the revered Douluo Offering Hall, which is said to be accessible only to spirit masters of Douluo level and above." A sense of admiration and aspiration colored Master Matthew's voice as he recounted this hierarchy. Shen Yuan nodded in understanding, glancing around and asking, "Master Matthew, is this where we undergo the spirit test?" Master Matthew smiled at Shen Yuan's eager demeanor, replying with a chuckle, "You and your classmates share the same impatience. Haha, No, I was merely thinking about returning to practice as soon as the assessment is complete, Shen Yuan admitted, feeling a bit bashful. Master Matthew's eyes lit up in approval as he responded, well done. The cultivation of martial souls requires total dedication and focus for rapid advancement, especially at your current age. Shen Yuan nodded in agreement. Matthew said, all right, step into the center of that marked pattern and unleash your martial souls. Who will go first? I will. Shen Yuan replied as he slowly walked to the center of the design, raised his right hand, and concentrated, feeling the flow of soul power. Martial soul, contract symbol. As Shen Yuan's martial soul manifested, a yellow soul ring surged from beneath him. 100-year soul ring. Indeed, anyone witnessing the first soul ring being 100-year, one couldn't help but express their admiration. Nowadays, most soul masters start with a decade-level soul ring. A 100-year ring is an excellent foundation. However, is this inscription truly his martial soul? What a peculiar martial soul it is. Matthew gazed at the martial soul displayed on Shen Yuan's hand with intrigue, exclaiming, it seems your teachers at Notting Academy are quite diligent, arranging for you to obtain a 100-year soul beast soul ring. He then picked up a yellow crystal orb from the table and handed it to Shen Yuan. Infuse your soul power into this, and let me see how much you have attained. Shen Yuan accepted the crystal orb without explanation and infused it with his soul power. Soon, a faint yellow glow illuminated the orb, weak yet not insignificant. Level 11 soul power. Congratulations, you are now a first-ring soul master, Matthew said with a smile. Shen Yuan placed the yellow crystal down calmly and replied, thank you, Master Matthew. Matthew nodded and turned to the petite girl standing behind them, saying, now it's this lovely young lady's turn. Shen Yuan looked at Xiao Wu with encouraging eyes and stepped aside. In a series of astonishing evaluations, it was revealed that Xiao Wu's soul power had remarkably reached level 12. Xiao Wu, when did this happen? Shen Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Wu laughed, hee brother. Shocked, aren't you? You said I wasn't working hard enough. Shen Yuan rolled his eyes at her proud demeanor. Xiao Wu's rapid progression exceeded his expectations, igniting a sense of urgency within him. However, reflecting on his own martial soul's cultivation speed, he couldn't help but sigh. With the enhancement of the illusion moonfox, his progress was already commendable, yet it still paled in comparison to that of innate geniuses with complete soul power. On the side, Matthew was utterly astonished. Another extraordinary talent beyond the ordinary. Observing Matthew's incredulous expression, Shen Yuan explained, Master Matthew, we actually acquired our soul rings a month ago. We just arrived at Notting City and came here for the martial soul assessment. Hearing Shen Yuan's clarification, Matthew's expression relaxed. Shortly after, based on their assessment results, Matthew presented them with their martial soul certificates and declared, congratulations, you are now honored soul masters of the Tiando Empire. Welcome to the true world of martial souls. From now on, you can claim subsidies at the Martial Soul Hall every month using your Martial Soul badge. Each soul master receives 1 golden soul coin monthly, which will increase to 10 coins once you become a great soul master. Thank you. Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu chorused in gratitude. After leaving the Martial Soul Hall, Shen Yuan did not head straight back to Notting Academy, but instead ventured into the commercial district of the city, intending to enjoy the afternoon with Xiao Wu while surveying nearby shops. Shen Yuan held Xiao Wu's hand as they walked, while she gazed down at the badge they had just received from the Martial Soul Hall. The badge was round and crafted from a unique metal, featuring intertwined thorns on the front, symbolizing the soul master's cultivation, with Xiao Wu's name engraved on the back. Brother, with this badge, can I really collect a golden soul coin every month? Xiao Wu asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Of course, Shen Yuan replied, glancing at the badge in her hand. This is likely a special grant from the 2 great empires through the Martial Soul Hall to assist junior soul masters in their training. Then this will be my pocket money. You can't take it. Xiao Wu clutched the badge tightly, as if it were a treasure. Shen Yuan rolled his eyes, indicating he was not so petty as to steal a meager amount from his sister. However, he pondered that 12 golden soul coins a year amounted to 72 over 6 years, and counting the future increase to great soul master, it could well total several hundred golden soul coins. Suddenly, he felt an impulse to retract his previous statement. Chapter 29, Rejuvenation Hall soon. The two arrived at the bustling commercial district in the city center. Although labeled a commercial district, it was essentially a small street lined with various vendors and shops. Do not underestimate its size. It was bustling with life, offering a diverse array of wares. Xiao Wu had never visited such a lively place since her birth. And Shen Yuan, due to health issues in his past life, seldom ventured out, making both of them greatly intrigued by this small commercial area. Following the flow of people, Xiao Wu eagerly paused at every shop. Before long, Shen Yuan's spatial ring was filled with various small trinkets. Although numerous, they were all inexpensive items, totaling merely 1 or 2 golden soul coins. Xiao Wu understood the value of the golden soul coins Shen Yuan possessed and was careful not to overspend. She relished the vibrant atmosphere among the crowd. As they walked, Xiao Wu linked arms with Shen Yuan, happily munching on skewers of candied fruit, her eyes darting to the various stalls. Suddenly, Shen Yuan's gaze fell upon a modest shop, approximately 10 meters tall, with 2 stories. The wooden sign at the entrance bore the words Rejuvenation Hall. However, after observing for a while, he noted the lack of customers entering, indicating the business was not thriving. Shen Yuan mused, this must be the city's apothecary. Filled with interest, he led Xiao Wu inside. Having spent many years studying herbal medicine, he envisioned opening his own apothecary in Nodding City. So, discovering a potential competitor was an excellent opportunity for insight. Upon entering, a rich herbal fragrance enveloped him, causing his eyes to brighten as he quickly pulled Xiao Wu, who frowned at the scent, into the shop. The interior spanned nearly 100 square meters, with long counters lining the back, showcasing a variety of herbs. The number of patrons was sparse, with a few scattered individuals examining the cabinets, and a group of people arguing with a shop assistant over something. Shen Yuan glanced at them but paid no mind, instead approaching the cabinets to inspect the herbs. To his surprise, the quality of the herbs appeared quite good, suggesting they had been freshly harvested not long ago. However, he found it peculiar that the majority of the medicines here seemed primarily focused on treating wounds, stopping bleeding, and accelerating recovery. In this vicinity, there exists a forest of soul beasts and other places conducive to adventure. However, these medicinal concoctions are far less esteemed than the herbs that cure physical ailments. I wonder what mindset the proprietor harbors in establishing a shop here. You may continue your endeavors here, but how can you dare sell medicine when you cannot even cure such maladies? Suddenly, a voice emerged from a quarrel not far away. Subsequently, amidst the disdainful gazes of the attendant, the group of individuals departed, grumbling. Consequently, many of the patrons in the shop were similarly stirred to leave, leaving only Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu behind. Soon, the visibly distressed attendant approached them, managing a forced smile as he inquired, "Young friends, are you here to procure medicine for your family?" "Huh? So you are the proprietor?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. She had thought he was merely a shop assistant, given his previous engagement with the customers. However, upon observing the shop's desolate state, Shen Yuan began to comprehend why the proprietor had personally taken to the floor. With a resigned smile, the man admitted, "In truth, my last assistant was dismissed just last week. Currently, I am the sole one managing this place." Xiao Wu immediately regarded him with pity, her eyes conveying a silent message of sympathy. Shen Yuan, however, thoughtfully stroked the counter beside him and remarked, "Proprietor, do you exclusively sell these healing and hemostatic remedies? I presume you are aware that they are not particularly favored in Nodding City." Upon hearing Shen Yuan's observation, the proprietor's demeanor brightened, and he cautiously clasped his hands, inquiring, "Might this young brother possess a familiarity with medicinal herbs?" Shen Yuan calmly explained, "It is merely that an elder in my family has some knowledge of herbal remedies." The proprietor's expression turned grave. "Ah, so you come from scholarly background. I am Xin San. You may call me by my name." At this, Xiao Wu could not help but chuckle. She was well aware that Shen Yuan's family background was not one of scholarly lineage, but rather that of years spent foraging for herbs, gaining experience along the way. Shen Yuan cast a reproachful glance at Xiao Wu, who promptly covered her mouth in acquiescence, signaling her intent to refrain from further interruption. With a puzzled look at Xiao Wu, Xin San continued, "The reason I sell these remedies is that my family's knowledge of herbal medicine is largely confined to these." Clearing his throat, Shen Yuan pressed on, "Uncle Xin San, I observe that the quality of your herbs is commendable. They appear quite fresh, likely harvested recently." At this remark, Xin San's expression grew even more somber as he explained, "My family has operated a pharmacy in a small town near the Soul Beast Forest for generations. Over the years, we have established some connections. Shen Yuan had intended to inquire how he had come to open a shop in Notting City, but upon reflection, he realized that if business had been thriving there, Xin San would not have sought refuge here. Observing Shen Yuan's contemplative expression, Xin San understood that he had deduced the underlying reasons and reluctantly elaborated. A year ago, a new pharmacy opened in my hometown, offering a wider array of remedies, with greater influence and resources. To make matters worse, my father passed away, severing many of our business ties. In a bid to preserve some semblance of our legacy, I fled to Notting City to establish a new shop, hoping to one day return to my roots. Alas, I never anticipated that I would struggle so. Both Xiao Wu and Shen Yuan regarded him with pity, recognizing the hardships he faced. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yuan remarked, "In fact, I am aware of certain herbs that could treat ailments such as fever and heat stroke." "Really?" Xin San exclaimed, his interest piqued. "Might you be willing to share this knowledge? I will be willing to pay for it." Shen Yuan regarded him with a mysterious smile and shook his head. Determined, Xin San bit his lip and proposed, "I could hire you as a medicinal consultant for our pharmacy, offering a monthly stipend of 5 to 10 gold soul coins." Before Shen Yuan could respond, Xiao Wu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You certainly dream big. We are certified soul masters from a spirit hall, and our monthly allowances are quite substantial." She waved her badge in front of Xin San, who felt a chill run through him, realizing that not only was his shop on the brink of collapse, but even the store that had expelled him had only recruited a single high-ranking soul master. The youth before him, with their promising futures, only intensified his predicament. Observing Xin San's conflicted expression, Shen Yuan decided to be forthright. "I wish to purchase your pharmacy." "What?" Xin San was taken aback, unsure if he had heard correctly. "What I mean is, I intend to buy your shop, and only then will I share my knowledge of the herbs," Shen Yuan stated calmly. Xin San was taken aback, grappling with the reality that he was not the one hiring, but rather being bought out. After a moment of internal conflict, he said, "This is my family's pharmacy. It cannot be allowed to perish." Before Xin San could continue, Shen Yuan interjected, "Without my assistance, your shop will likely not survive much longer." His unassailable assertion rendered Xin San speechless. After prolonged silence, he sighed heavily, conceding, "Very well, I agree. However, the shop is currently short on funds, and you will need to invest some money to keep it afloat." Regardless of the circumstances, Xin San could not forget his father's dying wish to uphold the family pharmacy, nor the humiliation of fleeing his ancestral home. Faced with such an extraordinary opportunity, he was unwilling to let it slip away. Chapter 30. The dormitory dispute. Upon hearing Xin San's agreement, Shen Yuan exhaled in relief. He understood that such a fortunate encounter was exceedingly rare. He had long harbored aspirations of establishing a commercial entity akin to a pharmacy to generate resources for his cultivation. Now, with the rejuvenation hall on the verge of collapse, he could acquire it, gaining not only the shop but also a knowledgeable employee with extensive business acumen. This would alleviate the burden of management from Shen Yuan's shoulders, allowing him to focus his energies on his soul cultivation, which was his true foundation. Continuing their discussion regarding the transition, Shen Yuan readily shared several herbal formulas and handed over 100 gold soul coins from his person. After resolving a significant concern, Shen Yuan leisurely continued to stroll through the streets with Xiao Wu. Along the way, Xiao Wu inquired, "Brother, aren't you worried that he might simply abscond with the money?" Shen Yuan calmly elucidated, "Trust those whom you employ. Doubt not those you trust. Moreover, Xin San is already aware that we are certified soul masters of the Spirit Hall. He would not jeopardize his safety for a mere 100 gold soul coins by offending two prodigious soul masters. Additionally, before departing, I ensured that the Phantom Moon Fox discreetly memorized his scent. Should he dare to flee, I shall make him aware of the consequences of his deceit." As they continued their perusal of the bustling commercial street, 2 hours elapsed. Noticing that it was getting late, Shen Yuan decided it was time to conclude their outing and suggested they dine before returning to the academy. By the time they arrived at the academy, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Traversing the secluded path at the entrance, the campus appeared desolate, likely due to most students retreating to their dormitories for training. Shen Yuan had no intention of lingering and was eager to resume his own cultivation. Unbeknownst to Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu, a ragged, despondent man lurked in the sparse trees behind them, observing their every move with a gaze filled with a tumult of emotions. confusion, surprise, then a gentle nostalgia tinged with affection, which quickly morphed into a tempest of rage and bitterness, before ultimately settling into a serene calm, akin to a tranquil lake suppressing the tumultuous waves from within. The mysterious figure cast a deep glance at the pair before vanishing like a specter. Soon enough, Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory, pushing the door open to find the previously empty beds now occupied by a group of children no older than 8 or 9 years. To Shen Yuan's surprise, the children were not diligently training as he had anticipated. Instead, they were engaged in lively conversation, creating a boisterous atmosphere within the dormitory. Reflecting on their youthful age, he realized that unlike himself and Tang San, who had developed mature thought processes, these children were merely indulging in playfulness. Xiao Wu, by comparison, exhibited commendable self-discipline. "Oh, new arrivals!" exclaimed one of the children, instantly drawing the attention of the others. Shen Yuan greeted them with a smile. "Hello, everyone." Acknowledging that they would be his roommates for the coming years, he sought to foster a positive rapport. At that moment, a robust youth stepped forward, puffing out his chest as he proclaimed, "Hey, newcomers, I'm the leader of our dormitory. My name is Zhang Hua, and you'd better show me some respect from now on." Shen Yuan's smile began to fade. Truthfully, he held little interest in the children's rivalry, but if faced with such a brash individual, he would gladly take on the role of a disciplinary figure on behalf of their parents. Suddenly, Xiao Wu emerged from behind Shen Yuan, her curiosity piqued. "Leader? On what basis is the leader chosen? By strength?" Upon noticing Xiao Wu, Zhang Hua's demeanor shifted, his eyes lighting up at her charming presence. With her big, twinkling black eyes and her petite figure clad in simple pink attire, she exuded an allure that captivated them. For these children, who had yet to encounter a new and beautiful classmate during their 2 to 3 years at the academy, Xiao Wu was a rare gem. In an instant, Zhang Hua disregarded Shen Yuan and approached Xiao Wu with an exaggerated swagger, suggesting, "Perhaps this little sister would like me to show her around the school." He extended his hand, intending to take her along. Suddenly, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder, followed by a deep voice from behind. "Zhang Hua, could you kindly keep your distance from Xiao Wu?" A chill ran down Zhang Hua's spine as he felt the presence of Shen Yuan's hand. In a flurry, he summoned his soul power to break free from the grip. To his astonishment, he succeeded and retreated into the crowd. Convinced that he had easily escaped Shen Yuan's hold, Zhang Hua regarded him with a hint of disdain, saying, "Seems like this junior is rather displeased with me." Shen Yuan remained silent, while Xiao Wu interjected with a playful tone, "Clearly, you were frightened." Zhang Hua, caught off guard by her remark, retorted that as called being cautious. "You little newcomers wouldn't understand." Observing the childish squabble, Shen Yuan lost interest in continuing the standoff and simply shook his head. "Since you're so knowledgeable about combat, why not demonstrate your prowess?" With that, he summoned his soul power and manifested his martial spirit. The energy radiating from him stunned the children before him, and as Zhang Hua sensed Shen Yuan's ascending power, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Before long, a yellow soul ring materialized beneath Shen Yuan's feet. "Zhang Hua, I welcome your guidance." Zhang Hua stood frozen, his heart sinking as he realized the implications of Shen Yuan's soul ring. "Why didn't you mention you were a soul master with a 100-year soul ring? Who would dare to provoke you?" Feeling the gaze of his companions, Zhang Hua cursed inwardly while maintaining a composed facade. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to summon his martial spirit, the Blue Wolf, and declared, "I cannot retreat. If I do, I'll never lift my head again in the following years. Besides, I am stronger. I have the advantage." With a faint azure glow enveloping him, Zhang Hua's physique elongated, his legs grew sturdier, and a light blue first sprouted upon his face, his eyes shining with an eerie green light as he fixed his gaze on Shen Yuan. Zhang Hua, Martial Spirit, Blue Wolf, Level 8 Battle Soul Master. Shen Yuan, Martial Spirit, Contract Symbol, Level 11 Weapon Soul Master. With their martial spirits and levels revealed, Zhang Hua lunged at Shen Yuan, aiming to catch him off guard. However, Shen Yuan, having spent 2 years commanding the Phantom Moon Fox during Soul Beast hunts, had developed a habit of remaining vigilant in battle. As Zhang Hua charged forward, Shen Yuan met him head-on, channeling his soul power into his hand to collide with Zhang Hua's. Zhang Hua was taken aback by Shen Yuan's audacity to engage him directly, but it was too late for him to retreat. Upon their connection, A powerful force erupted from Shen Yuan's hand, crashing into Zhang Hua's arms. Zhang Hua winced as his arm throbbed with pain, losing its strength. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yuan sidestepped into Zhang Hua's embrace, delivering a devastating blow to his chest, akin to being struck by a hammer, causing him to gasp and tumble backward. The technique, known as Tai Shan Kao, made famous in Shen Yuan's original work on the Eight Extremes fist, is invoked here merely for its form. Ultimately, it is the soul power concentrated at his shoulder that delivers the blow to his adversary. Shen Yuan approached the fallen Zhang Hua, looking down from his elevated position, and remarked, "Senior, it seems I am currently the stronger one. However, rest assured, I have no interest in the position of leader to Fifth Dormitory. As long as you do not disturb us, everything shall remain as it is." Zhang Hua, lying on the ground and clutching his still-pained chest, gasped. "Why not use a soul technique?" Shen Yuan, with a cold expression, retorted, "Because you are not worthy." With that, he took Xiao Wu by the hand and strolled towards his bed, indifferent to the defeated figure behind him and the group of terrified children nearby. Chapter 31. The mysterious figure Xiao Wu obediently followed Shen Yuan. Once they had distanced themselves from the crowd, she suddenly whispered, "Brother, was your harshness towards that person today because of me?" Shen Yuan glanced at Xiao Wu and replied nonchalantly, "Why think so much? Is that the case?" Xiao Wu gently shook his arm and acted coyly. Shen Yuan, unable to resist her charm, sighed and said, "Yes, you are right. It was for you." With a satisfied smile, Xiao Wu ceased her teasing and allowed Shen Yuan to guide her hand. Observing her sudden compliance, Shen Yuan smiled indulgently. And once they returned to their bed, they quickly immersed themselves in their respective training without interruption. Time slipped away unnoticed, and by the time Shen Yuan concluded his practice, it was already the dead of night. Xiao Wu had finished her training and lay peacefully asleep, nestled in Shen Yuan's blanket. Shen Yuan, feeling resigned as he watched her slumber, tidied his bed and lay down beside her. Ideally, he would have preferred to train through the night instead of sleeping. Yet his current method of meditation proved to be more mentally taxing, failing to substitute the restorative effects of sleep. Tomorrow, he planned to inquire with his teacher about superior meditation techniques, particularly those that could enhance mental fortitude. With anticipation, Shen Yuan closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. In the deep of night, the full moon illuminated the sky, casting an unusually tranquil ambience. Even the normally boisterous sounds of insects had quieted considerably. Shen Yuan, who had been peacefully asleep, was suddenly jolted awake by a powerful wave of malevolence and murderous intent directed at him, akin to a relentless sword poised to pierce his throat. Gasping heavily, he surveyed the surroundings, noting that everyone else was still soundly asleep. He glanced at the slumbering Xiao Wu, her small frame nestled against him, a picture of contentment. Was a nightmare? He wondered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and murmuring softly. Just then, a deep, indifferent voice resonated in his ear. "Awake now? Come to the playground." The sudden, ghostly whisper sent chills down Shen Yuan's spine, instinctively prompting him to summon the illusory moon fox, asking, You, sense the surroundings. Are there others nearby?" The illusory moon fox, still disoriented from being roused from sleep, quickly regained focus upon hearing Shen Yuan's command. It closed its eyes, extending its mental senses outward. Moments later, the fox opened its eyes, shaking its head in confusion. "Come here. You wouldn't want it known that the girl beside you is a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, would you?" The cold, emotionless voice echoed in Shen Yuan's ear once more, causing his pupils to constrict sharply and his heart to plunge into despair. Who was he? How could he possibly know that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast? What were his intentions? An overwhelming sense of panic enveloped Shen Yuan, erasing his usual composure and filling his eyes with fear and regret. What had he done? He should never have left the village. He shouldn't have allowed Xiao Wu to accompany him. Shen Yuan, where did you find the confidence to continue this journey with her? This is a tangible world. What gave you the right to be so audacious? Just those fragmented memories within your mind? When did you become so arrogant? Various feelings of regret and despair surged through Shen Yuan's mind, further clouding his thoughts. Suddenly, a violent jolt surged through his consciousness, striking him like a heavy hammer. While it caused no physical harm, the tremor in that instant pulled Shen Yuan from his panic. Ha ha! As he gasped for breath and opened his eyes, He saw the illusory moon fox with slightly reddened eyes, indicative of the mental shock it had just unleashed. Is it you? Are you all right? What has happened to you? The illusory moon fox, relieved to see Shen Yuan's eyes regain their clarity, rushed to him anxiously, nuzzling against him. Yue, I'm fine. Shen Yuan reassured, panting as he stroked the fox's head to calm its nerves, though his heart remained heavy. The voice he had just heard had struck at the core of his long-held fears regarding Xiao Wu, plunging him into a state of alarm. Thankfully, he had summoned the illusory moon fox in time, which had awakened him in a critical moment. Under the fox's mental impact, Shen Yuan regained his composure and realized he was drenched in cold sweat. He extended a trembling hand to stroke the illusory moon fox, forcing himself to calm his racing thoughts. If his memories were accurate, there should be no risk of Xiao Wu being discovered before they reached the capital of Tiandou. Considering he had lived on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, the impact on this continent was minimal. It seemed far-fetched to think that such a situation could trigger a butterfly effect. Think. What have I overlooked in the original work? Tang Hao. Shen Yuan abruptly slapped his forehead, cursing inwardly. How could I have forgotten about Tang Hao's existence? Unfortunately, Tang Hao only appeared during the Academy's battle arc, rarely showing up earlier, merely mentioned in passing as a powerful soul master. This oversight led Shen Yuan to neglect his presence in his excitement to leave the village and enter this world. Though Shen Yuan could no longer recall when Tang Hao departed from Tang San's side, he surely had accompanied and watched over him for some time when Tang San first enrolled. During that period, he must have been active near Nodding City, possibly noticing Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu as they arrived. Shen Yuan's mind raced as he scoured his sparse memories for details about Tang Hao. Tang Hao, the father of Tang San, was renowned as the Haoqian Douluo after severely injuring the previous pope of the Spirit Hall. But why had Tang Hao clashed with the pope? It seemed to be linked to the previous pope's attempt to kill and seize Tang Hao's wife, the 100,000-year transformed blue-silver empress. In the wake of his wife's death, Tang Hao had grown utterly disenchanted with this world, even neglecting his son for a time. Upon reflection, Shen Yuan seemed to comprehend why Tang Hao did not abduct Xiao Wu immediately upon her arrival in Nodding City. Even when he had just fallen asleep, Tang Hao refrained from directly attacking him and Xiao Wu. Instead, he stealthily awakened Shen Yuan and beckoned him outside. With this thought, Shen Yuan exhaled deeply. Although he had a rough idea of Tang Hao's possible intentions, he could not be certain they aligned with his assumptions. The potential for failure loomed large, and he dared not entertain the notion that Tang Hao might merely be toying with him or that he might suddenly change his mind and seize Xiao San's soul bone. Casting a gentle glance at Xiao Wu, who lay peacefully asleep, Shen Yuan steeled his resolve. After tidying up briefly, he quietly departed the dormitory with the phantom moon fox. As Shen Yuan stepped outside, tranquility enveloped the room once more, save for the moon, which hung high in the sky, casting a cool, silvery light that filtered through the window and illuminated Xiao Wu's serene face, which bore a slight frown, perhaps due to Shen Yuan's absence. Chapter 32. Tang Hao. The moon tonight was exceptionally bright, and under its cold luminescence, the already quiet path appeared even more desolate. The dormitory was not far from the training grounds, and Shen Yuan, accompanied by the phantom moon fox, soon arrived at the edge of the field. Gazing into the arena, he spotted a tall figure standing alone in the center, where one would expect an empty space. Shen Yuan approached respectfully and bowed, addressing the figure, "Senior, I have arrived. Do you have any instructions for me?" The figure was a robust man clad in a tattered robe riddled with holes, through which his bronze-colored skin was visible. This man was none other than Tang Hao. Tang Hao regarded Shen Yuan and spoke with a casual tone. "I presume you already know what I wish to convey. Your flustered demeanor suggests you have long been aware of that girl's true identity. Out of respect for you, Senior, I must admit that, due to the unique nature of my martial soul, I have indeed known Xiao Wu's identity for some time," Shen Yuan replied earnestly. "Oh." Tang Hao raised an eyebrow, casting a cursory glance at the vigilant phantom moon fox beside Shen Yuan. He continued, "So, you are aware of the girl's identity and have approached her? Is it for her soul bone?" Shen Yuan, with utmost seriousness, responded, "Certainly not. Xiao Wu is like a sister to me. She is family. You lie." Tang Hao's retort struck a chord deep within him, and a surge of dark energy emanated from Tang Hao, as his soul power surged with an overwhelming force. Pressing down on Shen Yuan. Caught off guard, Shen Yuan felt as if an immense weight were bearing down upon him, threatening to topple him to the ground. Instinctively, he tried to channel his soul power, yet the disparity in strength rendered his efforts futile, and he almost knelt under the oppressive force. The pressure coursed through his body, causing his bones to creak, and Shen Yuan could feel his soul power racing uncontrollably within him, exceeding the limits of what his body could endure. He raised his head, veins bulging, his expression contorted in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained defiantly fixed on Tang Hao. I did not lie. Even Tang Hao, witnessing Shen Yuan's unwavering spirit, felt a flicker of admiration in his gaze. The Phantom Moon Fox, seeing Shen Yuan's dire state, disregarded the disparity between them and charged at Tang Hao, attempting to unleash a mental assault. Tang Hao, sensing the psychic attack, shot a glance at the fox and scoffed. "Oof, little one, you are still too weak." Nevertheless, he allowed his turbulent soul power to subside, retracting his imposing aura. As the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, Shen Yuan immediately felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, collapsing onto the ground. Cough, cough. Senior, what does this mean? Shen Yuan gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Tang Hao observed the feeble figure sprawled on the ground and asked coolly, "Do you feel it? This is the kind of enemy you will face when that girl's identity is revealed. And it may not just be one or two, but a whole host of adversaries like me pursuing you." Shen Yuan inhaled deeply, steadying himself against the pain coursing through his body, his expression darkening as he regarded Tang Hao. Silence enveloped them for a considerable time, broken only by Shen Yuan's labored breathing. "I will protect her." Tang Hao smirked coldly at this proclamation, retorting, "And what makes you think you can protect her? With your current level of strength?" His tone dripped with mockery. Yet, in his mind, he could not help but recall a similar conversation he had had with Ayin, a flicker of resentment toward the spirit hall igniting within him. Shen Yuan raised his gaze to meet Tang Hao's, disregarding the scorn in his voice, and declared with unprecedented conviction, "I will protect her. I will grow stronger at a pace unmatched by anyone else, so that before her identity is discovered, I will possess the strength to shield her." "And that includes your current abilities?" Tang Hao inquired, scrutinizing him. Shen Yuan held his head high, meeting Tang Hao's gaze with quiet determination, shaking his head as he replied, "My current abilities pale in comparison to yours, Senior. Although my instincts tell me that you have no intention of harming her, I cannot simply place my trust in my instincts. Therefore, I beseech you, please do not harm Xiao Wu." Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback by Shen Yuan's plea before bursting into laughter. As he laughed, a trace of moisture glimmered at the corners of his eyes. He had indeed entertained the thought of eliminating Xiao Wu, either to claim her soul bone or her soul ring for himself or for Tang San. Yet, he could not bring himself to do it. The moment he laid eyes on Xiao Wu, memories of Yin's sacrifice 6 years prior flooded back to him. In Shen Yuan, Tang Hao saw a reflection of himself, one who had encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, one who had forged a sibling bond, one who had vowed to protect her, and one who faced insurmountable foes. If only he had possessed the courage to plead with his brother and his sect back then, would the outcome have been different? Looking into Shen Yuan's unwavering eyes, Tang Hao suppressed the tumult of his thoughts and tossed a healing pill toward him, saying, "This medicine will quickly mend your injuries and will not hinder your training tomorrow." He then cast a profound glance at Shen Yuan, adding, "I do not know how you managed to conceal the aura of that girl's soul beast, but as it stands, there should be no one below the title Douluo who can detect her. So tread carefully." With that, he stamped his foot and vanished from Shen Yuan's sight. As Shen Yuan reached out in haste to stop him, he found only emptiness. What did his final words mean? The aura of the soul beast on Xiao Wu had been obscured? By whom? Lost in thought, Shen Yuan gradually lowered his gaze, staring blankly at his own mark. Could it be you again? He pondered the elements surrounding him and concluded that the most likely suspect was his enigmatic martial soul. Although he had not forged a contract with Xiao Wu, their 2 years spent in close proximity might have allowed his martial soul's essence to intertwine with hers, thus concealing her identity. Shen Yuan pressed his lips firmly against the spirit mark on his arm, and to his astonishment, the most effective solution lay right beside him. A sharp intake of breath, accompanied by a wave of excitement, stirred the injuries on his body, causing Shen Yuan to grimace. He picked up Tang Hao's healing pill, inhaling its fragrant aroma. Subsequently, he instructed the illusion moon fox to remain vigilant in their surroundings before consuming the pill and sitting cross-legged to refine its essence. Soon, he could feel his wounds healing at an astonishing rate. What a remarkable healing remedy! While Shen Yuan sat on the ground, tending to his injuries, he pondered over Tang Hao's intentions for testing him that night. Yes, it was indeed a test. Otherwise, he would not have engaged him in so much conversation. Given his character, if he truly intended to eliminate Xiao Wu, he would hardly waste a word on Shen Yuan. After some contemplation, Shen Yuan concluded that Tang Hao was likely probing to ascertain whether he had discovered Xiao Wu's true nature as a transformed spirit beast. Had Shen Yuan feigned ignorance or claimed he knew only for the sake of the soul bone, Tang Hao would have undoubtedly compelled him to reveal his knowledge in front of Xiao Wu, thereby forcing her to leave him. Another possibility was Tang Hao's desire to understand how Shen Yuan managed to conceal the spirit beast aura emanating from Xiao Wu. It was known that Tang Hao's wife had been hunted down by the spirit hall after her spirit beast aura was inadvertently leaked. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome of that night proved beneficial for Shen Yuan. He had eliminated an unknown threat while unexpectedly discovering a new potential ability of his spirit. However, he resolved that such a situation would not occur again. This time was a stroke of luck, but he could not rely on fortune repeatedly. He needed to grow stronger and faster. Although Shen Yuan did not voice his thoughts, he felt a tinge of humiliation for being directly overpowered by Tang Hao's aura. Next time, he would not be so easily subdued. While sitting cross-legged on the ground, Shen Yuan assessed his combat capabilities compared to Tang Hao's and muttered to himself, "For now, I should just focus on earning some interest from Tang San." At that moment, Tang San, who was fast asleep in the dormitory, suddenly shivered. Chapter 33. Class. Even though the healing medicine provided by Tang Hao was remarkably effective, by the time Shen Yuan fully recovered, the eastern sky was already beginning to brighten. On the playground, a few students had started their morning exercises. Shen Yuan glanced at his blood-stained and dusty clothes and hurried back to the dormitory. Upon entering, he found Xiao Wu still asleep. Relieved, he quickly retrieved a clean outfit from the cupboard. Suddenly, he felt a gaze directed at him from behind. Turning around, he noticed Zhang Hua half sitting up, his wide eyes filled with terror as he stared at him. Shen Yuan recognized the misunderstanding in Zhang Hua's eyes, but chose not to explain. He merely cast a casual glance at him before changing his clothes. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuan's nonchalant gaze frightened Zhang Hua so much that he immediately lay back down, turned away, and covered himself with a blanket, as if to signal that he had seen nothing. Shen Yuan was taken aback by Zhang Hua's series of actions, unable to suppress his laughter. After changing and cleaning himself up, the sky was already dimly lit, and soon the sun would rise fully. At this point, Shen Yuan had no desire to return to bed. He decided instead to head out of the dormitory and to the playground for some exercise, aiming to calm his turbulent heart stirred by the events of the previous night. Before long, the bright sun had fully risen in the east. After finishing his workout and returning to the dormitory with breakfast, he found most of his roommates already awake. Ignoring Zhang Hua's evasive glances, Shen Yuan went straight to his bedside. Observing Xiao Wu's blissful sleeping face, he wore a mischievous smile and playfully pinched her nose. Within moments, the obstructed breathing Xiao Wu instinctively opened her eyes, and before she could react, Shen Yuan swiftly withdrew his hand. With his other hand still holding breakfast, he leaned in closer to the dazed Xiao Wu and softly said, "Silly girl, it's time to wake up. Hurry and wash up, then eat breakfast." Still groggy from sleep, Xiao Wu was pushed out to wash up by Shen Yuan. "Brother, did you wake me up by pinching my nose this morning?" she asked, her face flushed with embarrassment after washing her face. "Me? No, not at all. I was just naturally waking you," Shen Yuan replied innocently, adding with a smile, "You can ask them." He gestured towards their roommates in the room. As Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu turned to look, their roommates simultaneously shook their heads, indicating they had seen nothing. Noticing Xiao Wu's lingering skepticism, Shen Yuan awkwardly raised his breakfast and said, "Come on, let's eat breakfast quickly. We need to go to class afterward." In no time, the two of them finished tidying up and walked towards the teaching building. Shen Yuan rubbed his arm where the bite marks were, speaking to Xiao Wu beside him. "Xiao Wu, when did you develop this bad habit? Remember, you're a little rabbit, not a little dog. Who told you to bully me first thing in the morning?" Xiao Wu replied, looking displeased and puffing her cheeks. Seeing her expression, Shen Yuan chuckled and explained, I was just training your vigilance. Xiao Wu shot him a glare, then glanced at Shen Yuan's arm with a hint of concern in her eyes, noticing the fleeting expression on her face. Shen Yuan chuckled softly and took her hand as they made their way to the teaching building. Nodding Academy was merely a beginner's spirit master institution. As long as one became a spirit master by the 6th grade, they could graduate. Consequently, in the first year that Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu attended, the curriculum was limited to basic knowledge about spirits and spirit power. Nevertheless, Shen Yuan listened intently. In a world with a complete cultivation system, it was impossible for all content to be conveyed through novels, especially considering Shen Yuan's memories of the original work were already scant. After a morning of classes, Shen Yuan felt he had gained a wealth of knowledge. Though the information was not particularly profound, it provided him with a more systematic understanding of spirits. Soon, it was noon, and after having lunch at the cafeteria with Xiao Wu, he arranged for her to return to the dormitory to practice while he excitedly made his way to the master's room. Shen Yuan entered with ease, only to find that the master was there alone, and Tang San was absent. "Master, isn't Tang San coming?" Shen Yuan inquired, puzzled. The master explained, "Tang San has completed his foundational courses. Now, he primarily needs to rely on his own diligent practice. He will arrive around 4 in the afternoon to learn more advanced content." "Oh," Shen Yuan nodded in understanding. The master looked at Shen Yuan and said, "You should summon your illusion moon fox as well. Your spirit is closely related to your spirit beast, so having it nearby will be beneficial." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan summoned his spirit, and the illusion moon fox appeared. The master nodded at the sight of the fox and remarked, "From our conversation yesterday, I have gained a general understanding of your spirit's characteristics. Its primary ability is to assist you in battle through the contracted spirit beast, which is a significant advantage for you. Upon reaching the rank of a titled Douluo, an ordinary soul master possesses 9 soul skills. However, they must meticulously select which skills to utilize based on the circumstances they encounter, as it is either impossible or exceedingly difficult for them to employ 2, let alone 3 or 4 skills simultaneously. In contrast, your abilities are unique. Your soul skills are directly conferred upon your soul beast, allowing you to command your beast to utilize all its skills at once. More importantly, your soul beast draws upon its own soul power. At this revelation, even a master couldn't help but feel the extraordinary nature of Shen Yuan's martial spirit. This indicates that Shen Yuan only needs to summon the soul power of his soul beast, freeing him from the burden of using his own soul power. After pondering this, Shen Yuan glanced thoughtfully at the Moonlight Fox and inquired, "Is that so, yeah?" The Moonlight Fox nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I utilize my own soul power for my skills." Shen Yuan responded awkwardly, scratching his head. "So, does that mean my soul power is rather useless? What am I supposed to do? A mere tool?" The master cast a disdainful glance at Shen Yuan and remarked, "What are you thinking? Aren't you responsible for directing the battle? Moreover, while summoning the Moonlight Fox may seem effortless now, once it reaches a millennium or even 10,000 years, the soul power consumed will be vastly greater than it is now. Furthermore, you must understand that once all your soul beasts are summoned, you become the greatest vulnerability, a prime target for your enemies. Thus, it is imperative that you learn to protect yourself." Shen Yuan nodded helplessly. "Teacher, I have considered this. For now, I will focus on honing my close combat skills to ensure that I can defend myself when faced with direct confrontation." The master nodded in agreement. This is indeed a viable strategy, though it will require considerable effort on your part. Additionally, you may want to contemplate employing some external assistance. External assistance? Such as soul bones, or perhaps soul guidance devices. Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. Soul bones are too rare to consider at the moment, but soul guidance devices, while also scarce, are not quite as unattainable. Moreover, certain soul guidance devices can be incredibly effective when utilized in the appropriate context, akin to the first soul guidance device I used to defeat a soul master. However, teacher, defensive soul guidance devices are exceedingly rare, Shen Yuan remarked with disappointment. The master nodded and then produced a bracelet-like object from his pocket, tossing it towards Shen Yuan. "This is a defensive soul guidance device that I obtained during my travels across the continent with a friend, discovered in a relic. It can form a circular shield in front of you based on the amount of soul power you input, with the shield strength determined by your contribution." Shen Yuan received the device, stammering, "Teacher, isn't this a bit too precious?" The master chuckled at Shen Yuan's anxious expression. This soul guidance device is not as valuable as you might think. Most high-level battle soul masters already possess their own defensive soul skills and do not regard a simple shield that requires significant soul power to maintain as worthwhile for them. It would be an unwise investment. Despite the teacher's reassurances, Shen Yuan understood the value of this defensive soul guidance device. Recognizing that while high-level battle soul masters might not require it, auxiliary soul masters would certainly cherish it. Nevertheless, seeing the master's unwavering expression of insistence, Shen Yuan accepted it. "Thank you, teacher. I will gladly accept it." Observing Shen Yuan fastening the bracelet around his wrist, the master nodded in satisfaction and cautioned. While the strength of the shield is controlled by the amount of soul power you input, it does have its limits, so be mindful during usage. Additionally, this shield does not defend against mental attacks. If you encounter an opponent employing such tactics, do not waste your soul power on it. Shen Yuan listened attentively to the master's advice, knowing that any misstep could lead to his own injury. The master continued, "Although this soul guidance device may seem superfluous to high-level soul masters, it is exceptionally fitting for someone like you, who possesses soul power but lacks soul skills." Shen Yuan touched the bracelet on his wrist, nodding with satisfaction. The master then inquired, "Let us return to the topic of your martial spirit training. Have you contemplated the path you wish to pursue?" "What kind of path?" Shen Yuan asked, perplexed. The master explained, "Soul masters typically select a suitable direction for their martial spirit training, such as support, control, combat, or healing. For instance, Xiao San has chosen the control path, as his blue silver grass is well suited for it." Realizing the master was prompting him to decide on his own martial spirit development, Shen Yuan pondered for a moment and then asked, "Teacher, given your expertise in martial spirits, do you have any recommendations?" Upon hearing this, the master became animated, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he exclaimed, "I suggest you pursue a comprehensive approach." Shen Yuan was taken aback. "Comprehensive?" The master clarified, "Precisely, a comprehensive approach. You should learn everything: combat, healing, control. You can master it all." Noticing Shen Yuan's continued confusion, the master queried, "Xiao Yuan, do you understand why all soul masters tend to choose a specific martial spirit training direction?" After some reflection, Shen Yuan tentatively replied, "Because of the martial spirit?" "Indeed," the master affirmed, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "The martial spirit is indeed a crucial factor. Each martial spirit has its own unique characteristics. For instance, feline beast martial spirits are typically suited for agile combat, while vine-type martial spirits excel in control. If you were to reverse this, allowing a feline martial spirit to pursue control and a vine martial spirit to focus on agility, it would hinder the martial spirit's development and squander one's talents. However, your contract symbol martial spirit is distinct. It lacks a specific attribute, allowing you to choose any path by depending on the soul beast you contract." The master paused, allowing Shen Yuan to absorb this information before continuing. "Moreover, your contracted soul beast can rapidly grow with your soul power. Other soul master soul rings and skills are fixed in age and do not strengthen with the soul master's growth. Consequently, in the later stages of high-level soul masters, the first and second soul ring skills are seldom utilized in battles of equivalent rank. This reality dictates that pursuing multiple paths simultaneously through various soul skills is unattainable. It is far more prudent to determine a direction early on and subsequently enhance all 9 soul rings in alignment with that path." At this point, Shen Yuan grasped the master's perspective. According to the master's explanation, his martial spirit was indeed well suited for a comprehensive developmental approach. More critically, the master glanced at Shen Yuan and sighed. "I suspect that your martial spirit may enhance the intelligence of your contracted soul beasts, elevating their cognitive abilities." "What?" Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The master observed the moonlight fox resting beside Shen Yuan and remarked, "I have studied the moonlight fox as well. Yet your moonlight fox exhibits a level of intelligence that far surpasses others of its kind, rivaling even some soul beasts that are thousands of years old. Even considering its exceptional mental aptitude, it is difficult to explain why it possesses such heightened intelligence. The ability to communicate with others and effortlessly comprehend the meaning of their words is a remarkable spiritual connection, a unique soul skill. If one were to further study organizational combat strategies, it could undoubtedly transform into a commanding tower within your future team." I believe the most likely cause of such an effect lies within your martial soul. Upon hearing the master's words, Shen Yuan suddenly recalled the incident when the illusory moon fox, after the contract, had quarreled with Xiao Wu. This was evidently peculiar for a soul beast that had only existed for a few hundred years. The master sighed as he observed Shen Yuan's expression, explaining that this indicates your contracted soul beast may possess wisdom that is at least on par with that of a human. Consequently, they are likely capable of independent cultivation and practicing soul skills without requiring excessive energy from you. The master continued, noting the uniqueness of Shen Yuan's martial soul as the reason he suggested pursuing a comprehensive development approach. Ultimately, this could lead to a highly coordinated and spiritually connected high-level team centered around you. After absorbing the master's insights in silence, Shen Yuan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glimmering with confidence as he declared, "Teacher, I have made my decision. I shall follow your guidance and pursue comprehensive development. Given that the heavens have bestowed upon me such a unique martial soul, it would be a waste not to utilize it fully." "Excellent," the master responded, though not surprised. "However, this means you will have to learn much more, so be mentally prepared." Shen Yuan nodded resolutely, affirming, "Teacher, I am already prepared." As their discussion continued, time passed swiftly. A sudden knocking at the door interrupted their conversation. When the door slowly opened, Tang San entered. "Teacher, Xiao Yuan, you two are truly engrossed in your discussion. It's already mealtime," he remarked, holding up a bag. "I brought you something. Let us eat first." "Brother, I'm here too." Xiao Wu chimed in as she appeared from behind the door. "Xiao Wu, what a pleasant surprise," Shen Yuan exclaimed, stepping forward to greet her. Xiao Wu smiled and replied, "Hee, I came to check on you. I was worried you might forget to eat. I ran into Xiao San at the cafeteria and decided to come along." She raised her own lunchbox as proof. Shen Yuan patted Xiao Wu on the head, saying, "You're quite thoughtful to remember your elder brother." Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he narrowed his eyes playfully, asking, "Xiao Wu, you didn't slack off in your training this afternoon, did you?" "Of course not," Xiao Wu replied earnestly, her expression serious. Shen Yuan looked at her skeptically, causing her to shyly turn away, unable to meet his gaze. Then she snapped back, "Brother, how could you not believe me?" Your usual behavior makes it hard to trust you," Shen Yuan teased, gently tapping her on the head as he took the lunchbox from her hands and led her towards the master. Xiao Wu watched Shen Yuan's retreating figure, pouting adorably. Her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. "Don't pout," Shen Yuan called back without turning around, aware of her actions. He then turned to her with a smile, saying, "You know my soul power progresses slower than yours. I'm at level 11, while you're at level 12. If I ever surpass you..." Shen Yuan led the disgruntled Xiao Wu to the table, where Tang San, noticing her displeasure, asked with a chuckle, "What is going on here?" "Nothing much," Shen Yuan replied, recounting his earlier conversation. "Ha ha ha." Tang San couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Shen Yuan's words. Even the master couldn't suppress a slight smile. Xiao Wu shot a fierce glare at Tang San and the master, hugging the illusory moon fox, rubbing her face against its fur in frustration. Suddenly, the master, realizing something, curiously inquired, "What do you mean by slow cultivation speed?" Shen Yuan furrowed his brow as he explained, "It might be due to the uniqueness of my soul power. My martial soul's cultivation speed is considerably slower than that of a normal innate full soul power. Even with the enhancement from Moon, it still lags behind." The master nodded thoughtfully. "That could be the reason. Your soul power is indeed special, offering numerous effects beyond that of an ordinary person's. If this results in a slower cultivation speed, it is understandable. In that case, your contracted soul beast's enhancement to your cultivation speed serves as a remedy for this deficiency," he concluded. Shen Yuan agreed, stating, "Therefore, my expectation for the soul beast I will contract in the future will have to be quite high. Otherwise, I fear its enhancement may not be sufficient to keep my cultivation speed on par." Upon hearing Shen Yuan's concerns, the master pondered for a moment before retrieving 2 small booklets from a cabinet and handing them to Shen Yuan. "Take these 2 manuals, they should prove useful." Shen Yuan accepted them, one being an advanced meditation technique designed to accelerate his soul power cultivation, while the other bore the title Mental Training Experiment Manual by Wang Wei. Shen Yuan looked at the master with surprise. The master nodded, explaining, "I acquired this during my travels across the continent, taken from a group of evil soul masters. Although the experimental content is rather sinister and bloody, Some conclusions are still intriguing. I have omitted the experimental sections. The remainder is for your perusal. Thank you, teacher. Shen Yuan was taken aback by how quickly the master provided him with the martial soul cultivation and mental training techniques. Tang San, observing from the side, approached with curiosity and said, "Teacher, this is unfair. Xiao Yuan receives such an important gift the moment he walks in. And what about me?" "It's not that you need it," the master replied dismissively. "Isn't your current training far superior to this?" "Tang San, focus on mastering what your father has taught you," the master instructed, leaving Tang San momentarily speechless. He wished to clarify that these techniques were from his previous life, not his father's teachings. Ultimately, he refrained from speaking, sulking as he watched Shen Yuan gleefully examine the manuals. Noticing Tang San's envious gaze directed at Shen Yuan, the master sighed and tossed him a meditation technique. Chiding him playfully, "You lack ambition. Here is another soul power meditation manual. Take it." As for the mental techniques, Xiao Yuan's martial soul is unique and requires ample mental strength. You need not expend excessive energy on this. As Tang San caught the manual, a flicker of joy crossed his face. He cared little about the quality of the meditation technique, knowing he would ultimately rely on his own Shintian skill. However, what mattered more to him was his teacher's attitude towards him. Watching Tang San happily stow the meditation manual in his soul guide, Shen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, finding the current version of Tang San rather endearing. Yet, reflecting on Tang San's past life, he understood that even when faced with peril, Tang San's thoughts remained tethered to the Tang sect. In this life, he was born into a single-parent family. Despite Tang Hao's indifference towards him during his childhood, he still held deep affection and respect for him. Even after his father's departure, he found solace in treating Xiao Wu as his younger sister, showering her with love and care. This illustrates that Tang San is a person who craves affection. Regardless of his previous life, he places great importance on familial bonds and the sentiments tied to his sect. Initially, it was fortunate that he was the sole disciple of the master. But with the arrival of Shen Yuan, witnessing the master's kindness towards Shen Yuan sparked a tinge of jealousy within him. Although this fleeting emotion did not alter his perception of Shen Yuan, he couldn't help but display a hint of a knowing smile upon seeing Tang San's joyful demeanor. After putting away his meditation notes, Tang San suddenly noticed Shen Yuan's enigmatic smile across from him, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. "What are you laughing at?" he inquired, somewhat flustered. Shen Yuan, with an inscrutable expression, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just finding some individuals rather endearing at times," while his gaze frequently flickered towards Tang San. Tang San's face turned crimson, pointing at Shen Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 36. The duel against Tang San dinner concluded, and the evening rest period began. By this time, most students had returned to their dormitories, either resting or cultivating. Shen Yuan was quite satisfied with his day of learning. The master had generally outlined a direction for him, though many specific details would need to be filled in during his continued studies. However, what puzzled the group was that, despite the hour, the master did not summon them back, but instead allowed them to rest a while longer in the room. After approximately half an hour, once the master observed that everyone was adequately rested, he led them to the training ground. At this hour, the ground lay deserted, and the master turned to Shen Yuan and Tang San, stating, Xiao Yuan, it's time for a duel." "Huh?" The two exchanged puzzled glances, prompting the master to explain, "I wish to observe your combat styles to better arrange future training plans. Additionally, it has been a while since you, Xiao San, engaged in a proper battle. I would like to see your progress during this time." "Understood." With the master's intentions clear, Shen Yuan and Tang San exchanged glances, each recognizing the eagerness in the other's eyes. They stepped into the arena, both maintaining a calm demeanor as they regarded one another. At the master's command, Shen Yuan and Tang San simultaneously summoned their martial spirits. Martial spirit. Contract symbol, Shen Yuan, level 11 battle spirit master. Martial spirit, blue silvergrass, Tang San, level 13 battle spirit master. In contrast to Shen Yuan's silent activation, Tang San's martial spirit flared to life, illuminating his form with a soft blue glow that mirrored the brightness in his eyes. His right hand gradually lifted, revealing a vibrant stalk of blue silvergrass, swaying gently in the night breeze. Shen Yuan observed Tang San with caution, fully aware of the terrifying capabilities of control-type spirits. It was evident that unless one possessed significantly greater strength or swiftness, one could easily be ensnared by an enemy's control. Quickly, Shen Yuan summoned the illusion moon fox, establishing a mental link and swiftly communicating, "Yu, be wary. Xiao San is a control type. Avoid being ensnared by the blue silver grass." His first soul ring is the mandala snake, so the resilience of his blue silver grass is likely beyond your expectations and may even possess some toxicity. While I am unsure of his soul skills, it is highly probable he can manipulate the blue silver grass, so remain vigilant of the grass nearby. Shen Yuan relayed his insights through their mental network, lowering his stance as he fixed his gaze intently on Tang San. After activating his martial spirit, Tang San remained stationary, observing Shen Yuan's movements without initiating an attack. Given his unfamiliarity with Shen Yuan's offensive style, he deemed it wise to adopt a defensive approach. However, Shen Yuan recognized the urgency of the situation. The arena was surrounded by grass, which favored Tang San. If they continued to remain at a standstill, the area would soon be riddled with traps. Thus, without waiting for Tang San to unleash his soul skills, Shen Yuan decisively commanded Yu, "Let us go," and charged forward. This left Shen Yuan with no choice. Currently, the only soul beast at his disposal was the illusion moon fox, and its first soul skill was purely supportive. Thus, he had to engage in the fray himself. Tang San, observing Shen Yuan and the illusion moon fox advancing from two directions, felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, Shen Yuan's martial spirit posed a considerable challenge. As the illusion moon fox approached him from the right, its claws gleaming with a chilling light, it lunged directly at Tang San. Unfazed, Tang San harnessed his soul power, transforming his hand into a flawless jade-like appendage, meeting the fox's claws head-on. Xiao Wu gasped at the sight. To everyone's astonishment, a sharp clashing sound resonated through the air as Tang San remained unscathed while the illusion moon fox was sent spiraling into the air. Soul skill bind. In an instant, a robust stalk of blue-silver grass erupted from the grass below Xiao Wu, ensnaring the airborne illusion moon fox. "Watch out!" Hearing the warning, the illusion moon fox swiftly adjusted its position in midair, deftly evading the blue-silver grass's grasp. At that moment, Tang San, having blocked the illusion moon fox's assault with his jade-like hand, could not focus on it any longer as Shen Yuan surged forward. Shen Yuan, not employing any elaborate techniques, simply propelled himself forward with sheer momentum, delivering a powerful punch enveloped in dense soul power towards Tang San's chest. Tang San, refusing to be complacent, resolved to counter Shen Yuan's attack with his own jade-like hand. However, as their strikes collided, Tang San sensed an overwhelming force emanating from Shen Yuan's fist, starkly contrasting the expected strength of an 11-level soul master. What was this force? It certainly did not resemble the might of a level 11 soul master. Was it Shen Yuan's unique soul power? Tang San quickly shook his arms and propelled his legs backward, attempting to dissipate the tremendous force. Now, Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled as he saw Tang San leap back, instructing the illusion moon fox, which had just landed, to strike. Tang San felt a chill rise behind him, an ominous sign that the illusion moon fox was poised to attack. Realizing he was airborne and momentarily vulnerable, he couldn't evade. With a flash in his eyes, he called upon his soul skill, bind. In an instant, several stalks of blue-silver grass sprouted from beneath him, encircling his body, while a slender stalk emerged from afar, coiling around his waist, aiming to both shield him from the impending attack and extricate him from their offensive circle. However, at that moment, a glimmer of amusement danced in Shen Yuan's eyes. Yu, unleash a mental shock. A wave of invisible force erupted from the illusion moon fox, catching Tang San off guard as he had not anticipated the fox possessing any ranged abilities. He was struck and fell into a dazed state. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yuan disregarded the dormant blue-silver grass tendrils surrounding Tang San and surged forward, his fist poised to strike Tang San's chest once more. At that moment, Tang San suddenly opened his eyes wide, awakening with a start. What? How could it be so fast? Is it the purple extreme demon eye? It was evident that Tang San's premature awakening was beyond Shen Yuan's expectations. However, there was no time for Shen Yuan to alter his actions. He steeled himself and swiftly charged through the pile of blue-silver grass towards Tang San. Tang San was not to be trifled with. Upon awakening and seeing Shen Yuan strike, he quickly concentrated a substantial amount of soul power in his chest, effectively blocking Shen Yuan's blow. With his force, he forcibly broke free from the encirclement. Though he emerged from the fray, Tang San felt a sharp pain in his chest and stood at a distance, warily eyeing Shen Yuan and the Phantom Moon Fox. Shen Yuan looked at Tang San and suddenly inquired, "How did you escape from your used soul skill just now?" Typically, a first-ring soul master wouldn't break free so quickly. Tang San, nursing his chest, smiled wryly and replied, "Perhaps it's because I've practiced mental secret arts as well. My mental strength is decent, granting me some resistance against the Phantom Moon Fox's mental attacks." Shen Yuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. After sharing a moment of silent understanding, the two immediately repositioned themselves, preparing to resume their battle. "Stop," Master interjected, interrupting the escalating tension between them. "Let today suffice. I have gained a general understanding of Xiao Yuan's combat style." Both Shen Yuan and Tang San froze, having only exchanged a single round of blows and still feeling unsatisfied. Yet upon hearing Master's directive, they had no choice but to relent. As both sides ceased hostilities, Xiao Wu rushed over, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" She scrutinized Shen Yuan's body closely. Hearing Xiao Wu's concern, Tang San rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Hey, Xiao Wu, it was I who took the punch, all right?" Xiao Yuan is unscathed. Xiao Wu immediately retorted, "Who knows what your vines were hiding? With so many attacks combined, it certainly wasn't a proper technique." Tang San's expression darkened further at her words. What does she mean by not a proper technique? This is blue silvergrass combined with a century-old mandrake. A perfect match. He secretly mused about her lack of discernment. "Brother, that was so cool just now." Xiao Wu, having just berated Tang San, turned to Shen Yuan, linking her arm with his and smiling brightly. Shen Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling as he shook his head. "I still have a long way to go." Chapter 37. Xiao Wu's realization master approached and asked the two, "What do you think of the outcome?" Shen Yuan and Tang San exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "I lost." Upon hearing their responses, Tang San cast a surprised look at Shen Yuan. He acknowledged his defeat, for it was evident to all that he was at a disadvantage. Had it not been for his fortuitous early awakening, he might have lost all combat effectiveness. Shen Yuan paused, clenching his hand as he said, "In that last charge, I was poisoned. If we had continued fighting, the likelihood of my defeat would have increased. Moreover, Tang San has yet to unveil his Tang Sect's ultimate techniques. Otherwise, I fear I might have lost even sooner." Master nodded, observing the two with a calm demeanor, and asked, "From the battle just now, how do you both assess your performance?" Listening to Master, Shen Yuan and Tang San took a moment to reflect on the encounter. Finally, Tang San stepped forward hesitantly and admitted, "I should have been more cautious and not underestimated the Phantom Moon Fox. Although Xiao Yuan had mentioned her high mental talent, I still overlooked the possibility of her utilizing a mental soul skill." Master nodded in acknowledgement but turned to Shen Yuan, asking, "What about you, Xiao Yuan?" Shen Yuan reflected and replied, "Quite the opposite. I was perhaps overly confident in Yu's soul skills. I neglected to consider that Xiao San could resist mental soul skills." He continued, "Additionally, our coordination lacks synergy. Many times, our collaboration relies on a mental link, which, while rapid, still involve a time delay, making it easy to miss critical opportunities." Master nodded in satisfaction, stating, "In my view, Xiao Yuan, you must prioritize training your synergy with your contracted spirit beast. Only with a high level of rapport can you both fully harness your strengths. For instance, when you initially attacked Xiao San, though you both set off simultaneously, the Phantom Moon Fox struck first, failing to synchronize your assault on Xiao San, thus losing the greatest advantage of a simultaneous attack." He then turned his gaze to Tang San, asking, "What would have happened if, at that moment, Xiao Yuan and the Phantom Moon Fox had attacked you together? And what if the Phantom Moon Fox had prepared to unleash a mental strike at that point?" Tang San imagined the scenario, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Master continued, "I believe you understand that at such a moment, you cannot afford to be distracted. Controlling the battlefield might leave you unable to deploy your soul skills before being neutralized." Listening to Master, Tang San nodded grimly, observing his two disciples in silence. Master subtly smiled and encouraged, "Why the long faces? Identify the problems and address them. In my eyes, your recent battle was on par with a great soul master. However, You must strive for greater strength, pursue higher standards, and refine your tactics in combat. Understood. Upon hearing Master's words, both their eyes sparkled with renewed determination as they replied in unison. Xiao Wu stood by, captivated by her brother's spirited demeanor, momentarily lost in admiration. Master, pleased with his disciples, suggested, the best approach for both of you now is to engage in mutual combat, training your synergy through battle, and learning how to control the battlefield. As for other skills, such as long-range attacks and multitasking, those can be developed later. Therefore, your foremost priority is to solidify your fundamentals, ensuring no mistakes in battle and seizing every opportunity, relying on your years of accumulated combat experience. Master's tone was earnest, and his disciples responded, "We understand." Shen Yuan and Tang San echoed in unison. With a nod from Master, he concluded, "Then you may return. It's getting late. Rest early, for there are classes tomorrow." Having said this, he turned and left first. After Master departed, Tang San approached Shen Yuan and said, "Xiao Yuan, let me check the poison for you. Though it's not a severe toxin, the numbness is quite unpleasant." Shen Yuan smiled and reassured him, "Don't worry. I've learned quite a bit from my grandfather regarding this matter." He then retrieved a simple detoxification pill he had concocted from his storage space and consumed it. Hearing this, Tang San's eyes brightened. The Tang sect, apart from its expertise in hidden weapons, had profound knowledge of poisons as well. Medicine and poison are two sides of the same coin. He understood quite a bit about medicinal remedies. Next time, let's seize the opportunity to exchange knowledge on this subject. Tang San excitedly suggested to Shen Yuan. While the Tang sect's secret techniques were bound by rules of confidentiality, medicinal knowledge was not. Shen Yuan contemplated the wealth of knowledge in Tang San's mind regarding Tang sect poisons and felt a spark of inspiration. It would be beneficial to invite him to serve as a consultant in his apothecary. With this thought, Shen Yuan beamed at Tang San and said, "Sure, let's meet up when we have the time." Before long, Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory. Due to the dust of battle clinging to him, Shen Yuan first took a shower outside. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was pleasantly surprised to find Xiao Wu still engrossed in her training. His entrance startled her out of her meditative state, and upon recognizing him, a radiant smile illuminated her face. "Brother, you're back." Seeing Xiao Wu's sweet smile, Shen Yuan couldn't help but smile back, teasingly asking, "I can't believe I return to find you still training. Has the moon risen in the west?" He exaggeratedly leaned toward the window, feigning curiosity. Xiao Wu, slightly shy from Shen Yuan's teasing, gazed at him with wide, earnest eyes and replied, "Because I don't want to be left behind by you, brother." Shen Yuan looked at her in confusion. "Today, when I saw you battling alongside Tang San, you were so impressive." Xiao Wu's bright eyes sparkled with admiration, but then dimmed slightly as she continued, "When it was just the two of us, I didn't feel much. But seeing you and Tang San today made me realize that if I don't put in more effort, I will be left far behind. Although my brother has low cultivation, his combat ability and potential are remarkable, and Tang San's soul power surpasses mine, along with his various combat techniques. If this continues, I fear I will only be able to stand behind you." Xiao Wu gazed at Shen Yuan, her determination evident as she declared, "I refuse to accept this." Seeing the concern etched on her face, Shen Yuan chuckled softly and embraced her, saying, "How could I ever abandon you, Xiao Wu? I know." Xiao Wu's eyes brimmed with determination. "I know you won't leave me behind, but I don't want to always stand in someone else's shadow. I despise being someone you protect. I loathe merely watching you fight." Shen Yuan stared at Xiao Wu's resolute expression, suddenly recalling that she had always been a fiercely competitive girl. However, these past few years, surrounded by his love and care, she seemed to have become a bit playful. Yet, today's encounter with him and Tang San seemed to have rekindled her innate drive and fear of being left behind, prompting her to genuinely contemplate her desires and take immediate action. Shen Yuan regarded her thoughtfully, internally sighing, "Xiao Wu has truly grown." He then gently ruffled her hair and smiled. "Starting tomorrow, you will train with us." "Ugh." Xiao Wu shook her head, pouting in dissatisfaction. "Brother, you're messing with my hair. I won't grow taller that way." Amused by her adorable antics, Shen Yuan laughed out loud and playfully pinched her cheeks. "Being small suits you just fine. You're utterly charming as you are." Chapter 38, Training, Creating Unique Soul Skills. Following this, Shen Yuan's academic life began to adopt a more structured routine. Mornings were reserved for attending classes, afternoons dedicated to learning from the master and engaging in personal training, while evenings were allocated for cultivating soul power. This was largely thanks to the master's advanced meditation technique, which allowed Shen Yuan to free up his nighttime hours for cultivation. Inspired by Xiao Wu's newfound determination, Shen Yuan sought his teacher's approval to share the meditation method with her. Despite their tightly packed training schedules, he relished the evident progress he made each day. As dusk fell, the sky took on a gentle gray hue. At this hour, most students and teachers had retreated to their dorms for cultivation, yet in a secluded corner of the school, a significant commotion could be heard. With a resounding crash, Shen Yuan and Tang San were engaged in a sparring match, both panting heavily as they faced one another. Nearby, Xiao Wu stood poised, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she watched the duel. Tang San, I think we should call it a day, Shen Yuan said, straightening up and catching his breath. Your control of the blue-silver grass soul skill has become much more agile, at times. It can even simultaneously fend off attacks from both me and you. Tang San, lowering his stance, replied with a hint of exasperation, no matter how agile it gets. As long as your illusory moon fox is around, you will always find opportunities to capitalize on. Tang San felt drained from their matches. Not only did he have to contend with Shen Yuan and the synchronized attacks of the illusory moon fox, but he also had to guard against its occasional mental assaults. The challenges of battling Shen Yuan were intensifying. Hey, you're the one who has the upper hand right now, Shen Yuan retorted, bemused by Tang San's complaints. Since Tang San had discovered the abilities of the illusory moon fox, Shen Yuan had found the difficulty of their battles escalating significantly. Particularly because Tang San possessed a resistance to mental attacks, it made their encounters all the more challenging. Now, their fights had shifted from Shen Yuan having the advantage to the opposite scenario, especially after Tang San began employing his secret techniques. Skills such as controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, ghostly shadow and disappearing footsteps, and a mysterious jade hand had been honed to perfection in Tang San's repertoire. Were it not for the illusory moon fox's mental impact granting him a slight edge, Shen Yuan would likely have been defeated long ago. And this was all without the use of hidden weapons. Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel that, at this stage of their development, Tang San was truly extraordinary. However, this was also related to the fact that the illusory moon fox's awakened soul skill was supportive in nature. Once he forged a pact with a soul beast focused on offense or defense, his options would broaden significantly. Yet, upon glancing at his own soul power, still at the 13th level, and then at Tang San's impressive 16th level, Shen Yuan could only sigh resignedly within. While the illusory moon fox's progress had been rapid, to advance even faster, he needed a bond with a new soul beast. As their sparring session came to an end, Xiao Wu rushed over, her excitement palpable. Brother, Tang San, you both were so impressive just now. She stood beside Shen Yuan, hands clasped behind her back, beaming at both him and Tang San. Then, she quickly turned to Shen Yuan, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Brother, you must recover quickly. It's my turn to battle you next. Sighing at Xiao Wu's newfound zeal for combat, Shen Yuan felt a headache coming on. Ever since she had changed her attitude towards training, he felt as though he had flipped some special switch, igniting her enthusiasm for battle. Now, she constantly urged him or Tang San to fight. The crucial aspect was that Xiao Wu's talent for combat was indeed high. Her soul skills, combined with her agility, made her a formidable opponent for anyone encountering her for the first time. Tang San could certainly attest to this. After resting for a moment, Shen Yuan stood up at Xiao Wu's insistence, casting a resigned glance at the amused Tang San. He followed Xiao Wu to the arena, took a deep breath, and quickly adjusted his demeanor to one of seriousness. Xiao Wu, let us begin. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly summoned her martial spirit and activated her transformation. Unlike Tang San's control-oriented approach, Xiao Wu's combat style leaned heavily toward aggressive offense. As Xiao Wu tensed her body, she gazed at Shen Yuan and the illusory moon fox across the way. Brother, I'm coming, she exclaimed, propelling herself forward with a forceful push of her legs. Yeah, support me from the side. I will take the lead in the attack. Despite Shen Yuan's belief that he should embody the grace of a summoner, the lack of a contract beast forced him to temporarily assume the role of a meat shield and a frontline attacker. Channeling his soul power, he enveloped his arms in thick layers of soul energy. Since the awakening of his martial soul, he had been contemplating the creation of his own soul skills. However, due to a lack of experience and unstable control over his soul power, his progress had been sluggish. Until now, he had only managed to manifest a soul skill he conceived based on inspiration from other works in his previous life, Soul Power Veil, which could only be wrapped around his arms to enhance both offensive and defensive capabilities. Even so, this ability proved immensely beneficial, particularly during his spar with Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu charged towards him with remarkable speed, Shen Yuan did not evade but instead moved directly towards her, reaching for her shoulders. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she pressed her hands against his grasp. In that instant of contact, her hands coiled around as like a boneless snake, swiftly locking onto his joints and restraining him firmly. Xiao Wu, you should know that this tactic is ineffective against me, Shen Yuan said with a smile. If it had been anyone else facing Xiao Wu's maneuver for the first time, they would likely have been immobilized before they even had a chance to react. Yet Shen Yuan was different. He summoned the power of the Soul Power Veil on his arms, effortlessly dislodging her grip. Brother, this time it may not be so simple. A playful smile curved Xiao Wu's lips as she felt the resistance from his arms. Channeling her soul power to its fullest, her aura surged, forcing his hands back down just as they were about to be freed. Has Xiao Wu leveled up? 16? Shen Yuan, along with Tang San, who was observing from the sidelines, was astonished by how quickly Xiao Wu, who had always lagged behind, had caught up. Realizing her opportunity, Xiao Wu suddenly whipped her head, her scorpion braid darting towards Shen Yuan's neck, wrapping around it securely. Success! A glimmer of triumph sparkled in her eyes as she leaped, aiming a kick at his chest. Xiao Wu, you are underestimating the situation. Did you think you were the only one who had progressed? Shen Yuan's teasing voice echoed unexpectedly, startling her. She had assumed that being ensnared by her own braid would render him speechless. It was only then that Xiao Wu noticed the thin layer of soul power separating Shen Yuan's neck from her braid. Brother S. Soul Power Veil can't be restricted to just his arms, can it? Before Xiao Wu could fully comprehend her surprise, the illusory moon fox unleashed a mental assault from afar, instantly knocking her unconscious. At the same time, the soul power on Shen Yuan's arm surged, freeing her hands in an instant, and he grasped her legs, pulling her into his embrace. Little rabbit, you've lost. Shen Yuan chuckled softly at the bewildered Xiao Wu, now lying in his arms. Chapter 39. Climbing trees? Treading water? Oof. Xiao Wu pouted, her eyes glowering at Shen Yuan. Noticing her displeased gaze, he awkwardly averted his eyes, ultimately unable to escape her scrutiny, and turned to comfort her. Xiao Wu, your progress has been substantial, but when will Brother's Soul Power Veil extend beyond just his arms? I can't understand. Xiao Wu huffed indignantly. Shen Yuan sighed. Regardless, I have been diligently practicing. How could I possibly make no progress at all? Xiao Wu fell silent. Her cheeks puffed as she seized the innocent illusory moon fox beside her, rubbing it while muttering, It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have been defeated so easily. Tang San approached, marveling at Shen Yuan. I never expected, Xiao Yuan, that your soul skill would truly succeed. I didn't even notice it during our battle. Shen Yuan rolled his eyes. I had no need for it in our fight. Ultimately, the soul power veil is still unrefined. Using it elsewhere would only waste soul power. The soul power veil was a skill Shen Yuan had devised based on memories of other works from his past life, and he had even contemplated its subsequent advancement into soul power armor. However, in practice, he found that it was far more challenging than he had anticipated. The soul power veil demanded a high degree of control over one's soul power. A soul master must possess exceptional mastery over their own abilities. Initially, Shen Yuan envisioned a progression that began with wrapping his fists in soul power, gradually extending to his arms, then to his chest, and ultimately enveloping his entire body in a layer of protective energy. Although the soul power veil was designed to enhance defensive capabilities, its soul power wrapping also inadvertently augmented his offensive ability, especially given the quality of his soul energy. Yet, when he began to experiment, he found that as the soul power began to spread, the outer layer became increasingly unstable, resulting in chaotic fluctuations that nearly caused him harm on several occasions. After numerous training sessions, Shen Yuan realized his current limit was to wrap the soul power around his arms. Any further extension would lead to instability, diminishing its effectiveness. He had consulted the master for suitable methods to train his control over soul power. However, the master explained that the most common practice among soul masters was the frequent use of soul skills. Through the process of releasing soul skills, they would gradually learn to manage their soul power. Some soul skills are inherently complex. For example, when utilizing a fiery energy ray, a soul master would simultaneously train themselves on how to control the flames. Similarly, during the use of Tang San's skill, entanglement, he could sense the flow of soul power, how it coalesced into the blue-silver grass vines, and how to control them. Thus, through the act of releasing soul skills, a soul master would naturally enhance their control over their soul power. However, when Shen Yuan looked at his own available skill, he found only one: to initiate a contract and summon a soul beast. The process was quite straightforward. He simply felt his soul power surge into his martial soul, establishing communication with the contract space, allowing him to summon the soul beast. Throughout this process, he did not perceive any semblance of controlling his soul power. Upon hearing the master's explanation, Shen Yuan understood that the experimentation with his self-created soul skill was, in fact, a form of training in soul power control. Nevertheless, compared to the standard soul master's process of releasing soul skills, it was significantly more perilous and difficult to manage. Thus, this training had to cease once he managed to envelop his arms, for extending it to his chest or neck posed a grave risk of injury. Indeed, the creation of self-designed soul skills was exceedingly rare. A misstep in the process could lead to dire consequences. Subsequently, Shen Yuan found himself devoid of better methods in this world, compelling him to delve into memories from his previous life in search of potential solutions for reference. Upon careful reflection, Shen Yuan indeed recalled some more secure and simpler methods for controlling soul power. For instance, manipulating the number of iron balls, condensing soul power into lines for weaving, and even climbing trees or treading water. A wave of exhilaration surged through Shen Yuan as he eagerly began to experiment with these techniques in his mind. He soon discovered that controlling the iron balls was far too easy for him, lacking any challenge. He pondered that perhaps iron balls made from materials capable of suppressing soul power would yield better results, but he chose to set this aside for the time being. Next, he attempted to condense soul power into lines and weave them. This proved exceedingly difficult. Merely dividing his soul power into several strands felt like a daunting task, let alone condensing them into lines and weaving. He thought to himself that if he could truly achieve this, his control over soul power would rival that of even the most formidable titled Douluos. Ultimately, he settled on the method of climbing trees and treading water, as it was simple and safe, more suitable for his current stage of development. However, it became evident that soul power and chakra were fundamentally different. When Shen Yuan attempted to climb trees using soul power, he found it challenging to even create a suction effect beneath his feet using soul power. He mused that if he could indeed generate such a suction, it would signify a successful experiment in a new soul skill. Thus, his focus shifted to treading water. Unlike climbing, treading water required him to release a force downwards from his feet, allowing him to remain stable on the water surface, ideally achieving an effect similar to that on land. This was considerably simpler than climbing. It merely required him to control the outward release of soul power. The most challenging aspect lay in constantly adjusting the force's magnitude and direction on the turbulent water surface, for a moment's inattention could lead to a plunge into the depths. Clearly, compared to practicing soul power fabric, treading water was far safer. At worst, a failure would leave him simply drenched, rather than risking grievous injury or worse. After a week of practice, the results were as he had anticipated. His control over soul power had significantly improved. Not only could he manipulate the soul power fabric on his arms, but he also had the capacity to condense a thin layer of soul power film on other parts of his body. This brought him immense joy. For Shen Yuan realized he had discovered the most suitable path for honing his soul skills. If he could master treading water with his enhanced control over soul power, the realization of the soul power fabric and even the envisioned soul power armor was within reach. Meanwhile, Tang San gazed enviously at the soul power fabric enveloping Shen Yuan, remarking, "Your soul power fabric is indeed formidable, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities." Shen Yuan shot him a bemused glance. After all, Tang San had so many secret techniques from the Tang sect. Should it not be he who felt envious? Yet, as Shen Yuan observed Tang San, a mischievous idea struck him. He leaned in with a sly smile and said, "You think my soul power fabric is impressive, don't you?" Tang San, suddenly alert, responded cautiously. "Xiao Yuan, what are you up to?" Seeing Tang San's wary expression, Shen Yuan retorted, "Why are you so on guard? It's not like I'm plotting anything nefarious." He edged closer to Tang San and whispered, "Would you like to learn? I could teach you." Tang San, with a cautious demeanor, asked, "Really?" "Of course." Shen Yuan replied with a grin, "But you'll have to trade me one of your soul skills in return. I am not greedy. 1 for 1. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression turned resolute. Chapter 40. The end of the academic year, the term at Notting Academy swiftly came to a close. A semester at Notting Academy equated to a year, during which students were generally prohibited from returning home. Hence, as the term concluded, students hurriedly packed their belongings, eager to return home. "Xiao Yuan, Xiao Wu, tomorrow marks the beginning of our break. Are you heading home?" Tang San inquired as they all sat on the ground after their combat training. A year had passed since Tang San last saw his father, and although the academy forbade students from leaving, it did not prevent parents from visiting. Yet in the past year, Tang San had not seen his father come to see him, and his longing to return home was palpable. Even he, typically frugal, had splurged his earnings from his work at the blacksmith shop and as a consultant at Shen Yuan's pharmacy to buy his father a new hammer as a gift. Indeed, under Shen Yuan's persuasion, Tang San had succumbed to joining Shen Yuan's pharmacy, now renamed Baichao Tang. Since Shen Yuan took charge, and with Tang San's involvement, the variety of medicines offered at Baichao Tang had expanded significantly. They even began recruiting some idle alchemists to concoct simple healing potions, thus enriching their inventory. Thanks to Tang San's work at the blacksmith shop and Baichao Tang, he was now earning an additional 3 to 4 soul coins a month, easily sustaining himself. Xiao Wu turned to Shen Yuan and asked, "Bro, what do you think? Should we go back?" To which Shen Yuan replied, "This year, I think I'll stay. Our village is too far away. It would take nearly 2 months for a round trip, which is quite a waste of time. I'd rather remain at the academy to continue my training. Besides, I've already sent my grandfather several soul coins and a letter detailing my situation, assuring him not to worry." With a sigh, he added, "In previous letters, I even suggested he move here, but he refused, saying he is accustomed to living in Xing village." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately responded, "Since you're not planning to go back, then neither will I. I'll stay at the academy with you. Besides, you need a training partner, right?" She winked playfully at Shen Yuan. "Are you two really that eager to train?" Tang San observed incredulously, feeling somewhat disheartened, convinced he had already worked hard enough. Yet Shen Yuan seemed even more diligent. Typically, Shen Yuan could be found either studying or practicing, only occasionally dragged out by Xiao Wu to explore Notting City and check on their shop. Otherwise, it felt as if Shen Yuan hardly ventured outside the academy throughout the entire year. "Do you think I want this?" Shen Yuan retorted. "My training speed is already slower than yours. If I don't put in extra effort to learn more, how can I keep up with you?" Despite his words, Shen Yuan felt immensely satisfied with his progress over the past year. Outside the academy, the Huichun Tang that Shen Yuan had purchased underwent renovations with his financial investment, alongside the unique medicinal recipes he and Tang San had devised. After a month of restructuring, it reopened as Baichao Tang in the Notting district. As anticipated upon opening, the extensive range of medicines and competitive pricing propelled Baichao Tang to quickly outshine and acquire other small pharmacies within the city, establishing a dominant presence. After a year of development, Baichao Tang had completely monopolized the pharmaceutical market within the city, and they had even begun recruiting idle alchemists to produce more medicines for expanding their market reach. Shen Yuan visited Baichao Tang several times over the year and was thoroughly pleased with its growth, feeling grateful for his decision to leave the management to Xian Senator, however. Despite the fact that the development of the Baichao Tang has entered a steady phase, Shen Yuan's thoughts are predominantly elsewhere. He is acutely aware that in this world, one's strength is paramount. The Baichao Tang serves merely as a tool to procure resources for his cultivation. Over the past year, Shen Yuan's greatest satisfaction has stemmed from his progress in martial soul cultivation. After a year of diligent training, his soul power has reached level 16. Although he cannot compare to Xiao Wu and Tang San, he feels content with his achievements. He believes that with further effort, coupled with the nearly 1,000-year cultivation of the illusionary moon fox, he He could very well reach level 20 by next year, allowing him to choose a new spirit beast. Within the academy, aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, no one else can rival him. This is merely in terms of soul power. If one were to consider combat prowess, he estimates that he stands on equal ground with Tang San. Since Shen Yuan has preliminarily mastered his soul skill, the soul power silk, the gap between him and Tang San has diminished once more. At least when facing Tang San's secret techniques, he no longer finds himself in a fluster. As for Xiao Wu, it can be said that the enveloping soul power silk restrains her agility too much. Therefore, although her soul power is 2 or 3 levels higher than his, battles between her and Shen Yuan often see him gain the upper hand. Out of necessity, Xiao Wu has even begun to contemplate employing some robust physical techniques, such as leveraging her waist strength to enhance the power of her legs, which poses a greater threat to Shen Yuan than her agile techniques. In fact, Shen Yuan has been pleasantly surprised by the water-treading cultivation method, which has significantly improved his control over soul power. This method, originally devised to aid in the cultivation of the soul power silk, has brought him unexpected delight. The heightened control over his soul power has not only enhanced his combat abilities, but has also facilitated the development of soul skills. Shen Yuan has discovered that as his control over soul power improves, the speed at which he can develop his self-created soul skills has increased remarkably. Even the previously conceived soul skill, inspired by climbing trees to mimic Tang San's control crane and capture dragon technique, has made some progress. This revelation has led him to take this method of enhancing soul power control more seriously, resolving to seek further training techniques whenever possible. As the dawn of the next day arrived, the academy officially commenced a 2-month holiday. At the entrance, Tang San, ready to leave, turned to Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu, saying, "All right, I'm heading back now. My village isn't too far from the Soul Master Academy. I should be back in about 2 weeks. I won't let you forget me too quickly." "Perhaps," Shen Yuan replied with a mischievous smile. "In these 2 weeks, I might just level up my soul power." He cast a playful glance at Tang San, who rolled his eyes and waved goodbye, filled with excitement as he returned home. Xiao Wu, observing Tang San's exuberance, turned to Shen Yuan and inquired, "I wonder what Xiao San's home is like." "Brother, we should visit next time we get the chance. It doesn't seem too far." "Yes, we should take the opportunity to see it," Shen Yuan replied, squinting as he watched Tang San's retreating figure. If Shen Yuan recalled correctly upon returning home, Tang San would find that Tang Hao had already departed, leaving only a letter expressing his hope that Tang San would grow independently. This revelation would be a considerable blow to Tang San, who had longed for paternal affection. Shen Yuan resolved to check on him when he had the time. After all, they were fellow disciples. A few days later, as anticipated, Tang San returned to the academy looking dejected. In the training grounds, Shen Yuan observed his forlorn expression and knew his initial assumptions were correct. Rubbing his head, he approached Tang San, who was receiving Xiao Wu's subtle nudges, and asked, "Xiao San, what is wrong? You seem out of sorts after a visit home. Did something happen?" Tang San offered a bitter smile and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, "I didn't get to see my father this time. What happened?" Xiao Wu chimed in curiously. Tang San shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. "I don't know. When I returned, I found the house empty. My father left a letter and departed, and even the villagers have no idea when he left." Shen Yuan exchanged glances with Xiao Wu and cautiously asked, "Did your father say anything in the letter?" Tang San replied, "No. He only mentioned he had to attend to something very important and urged me to take care of myself." Hearing this, Shen Yuan feigned a light-hearted laugh and gently tapped Tang San on the chest, saying, "Oh, I thought something serious had occurred. It's just that your father temporarily left to handle some matters. He will return." With a comforting embrace, he continued, "Why wear such a gloomy expression? Looking so dejected would only disappoint your father. You see, Xiao Wu and I have also been away from our families for over a year." He gestured toward Xiao Wu. Tang San, upon hearing Shen Yuan's words of encouragement, felt his spirits lift slightly, though he still bore a faint smile tinged with bitterness. "It's not the same. I simply don't understand why my father wouldn't want to see me one last time, leaving only a letter behind. He is my only family. If he has gone, I will have no relatives left in this world." Shen Yuan reassured him. "Perhaps your father intentionally left to encourage you to become independent and strong? Or maybe he has visited you in secret and saw that you were thriving without him. You mentioned he had important matters to attend to." Perhaps they are related to some past events of his generation, which you are not yet able to partake in. What is most important now is for you to focus on your cultivation. Overthinking will only drain your energy. Perhaps once you have grown stronger, your father will naturally return. As he spoke, Shen Yuan playfully raised his eyebrows at Tang San, teasingly adding, "Or is it that our dear, love-starved Tang San feels abandoned in a world devoid of love now that his father is gone?" Xiao Wu chimed in, her expression one of understanding as she looked at Tang San. Shen Yuan, as earlier words of consolation, had already begun to brighten Tang San's mood. But his final jest completely broke his composure. Tang San shrugged off Shen Yuan's arm, indignantly gazing at him. "That's not true. I'm just having a hard time processing my father's departure." Xiao Wu and Shen Yuan exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter at Tang San's flustered demeanor. Though feeling embarrassed, Tang San found that the heaviness in his heart due to his father's absence had lessened considerably. After a while, Shen Yuan finally ceased his laughter, as Tang San's embarrassed reactions contrasted sharply with his usual composure, providing great amusement. Shen Yuan remarked, "Since you don't feel that way, then stop wearing such a woeful expression." He playfully tapped Tang San's chest again. "Moreover, even if you've lost a relative, you still have your teachers and us." Upon hearing this, Tang San suddenly recalled the teacher who treated him like family and the friends standing before him. His eyes brightened with renewed hope. Shen Yuan continued, "Moreover, it was you who said that once a teacher, always a father. The energy that a teacher expends on you is no trivial matter. Do you not consider us friends yet? If that is the case, I will be truly heartbroken." Saying this, Shen Yuan deliberately feigned a wounded expression. This time, Tang San was not angered by Shen Yuan's teasing. Instead, he looked at him earnestly and said, "I understand now. Thank you, Xiao." Shen Yuan involuntarily shivered and replied, "Xiao San, come on, don't make it awkward for me." Upon witnessing Shen Yuan's embarrassment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu could not help but chuckle. Tang San then regarded Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu with a serious gaze, as if having made a significant decision, and declared, "I have something for you." With that, Tang San pulled a few cylindrical objects from his 24-bridge Minjuwai. Xiao Wu curiously inquired, "Xiao San, what are these?" Tang San smiled mysteriously and explained, "These are attack devices I crafted from leftover scraps while working at the blacksmith's. They are silent sleeve arrows." He then rolled up his sleeve to reveal a sleeve arrow strapped to his left wrist, elaborating, "Sleeve arrows are a type of concealed weapon I designed. The term concealed weapon refers to various attack tools, and the silent sleeve arrow is one of them. I don't possess anything of great value, so consider this a gift for your self-defense." Xiao Wu and Shen Yuan received the sleeve arrows, playfully examining the items in their hands. Although Shen Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, he vowed that his consolation towards Tang San stemmed purely from their brotherly bond and friendship, with no desire for reciprocation. Yet he found it surprising how easily Tang San offered his secret weapon to them. As Tang San explained that each sleeve arrow contained 3 small arrows that could be launched individually or simultaneously via switch, he demonstrated their use a few times. However, it was evident that Tang San wielded the concealed weapons with far greater skill, not only due to his unique techniques, but also thanks to his purple extreme magic eye, which amplified the effectiveness of the weapons. After following Tang San's guidance and launching a few sleeve arrows, Shen Yuan pondered for a moment before retrieving a long and used attack soul guide from his storage. "What is this?" Tang San asked, curiosity etched on his face. "This is a soul guide I created when my martial soul first awakened, and I managed to defeat a great soul master with it," Xiao Wu declared proudly. Shen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, countering, "He was merely a great soul master without a soul ring. If it weren't for his injuries and my element of surprise, it would have been far from easy to defeat him." Shen Yuan then handed the soul guide to Tang San, saying, "Xiao San, this is for you." "What?" "Xiao Yuan, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Tang San protested, feeling that it was worth much more than the sleeve arrows he had given. "Just take it," Shen Yuan insisted, tossing the soul guide towards Tang San. "I'm not giving it to you for free. I know you have a keen interest and talent in this area, so I want you to explore the principles of soul guide creation. After all, soul guides are quite valuable." Hearing Shen Yuan's words, Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had always been intrigued by concealed weapons. Otherwise, He wouldn't have been compelled to leap off a cliff in his previous life for secretly crafting the strongest Tang sect concealed weapon. Now, faced with an item reminiscent of those from his past, he couldn't help but desire to study it. However, he hesitated, feeling it was still too valuable. Noticing Tang San's reluctance, Shen Yuan rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. Leaning closer to Tang San, he whispered, "Hee, Xiao San, if it really bothers you, you could give me something in return. Teach me your soul techniques. I'm not greedy. Just your purple extreme magic I will suffice. I'll trade it for my soul power veil." With this, Shen Yuan winked at Tang San. Tang San's expression suddenly morphed into one of bewilderment as he stared at his friend, who was always scheming to obtain his soul techniques. Chapter 42. The second contract beast time flew swiftly, especially when one's full attention is devoted to a single endeavor. It has been nearly 2 years since Shen Yuan entered the academy. Half a year ago, his illusory moon fox finally ascended to a 1,000-year soul beast. Thanks to the enhancement from the 1,000-year illusory moon fox, Shen Yuan's cultivation speed as a soul master accelerated dramatically, allowing him to reach the 20th level just before the conclusion of the second academic year. "Teacher, I have arrived," he announced at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. As Shen Yuan had finally reached the 20th level, he was now eligible to choose his second contract beast, prompting the master to accompany him in search of it. "Teacher, are we not going in yet?" Tang San inquired, glancing at the master. 2 years had passed, and now Xiao Wu and Tang San had both become great soul masters with 11th level soul power, so the master had brought them along to assist. "Yes, we are waiting for someone," the master replied casually. He then turned to Shen Yuan and asked Xiao Yuan, "Are you certain your soul power can contract a 1,000-year soul beast?" Shen Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Teacher, I am certain. My soul contract primarily requires mental strength and a small amount of soul power. Now that Ye has upgraded to a 1,000-year soul beast, the mental energy I have cultivated, along with the feedback from Ye, is sufficient for me to contract a 1,000-year soul beast. Moreover, if necessary, I can rely on the mental link with Ye to help share some of the burden." The master stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Your method of obtaining soul rings is different from other martial souls, so I cannot apply previous experiences to you. Over the past 2 years, you have learned a considerable amount of martial soul theory under my tutelage, and you should have a clear understanding of your own capacity." However, the master's expression grew serious. "We cannot take risks. I would rather you contract a soul beast with a lower strength than risk contracting one that exceeds your limits. Remember, the soul power you lack can ultimately be cultivated back through your martial soul. But if you force a contract with a high-level soul beast and damage your martial soul, it will be a grave loss. Do you understand?" "Yes, master," Shen Yuan replied earnestly. He was well aware that when searching for a contract beast, the innate attributes of a species should be prioritized. While higher strength is advantageous, it ultimately can be cultivated back, albeit at the cost of time. "Brother, what kind of soul beast are you planning to contract this time?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. Shen Yuan smiled. "I have discussed it with the teacher. After considering both offensive and defensive types, I have ultimately decided to contract a defensive soul beast. Protecting oneself is of utmost importance. I'll leave the offensive soul beast for my third contract." Shen Yuan stated, "As a summoner, one must have a defensive beast to guard them." "A defensive type?" Tang San frowned upon hearing this. There are not many soul beasts that specialize in defense. In the modest expanse of the soul hunting forest, Shen Yuan elucidated, "There is no need for specialized defenses. Rather, I seek a spirit beast that leans towards defense yet possesses some degree of offensive capability. After all, I am contracting an individual spirit beast, which is far more advantageous than merely acquiring spirit rings from slain beasts." Tang San, pondering over Shen Yuan's words, inquired, "What are your thoughts now? Have you formed any ideas?" Shen Yuan glanced at the master and replied, "I have discussed with my mentor, and there are several types of spirit beasts to consider in the soul hunting forest, such as the rock giant, earth-scale lizard, the giant rock tortoise, and the ringed fire land tortoise. Among these, the first two, the rock giant and the earth-scale lizard, exhibit commendable defense and offense, but their defensive capabilities are inferior to the latter two tortoises. Although the giant rock tortoise boasts slightly superior defense compared to the ringed fireland tortoise, its offensive strength is somewhat lacking. Thus, after careful consideration, My preferred choice is the ringed fire land tortoise, particularly due to the fiery rings surrounding it, which can inflict damage upon melee adversaries. The ringed fire land tortoise? Tang San reflected on the information he possessed regarding the spirit beast and concluded that it would indeed be a fitting second contracted spirit beast for Shen Yuan. Its formidable defense, coupled with the ability to retaliate, would significantly compensate for Shen Yuan's current lack of offensive power. After listening to Shen Yuan, the master added, initially, I believe the ringed fireland tortoise was absent from the soul-splitting forest. I was considering the earth-scale lizard as a suitable second contracted beast for you. However, coincidentally, just a few months ago, I heard that someone had hunted a millennium-old ringed fireland tortoise in the soul-splitting forest, prompting me to set my sights on it. Furthermore, the ringed fireland tortoise possesses both fire and earth attributes, giving it an edge over the typical earth-scale lizard. He then remarked, however, searching for the ringed fireland tortoise may require considerable time, given that it took so long for news of its capture to surface, indicating its scarcity. Hence, I have specifically invited a friend to accompany us for protection. At this point, the master seemed to recall something, his lips curling into a faint, somewhat forced smile. Friend? Shen Yuan and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Shen Yuan remarked, having studied under his mentor for 2 years, he had rarely encountered any significant acquaintances of the master. Even the head of the Soul Master Academy, who claimed to be friends with the master, seemed to share a rather ordinary relationship over the past 2 years. Indeed, a dear friend from my earlier travels across the continent, likely at the Soul Sage level. The master spoke with a tone that became noticeably lighter when reminiscing about their past adventures. Shen Yuan observed the astonishment on his companions' faces. This was the most formidable soul master they had encountered thus far. Suddenly, Shen Yuan noticed Xiao Wu, amidst her astonishment, seemed to let out a quiet sigh of relief. Contemplating this, he discreetly placed his hand atop hers, gently entwining their fingers. Xiao Wu, tilting her head in confusion, gazed at Shen Yuan. He offered her a soft smile and gently squeezed her hand. As she felt the reassuring grip, despite her lingering uncertainty, she acquiesced, allowing him to hold her hand. Her heart, which had quickened at the mention of the master's friend being a soul sage, gradually calming. Oh, so Xiao Gang still acknowledges me as a friend after all these years, yet he hasn't sent a single message? A languid voice suddenly interjected from behind them. Turning around, they beheld a middle-aged man, clad in black-rimmed glasses, standing behind them with a bemused expression, though the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Long time no see, the middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to embrace the master, though the master's expression remained composed and indifferent. Shen Yuan and his companions could discern the glimmer of joy and nostalgia in his gaze. After witnessing the curious expressions of Shen Yuan and his companions, the master cleared his throat and introduced, Ahem, allow me to present my old comrade from past adventures, Flinder of the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle. Greetings, Master Flinder. Shen Yuan and his companions promptly offered their polite salutations. There's no need for such formality. Flinder waved his hand dismissively. You are Xiao Gang's disciples, so just call me Dean. Dean? Tang San pondered, perplexed. Flinder surveyed Shen Yuan and his companions and remarked, Xiao Gang, are these the disciples you've taken in over the past few years? They seem quite promising. However, Flinder abruptly sensed something amiss. Upon closer examination, he realized that all of these youngsters had already attained the 20th level of spirit power, with 2 of them having made strides towards becoming great spirit masters. Flinder turned to the master in astonishment. Are all of these your disciples? The master gestured towards Shen Yuan and Tang San, saying, These 2, Shen Yuan and Tang San, are my disciples. Xiao Wu is Shen Yuan's childhood companion, but her talent is exceptional as well, and she occasionally imparts some knowledge to him. Xiao Gang, once they graduate, send them to my academy. I shall ensure they receive the utmost guidance, Flinder declared with palpable enthusiasm. Teach, will you be able to? The master shot Flinder a glance, his tone laced with skepticism. Once they graduate, I will accompany them to Soto City. I am not entirely confident leaving them in your hands. Xiao Gang, you plan to come as well? Flinder seemed unperturbed by the master's reticence, and instead appeared thrilled. If you join, that would be splendid. I have a few excellent students there. I can entrust them to you as well. Excellent students? Indeed. One with a mutated martial soul, the Fire Phoenix, and another with innate full spirit power, a food system spirit master, Flinder boasted, a hint of pride in his tone, reveling in the notable talents he had gathered. Shen Yuan immediately recalled two individuals from the original Shrek 7 monsters upon hearing Flinder's words. Oh, a top-tier beast martial soul, and an innate full-spirit power food system spirit master? That is indeed extraordinary. Even a master couldn't help but express his admiration. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Though you have 3, I am still managing quite well, Flinder humbly asserted, though his expression betrayed his satisfaction. The master, fully aware of Flinder's intentions, chose not to dwell on it. He had already resolved to bring Tang San, Shen Yuan, and the others to Shrek Academy upon their graduation, and it would not hurt to take on a few more students along the way. Noticing the time, the master decided to move forward without delay, leading the group into the soul-hunting forest. Aware of the scarcity of the ringed fireland tortoise, they prepared for an extensive search, equipping themselves with ample camping gear in their spatial soul guide for an extended stay. Upon entering the forest, the master opted not to have Flinder soar above for reconnaissance immediately. Instead, he entrusted the task of locating the spirit beasts to Shen Yuan, allowing him to put into practice the knowledge gleaned over the years. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the refreshing air enveloped them, soothing their spirits that had been somewhat frazzled by the oppressive heat. Shen Yuan curiously surveyed his surroundings. The forest was familiar territory to him, having grown up near the Stardow Forest, making him well acquainted with the ways of the woodland. Shen Yuan gazed upon the lush greenery surrounding him, finding it strikingly similar to the starry forest near his village, perhaps with slightly taller trees. He then turned to his master, only to find the elder looking back at him, saying, "Xiao Yuan, for the time being, you will be responsible for arranging our itinerary. We shall not intervene unless you encounter life-threatening dangers." "Huh, master?" Shen Yuan began, but before he could finish, he saw his master nod at Flanders. In an instant, Flanders seized the master and soared into the forest, vanishing from sight. The air still echoed with Flanders' voice. "Little ones, do your best. I have faith in you." The group was caught off guard by their master's abrupt departure, momentarily left speechless. "Brother, what do we do now?" Xiao Wu inquired of Shen Yuan. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Shen Yuan contemplated and replied, "The ring fireland turtle is a creature that thrives near magma, and its habits are quite evident. We have specifically gathered information from adventurous soul masters about potential magma locations within the soul-hunting forest. Let's explore those areas. Currently, we possess ample provisions of water and food, so we need not worry about survival for the time being. Our primary concern should be the potential attacks from soul beasts." With that, he summoned the illusionary moon fox, saying, "Yeah, you are better suited for the forest. Please remain vigilant this time." After the fox nodded, Shen Yuan smiled and turned to Xiao Wu and Tang San, asking, "What do you think? Is there anything to add?" Xiao Wu shook her head while Tang San pondered, retrieving several pouches from his soul guide. "My teacher and I have visited this place several times and discovered it is teeming with snakes and insects. I crafted some pouches to repel them. Wearing them should be of some aid." "Xiao San, you truly possess an impressive array of items." Xiao Wu remarked in awe at Tang San. Shen Yuan accepted a pouch, curiously examining it before attaching it to his waist. "Let us prepare to set forth." As they packed their gear, Shen Yuan retrieved a pre-prepared map and led them toward the marked locations of magma. Meanwhile, Flanders, hidden among the trees, marveled at the illusionary moon fox beside Shen Yuan, wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this truly the soul beast contracted with Shen Yuan? Quite impressive. Indeed, the master responded softly, though a hint of stiffness lingered in his smile. Impressive? If he could contract 8 soul beasts, as you suggest, wouldn't he be invincible? Flanders retorted, unable to restrain his incredulous tone. What could be said of invincibility? If faced with multiple attackers, Xiao Yuan would still struggle. The master regarded Flanders with a look of disdain for his dramatics, then added thoughtfully, "However, in one-on-one combat of equal rank, he would likely face no rival." Flanders rolled his eyes at the master's nonchalant words. Comparing his 2 extraordinary disciples to the master's pupils, he felt a sudden sense of inferiority. He pondered whether he should return and rectify the training atmosphere in his academy, ensuring his students trained diligently rather than relying solely on their innate talents. After all, there are always greater monsters beyond those already known. Chapter 44. The second contract. Beast deep within the soul-hunting forest, the trees grew dense, allowing only scattered rays of sunlight to reach the ground, which were quickly absorbed by the overgrown weeds and shrubs, forming a thick underbrush that concealed the forest floor. Such dense foliage often harbored perilous traps set by soul beasts, and adventurers who carelessly treaded upon them would likely find their names added to the list of the missing. Since entering the depths of the forest, Shen Yuan and his companions found their progress significantly hindered by the soul beasts lurking along the path. Fortunately, the pressure emanating from the millennium-old illusionary moon fox caused some lower-tier soul beasts to instinctively retreat, preventing their pace from slowing considerably. Xiao Yuan, is this the last possible location on the map? Tang San inquired. Yes, we have already inspected the previous sites without discovering any traces of the ringfire land turtle. Shen Yuan confirmed with a nod. If we find nothing here, it is likely that the ringfire land turtle no longer exists in the soul-hunting forest. In that case, we shall seek the earth-scale lizard instead. The group had spent over 2 weeks in the soul-hunting forest, enduring the elements and exhausting their energy. Without any signs of the ringfire land turtle, they would have no choice but to settle for alternative soul beasts. Yet, Shen Yuan held a glimmer of hope for this location. It was seldom visited by humans. Had it not been for someone inadvertently stumbling into that ravine, it would likely have remained untouched, concealing a geothermal hotspot. With determination, Shen Yuan led his companions through the underbrush, finally arriving at the site marked on their map. However, upon arrival, their hearts sank at the sight before them. Where there should have been bubbling magma and searing heat, they found only charred black rocks, remnants of where lava had once flowed. How could this be? Xiao Wu exclaimed. Could the informant have deceived us? Shen Yuan, having regained his composure, approached the scorched remnants and remarked, that is unlikely. There is still a trace of warmth here. This area must have cooled recently. Moreover, the informant is merely a great soul master with a good reputation in this vicinity. It would be improbable for him to offend us with such a dangerous prank. Tang San joined him, examining the rocks. Indeed, one can sense that the magma has only recently extinguished and cooled. Nodding, Shen Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Since it has cooled not long ago, there may still be traces of the ringfire land turtle nearby. Let us not overlook any possibility and search thoroughly. Truth be told, Shen Yuan himself had little hope left. He simply felt compelled to explore this location, unwilling to leave without making an effort. Sure enough, after a thorough search of the area, they found no signs of any soul beasts, including the elusive ringfire land turtle. Brother, Xiao Wu began, glancing at the silently contemplative Shen Yuan. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Yuan unexpectedly ruffled her hair, silencing her. Do not worry. I had already prepared myself for the possibility of not finding the ringfire land turtle, he said, gently patting her head. After all, the soul-hunting forest has seen only one recent sighting in many years. Standing aside, Tang San suddenly interjected, Xiao Yuan, should we search further? There may be other locations within the soul-hunting forest connected to underground magma that we have yet to discover. Shen Yuan shook his head. We have searched for 2 weeks without any leads. It appears that the ringfire land turtle and I are simply not meant to be. The chances of finding it now are exceedingly slim. It is best to abandon the quest. Let us seek the earth dragon lizard. While it may not be as rare as the ringfire land turtle, it is still quite uncommon in the soul-hunting forest. Should fortune not favor us, we could spend 2 weeks here without encountering one. With that, Shen Yuan called out into the surroundings, You come back. Stop searching. However, after a prolonged call, neither he nor his companions received a response from the illusion moon fox. Something must have happened. Shen Yuan instinctively reacted. Search. The group immediately scattered, searching for traces of the illusion moon fox. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they discovered the fox's footprints. Looking at the ground, it appeared that the illusion moon fox had been wandering aimlessly, but then suddenly sensed something darting straight in one direction. Shen Yuan and his companions anxiously followed the tracks, soon arriving at a concealed cave entrance. The entrance was obscured by dense underbrush, and upon parting the foliage, Shen Yuan immediately beheld a small cave, just over a meter high and a meter wide. The footprints vanished here. It seemed that Yu had indeed entered the cave. Tang San crouched down to examine the tracks, speaking gravely. Shen Yuan fixed his gaze on the dark cave, contemplating for a moment before resolutely stating, Let us go in. After igniting their torches, the group cautiously entered the narrow cave, bending slightly as they moved along the walls. Shortly after they entered, Flinder arrived at the cave entrance, accompanied by the master. Are we going in as well? Flinder asked, gazing incredulously at the cave that barely reached his waist. "What do you think?" replied the master, bending down to proceed inside. Flender, seeing the master's unyielding demeanor, reluctantly shook his head and followed suit. After all, those youngsters were his chosen students, and he could not simply stand by while they faced potential danger. Inside the cave, as Shen Yuan and his companions advanced along the rocky walls, they noticed that the space gradually expanded. By the time they reached the deeper part, there was ample room for 3 or 4 adults to walk side by side. Shen Yuan, torch in hand, led the way, continuously channeling his martial spirit to sense the illusion moon fox's location, repeatedly calling out in his mind, "Brother, Xiao San, do you feel it getting hotter in here?" In the darkness, Xiao Wu wiped the sweat from her forehead. Tang San nodded in agreement, "Indeed. The temperature seems to increase as we go deeper." "Xiao Yuan, do you think you sense the unusual heat or a special soul beast here, prompting her to come this way?" Shen Yuan considered this possibility, feeling increasingly anxious. Although the illusion moon fox was a 1,000-year soul beast, it had not awakened any new soul skills, possessing only the supportive mental link and accrued mental impact. Despite gaining some combat experience through training with Shen Yuan and the others, its offensive capabilities still paled in comparison to a typical 1,000-year soul beast. With this thought, Shen Yuan exhaled deeply, quickening his pace while fervently calling out the illusion moon fox's name in his mind. Suddenly, as they rounded a corner, the sight before them left them in awe. The ground, no larger than 30 square meters, was covered in flowing magma that resembled a viscous red liquid, occasionally bubbling and emitting a sound as it released long-sealed toxic gases into the air, creating a foul stench that lingered throughout the cave. The blood-red magma radiated a bright light, not warm like the sun nor cool like the moon, but rather exuding a chaotic, violent energy that illuminated the cave walls, transforming the entire space into a hellish landscape. "Yuan, what brings you here?" A familiar voice echoed in their minds. "Yu," the group exclaimed joyfully as they searched the cave. Soon, they spotted the illusion moon fox, alert and locked in a standoff with a soul beast in one corner of the cave. They rushed over, finally getting a clear view of the creature it faced. Upon seeing it, Shen Yuan couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "The ring fire land turtle? Apologies. I've been swamped with work these past few days. I haven't been able to write much, returning home late." Chapter 45. The ring fire land turtle. At this moment, the ring fire land turtle, facing the illusion moon fox, became even more vigilant as it noticed the group approaching. The red patterns on its shell began to glow, warily observing the newcomers. "Yu, are you all right?" Shen Yuan and the others quickly rushed to the illusion moon fox's side. "Yuan, I'm Fine." Upon seeing Shen Yuan and his companions arrive, the illusion moon fox sighed in relief. Truthfully, it lacked the confidence to confront the formidable ring fire land turtle. Thus, when it encountered the turtle in the cave, it refrained from showing any aggressive intent, merely maintaining a cautious standoff until Shen Yuan and the others arrived. Seeing that the illusion moon fox appeared unharmed eased Shen Yuan's worries. He then turned his fiery gaze toward the ring fire land turtle before him. In terms of length, the turtle measured just over a meter, not much longer than the illusion moon fox. However, unlike the sleek fox, the turtle's shell spanned nearly a meter in width, solidly protecting its massive body. The red patterns adorning its shell hinted at its formidable nature, suggesting it was far more challenging to provoke than the illusion moon fox. Typically, a ring fire land turtle is born over a meter long, and every 1,000 years, red flame patterns manifest along the edges of its shell. After 10,000 years, its size increases, with its shell expanding outward by about a meter, at which point 10 red patterns coalesce into a central gemstone-like red emblem. Shen Yuan carefully examined the turtle. It appeared to be approximately 1.5 meters in size, lacking the red emblem, with only a single red pattern encircling its shell, and the color was not particularly vivid. Sensing the aura emitted by the ring fire land turtle, Shen Yuan concluded that its cultivation likely ranged between 1,100 to 1,300 years, perfectly aligned with his current capabilities. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan instructed the illusion moon fox to connect Tang San and Xiao Wu into their mental network. "Xiao Wu, Xiao San, the cultivation of this ring fire land turtle is ideal for me. I may need your assistance this time." Upon receiving the message from Shen Yuan, Tang San and Xiao Wu immediately adopted a defensive stance, nodding in acknowledgement. Shen Yuan took a deep breath, casting a serious glance at the ring fire land turtle, which was fixated on them, before suddenly smiling. Ring fire land turtle, I wonder if you can understand my words. I do not wish to harm you. I hope you will become my companion. Therefore, I apologize in advance. The ring fire land turtle, sensing the boy's goodwill, was momentarily taken aback, then detected the battle intent radiating from across the way. Without further thought, it summoned its own aura. Xiao San, the ring fire land turtle's defenses are formidable. We may need your second martial spirit for a decisive strike. Xiao Wu and I will provide support and distraction. Shen Yuan communicated within the mental network. Having trained under the master alongside Tang San for 2 years, Shen Yuan was aware of Tang San's second martial spirit, as the master had not concealed this information during his teachings. Understood, Tang San spoke calmly. However, summoning my Haotian hammer requires a considerable amount of soul power. If used for attack, it may only be effective a few times. Shen Yuan replied. Then let me and Xiao Wu distract it first. Once it reveals its weakness, you could deliver the decisive blow. Its weakness is its head. Although it possesses formidable defenses, it should not be able to withstand your Haotian hammer at this moment. Tang San nodded in understanding. All right, let us proceed. Upon finishing his words, Shen Yuan charged forward alongside the Phantom Moon Fox and Xiao Wu, while behind them, blue light emanated from Tang San as he shot out several strands of blue silver grass to bind around their waists. The ring fire land turtle observed their advance without haste, mobilizing its soul power. Known for its exceptional defenses, the ring fire land turtle was never one to initiate attacks. Xiao Wu was the fastest, benefiting from Shen Yuan's previous teachings on the soul power garment. Although she had yet to master it, she could still wrap her legs in a layer of soul power, significantly enhancing her speed and leg attack power. As she maneuvered behind the ring fire land turtle, she unleashed her soul skill, the waist bow, amplifying her leg strength and delivering a powerful kick to the turtle's shell. However, to her astonishment, the turtle's shell merely flickered with soul power, effortlessly absorbing her strike without budging an inch. The ring fire land turtle calmly glanced at Xiao Wu before shifting its gaze to the approaching Shen Yuan. Xiao Wu, do not attack its shell. That's its strongest defense. Aim for its legs and head. Shen Yuan quickly communicated through their mental network, startled by the turtle's extraordinary defenses. Xiao Wu promptly lowered herself and targeted the turtle's 4 short legs. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan, enveloped in his soul power garment, charged directly towards the turtle's head, preparing to deliver a heavy blow. Sensing the coordinated attacks, the ring fire land turtle's eyes shimmered, and a wall of earth suddenly rose in front of them, blocking their strikes. Shen Yuan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the earthen wall, recalling that they were facing a 1,000-year-old beast that would not allow them to attack unimpeded. However, the wall posed little challenge for Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu reached the wall, she instantly retracted her strength and pushed off lightly, using the wall to propel herself backward. Shen Yuan intended to do the same when a sharp warning from Tang San echoed in his mind. Xiao Yuan, be careful. Obscured by the wall, Shen Yuan barely noticed as it began to crack, and the ring fire land turtle surged forward with immense force and unyielding momentum. Damn! Shen Yuan hadn't anticipated the turtle's fierce charge. Fortunately, due to their caution, while Xiao Wu and Shen Yuan were momentarily blinded, Tang San was not. As soon as he noticed the turtle's onslaught, he quickly tugged on the blue-silver grass around Shen Yuan's waist, pulling him out of harm's way just in time. Thank you, Xiao San. Shen Yuan gratefully acknowledged Tang San. Had it not been for Tang San's timely intervention, even with the protection of the soul power garment, Shen Yuan would likely have sustained significant injuries from such a brutal assault. However, the turtle's movement exposed some of its less fortified areas, allowing the Phantom Moon Fox, who had been waiting for an opportunity, to charge forward and slash at the turtle's hind leg with its sharp claws. Regardless of its lower direct attack power, the Phantom Moon Fox, as a 1,000-year-old beast, was still capable of inflicting substantial damage on less defended spots. Sure enough, the ring fire land turtle let out a pained roar. Before it could recover from the shock, Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu had already closed in again, successfully striking its other 2 legs. With a resounding thud, the ring fire land turtle finally buckled under the onslaught to its legs, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Now it's our chance. Seeing the turtle weakened, Both Tang San and Shen Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination as they approached the turtle's head, preparing to strike decisively. Suddenly, the patterns on the turtle's shell glowed ominously. Not good. Is that a flame counterattack? Realizing the red patterns on the turtle were shimmering, Shen Yuan and Tang San recalled the turtle's infamous ability to retaliate with fiery defense. Unsure of the extent of the turtle's counterattack, Shen Yuan felt an unease, especially since Tang San had no protective measures. However, their momentum could not be halted, and they gritted their teeth, delivering their blows. In a timely manner, a wave of mental energy surged into the ring-fire land turtle's mind, instantly stunning it and interrupting the activation of the red patterns. Well done. Yeah. Chapter 46. Contract with the ring-fire land turtle. Thanks to the Phantom Moon Fox's timely mental strike, the ring-fire land turtle lost its final chance to counterattack. Before it could recover from a mental shock, Shen Yuan and Tang San delivered simultaneous heavy strikes, knocking it unconscious on the ground. As they saw the ring-fire land turtle finally topple, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. We did it. Shen Yuan gazed at the fallen turtle, relieved that the past 2 weeks had not been in vain. You all performed admirably this time. A slightly hoarse voice suddenly echoed from the cave entrance. Turning, they saw Master and Flander watching them, their eyes betraying their admiration. From a moment Shen Yuan and the others discovered the ring-fire land turtle, formulated their strategy, and ultimately succeeded in subduing it. Master and Flander had been keen observers. To them, the teamwork displayed by the group was commendable, rivaling that of a sole master of significant cultivation. Master noted, the turtle's defenses are formidable. Otherwise, this would have concluded much more swiftly. However, Master cast a deep gaze at the Phantom Moon Fox. Although Shen Yuan, Tang San, and Xiao Wu performed exceptionally well, it was the mental link established by the Phantom Moon Fox that truly connected their efforts. This soul skill proved to be more beneficial in team combat than he had anticipated. If utilized correctly, it could indeed play an invaluable role in future battles. Teacher, Master nodded indeed. Capturing a 1,000-year ring-fire land turtle with your cultivation as Great Soul Master is commendable. Your tactical execution and timing were excellent. Had it not been for that minor error, this experience would have been flawless. Hearing Master's words, Shen Yuan and Tang San felt a twinge of embarrassment, particularly Shen Yuan, who realized that the Phantom Moon Fox was his sole beast, yet he had not thought to initiate its assistance. It was the fox that had acted on its own to resolve the predicament. Enough. I believe they all did remarkably well. How many can claim to capture a 1,000-year soul beast as great soul masters? Flander interjected, coming to their defense. Master cast a mild glance at Flander and explained, while I pointed out Xiao Yuan and Xiao San's oversight, in the long run, such mistakes are beneficial for Xiao Yuan. This indicates that his contracted beast possesses independent judgment and combat capabilities. This bodes well for his future endeavors with more contracted soul beasts. Upon reflection, Shen Yuan recognized the truth in Master's words. In the future, as one possesses 7, 8, or even 9 spirit beasts, if every step, every timing, and every ultimate move must be commanded by oneself during combat, it is likely that opportunities will be missed and one could easily be exploited by the enemy. This time, the illusory moon fox proactively deduced that Shen Yuan and his companion would be injured by the counterattack of the ring of Fireland Turtle, and it initiated an attack to interrupt its skill. For Shen Yuan, this was indeed a promising beginning. The master observed that Shen Yuan seemed to comprehend his intent and nodded in approval, subsequently stating, "Very well, go and form a contract with your spoils. If we delay any longer, it may awaken." His tone carried a hint of urgency. After all, it was his first time witnessing Shen Yuan form a contract, and curiosity was inevitable. Prompted by the master, Shen Yuan immediately recalled the primary objective of his training journey and excitedly approached the fallen ring of Fireland Turtle. Half squatting and whispering, "My apologies, ring of Fireland Turtle. After forming the contract, I will make it up to you." He slowly extended his hand and placed it upon the creature's head. Martial spirit, contract symbol. As Shen Yuan continuously infused his soul power and mental energy, the martial spirit in his hand radiated a vibrant red light, intertwining with the ring of Fireland Turtle before him. Soon, Shen Yuan felt his consciousness flow with the mental energy, entering a familiar realm. This was the spirit sea of the ring of fireland turtle. Due to its higher level of soul power cultivation, the spirit sea of the ring of fireland turtle was markedly more stable than that of the illusory moon fox. Shen Yuan observed as the red light within the turtle's spirit sea began to sketch runes, and with the continuous influx of his mental energy, the red light within the turtle's mind moved in a slow yet determined manner along an inexplicable trajectory. Unlike the previous contract with the illusory moon fox, this time, it seemed that because the ring of fireland turtle had already fainted as the runes gradually took shape, Shen Yuan, with his mind entirely immersed in the red light, could glimpse some of the turtle's past memories. From its memories, it appeared that the ring of fireland turtle had originated from this cave, with no parents to nurture it. From birth, it had absorbed energy from the nearby magma, eating and sleeping in a cycle, essentially never leaving the cave. Fortunately, this particular turtle was not the type to be overly active. The remaining memories consisted of it monotonously absorbing energy from the magma until it had reduced the original expansive magma pool to a mere 20 square meters. At this point, Shen Yuan suddenly recalled that, based on the direction the previous individuals had walked through the cave, he and his companions were currently situated directly beneath the geothermal site they had discovered. The magma above must have cooled rapidly due to the ring of fireland turtle absorbing its energy. After briefly reviewing the turtle's life, Shen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Well, home buddy, having cultivated for over 1,000 years, it had likely spent 70 or 80 of those years in solitude, which was comparatively rapid when juxtaposed with ordinary spirit beasts. After all, not every spirit beast is fortunate enough to be born in an ideal environment for cultivation, free from disturbances. Nonetheless, it was still remarkable that it had spent nearly 100 years without leaving this cave, which could have hindered its training and soul skills, thereby squandering its innate talent." As Shen Yuan swiftly traversed the memories of the ring of fireland turtle, the contract runes in its mind were nearly complete. With the final stroke, the rune emitted a dazzling brilliance and seamlessly merged into the turtle's spirit sea. The contract was a success. At that moment, Shen Yuan felt a surge of immense energy rush into his body, rapidly consolidating and integrating within him. Soon, those guarding Shen Yuan felt a shift in his aura. It arrived, without making them wait long. As Shen Yuan's aura reached its zenith, 2 purple soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, ascending gracefully. It truly happened, Flander murmured in astonishment. Even though he had previously heard the master speak, witnessing it firsthand quelled his skepticism. The master cast a sidelong glance at him, equally astonished, yet remained composed. After 2 years, he had already witnessed the astounding aspects of Shen Yuan's martial spirit. Now, he was most intrigued by what the second soul skill of Shen Yuan's spirit beast would be. In no time, as the onlookers gazed, Shen Yuan's aura gradually subsided, stabilizing at the level of a junior great soul master. Slowly opening his eyes, Shen Yuan began to channel his soul power, feeling a significantly richer energy coursing through him. And he couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. "Teacher, I have succeeded." The master nodded, then hesitated before asking, "Are you certain you have formed a contract with the ring of fireland turtle?" Shen Yuan understood the master's concerns and reassured him, "Rest assured, I have successfully contracted the ring of fireland turtle. It should be in the process of receiving the cleansing of my soul power and will likely awaken shortly. Moreover, I should also be able to discern what soul skill my second soul ring has granted the ring of fireland turtle." However, as he sensed the soul skill conferred by the soul ring, Shen Yuan's voice abruptly halted. "What is happening?" Shen Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 47. A single ring with multiple uses? What is it? Upon hearing Shen Yuan's exclamation, Xiao Wu and the others hurried over, concerned. "No, it's nothing." Shen Yuan scratched his head, frowning as he replied, "It's just that my soul ring seems to have encountered a bit of an anomaly." "Anomaly? That doesn't sound like a good thing." The others frowned in response. Seeing their expressions, Shen Yuan realized they had misunderstood and waved his hand in explanation. "It's not a bad thing. In fact, it should be a good thing." He then looked down at the illusory moon fox and asked, Moon, did you feel that?" The illusory moon fox quickly responded, "Yes, I felt it. It seems I have learned a new soul skill." "What?" The illusory moon fox's words immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the master and the others. Observing their shocked expressions, Shen Yuan remarked with a peculiar look, Moon is not mistaken. I just sense that it appears the moon has also awakened its second soul skill through the second soul ring. It's as if the soul rings I acquire from contracted spirit beasts can be shared with others. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Shen Yuan's martial spirit, capable of coordinating attacks with several contracted spirit beasts, was already quite extraordinary. But now it became clear that the true potential lay with his second spirit beast. According to Shen Yuan's earlier implication, when he reached the rank of Soul Douluo and contracted new spirit beasts, the first two spirit beasts could continue to generate new soul skills. Would this mean that once Shen Yuan attained the title of Douluo, he would summon 9 powerful beings, each at the level of a Douluo, to engage in combat? Among them, Tang San was the first to regain composure, promptly inquiring, what soul skill did the illusory moon fox awaken? Is it a defensive type? Shen Yuan replied, not at all. It's a soul skill called Soul Roar, which unleashes a wide-ranging soul intimidation effect that can stun enemies. The ability is quite similar to the mental impact used by Moon before, but its efficacy is significantly stronger and it consumes less soul power than the mental impact. Not a defensive type? The master rested his chin on his hand in contemplation and remarked, it seems, Shen Yuan, that the soul skills you have acquired are unrelated to the soul rings from which they originated. The awakened soul skills should inherently reflect the nature of the soul beasts themselves. Shen Yuan nodded, noting that the soul skill awakened from the illusory moon fox, Soul Roar, was indeed a fitting offensive technique for it. At this juncture, Flander could no longer restrain himself and interjected, so, are you suggesting that with each contract you form with a soul beast, the previously contracted ones will generate corresponding soul skills? Does that imply that once you reach the level of a title Douluo, you could possess 11 soul skills? How foolish! The master immediately countered. It would be more accurate to say 9 title Douluo with complete soul skills. Furthermore, possessing such a multitude of soul skills may not necessarily be advantageous. Mastering even one is a formidable challenge, and 9 is just the right amount. As the master contemplated, he advised Yuan, this signifies that your synergy with the soul beasts must elevate to a higher level. Otherwise, utilizing multiple soul beasts simultaneously could lead to chaos and diminish combat efficacy. Shen Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that certain soul skills might easily interfere with one another, such as water and fire or water and lightning. If he were to contract several soul beasts with conflicting attributes, a single misstep in command could drastically reduce their combat strength. Consequently, he realized that he would need to invest more energy into training his soul skills and fostering synergy. Suddenly, Shen Yuan felt a stir in his spirit and turned his gaze toward the ringed fire tortoise lying on the ground. It had awakened. The master and the others noticed Shen Yuan's focus shift, realizing that the ringed fire tortoise had indeed come to. Ah, a volcano, you've awakened. Shen Yuan communicated with the tortoise through his martial spirit. The newly awakened ringed fire tortoise appeared somewhat dazed, staring blankly at Shen Yuan without uttering a word. Amused by the tortoise's bewildered expression, Shen Yuan approached it cautiously. Brother, be careful, Xiao Wu exclaimed, concerned for Shen Yuan's safety. It's all right. Shen Yuan reassured her with a wave of his hand. He was aware that once a soul beast entered into a contract, it would naturally develop a fondness for him through the bond of the contract, and from its memories, he gleaned that the ringed fire tortoise had a commendable character, honest, composed, and tranquil. As he drew near, Shen Yuan crouched down to align his gaze with that of the tortoise and spoke softly. You must now be aware of your current situation. Come with me. We shall become great friends. The ringed fire tortoise paused, contemplating, why seek me out? Surely there are many other soul beasts more suited than I. Shen Yuan's eyes brightened. After the contract, the tortoise's intellect had indeed been significantly enhanced, allowing it to comprehend the situation and engage in conversation with him effortlessly. Believe in yourself. There is no need for doubt. You're the one most suited for me. Moreover, I've already confirmed this through our previous battle. You possess great talent, do you not? Shen Yuan expressed earnestly. As he gestured toward the nearby magma pool, he continued, you can see that the magma pool has been nearly depleted by your absorption. It can no longer support your continued growth. Stay by my side, trust me, and I will help you become even stronger. The 2 soul skills you have awakened already testify to this. Indeed, there are many valuable resources at Yuan's side that will surely aid you. The illusory moon fox chimed in, joining the persuasion. Hearing the fox's words, the The ringed fire tortoise felt a slight sense of reassurance. As fellow soul beasts, it was easier for it to be swayed, even though it had already sensed a comforting aura emanating from Shen Yuan. After a moment of hesitation, the tortoise inquired, "Did you also become this powerful after forming a contract with him?" It seemed the ringed fire tortoise was still shaken by the mental impact of the illusory moon fox's recent strike. "Indeed, everything I know is taught to me by Yuan." The illusory moon fox replied without hesitation, fabricating a tale. "Then I shall agree," the ringed fire tortoise concluded, nodding its head in acquiescence. Shen Yuan had intended to elaborate further, but he was taken aback that the illusory moon fox's persuasion had sufficed. Observing the tortoise's earnest demeanor, he refrained from exposing the ruse and simply said, "Then Volcano, I shall first place you into the contract space. The environment within will greatly aid in your recovery." "Volcano?" The tortoise appeared slightly bewildered upon hearing this name again. Shen Yuan smiled and nodded. "Yes, I have named you Volcano. How does that sound?" "Volcano, Volcano. Volcano, this will be my name from now on," the ringed fire tortoise murmured, a spark of understanding illuminating its gaze as it silently nodded in agreement. Noticing the tortoise's tranquil demeanor, Shen Yuan gently reassured it. "Volcano, the contract space will facilitate your recovery. Shortly, I will send Yi in to assist you." With that, he activated the contract space, drawing the ringed fire tortoise within. The master and the others observed as Shen Yuan placed a hand gently on the tortoise's head. After a brief moment, they witnessed the ringed fire tortoise vanish in a thin air, presumably absorbed into Shen Yuan's contract space. The group collectively exhaled in relief upon witnessing the joyous smile on Shen Yuan's face. "Ha ha! Everyone, I have successfully tamed it." Chapter 48. Soul skills. A week had passed since Shen Yuan successfully contracted the ringed fire tortoise. With Shen Yuan's attentive care and the existence of the contract space, the tortoise's injuries had nearly healed. After their exit from the soul-hunting forest, Flander had departed, unable to let go of the matters concerning his academy, repeatedly urging Shen Yuan and the others to remember to visit his academy in 4 years. Following days of dedicated care, the ringed fire tortoise gradually let down its guard and began to accept Shen Yuan's commands in battle. At the academy's training grounds, the master, Xiao Wu, and others stood silently observing Shen Yuan. Martial spirit, contract symbol. Shen Yuan extended his right hand forward, and the runes on the back of his hand suddenly shimmered, causing the figures of the illusory moon fox and the ringed fire tortoise to materialize in the arena. Shen Yuan furrowed his brow as he sensed the expenditure of his soul power, despite having ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master. Summoning 2,000-year soul beasts required far more soul power than he had anticipated. Indeed, it was twice that of summoning just the illusory moon fox alone. Upon emerging, the illusory moon fox immediately trotted to Shen Yuan's side and affectionately rubbed against him, effortlessly establishing a mental link that connected everyone present. The ringed fire tortoise, upon emerging from the space, appeared somewhat disoriented. After a brief look around, it spotted Shen Yuan beside the illusory moon fox. After a moment's hesitation, it slowly made its way to Shen Yuan's side. Noticing Shen Yuan's troubled expression, the master inquired, "What troubles you, Xiao Yuan?" "Teacher, I feel that summoning 2 soul beasts at once consumes significantly more soul power than I anticipated, at least double that of my previous summons," Shen Yuan explained. "Is that so?" The master frowned, puzzled. Logically, having upgraded to a great soul master, Shen Yuan's soul power quality should have improved, thus requiring less energy for summoning. How could it be that the consumption was greater? Pondering deeply, Shen Yuan suddenly proposed a possibility. "Teacher, could it be due to the simultaneous summoning? Would it be more efficient to summon them separately?" The master's eyes sparkled with insight, recognizing the merit in Shen Yuan's suggestion. Subsequently, Shen Yuan communicated briefly with the 2 soul beasts before recalling them into the spirit realm. He then proceeded to summon them again, this time in 2 separate calls. Connecting with his martial spirit, he successfully summoned the illusory moon fox and the fiery land tortoise in succession. Upon careful observation, it became evident that the combined soul power required for separate summoning was indeed less than that needed for a simultaneous call. The master stroked his chin and inquired, "Xiao Yuan, is there a limitation on the interval between your 2 summons?" Shen Yuan pondered briefly before responding. "There are no particular restrictions. The soul power does fluctuate after each summoning, but given my control over soul power, such fluctuations are negligible. Is that so? The master considered this and cautioned. You should remain vigilant in the future. In high-level battles, even the slightest gap can be exploited. Make time to arrange some training for summoning soul beasts as well. Shen Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and then looked down at the fiery land tortoise beside him, expressing concern. Huashan, your body has nearly recovered, hasn't it? The fiery land tortoise, with its inherently reserved demeanor, nodded in response rather than speaking. Shen Yuan, understanding its nature, introduced it to those around him before stating, "Since you are feeling better, it is time for us to commence our training." Upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, the fiery land tortoise's eyes brightened, indicating its interest in the training ahead. However, before that, Shen Yuan wished to experiment with the newfound powers he had just acquired. He stepped in front of the fiery land tortoise, channeling soul power into a shimmering vestment on his fists. At the same time, Xiao Wu and the others observed with keen curiosity, their eyes wide as they watched the interaction between the young man and the beast. Xiao Wu, has Xiao Yuan mentioned his new soul skills to you? Tang San queried, his curiosity piqued. He has, but he said he would demonstrate it to me in a few days and has kept it a secret. Xiao Wu pouted, displaying her dissatisfaction. Tang San speculated that a defensive soul skill was undoubtedly present, given that the fiery land tortoise was renowned for its defensive capabilities. Based on its nature, it was unlikely that it would lack a defensive soul skill. As for the second skill, he recalled the final counterattack scene from a week prior when they captured the fiery land tortoise and wondered if its second skill might relate to its fiery retaliation. In the arena, after conjuring the soul power vestment on his arms, Shen Yuan called out, "Huashan, the first soul skill, Rock Shield." Upon hearing Shen Yuan's command, the fiery land tortoise quickly activated its soul power, summoning a skill deeply embedded in its memory. A stone shield wall, 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide, rapidly rose between it and Shen Yuan. This rock wall bore a resemblance to the earthen wall created by the fiery land tortoise previously, yet its solidity was evidently superior. Shen Yuan raised his arm and struck the stone wall, creating merely a small dent, which immediately caused his eyes to sparkle with delight. "The defense is quite commendable," he exclaimed. Without hesitation, he unleashed a full-force strike against the wall. It cracked but remained steadfast, unwavering in its position. Witnessing this, Shen Yuan's gaze brightened even further, as the resilience of this stone wall seemed to rival that of the shell on the back of the fiery land tortoise. It is important to note that the rock wall was formed from the fiery land tortoise's soul power and could be reconstituted if shattered. "Master, Xiao San, what do you think?" Shen Yuan asked, observing the two individuals closely examining the demonstration wall. Tang San touched the layer of rock and remarked, "In terms of defense alone, it is quite impressive. However, it seems that against faster, more agile soul masters, it could be easily circumvented." He gestured to the height and width of the wall. Shen Yuan rolled his eyes and replied, "Let us not be too demanding. This is merely the first soul skill. I believe the defensive capability is sufficient for its primary function. As for other aspects, we can enhance Huashan's proficiency to mitigate this weakness." At that moment, the master, who had been attentively observing the rock wall, interjected with a question. "Xiao Yuan, can Huashan's rock shield only generate a single shield? Is its shape fixed?" Shen Yuan contemplated briefly before responding. "The quantity is uncertain, but if Huashan's control over soul power and proficiency with the skill are sufficiently high, the possibility of generating multiple shields is not out of the question. As for the shape, Huashan can indeed manipulate it. In future solo battles, it will not merely create a rigid slab, but will adapt its form based on the circumstances." In Shen Yuan's view, there were numerous avenues for developing the fiery land tortoise's soul skill, such as controlling the shape, size, and quantity of the summoned rock shields, determining their placement to interrupt charging opponents, or enhancing their density and strength through soul power. While these ideas were plentiful, they remained speculative until tested in practice. The master, noting Shen Yuan's thoughtful approach to the soul skill, nodded in approval, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, this was Shen Yuan's soul beast, and he believed that his 2-year apprenticeship under him would not lead to disappointment. Chapter 49. Another 2 years, Shen Yuan and the others thoroughly examined the rock shield soul skill, concluding it to be an excellent defensive technique, rather than being self-applied. It formed an external barrier, capable of functioning effectively as a collective defense skill when executed proficiently. After Huashan retracted the skill, watching the rock's shield dissipate, Shen Yuan inquired, Huashan, how is the soul power consumption of this skill? The fiery land tortoise contemplated before replying. In human terms, it is merely a first-ring soul skill, so will not deplete my soul power significantly. However, if we adapt it as you suggested, the consumption may vary. Shen Yuan nodded with satisfaction, affirming, indeed. You have much to learn about freely activating this soul skill. Now, let's test your second soul skill. With that, he led the fiery land tortoise to a target. Xiao Wu approached, her eyes wide with curiosity as she asked, Brother, what is Huashan's second soul skill? Shen Yuan's expression turned quirky. It was likely a skill quite unlike its nature. Upon hearing this, the curiosity of the other two was piqued, and they watched as Shen Yuan directed the fiery land tortoise, exclaiming, Huashan, soul skill, flame ray. The fiery patterns on the back of the fiery land tortoise began to glow, and sparks of fire elemental energy coalesced in its mouth. In no time, a red orb formed within. Fire. At Shen Yuan's command, the orb shot forth, transforming into a flame ray as thick as a fist, racing towards the target and igniting it in an instant. Shen Yuan watched with satisfaction as the target burned to ashes, turning to see Tang San with his mouth agape, seemingly stunned, while even the master appeared taken aback, staring at the fiery land tortoise in astonishment. How about that? Were you surprised? Shen Yuan chuckled at their reactions, having kept the details of the soul skill a secret to witness their genuine expressions. Do not speak of them. Even Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback when he first received the information regarding this soul skill. When did the ringed fire turtle acquire a flame attack? Although the ringed fire turtle possesses fire attribute retaliation, fundamentally, it remains a creature of the earth attribute. It will be acceptable for it to unleash some earth attribute attack soul skills. Upon contemplation, Shen Yuan surmised that his soul beast had been born near magma, its cultivation reliant on absorbing energy from the molten rock, even drawing from a significant portion of the magma's energy. This resulted in an internal fire attribute energy level far exceeding that of its peers. Coupled with its unique innate talent, it successfully awakened a powerful fire attribute skill, such as the flame ray. Of course, all of this was Shen Yuan's reverse deduction based on the fact that his ringed fire turtle had already learned fire attribute soul skills. Regardless of the reasons, the current reality was that this extraordinary ringed fire turtle exhibited not only formidable defensive capabilities, but also impressive offensive power. Is this a flame attack? Tang San expressed his surprise. Although he had anticipated that the second soul skill would involve flame damage, he had primarily considered a defensive system constructed from flames. He had never expected the ringed fire turtle to employ an attacking skill. The master observed in astonishment. He was familiar with the ringed fire turtle, renowned as a defensive soul beast throughout the continent. How could he not have studied it? Yet, it was precisely due to his studies that he recognized no ringed fire turtle had ever been known to actively release flame attacks. In his view, Shen Yuan's ringed fire turtle was a rare anomaly born of talent, luck, and the enhancement of Shen Yuan's martial soul. Wow, brother, is this the second soul skill of the volcano? How impressive. Volcano, are you really this formidable? The little dance beside them was less astonished than Tang San and the master. She was merely surprised that a beast typically regarded as defensive had unleashed an offensive soul skill. With her interruption, both the master and Tang San quickly regained their composure. Shen Yuan, touching his nose, remarked, to be honest, I was equally astonished when I first learned of it. The master, calming his thoughts, turned to the ringed fire turtle and said, Xiao Yuan, since your soul beast can access such a fire attribute attack capability at the second soul skill, it indicates a high innate talent for fire, likely not inferior to its earth attribute. Future training should consider practicing both attributes. Shen Yuan acknowledged his understanding. Subsequently, the master approached the charred remains, inspecting them and stating, Indeed, flame ray, correct? Its power rivals that of some third soul skills. However, it seems the energy accumulation time is a bit prolonged, and it consumes a considerable amount of soul power. He glanced at the ringed fire turtle, which was slightly panting from exertion. Shen Yuan noted this situation as well. It appeared that until he could control the skill's power with ease, He needed to exercise caution in its usage. Later, Shen Yuan and the others had the ringed fire turtle attempt the flame ray several more times, and as anticipated, the skill's initial charge time was still somewhat lengthy. Moreover, given the current strength of the ringed fire turtle, a full release would only allow it to unleash the skill about 4 or 5 times before exhausting its soul power. The master observed the ringed fire turtle, now collapsed on the ground, and said, "All right, that will suffice for today. We have a decent understanding of your new soul beast capabilities. I will devise a training plan for the ringed fire turtle." "Thank you, master," Shen Yuan replied. Once the master departed, Shen Yuan exchanged glances with Tang San. With a smile, Shen Yuan asked, "So, shall we head back now?" After a moment of silence, they both seemed to perceive the fighting spirit in each other's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. It appeared neither was eager to return. Tang San gazed at Shen Yuan with shining eyes. "Then let us go for it." Shen Yuan moved the fallen ringed fire turtle aside and called forth the illusion moon fox to take its place in the arena. Tang San inquired, "Aren't you waiting for your volcano to recover?" Shen Yuan squinted playfully. "Don't underestimate me. I have already advanced to a great soul master." "Ha ha ha, my apologies." "Then let us proceed." Seeing Shen Yuan's demeanor, Tang San no longer insisted. "All right, yeah, let us go." In the distance, the master, walking along the path, heard the commotion behind him. Shaking his head helplessly, yet a smile graced his lips, filled with pride and satisfaction. Time flew swiftly. Since Shen Yuan contracted the ringed fire turtle, 2 years had passed, and now he was a 10-year-old boy. At this age, a child begins to shed the naivety of youth and gradually steps into adolescence. Since Shen Yuan contracted another soul beast 2 years ago, his cultivation speed had finally ceased to be a shortcoming. Although he still lagged behind Tang San and Xiao Wu, at least he was no longer left far behind. Over the 2 years, Shen Yuan's soul power had reached level 25, with his 2 contracted soul beasts, the illusion moon fox boasting roughly 1,600 years of cultivation, and the ringed fire turtle nearing 2,000 years. It could be said that, as Shen Yuan gradually matured, the advantages of his unique martial soul began to manifest. Not to mention, since Shen Yuan contracted the ringed fire turtle and trained its soul skills, Tang San had not managed to defeat him in their battles. Ultimately, even when employing some of his hidden weapons, he could only barely achieve a 4 to 6 split against Shen Yuan. With the defensive and offensive capabilities of the ringed fire turtle, alongside the supporting prowess of the illusion moon fox and Shen Yuan's rich combat experience, he had gained an absolute advantage in their confrontations. At times, to hone himself, Shen Yuan deliberately established restrictions, such as facing 2 opponents simultaneously, Xiao Wu and Tang San, or forbidding the use of the illusion moon fox's mental link, to forge a routine understanding between himself and his contracted beast. 2 years were ample time for the ringed fire turtle to fully integrate into Shen Yuan's circle. Although its demeanor remained quiet and reserved, subtle actions revealed that it was a meticulous and caring companion. Shen Yuan reflected that it had been 4 years since he left his village after awakening his martial soul and arrived in this city. He felt that his foundation had been sufficiently established under the master's guidance, and he believed it was time to venture out and seek new endeavors. Regarding some recent comments and concerns raised in the discussion, I have noticed a fair amount of dissent in the comment section. I will address some questions and clarify the future direction. Initially, I intended to post this in the comments, but since it seems few are reading, I will share here again as it feels cumbersome not to explain. The first issue pertains to the question of the master. My decision to have the protagonist seek the master was influenced by 2 factors. One was to provide a familiar and accessible starting point for newcomers, aiding in the early development of writing skills. The second was to depict the transition into a genuine world. The protagonist, due to martial soul considerations, would not initially contemplate engaging with the Spirit Hall or Sea God Island. For an ordinary civilian with aspirations of divinity, the Master and Shrek Academy represented the ideal choice, offering both personal connections and the networks of the Shrek's 7 monsters. As for the Master's knowledge or character, please refer to my pinned post explaining the rationale behind seeking a mentor. In terms of knowledge, if one were truly immersed in such a Douluo world, I believe that mere novels cannot fully encapsulate the experience. One cannot solely rely on the limited perspective of Tang San in the original work, which primarily reflects an understanding of soul beasts. It may pertain to certain details of training, perhaps some insights from the mainland, or even methods of meditation and cultivation. However, Tang San possesses his own martial arts, but has not yet utilized them, which introduces various elements not mentioned in the original text. My perspective is that since numerous high-ranking soul masters acknowledge the master, he must possess some degree of knowledge accumulation, thus providing him with an advantage over ordinary instructors in other soul master academies. Regarding moral character, there are no significant flaws. I believe the most notable blemish may be his illicit relationship with Lu Erlong, which I have framed as platonic within this narrative. If this is truly unacceptable, I can only extend my apologies. Having committed this far, revising the protagonist's growth trajectory would be excessively cumbersome. With the opposition being so vocal, I will try to minimize the master's presence in subsequent depictions. The second issue involves the progression of the plot. Initially, I considered this path due to my self-perception as a novice. Beginning with an original narrative might prove challenging. Thus, I opted to follow the established storyline to familiarize myself with the writing process, transitioning to original content post the Soul Master competition. Naturally, I will weave in differing plots throughout the earlier chapters. The third concern revolves around Tang San. Forming friendships with him might not be worthwhile, as exemplified by the master being cast aside. Truthfully, through the original work's portrayal of the Shrek 7 monsters, it is evident that the author intended to depict a protagonist who values loyalty and sincerity. However, the lack of rigor in his characterization leads to significant inconsistencies, culminating in the emergence of an evil soul master and the master being neglected. In my earlier pursuit of the first installment, I failed to detect any petty characteristics in Tang San. Perhaps some readers observe these traits in later installments, but I have not delved into them, including the anime and television adaptations. I am merely crafting Tang San's character based on my experience with the first volume. You need not correlate it with subsequent narratives. Even the character of Xiao Wu, as I have portrayed, diverges somewhat from the original text. If that is insufficient, consider it an alternate parallel universe distinct from your imaginings. The fourth issue concerns the female leads. When I initially drafted the outline, I designated 3 female leads: Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Xianren Xue. Some have suggested that I am influenced by the television series and anime, but that is not the case. As previously mentioned, I have genuinely only read the first novel, while my knowledge of the subsequent volumes stems from other fan works and research. Interestingly, when I first read the novel, I found myself particularly fond of Ning Rongrong, although I have since forgotten the reason. Nevertheless, she left a strong impression on me, while Zhu Zhuqing lingered less in my memory. This perspective likely differs from many others. I have deliberated and tentatively decided to retain these 3 female leads for now. The 5th issue pertains to Tang Hao, which is indeed addressed in the original text. When he rescued Xiao Wu and Tang San from the Spirit Hall, a dialogue ensued. Xiao Wu inquired if her rescue was due to his relationship with Tang San. Tang Hao replied that, as a husband, he considered that his virtuous wife would also have saved her. Certainly, the original text also acknowledges the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Otherwise, he would not have dared to storm the Spirit Hall for her sake. It is plausible that his deep affection for his wife would not compel him to risk everything for Xiao Wu, yet a degree of disregard is conceivable. Moreover, his willingness to secure soul bones for Tang San indicates that, in his eyes, Tang San was certainly less significant than his wife. Otherwise, he would not have neglected Tang San when he could barely move at the age of 3. There may even have been doubts in his mind about Tang San being partially responsible for his wife's demise. In conclusion, having perused the commentary section, I feel I have articulated all I wish to express. Initially, I anticipated opposition to the narrative's early scenes, but I did not expect such a substantial volume of dissent. Regardless, I have thoughtfully crafted this narrative. If it fails to resonate with your tastes, I can only express my regrets. The realm of Douluo fanfiction is abundant, with many excellent works available. Feel free to explore those. Reading is a process of aligning an author's vision with that of the reader. If one is dissatisfied, seek the next narrative. The next one may be better. The next one may be more obedient. I kindly request that all readers approach the text with leniency and refrain from excessive criticism. Should you find any narrative inconsistencies, I welcome discussion in the comment section. So good night. Chapter 50. The holiday? Oh dear, I concede. Xiao Wu exclaimed as she allowed herself to collapse onto the ground. Shen Yuan observed her actions with a soft chuckle, subsequently releasing Tang San's joint and remarking, "Little San, you have lost again." He playfully patted Tang San's shoulder. Tang San frowned, rubbing his aching arm with reluctance as he replied, Shen Yuan, it seems that when Xiao Wu and I team up, we are no match for you. Let us not dwell on that. Shen Yuan replied with a smile. Your hidden weapons are quite perilous. I could easily fall victim to them. Tang San rolled his eyes, saying, it's not that simple. The moment I contemplate using my hidden weapons, Yu unleashes a soul scream, rendering my techniques ineffective. At this, Tang San cast a resentful glance at the elegant Huan Yu fox, who lay beside Shen Yuan, completely oblivious to his plight. The Huan Yu fox rested her head on her legs, eyes gently closed, exuding an air of tranquility. It must be noted that as the Huan Yu fox's strength has grown, her demeanor has matured significantly. She now prefers to quietly remain beside Shen Yuan, no longer seeking the proximity of Xiao Wu, who used to be somewhat timid and clingy. Little San, the holiday season is approaching. Are you still planning to work at the blacksmith's shop this year? Shen Yuan inquired. Tang San replied, yes, I've already arranged it with the shop owner. I will be returning there during the break. How about you? Are you going to leave? Shen Yuan nodded, saying, indeed, it has been 4 years since I left home. It is time to visit my grandfather and see if I can bring him over. Ah, brother, are you going back? Xiao Wu immediately sat up, looking at Shen Yuan. Right? It has been 4 years. I ought to check in on my grandfather. Don't you wish to return? Don't you want to see your adoptive parents? Shen Yuan teased, casting a knowing glance at Xiao Wu. Oh yes, right? I also want to go back. Absolutely. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, Xiao Wu recalled her earlier pretense and realized she had indeed made such a claim. After all these years, she had nearly forgotten. Going back sounds delightful. It would be perfect to visit the Ming and Heir Ming. With that thought, Xiao Wu's face lit up with excitement. Almost eager to return to the Douluo Forest and share her experiences from the human world with the Ming and Heir Ming. Tang San observed Xiao Wu's animated demeanor with curiosity and then turned to Shen Yuan, saying, I recall you mentioning that your home is in Xingtao village, near the Douluo Forest. It must be quite perilous there. Indeed, it is naturally dangerous. Soul beasts occasionally emerge from the Douluo Forest, posing a threat to the residents nearby. Thanks to the excellent herbs in our village, we are able to attract some wandering soul masters, whose presence provides us with a semblance of support for survival. Xiao Wu listened with her head slightly bowed. Due to her connection with Shen Yuan, she often visited Xingtao village and had formed good relationships with the villagers. Before departing, she had specifically asked the Ming and Heir Ming to help drive away some of the more formidable soul beasts lurking nearby. Shen Yuan sighed and remarked, however, even so, the number of villagers is dwindling. This is also why I wish to bring my grandfather over. It's simply not safe there. If worst comes to worst, we can send him to the nearest city, Juyin City. Although Shen Yuan claimed that no soul beasts seemed to attack him due to his martial spirit, he had still witnessed many villagers getting injured over the years. Days later, Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu set off lightly, parting ways with Tang San at the academy's entrance. Tang San looked at Shen Yuan and jokingly said, you're going home for so many days. Be careful. When you return, you might not be my match anymore. Shen Yuan chuckled and patted his chest lightly, responding, oh, then you better work hard. I feel a breakthrough in my soul power coming on. After saying this, he turned with Xiao Wu and left, leaving Tang San staring blankly at Shen Yuan's receding figure before gritting his teeth and heading back to his dormitory to train. Brother, are you really going to level up again? Doesn't that mean you'll surpass us? Xiao Wu asked curiously, tilting her body to look at Shen Yuan. Not yet. I was just trying to scare Xiao San. Shen Yuan replied with a mischievous grin. Xiao Wu looked at her childish brother with a mix of exasperation and amusement, not expecting him to leave a little trap for Tang San before he departed. This time returning was different from 4 years ago. Both Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu had become great soul masters, and they no longer needed to hire an adventurer team to journey back to Xingtao village. Their speed was considerably faster than before. Within 10 days, they arrived near the Douluo Forest. Upon seeing the familiar scenery, both felt a slight exhilaration, while Shen Yuan was gradually overcome by a sense of trepidation at returning home. After all, he hadn't seen his grandfather in so many years, and their correspondence had been infrequent, leading to only a handful of exchanged letters over the years. Soon, they reached the familiar entrance of the village. Upon entering, they spotted an elderly figure half reclining under the large tree at the village entrance, squinting his eyes against the sun. Isn't that the old village chief? It's been so long, Shen Yuan said as he approached with Xiao Wu, greeting him with a smile. The old village chief, disturbed by the voices, furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, only to see a young lad and a little girl standing before him, smiling. Upon closer inspection, their faces seemed somewhat familiar. Seeing the village chief's puzzled gaze, Shen Yuan hurriedly explained, "Village chief, do you not remember us? It's Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu. You were the one who sent us off 4 years ago." Upon hearing this, the village chief's eyes widened in recognition, recalling the innate, full soul power that had appeared in his village for years prior. None other than Shen Yuan standing before him. "Oh, it's Shen Yuan. Why have you taken so long to return?" he exclaimed, rising with excitement to look at the two. He reached out to pat Shen Yuan on the shoulder, but hesitated, seeming to remember something, and awkwardly withdrew his hand. Shen Yuan observed the village chief's actions and sighed inwardly, noting that the village chief remained as respectful as ever regarding soul masters. Due to the village chief's somewhat awkward demeanor, Shen Yuan felt a diminished joy in reuniting with someone familiar. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bid farewell and began walking home. The old village chief watched Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu, enviously thinking to himself, "Old Shen really is fortunate to have raised such a talented and dutiful child." As they walked along the village path, Shen Yuan's steps quickened as he took in the familiar surroundings, while Xiao Wu sensed his excitement and quietly followed behind. For what he had learned from the village chief, many of the older villagers had gradually stopped frequently venturing into the Stardow forest for herbs over the years. These tasks had mostly been passed on to the younger generation, including his grandfather, who should now be resting at home. Before long, Shen Yuan arrived at the familiar door, momentarily hesitant to step inside. He feared his grandfather might be upset, lamenting his absence for so many years, and he lingered at the entrance for a while. Sensing her brother's hesitation and panic, Xiao Wu's gaze softened. She gently reached out and took Shen Yuan's hand, her crystal-like eyes firmly fixed on him. Feeling the support of the lovely presence beside him, Shen Yuan took a deep breath, squeezed her delicate hand reassuringly, and boldly pushed the door open. Upon entering, he immediately spotted an elderly man dozing in a chair in the yard. Unable to contain himself, Shen Yuan called out, "Grandfather." His voice trembled slightly with emotion. Hearing that familiar call, the elderly man abruptly opened his eyes and was met with the sight of the familiar figure at the door. "Little Yuan?" Shen Yin stood up, his voice shaking with uncertainty as he called out to Shen Yuan. "Grandfather, it's me." Shen Yuan rushed to his side, supporting him as he stood. It was only upon closer proximity that Shen Yuan truly realized how much his grandfather had aged. For years ago, although slightly hunched, he had still exuded vitality. Now, that vigor seemed to have waned significantly, and his body appeared much more frail. How could such a body still endure the arduous task of foraging in the forests? Fortunately, Shen Yuan's endeavors at Baichao Hall had been fruitful, alleviating any financial concerns. He helped the old man back into the chair, both of them taking a moment to calm their emotions. Shen Yin gently patted Shen Yuan's hand and asked softly, "Little Yuan, why have you suddenly returned this year? Didn't you say you were busy with your studies in previous years?" He looked kindly at Shen Yuan, lacking the energetic demeanor of previous years when he would call him little rascal. Sitting beside Shen Yin, Shen Yuan replied, "Well, I have nearly completed my studies over the past few years and thought it was time to come back and see you. At least you have some conscience and decided to return." Shen Yin teased good-naturedly, his eyes brimming with affection. Grandfather, what about me? Didn't you miss me?" Xiao Wu chimed in, playfully tugging at Shen Yin's hand. Ha, how could I forget you?" Shen Yin laughed heartily, just as he stood up and caught sight of the little rabbit-like figure. "I was just wondering why you seemed different, less fiery than before." Hearing Shen Yin's praise, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, and she appeared somewhat bashful. Had the students at the academy witnessed Xiao Wu's shy demeanor, they surely would have been left agape, for she had earned a reputation as Sister Xiao Wu through her own prowess. Shen Yin occasionally turned to observe Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu, noting their contrasting postures, one tall and confident, the other graceful and poised. He smiled with satisfaction, saying, "You both seem to have fared well over these 4 years. You've grown up. Unlike me, just an old man, I fear I may not have many years left." "Grandfather, please don't say that. You're still young. Just take some gentle medicine and nurture your health," Shen Yuan said, his eyes glistening with emotion, while Xiao Wu gazed at him with concern. Ha! My dear grandfather has been acquainted with herbs for most of his life, so how could he be unaware of his own body? Shen Yuan rolled his eyes and said, Rest assured, although my health has declined in recent years, I can still manage to hang on for a while. Suddenly, Shen Yuan, resembling a mischievous old rascal, wiggled his eyebrows and added with a grin, Regardless, I must witness the day you, Xiao Yuan, tie the knot. With that, he cast a teasing glance at Xiao Wu. The playful look made Shen Yuan's face flush, while Xiao Wu had already lowered her head in shyness, a faint smile playing on her lips. Seeing their expressions, Shen Yuan's eyes lit up with satisfaction. When he sent Shen Yuan away, he had no other request besides urging him to take good care of himself and to look after Xiao Wu, ensuring she was not lost. It seemed that Shen Yuan had done well in this regard. Subsequently, Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu shared numerous tales from their academy with Shen Yuan, until the conversation paused as the sky began to darken. In the interim, Shen Yuan ventured into the kitchen, utilizing some exquisite ingredients he had brought from his spatial realm to prepare a lavish meal for his grandfather. Although Shen Yuan did not eat much in the end, the warm atmosphere of family gathered around him brought him immense joy, reminiscent of the moments 4 years prior when Shen Yuan had not yet departed. As the meal concluded, Shen Yuan could distinctly perceive a hint of fatigue on Shen Yuan's face. He gently assisted his grandfather to his room for a rest. Upon returning, he found Xiao Wu already tidying up the remnants of their dinner. Oh, Xiao Wu, how diligent you are today, Shen Yuan teased, stepping in to help her. In response to Shen Yuan's comment, Xiao Wu puffed up her cheeks and shot him an adorable glare, inquiring, How is Grandpa? Shen Yuan replied, He's fine, just a bit tired. He has already gone to rest. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu seemed to recall something and fell silent. The pair quietly finished cleaning up the dinnerware, and Shen Yuan peeked in on Shen Yuan, discovering he had already drifted off to sleep. Once outside, he heard Xiao Wu's voice from the rooftop. Brother, I'm up here. Come quickly. Glancing up, he saw Xiao Wu sitting on the roof, beckoning him. Shen Yuan leaped up to join her. What's the matter? Aren't you going to rest? Don't you wish to cultivate tonight? Shen Yuan asked with a smile, sitting beside her. Why do you always think about cultivation? Don't you think it's equally important to pause and appreciate the scenery around us? Xiao Wu replied, her expression filled with dissatisfaction. Shen Yuan chuckled at her remark. To appreciate the scenery while calming your mind? It feels quite incongruous to hear such words from you. Xiao Wu, however, noticing her exuberance tonight, he decided to indulge her. Leaning back beside her as they gazed at the sky, the night was splendid, with a gentle breeze caressing their faces, inviting them to close their eyes and relish the moment. A half-moon hung high above, casting a cool but dim light, unobstructed by clouds, illuminating the nearby willows swaying in the night breeze. It was a picturesque scene of the night wind swaying the green silk beneath the moonlight. Inhaled deeply of the crisp night air, Shen Yuan gently asked Xiao Wu, Is there something on your mind? You can share it with me, you know. Startled by his words, Xiao Wu paused before smiling and resting her head on his shoulder, playfully responding, Why do you think I have something troubling me? I'm not foolish. Seeing you like this makes me aware that you're pondering something. Lowering his head, Shen Yuan affectionately nudged her head with his own. Xiao Wu, in a cute manner, let out a few hums before hesitantly asking, Brother, do you think everyone will eventually die? Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Xiao Wu's sudden melancholy was likely due to the visible signs of aging in Shen Yuan compared to a few years ago. After careful contemplation, he replied, It seems that everyone does. All beings in the world, whether humans or spirit beasts, will eventually face death, whether by natural causes or violence. Even a titled Douluo only lives a bit longer than others. Unless, his tone grew somber, and Xiao Wu could not quite catch his words. Suddenly, she lifted her head, gazing earnestly at him. Then, if the whole world were to turn against you, would you still protect me, brother? At this, Shen Yuan abruptly lowered his head to meet her gaze. Under the pale moonlight, his robust figure appeared strikingly delicate, and the vulnerability, fear, and anxiety reflected in his eyes were palpable. Was she sensing the pain of death he had felt from his grandfather? Did she contemplate the fate of spirit beasts? In a rush, Shen Yuan turned and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Chuckling softly, Silly girl, of course, I will protect you. Even if the whole world stands against you, I will stand in front of you. As Xiao Wu was held in his arms, the uncertainty in her eyes dissipated. replaced by happiness and trust, her lips curling into a smile as she replied, I believe in you. Chapter 52. Departing alone the previous night. Shen Yuan and Xiao Wu had spent considerable time on the rooftop, and thankfully, both were already great spirit masters. Otherwise, any ordinary person would have succumbed to the night's cold winds. The following day, Xiao Wu had returned to her cheerful, lively self, as if the fragile demeanor from last night had never existed. Observing the lively Xiao Wu before him, Shen Yuan felt a preference for this spirited little rabbit. The memory of her delicate state was better left in the past. Brother, hurry up, Xiao Wu called from ahead, pouting as she turned to look back at Shen Yuan. The two were making their way to the small hill where they first met, and Shen Yuan, trailing behind, felt a headache coming on. He was currently devising a way to persuade Xiao Wu to stay in the village temporarily while he ventured alone to the imperial capital, Tiando City. His Baichao Hall had been thriving recently, establishing numerous branches in various cities across the continent. This trip to Tiando City would be a significant step forward. Shen Yuan had arranged with Xin Sun for the opening of Baichao Hall in Tiando City in about a week. He also intended to take this opportunity to explore Tiando City, the center of many influential forces on the continent, seeking to familiarize himself with the landscape. However, there was a dilemma. Tiando City was not like the small city of Notting, where there was only one title Douluo. Shen Yuan still had not comprehended how his martial soul concealed the spirit beast aura from Xiao Wu. He could only occasionally channel his soul power to nourish her body while she slept, feeling as if he were a character in a fantasy story. He was uncertain if his upgrade to a great spirit master had enhanced the effect, enabling him to better mask Xiao Wu's spirit beast aura. At this moment, he desperately needed a reliable titled Douluo to help him understand how his martial soul could obscure Xiao Wu's spirit beast presence. The most suitable candidate for the task was Tang Hao, yet his whereabouts remained elusive. Therefore, under the prevailing circumstances, leaving Xiao Wu in the Stardew Forest was the wisest choice. Once matters were resolved, he could return to escort her back to the academy. After a while, the two arrived at a small hill. Xiao Wu joyfully dashed across the grassy slope, her excitement palpable. Brother, let Yaya out too, she exclaimed, eagerly edging closer to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, with an exasperated glance at Xiao Wu, reluctantly raised his hand to summon the Moonlight Fox. As the Moonlight Fox appeared, it surveyed the surrounding scenery with a glimmer of nostalgia in its eyes. Upon seeing the Moonlight Fox, Xiao Wu leaped towards it, exclaiming, isn't this place nostalgic? This is where we first met. However, the Moonlight Fox, agile as ever, swiftly evaded her embrace and gracefully settled beside Shen Yuan, lying quietly. Shen Yuan chuckled softly as he stroked the fox's fur, glancing at Xiao Wu, who was pouting in annoyance at him from a distance. Brother, Xiao Wu said, her face adorned with dissatisfaction as she approached Shen Yuan. Look at how aloof Yia has become. She barely acknowledges me now. She used to let me hold her. The unusual tone of her complaint caused both Shen Yuan and the Moonlight Fox to shudder slightly. Shen Yuan was amused by Xiao Wu's strange tone, while the Moonlight Fox quivered in embarrassment, recalling the times it had been inseparable from Xiao Wu. Every mention of those moments made the Moonlight Fox tremble with shame. Enough. Xiao Wu, speak properly. Shen Yuan interrupted her playful whining, stating sternly, you fainted the first time you came here, so you likely have no memory of it. Xiao Wu's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, imagining it is good enough. Besides, if it weren't for Yiya's attack, I wouldn't have fainted, she insisted, casting a sulking glance at the Moonlight Fox. After some playful banter, Xiao Wu appeared to tire and plopped down on Shen Yuan's back, languidly declaring, brother, carry me back later. Shen Yuan shook his head in resignation, hesitating momentarily before saying, Xiao Wu, you should stay in Stargrass Village for a few days. I have some matters to attend to. Xiao Wu suddenly lifted her head, alert and questioning, brother, where are you going? What is it you need to do? Shen Yuan paused briefly before replying, my teacher asked me to deliver a letter to a friend of his, titled Douluo, in Heavendo City. It seems I might need to stay there for a short while. Although he felt a tinge of awkwardness fabricating the story, he believed it was best to frame it this way. After all, it was at his teacher's behest, and mentioning a title Douluo would likely deter Xiao Wu from wanting to follow him. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu, who was still on his back, widened her eyes in surprise, then narrowed them suspiciously at Shen Yuan. How does that sound? You'll be home for about 2 weeks. It's been a while since you visited. And your foster parents in Qianhua village miss you too, Shen Yuan continued. He failed to notice the increasingly peculiar expression in Xiao Wu's gaze, filled with suspicion. Before she sighed and reclined back on his shoulders, her voice subdued. Since it's a task from the master, I suppose there's no choice. But when I return, I'll bring you delicious treats. Hearing Xiao Wu's agreement, Shen Yuan felt a surge of joy, affectionately ruffling her hair. They then strolled around some familiar places before returning home as the time was drawing near. The following day, at the entrance of Stargrass Village, Shen Yuan, Xiao Wu, and Shen Yin stood together. Shen Yin, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, said, Xiao Yuan, be careful on the road. Don't rush. He had already informed his grandfather that Shen Yuan would be away for about 2 weeks, so he was relatively calm. Shen Yuan nodded, responding, Grandfather, I understand. He then called Xiao Wu over, saying, I'm sorry this time, Xiao Wu. Next time, I'll take you to some fun places. Xiao Wu shook her head, reassuring him. It's all right, brother. I'll take good care of grandfather at home. Shen Yuan felt a wave of comfort at Xiao Wu's obedience. Although her gaze towards him seemed slightly odd, he patted her head gently, saying, I'm off now. You two head back. With that, he turned and departed swiftly. Xiao Wu cast a complex glance at Shen Yuan before smiling at Shen Yin. Come on, Grandpa. Let's head back. I brought back plenty of good ingredients from brother to cook for you. Shen Yan's face brightened. Oh, I didn't expect our little Wu to have learned to cook during these years. Excellent. I shall savor your cooking today. Xiao Wu smiled sheepishly in response. Chapter 53. Heavendo City. Shen Yuan journeyed alone, making swift progress, and reached Heavendo City in less than 5 days. It was indeed one of the most prosperous cities on the continent, with towering city walls reaching over 100 meters, constructed entirely of granite. The grand main gates stood about 10 meters high, flanked by 2 smaller gates, each 5 meters tall. However, the main gates remained tightly shut, with the populace generally entering through the smaller gates. Upon entering Heavendo City, Shen Yuan wandered along the streets, exploring the shops, which were indeed far more diverse than those in smaller towns. After some time strolling and stopping, he finally arrived at his destination, the Blessing Inn. This establishment was a notable inn within the city, boasting 4 or 5 stories. The lower floors served as dining areas, while the upper levels were designated for guest accommodations. Shen Yuan was to meet Xian's son here. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Dining or lodging? Upon entering, a young attendant greeted him with a courteous bow, showing no sign of dismissing him due to his youthful appearance. Shen Yuan replied calmly, I'm looking for someone named Xian's son. I have an appointment with him. The attendant paused for a moment before responding, Certainly, please follow me. I will have someone summon him right away. Following the attendant's guidance, Shen Yuan took a seat nearby and awaited Xian's arrival. Before long, Xian's son hurriedly approached him. Manager, you've arrived, he exclaimed, offering a respectful greeting before leading Shen Yuan to the room he had already reserved for their meeting. Having known Shen Yuan for several years, Xian's son was well aware of his remarkable talent. In a world where soul masters were revered, Xian's son firmly believed that Shen Yuan would undoubtedly be among the future strong. Thus, he was resolutely determined to align himself with Shen Yuan's fortunes. Moreover, Shen Yuan had helped him exact revenge. With the assistance of Shen Yuan and Tang San over the past 4 years, the business of the Chaodang had flourished splendidly. Not only did he open branches in numerous cities, but he also recruited a significant number of alchemists and spirit masters, establishing his own dedicated alchemy hall and a herb association for the collection of medicinal herbs. A year ago, Shen Yuan fulfilled his promise by relocating the herb hall directly to Xian's hometown. On the day of the opening in his hometown, Xian's son, the general manager, took a rare break from his other responsibilities to personally oversee the inauguration of the herb hall. During those days, Shen Yuan and Tang San took a few days off to support him. Indeed, under the overwhelming presence of the herb hall, the pharmacy that had driven them out of their hometown was completely suppressed within a week. On the day they successfully acquired that pharmacy, Xian's son, a typically composed and mature man, returned to his hometown and wept for an entire night while holding a portrait of his father. Following that event, Xian's son devoted himself entirely to Shen Yuan, working with increased diligence, often encouraging Shen Yuan to hire more staff for better management. The decision to open the herb hall in Tiando City was one that Xian's son contemplated for a considerable time before proposing it to Shen Yuan. Today, The herb hall has established dozens of branches across the continent, with a presence in virtually every sizable city within the Tiando Empire. Although some of these shops are not particularly thriving, their ability to maintain stability is a victory for the herb hall. As the herb hall seeks broader development, it inevitably requires a more substantial reputation. Coincidentally, there has yet to be a headquarters for the herb hall, leading the two to decide to establish a larger store in Tiando City as its headquarters. For this opening, Shen's son allocated a significant amount of resources and purchased a 5-story building spanning approximately 5 to 600 square meters adjacent to the Great Soul Arena in Tiando City. He also prepared a variety of exclusive healing potions, hemostatics, and poisons. With Tang San's involvement, the herb hall made remarkable progress in the area of poisons, which have historically been favored as an effective method of combat, allowing the weak to triumph over the strong. Over the years, the herb hall's poisons have become one of its 3 pillars alongside its unique healing and restorative potions. After formulating this plan, Shen Yuan specifically requested a selection of special poisons from Tang San to feature as signature products for the opening. As Shen Yuan surveyed his elegantly decorated room, he felt quite satisfied. He seated himself and inquired, "Shen's son, please take a seat. How are preparations for the store coming along? Is the opening on schedule?" Hearing Shen Yuan's words, Shen's son chose a seat directly opposite him and replied, "The plans for the opening day are nearly finalized, and the training for the reception staff and the preparation of medicines are complete. Additionally, advertisements and invitations have been distributed." "Very well," Shen Yuan nodded. "You will preside over the opening ceremony." Shen's son quickly protested, "How can that be? Lord Shen Yuan, you are the manager of the herb hall." Shen Yuan raised his hand to halt Shen's son's words and said, "Enough, enough. You know that for me, cultivation is paramount, and I have little interest in these public affairs. At my age, there is little benefit in taking the stage. Moreover, this herb hall is not solely my enterprise. It is also a product of your hard work. Its rapid development is largely due to your efforts, Shen's son. Thus, the opportunity to shine should be yours." "Our esteemed general manager." Shen Yuan smiled at him. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, Shen's son's expression shifted, and he gazed at Shen Yuan earnestly. Suddenly, he rose and bowed deeply, saying, "Manager, I understand. I will diligently manage our herb hall." Shen Yuan smiled at the seriousness on Shen's son's face and replied, "Very well. I entrust it to you." Afterward, Shen Yuan waved his hand and changed the subject, asking now, "Tell me, what interesting places are there to explore in Tiando City?" "It is my first time here." After pondering for a moment, Shen's son responded, "Tiando City's commercial streets are quite lively. You can stroll around when you have the time, as the local resources are far richer than in other cities. In addition, there are 2 places that you might consider visiting. One is the Great Soul Arena, and the other is the Tiando Auction House. The Great Soul Arena in Tiando City is significantly larger than those in other cities, and you might even witness battles at the Soul King level here. The auction house often features rare or peculiar items, which I believe would pique your interest." Shen Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating the Great Soul Arena and the auction house. Indeed, they are worth a visit. He then instructed Shen's son to return to his room, as he would oversee the opening ceremony and needed to make some adjustments. With only a few days left until the grand opening, Shen's son intended to utilize his time wisely and promptly return to revise the plans. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan continued to rest in his room for a while before rising to leave the inn. Upon arriving in Tiando City, one cannot resist the urge to explore, and his first stop was the Great Soul Arena. Chapter 54. The Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena is a renowned structure in every major city. Shen Yuan wandered the streets of Tiando City, and with the guidance of passers-by, he finally located this magnificent edifice. At first glance, the entire building towers approximately 200 to 300 meters high and is oval in shape, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum from Shen Yuan's memories. It features a main arena and 10 auxiliary arenas, capable of accommodating over 10,000 spectators simultaneously. During his 4 years of study, the Great Soul Arena had been mentioned by his master as an independent entity distinct from major powers, large sects, and royal families. It was established by 7 extraordinarily wealthy families, typically found only in the continent's major cities. Here, one can gain fame in battle, earn money through gambling, or even engage in life and death struggles, where the arena guarantees fairness and justice in combat. It is said that one could kill anyone within the Great Soul Arena, including members of large clans, without fear of retaliation. Hence, it is favored by the majority of spirit masters across the continent. However, Shen Yuan harbors some skepticism regarding this claim. While it is true that one may kill any individual without facing repercussions, this certainly does not apply to the Spirit Hall. The three great sects were the direct descendants of the two royal families, particularly regarding the Spirit Hall, which force on the continent dares to confront it openly. Nevertheless, the direct disciples of these sects likely would not frequent the Great Soul Arena for training. For ordinary spirit masters, the rewards offered by the arena are easily attainable, while for those from mid-tier forces, the Great Soul Arena demonstrates its dominance. Thus, it would not be inaccurate to describe the Great Soul Arena as a relatively equitable venue. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, every spirit master is issued a copper badge, signifying their rank within the arena. The badge's level is categorized according to mineral grades: iron, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond, totaling 8 levels. As the badge level reflects a spirit master's combat prowess, it is universally recognized across various arenas on the continent. As Shen Yuan approached the building, he was immediately enveloped by a solemn and dignified atmosphere. He could faintly hear the roar of the audience from within, contributing an air of violence and fervor to the surroundings. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, Shen Yuan chose not to register immediately. Instead, he purchased a ticket for a battle at the Great Soul Master level and took his seat to witness the combat. As soon as he stepped into the arena, the heat generated by the gathering of thousands of people and the hoarse roars morphed into waves of sound that crashed upon Shen Yuan. Immersed in the intense atmosphere of the venue, he took a deep breath, gradually calming the blood that surged within him, ignited by the fervor surrounding him. Finding his seat, he observed that the battle between two powerful spirit masters had already commenced. Through the introduction by the host standing at the side, Shen Yuan learned that one of the spirit masters wielded a level 27 staff-type spirit, while the other possessed a level 26 serpent-type beast spirit. With a command from the host, the battle erupted instantaneously, accompanied by the roaring crowd akin to a tidal wave. The spirit master with the staff swung his weapon and charged towards his opponent, whose appearance had slightly altered due to the manifestation of his spirit. As the combat unfolded, Shen Yuan shook his head slightly. Although the staff-wielding spirit master appeared to dominate the encounter, relentlessly pursuing the beast spirit master, a closer inspection revealed that the latter, despite seeming beleaguered, maintained a composed demeanor, evading attacks with a grace that was both unrefined yet effective. Furthermore, as Shen Yuan observed the movements of the serpent spirit master, he noticed a faint glimmer of green light, prompting a smile to spread across his face. The techniques of this spirit master were indeed intriguing. However, the stalemate could not persist indefinitely. Any seasoned spirit master would sense something amiss. Indeed, the staff-wielding spirit master seemed to detect the shift, halting his pursuit to unveil his second spirit ring, preparing to unleash his second spirit ability. Suddenly, his opponent ceased moving, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips as he remarked, "You've fallen for my trap." With a mere flick of his finger, the staff-wielding spirit master felt an immediate loss of strength, green patterns emerging across his body. Poisoned, realizing the gravity of the situation, he recalled his prior research on his opponent and had taken precautions against toxins. Thus, he had initiated a fierce assault from the start, aiming to disrupt any attempts at poisoning his adversary. Yet, to his dismay, he had still succumbed. Feeling his body weaken, with no time to reconsider his actions, he gritted his teeth and activated his second spirit ability, Thousand Strikes. Instantly, the staff in his hand shimmered with a heavy brilliance. With all his might, he charged towards his opponent, the spectators gazing in astonishment as he swung his weapon with unstoppable force. "Humph," the serpent spirit master retorted defiantly. "Have you never heard the saying, 'Strike the serpent with a stick'?" As he spoke, his second spirit ring illuminated, elongating his figure and causing him to lower himself. Eventually collapsing to the ground, yet keeping his upper body slightly raised, his cold gaze fixated on his adversary. Seeing this transformation, the staff-wielding spirit master's expression darkened. He knew that their spirits did not possess any inherent weaknesses against one another. The outcome would depend solely on who wielded their abilities with greater finesse. No longer hesitating, he surged forward, the staff wielded with overwhelming force aimed at the serpent spirit master. In the split second of their collision, the serpent spirit master deftly tilted his head, artfully evading the direct assault. He coiled around the staff in a manner that seemed impossible for a human. The staff-wielding spirit master, completely unprepared for such an agile maneuver, found himself ensnared, his throat grasped lightly by the enemy, a chilling voice whispering in his ear, "You have lost." The atmosphere in the arena instantly chilled, the surrounding audience abruptly ceasing their cheers, enveloped in silence as they observed the two combatants. Acknowledging the depletion of his spiritual energy and the weakness of his body, the staff-wielding spirit master hesitated before reluctantly conceding, "I admit defeat." "Oh, victory! 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 Serpent Lord! Serpent Lord! Serpent Lord!" The arena erupted in cheers, reaching a crescendo as the host announced, "Congratulations to our Thousand Shadows Serpent Lord, Xiao Han, for winning this match." Shen Yuan sat quietly, absorbing the fervent atmosphere, his heart racing, the fire of battle igniting within him. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tempest of emotions surging in his mind. He could not deny that within such an environment, the inherent warrior spirit of a spirit master could easily be provoked, leading one to instinctively unleash their full power in combat. Exiting the grand arena, Shen Yuan refrained from immediately registering for a badge. Instead, he chose to step outside, seeking to temper his excitement. Combat for a spirit master could not rely solely on passion, especially not for someone whose style diverged from that. He resolved to find tranquility before returning to the arena for battle. After all, it was his first time competing in such a grand setting. Amidst the roars and cheers of thousands, maintaining composure would indeed be a challenge. As he stepped outside, he observed that the sky was still bright. Contemplating the nearby apothecary hall, he decided to visit his own pharmacy, considering it was part of his endeavors. Chapter 55. The Alchemical Maiden. Upon exiting the door, Shen Yuan immediately recognized a familiar figure standing at the entrance. Isn't that the staff-wielding spirit master who just lost? I believe his name is Yishan. He noticed Yishan with a sullen expression, lingering at the door for a moment before heading toward a stall adjacent to the arena. "I need an antidote," Yishan grumbled darkly to the stall vendor. Shen Yuan glanced at the vendor, surprised to discover that the proprietor of the modest stall was a young maiden. She appeared to be no more than 18 or 19, possessing a beautiful countenance, her long hair elegantly pinned up with a simple hairpin. Dressed in white, her skin was pale, reminiscent of someone long deprived of sunlight, exuding an aura of delicate fragility. As she sat quietly with her eyes closed, the contrast of her white attire against her pallid complexion evoked an image of a wilting flower, fragile and demure. Hearing Yishan's voice, the girl slowly opened her eyes, her clear gaze directed towards him, instantly elevating her presence to one of remarkable significance. 5 soul coins, she spoke in a cool tone. Yishan's already darkened expression deepened as he furrowed his brow, complaining, "Why has the price increased?" The girl glanced at him, responding, "The market conditions have been poor lately, and some materials have become difficult to procure." Yishan's expression darkened further, unable to suppress his irritation as he retorted, "You?" Suddenly, the girl regarded him calmly, her eyes shimmering with intensity, her aura amplifying, rendering Yishan unable to make a move. "She's a soul master?" Shen Yuan was taken aback by the aura emanating from the girl. Despite her youthful appearance, she possessed the strength of a soul master. Her talent was indeed remarkable, perhaps only a shade less than the most exceptional prodigies. Intrigued, Shen Yuan felt an urge to learn more about her. "Feel free to purchase if you wish, but if not, kindly take your leave. Are you unaware of the rules here?" The young girl's voice turned even more frigid, sending beads of cold sweat trickling down Yishan's forehead. "And no, Lord Jianyuer, I did not mean that. I will take 2 bottles. Yishan trembled, his eyes wide with fear as he addressed the girl before him. It dawned on him that he was courting disaster. Not only was she a formidable spirit master, but her extensive network, cultivated over years of selling healing potions at the Soul Arena, made him wary of any rash actions. Observing Yishan's obsius de manor, viang uer slowly retracted head imposin aura. She picked up 2 bottles of green detoxifying medicine and a white vial, tossing them into Yishan's arms. 2 bottles of detoxifying medicine, and I will gift you 1 bottle of recovery potion to hasten your spirit power regeneration. That will be 10 soul coins in total. Yishan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Jiang Yuer before his face broke into a joyful smile. With his spirit power depleted and feeling utterly vulnerable, this potion to expedite recovery was precisely what he needed. Given that the total for the 3 potions was merely 10 soul coins, it was quite a bargain. He respectfully handed over the coins to the girl, expressing, "Thank you, Lord Jiang Yuer. I shall remember this kindness." With that, he hurried back to his dwelling to tend to his wounds. Shen Yuan observed the exchange with thoughtful contemplation. Stroking his chin, he then approached the tranquil young girl's stall and squatted down, pointing at the bottles on the ground with a smile. "Hello, may I take a look?" Jiang Yuer sensed the child approaching, but made no move, assuming it was just another local kid. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's inquiry, she opened her eyes in confusion and regarded him. He was unfamiliar, not from the neighborhood. Casting a glance at Shen Yuan, Jiang Yuer casually remarked, "You may purchase the medicine here, but if you wish to buy, go fetch your guardian." Unperturbed by Jiang Yuer's tone, Shen Yuan curiously picked up a bottle of healing potion and smiled. "Don't worry, I still have some money on me." Noticing Shen Yuan's actions, Jiang Yuer's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of her aura emanated, albeit faint, enough to intimidate a child of his age. To her surprise, however, the boy seemed oblivious to her aura and continued to handle the potion bottle. Jiang Yuer immediately sensed something amiss and became alert, her calm eyes shimmering with intensity. Her brows slightly raised as she silently scrutinized Shen Yuan. Realizing he had paused his actions, Shen Yuan helplessly addressed her. "You needn't be so cautious. I merely want to examine your potions." With that, he summoned a portion of his spirit power, projecting an aura that met Jiang Yuer's. As she felt the pressure emanating from him, her expression shifted drastically, perceiving an overwhelming threat. It was as if she were facing not a mere child, but an equal in spirit mastery. After a tense moment, Jiang Yuer withdrew her aura, giving Shen Yuan a penetrating gaze as she said, "I hardly believe there is anything here on my humble stall that would pique the interest of a prodigy like you." Shen Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "Do not say that. The quality of your potions here is quite commendable." This was not mere flattery. As he inspected the healing potion, he discerned that it was a simple formula. Yet its quality was surprisingly high, rivaling that of intermediate potions. He glanced at the other potions on the stall, realizing why Yi Shan's detoxifying potion had been priced so steeply. If the quality was consistently this high, the cost was certainly justifiable. "I will take this healing potion." "How much?" Shen Yuan inquired, gesturing to the bottle in his hand. Jiang Yuer furrowed her brows, deliberating before replying, "2 soul coins will suffice." This price reflected the historical cost of healing potions. However, due to recent circumstances, the availability of herbs had diminished, prompting her to consider raising prices in the future. Yet, given the enigmatic strength she sensed in this child, she decided to revert to the original price. Shen Yuan raised an eyebrow. "That is quite a fair price." He then produced 2 soul coins from his spatial storage device. "Storage soul guide?" Jiang Yuer observed with a glint in her eyes, realizing he must belong to a significant faction. Just as she reached to accept the coins, Shen Yuan asked, "May I inquire your name?" Jiang Yuer hesitated for a moment before responding, "Jiang Yuer." "Jiang Yuer, a lovely name indeed. I am Shen Yuan." He introduced himself with a smile. Seeing the kindness in Shen Yuan's demeanor, Jiang Yuer relaxed her guard slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. After placing the healing potion back in his spatial device, Shen Yuan casually asked, "Jiang Yuer, do you craft all these potions yourself?" Jiang Yuer's pupils constricted slightly as she fixed her gaze upon him. "And if I do?" Seeing her guarded expression, Shen Yuan sighed in exasperation. "I did not expect you to be so suspicious. Must you be so wary of me? I am but a child." Yet, Jiang Yuer remained resolute, her voice icy. "It is precisely because you are a child that I must be more cautious." Shen Yuan rubbed his forehead in resignation. He was baffled by how this girl had developed such a cautious disposition in Tiando City. Nevertheless, he decided to be forthright. "I find your alchemical skills impressive and would like to invite you to join my apothecary." He then produced a badge from his spatial device, intricately etched with a unique rune entwined by several herbs, placing it before her stall. "I am the owner of Baichao Hall. Our apothecary will open in Tiando City in 3 days. As a new establishment, we are eager to recruit skilled alchemists, offering favorable terms for all negotiations." As he leaned in closer, the rich aroma of herbs wafted from Jiang Yuer, affirming his belief that she was indeed the creator of these potions. To produce effects comparable to intermediate formulas using a basic recipe was no ordinary feat thus. Upon realizing the exceptional quality of her wares, Shen Yuan could not resist the urge to recruit this coolly poised girl. "Are you truly the owner of Baijiao Hall?" Jiang Yuer's eyes widened in astonishment. "You know?" Shen Yuan quickly pieced things together. "Ah, you must have seen the advertisements." He continued to entice her. "Having seen the advertisements, what do you think? Are you interested?" Baijiao Hall has numerous branches across many cities on the continent, with specific sources for our herbs and exclusive formulas. It would be an excellent opportunity for you as an alchemist. Jiang Yuer regarded him with a curious expression. "Do you know why we small-time sellers have raised our prices recently?" "Why?" Shen Yuan asked, puzzled. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he awkwardly replied, "It wouldn't be because of our establishment, would it?" Jiang Yuer rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Who else could it be? If you hadn't swept through the market and taken away a portion of the herbs, I wouldn't be struggling to procure enough ingredients and wouldn't have needed to raise prices." At the entrance of the Soul Arena, the rise in medicine prices could easily lead to misunderstandings. Shen Yuan, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Jiang Yuer. Under her clear gaze, he helplessly remarked, "There's nothing we can do. As a pharmacy, we cannot overlook the herbs available on the market." He expressed that although he had established his own herb association, which regularly procured herbs from various places on the mainland, it was still in its infancy, lacking the depth and scale of those larger associations. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, Jiang Yuer hummed thoughtfully but refrained from further comment. She understood that this was merely a common market transaction and did not hold Shen Yuan accountable. After all, such occurrences were typical whenever a new pharmacy entered Heaven-Do City, and she had grown accustomed to it. Noticing Jiang Yuer seemed unconcerned, Shen Yuan seized the opportunity to continue. "Since you feel it's too difficult to sustain yourself, why not consider joining me? Though my herb hall may not yet rival the larger pharmacies, it possesses significant potential." As he spoke, he winked at her. With the support of himself and Tang San, Shen Yuan had considerable confidence in his herb hall. Jiang Yuer pondered this for a moment, lowering her head in thought. Having grown up in Heaven-Do City, she was quite familiar with its pharmacies. In the past, some representatives from large pharmacies had approached her upon noticing her unique talents. However, due to various reasons, either feeling it unsuitable or simply dismissing their offers, she decided to form a small team and maintain her independence as a vendor. Moreover, her rank as a soul master and the connection she had built over the years at the Soul Arena deterred any unscrupulous individuals from taking action against her. Yet, at this moment, she felt a flicker of temptation merely at the sight of the young man before her. It was evident that this young shopkeeper possessed exceptional talent and had a high likelihood of becoming a formidable soul master in the future. By joining now, she would undoubtedly gain a powerful ally. However, this was not her primary motivation. After all, she herself was no slouch in terms of talent. The most pressing concern was that Shen Yuan's herb hall was situated too close to her current stall. Once his pharmacy officially opened, her business would undoubtedly suffer. In truth, even before Shen Yuan approached her, Jiang Yuer had contemplated whether to try her hand at the herb hall. After hesitating, she finally said, "I'm sorry, but I need to return and discuss this with my team. I must consider it carefully." She could not merely think of herself, as she was responsible for a small team. Although they were not particularly powerful soul masters, they had provided her with significant support, and she could not abandon them for her own aspirations. Seeing the conflict of emotions on her face, Shen Yuan understood her predicament and, after some contemplation, said, "Let me accompany you. Having the owner of the herb hall by your side might lend some weight to your discussion." "Huh? Don't you have your own matters to attend to?" "The herb hall is about to open, and I imagine you have a lot on your plate," Jiang Yuer inquired, looking at Shen Yuan with curiosity. Pausing briefly, Shen Yuan replied calmly, "As the shopkeeper, I can delegate these matters to the pharmacy's general manager." Jiang Yuer regarded him with skepticism. She couldn't shake the feeling that this young shopkeeper was somewhat unreliable. She led Shen Yuan across the main thoroughfare, down a narrow street toward the corner of the city. Along the way, they engaged in conversation, and through their dialogue, Shen Yuan learned that Jiang Yuer hailed from a small orphanage in Heaven-Do City. She had awakened her martial spirit with an initial soul power of level 8, marking her as quite the prodigy. However, her martial spirit was peculiar. It was neither a beast type nor an artifact type. Rather, it was her very eyes. Indeed, her martial spirit was known as bright eyes, which enhanced her vision when activated. This fundamental ability was quite simple, yet it undoubtedly evolved as she assimilated soul rings, enhancing her combat prowess, essential in the competitive environment of the soul arena. Just as they turned a corner, Jiang Yue suddenly halted, her once calm expression contorting with anger. Her delicate eyes blazed with fury, fixated on a point ahead. Following her gaze, Shen Yuan noticed two middle-aged men standing not far away, whispering to one another and occasionally glancing toward the fork in the road. Shen Yuan squinted, following their line of sight to see a small figure at the intersection, appearing somewhat lost. As he focused, he found a charming little girl, her features exquisite and seemingly of a similar age to Shen Yuan. Although she bore a youthful innocence, her beauty was unmistakable, with skin as fair as snow, in stark contrast to Jiang Yue's unhealthy pallor. Clad in an elegant green dress, she appeared to be from a wealthy family. Her distressed expression suggested she might have snuck away from home. "Do you know her?" Shen Yuan asked, gesturing towards a girl. Jiang Yue shook her head. "I don't know that little girl, but I recognize those two men." She pointed to the two suspicious figures ahead. "Oh, it seems there's a history there," Shen Yuan mused, observing the rare intensity of anger on Jiang Yue's serene face. He even detected a hint of malice in her gaze. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yue turned to Shen Yuan and asked, "Can you handle a soul master?" Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment, then a smile crept onto his face. "That depends on whether he's a junior or intermediate soul master. Half a year ago, I fought one of them and left him severely injured. Given their talent, it would be quite remarkable if they had fully healed in such a short time." Jiang Yue replied with a serious tone, "Oh, then it's not an issue." With a thoughtful nod, Shen Yuan turned his attention back to the two men. Seeing Shen Yuan's agreement, Jiang Yue's cold expression softened, her sharp eyes now reflecting gratitude. "Thank you. If you help me deal with them, I will consider joining the herb hall." "Absolutely." Shen Yuan's eyes brightened at this prospect, relieved to avoid further persuasion. As they approached the unfortunate duo, he felt fortunate for the turn of events. Just as they were about to confront the two men, it appeared that the latter had made up their minds. A sinister smile crept across their faces as they approached the little girl, one of them retrieving a large bag from his waist. Shen Yuan looked on in confusion at their actions. "Are they attempting to kidnap her?" "No, it's human trafficking," Jiang Yue replied coldly. "They were severely injured by me half a year ago, and now they've crossed paths with me again, in a world where human rights were often disregarded. The slave trade thrived amidst chaos, and vile individuals brazenly captured so-called quality slaves for auction." Although at this moment Jiang Yue appeared quite irate, Shen Yuan discerned a hint of exhilaration beneath her fury, as if she relished the serendipity of their unexpected reunion. Was there truly a profound grievance between them? Shen Yuan initially assumed that Jiang Yue's anger stemmed from a sense of justice. However, as he observed the frost-laden expression on her face, he pondered that their discord might run much deeper. Nevertheless, Shen Yuan cared deeply about the matter. Whether it involved kidnapping or trafficking, such actions were, in his moral compass, unequivocally reprehensible. Particularly with trafficking, shaped by the values of his previous life, Shen Yuan harbored an intense loathing for such misconduct. Qin Lu and Jin Shui, two seasoned miscreants, often exploited their soul master prowess to traverse between major cities, engaging in robbery and abduction. 6 months prior, they had stealthily arrived in the long unvisited Tiando City, intending to orchestrate a lucrative venture by abducting several high-quality children or girls for sale in other locales. Tiando City, vast and densely populated, boasted reasonably effective management in its commercial and residential districts. However, every city harbored obscure corners that were overlooked, and these were precisely the havens favored by rogues like Qin Lu and Jin Shui. Yet, fortune was not on their side. Upon entering a secluded area, they unexpectedly encountered a young girl. Initially, they considered this encounter a stroke of luck, but it soon turned into a calamity. The girl, upon spotting them, seemed to lose her senses and charged at them without uttering a word. Strikingly, despite her soul power being comparable to that of Jin Shui, around the 36th rank, she overwhelmed both of them in battle, leaving them disarmed and in disarray. Under her intense gaze, their attacks posed little threat. It was only thanks to Qin Li's desperate defense that they managed to escape. In the aftermath, The duo lay low in Tiando City for 6 months, nursing their wounds while gathering intelligence about the girl. Discovering her notable reputation near the Great Soul Arena and her connections with formidable soul masters, they resolved to avoid Jiangyue and seek fortune elsewhere, believing the vastness of Tiando City offered ample opportunity. However, just as they had recuperated and were preparing to leave, they stumbled upon a solitary little girl at a remote intersection. Dressed exquisitely and exuding an air of distinction, she appeared lost, her brow furrowed in confusion. Instantly, Qin Lu and Jin Shui were captivated, their eyes gleaming with greed. Despite their lingering trepidation towards Jiangyue, their avarice compelled them to follow the little girl, who wandered further and further from the populous areas until she was almost alone. Unable to resist any longer, Qin Lu produced a burlap sack from his waist and, with a sinister grin, approached her, exclaiming, "Oh, little girl, are you lost? Would you like Uncle to help you?" To their astonishment, the girl displayed no fear. Instead, she gazed at him with wide, curious eyes, as if she were witnessing something entirely foreign. Jin Shui stepped forward and cautioned, "Enough of this folly. This is the territory of that madwoman. If we are discovered, it will spell trouble." Just then, a voice interrupted from behind them, startling both men. "Uncles, are you here to guide me? Why not take me along?" In an instant, Qin Lu felt a tremendous impact at his waist, and with a loud thud, he was sent flying. "Alu!" Jin Shui shouted in fury as he turned to see Shen Yuan and Jiangyue, both sporting smiles, blocking the little girl. The young girl looked at Shen Yuan, who was of a similar age, momentarily stunned before breaking into a radiant smile, observing him with a sense of wonder. "Well, you are rather quick on the uptake," Shen Yuan remarked with a light chuckle. He had sensed that his strike had not been lethal, likely mitigated by the girl's subtle use of soul power. "A soul master is not easily subdued," Jiangyue explained with a calm demeanor. Shen Yuan nodded in understanding. "My apologies. This is my first encounter in combat with a soul master, and I lack experience." "Ugh, I'm fine," Qin Lu groaned, clutching his waist in pain as he struggled to rise. "Damn it, this kid is ruthless. I had just recovered." Jin Shui cautiously moved back to Qin Li's side, glaring at Shen Yuan and Jiangyue in the distance. "Injured or not, it's better than losing our lives. They do not come with good intentions." "Yes, I understand," Qin Lu replied, inhaling deeply to suppress his pain, tensing his body as he focused on the two figures before them. Jin Shui suddenly addressed Jiangyue. "Miss Jiangyue, let's part ways amicably. This time, we concede defeat. We are willing to offer 10,000 gold soul coins, and I assure you we will not trouble you again." Both Jiangyue and Qin Lu were taken aback by his concession. "Silence," Jin Shui scolded. If they could overpower them, he wouldn't have sought to flee. After all, even encountering Jiangyue alone had proven too formidable for them 6 months prior, not to mention the addition of an unknown ally this time. It was prudent to retreat and devise a plan for vengeance later. "Do you think I would fall for such a ruse?" Jiangyue retorted coldly, her face a mask of frost. "In my dealings with traffickers like you, my principle has always been to eradicate completely." As her anger began to fade, her countenance grew eerily calm, yet her eyes remained icy, glinting with a deadly resolve as she fixed her gaze on her adversaries. Jin Shui's face darkened as he muttered, "It appears there is no room for negotiation." Without uttering another word, Jiangyue brandished a short sword and lunged toward them. Observing her advance, Shen Yuan sighed and turned to the little girl, winking as he said, "Stay here, little sister. Don't wander off." He then followed Jiangyue into the fray. The little girl, upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, widened her eyes and furrowed her brows, seemingly displeased with the term little sister. She opened her mouth to protest, but, recalling how he had shielded her earlier, she merely pouted and watched him dash forward with a curious expression. "You handle Qin Lu. I'll take care of Jin Shui. Give me 2 minutes, and I will assist you." Jiangyue's chill voice echoed in Shen Yuan's ear. 2 minutes indeed? Shen Yuan furrowed his brows and nodded slightly. "Let me test the true strength of the Soul Master." Chapter 58. Battle. As Qin Lu saw Shen Yuan charging directly towards him, he let out a sinister laugh. "You're quite brave, boy." As he spoke, a dark glow emanated from his body, slowly converging into his hand, eventually forming loops of ropes that bound his hands. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, rose slowly beneath his feet. Is this his martial spirit? Shen Yuan glanced at the martial spirit in Qin Lu's hands. Previously, Jiang Yuer had introduced her martial spirit to him, a black rope that could be used to strike and bind foes. However, he was unaware of the effects it had on an enemy once bound. During their previous skirmish, Jiang Yuer had deftly evaded being ensnared, utilizing the effect of her bright eyes and her swordsmanship to outmaneuver them effortlessly. Shen Yuan had no desire to test it himself. If it turned out to be a binding or poisoning effect, he would find himself in dire straits. He activated his soul power and enveloped himself in a layer of unique soul energy. Oh, the little girl who had been watching Shen Yuan suddenly lit up with excitement, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she observed him. Seeing such a distinctive soul technique, Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback, but without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, sending the rope spiraling towards Shen Yuan like a serpent emerging from its lair. The rope swayed in various directions, seemingly attempting to disrupt Shen Yuan's line of sight. Shen Yuan held his breath, focusing intently on the rope, not pausing for a moment as he dashed into the range of its attack. Instantly, the black rope, as if targeting its desired prey, lunged towards Shen Yuan's back. However, with his mind trained on the rope, Shen Yuan evaded the attack effortlessly, stepping aside and continuing his advance. Although he lacked Jiang Yuer's extraordinary martial spirit or Tang San's special soul technique, years of honing his mental arts had endowed Shen Yuan with exceptional spiritual strength. Now his eyes could capture details in battle that had previously eluded him. Qin Lu's eyes widened in horror as he watched Shen Yuan deftly evade his black rope attack while closing in on him rapidly. At last, Shen Yuan reached Qin Li's side and unleashed a powerful punch. Suddenly, the previously terrified Qin Lu grinned wickedly. His yellow soul ring flared to life, and ropes rapidly enveloped his body, forming a suit of rope armor. Shen Yuan's punch, bolstered by his soul energy, struck against the rope armor. It was easily blocked. In that instant, a rope emerged from the armor and coiled around Shen Yuan's fist. Huh? The little girl gasped involuntarily. A flash of surprise crossed Shen Yuan's face as he realized that once the rope bound him, it tightened swiftly, the force threatening to fracture his arm had he not been protected by his soul energy. A glance at the soul rings revealed a flash of white light, and he understood that it was the effect of the white soul ring activating. To be frank, the effect of this first soul ring was quite impressive, though it was merely a 10-year soul ring. Shen Yuan considered this with mild regret, but he felt no pity for Qin Lu. Channeling his soul energy, he unleashed a surge of power, instantly freeing himself from the entangling ropes. Qin Lu, hidden within the rope armor, was taken aback. Despite the 10-year soul ring's effectiveness, he had sensed that this boy was merely a great soul master, and logically, he should not have been able to escape. While he was still immersed in disbelief, Shen Yuan had already raised his right hand, the contract runes shimmering as two soul beasts appeared on the stage. The arrival of the soul beasts instantly chilled the atmosphere, not only startling Qin Lu, but also the little girl behind him, as well as Jiang Yuer and Jin Shui, who were engaged in a distant battle. What on earth is happening? Qin Li's previously stormy expression darkened further as he exclaimed in frustration. Hearing this, Shen Yuan smiled mysteriously. What is happening? Let my companions tell you. He pointed towards the opposing side. Ye Huashan, go. Roaring, the two soul beasts charged towards Qin Lu, as he saw the ring of fire tortoise and the illusionary moon fox rushing at him. Qin Li's face was filled with terror as he swung the ropes desperately towards the ring of fire tortoise. However, the tortoise paid no heed. Over the past 2 years, Shen Yuan had not only trained their soul techniques, but also focused on enhancing their physical abilities. The initial battle to subdue the ring of fire tortoise had left a profound impression on Shen Yuan. He had spent the last 2 years diligently improving the soul beast's physical prowess, especially the tortoise, which was inherently a heavyweight soul beast, charging forward like an unstoppable tank. Indeed, Qin Li's attempt to strike the tortoise with his ropes were utterly ineffective. His expression darkened further as he tried to ensnare its forelegs with the ropes, seemingly intent on binding them. Suddenly, the red patterns on the tortoise's back glowed, and the black ropes encircling it were instantly incinerated. What the hell? How can this soul beast possess fire-based attacks? Qin Lu lamented that his ropes were particularly vulnerable to sharp weapons and flames, Yet he had just encountered a formidable opponent. Recognizing the overwhelming strength of the soul beasts, he decided against direct confrontation. Knowing these strange soul beasts were undoubtedly connected to the boy, he resolved to abandon the fight and seek out the little girl instead. Having conjured such powerful entities, it seemed that all his soul power had been expended, rendering this the opportune moment for confrontation. Thus, he exerted force with his legs and charged towards the periphery, intent on circumventing the fiery tortoise. Suddenly, just as he was about to make his move, he noticed another fox-shaped spirit beast appear on the back of the tortoise. What was that? Before he could comprehend the situation, he saw a flash of pink light in the fox spirit's eyes, and in an instant, Qin Lu lost consciousness. The ropes he had controlled slackening immediately. This is bad. I forgot there was another one. This thought flickered through his mind just before he succumbed to oblivion, as the fiery tortoise crashed heavily into his unguarded physical form. The excruciating pain jolted him awake, and with a gasp, blood erupted from his mouth. Before his despairing gaze could convey anything, a fiery beam, the thickness of a thumb, shot from the tortoise's mouth and pierced through his skull. A soul master met his demise in an instant at the hands of Shen Yuan. Chapter 59. Ning Rongrong, the death of Qin Lu plunged the atmosphere into a profound silence, only disrupted when his lifeless body thudded to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Alu! Jin Shui's eyes turned red upon witnessing Qin Li's demise, and his movements became frantic. Watching Jin Shui's actions intently, Jiang Yuer's eyes shimmered with realization, and she swiftly repositioned herself behind him, her dagger piercing effortlessly through his throat. Jin Shui clutched his throat desperately, turning to express something, but the blood choking his airway rendered him mute, leaving him to glare at Jiang Yuer. With a swift motion, she withdrew her blade, casting a cold glance at him as she uttered softly, "I shall never forget the orphanage incident 10 years ago. You stormed in, abducted my siblings, and murdered my caretaker. This is merely retribution." The light in Jin Shui's eyes flickered, as if he wished to articulate a response, but the blood that filled his throat stifled any words. And ultimately, amidst his desperate gasps, he breathed his last. Jiang Yuer's icy gaze lingered on Jin Shui's fallen form before she casually wiped her blade clean and sheathed it once more. Nearby, the little girl appeared pale, trembling slightly at the sight of bloodshed and death. Yet, witnessing Jiang Yuer's decisive and graceful actions, her expression remained resolute, and she approached with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Sister, you are so cool." Meanwhile, Shen Yuan approached the moonlight fox and the fiery tortoise, satisfaction evident in his voice. "You both performed admirably." Upon hearing their master's praise, the two spirit beasts let out joyful roars. Shen Yuan affectionately patted the head of the moonlight fox and added, "All right, you both should return and rest now." With that, he recalled the two spirit beasts into the contract space. Their performance in this battle was commendable, as Shen Yuan had refrained from intervening, aiming to evaluate the independent combat abilities of his contracted spirit beasts. Though their regular training honed these skills, true combat differed significantly from practice. Approaching the lifeless body of Qin Lu, Shen Yuan reached out, finding little of value except for a gold soul coin card, the amount within unknown. He picked up the card and approached Jiang Yuer, inquiring, "Is it all taken care of?" Having dispatched the two, Jiang Yuer seemed slightly less aloof. As if a long burdening matter had been resolved, she nodded, initially intending to question Shen Yuan about the spirit beasts, but realizing it was likely his secret, she refrained from speaking. Unaware of Jiang Yuer's internal conflict, Shen Yuan glanced at Jin Shui's corpse, pondering before extracting a common sword from his space and piercing Jin Shui's skull once more. "What are you doing?" The little girl exclaimed in fright at Shen Yuan's actions, observing her pale visage and the beads of cold sweat on her brow. It was evident she hailed from a sheltered background, unaccustomed to witnessing violence. Shen Yuan turned, crouching beside Jin Shui's body to explain, to ensure they are truly dead. But the little girl seemed poised to argue, opening her mouth but finding no words. Shen Yuan cast her a peculiar glance, saying, "You don't harbor any sympathy for these scoundrels, do you? They just tried to abduct you and sell you off elsewhere." Provoked by his words, the little girl retorted angrily, "Who feels sympathy? It's just that they're already dead, and you still stab one more time. It feels inhumane or unnecessary. Such naive sentiments are ill-suited for someone who might venture into the world Shen Yuan replied with a light chuckle. The little girl furrowed her brow, her eyes widening in indignation as she glared at him. Amused by her adorable demeanor, Shen Yuan stood and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, I nearly fell victim to such a fate myself. Don't you think I should exercise caution? Feeling the gentle touch on her head, the little girl stood frozen, her wide eyes reflecting disbelief as she tentatively reached up to touch her own head. Shen Yuan tossed a gold soul coin towards Jiang Yue, declaring, This is your bounty from Jin Shui. Nothing else of note remains. Jiang Yue frowned, initially wishing to decline, but upon hearing Shen Yuan's next words, she reluctantly accepted. Take it. After all, you are now under my command. You know I'm not in need of money at the moment. With matters resolved, Shen Yuan turned to the little girl, still in a daze. Hey, little sister, you must be from Heavendoe City. We have matters to attend to, but we'll escort you back to the main city. You should be able to find your way home from there. He lowered his voice ominously, attempting to frighten her. Given your appearance, you likely come from a wealthy family. It's best to avoid such secluded places. You see, in the eyes of some, you are a prime target. I have a name. I'm Ning Rongrong. The little girl quickly retorted, pride evident as she raised her chin defiantly. And who would be scared? I'm already a great soul master. Ning. Jiang Yue's attention sharpened at the mention of the little girl's name, her gaze fixed intently on her. In Heavendoe City, a name of such prominence was bound to evoke certain associations. Is it truly such a coincidence? Shen Yuan mused, taken aback by the serendipity of encountering the future little sorceress. However, if this girl were indeed Ning Rongrong, it stood to reason that she would have appropriate guardians nearby for protection. He could hardly believe that Ning Fengji would allow his precious daughter to be endangered under his very nose. It was no wonder the little girl had appeared so self-assured. Had they not intervened, other guards would likely have emerged to handle Jin Shui and his accomplice. Upon hearing the question from the aloof older sister beside her, Ning Rongrong stepped forward, puffing out her small, flat chest with a hint of pride, and declared, Indeed, sister, my surname is Ning. I am a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Shen Yuan looked at her speechlessly and replied, Since you are from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, you must realize that you are merely an auxiliary soul master. So what gives you the confidence to claim you are unafraid? What? Ning Rongrong flushed at Shen Yuan's remark. She wanted to assert that she had guards accompanying her, but she sensed that saying so would only reveal her lack of confidence further. Seeing her blushing face, Shen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. All right. We all know how formidable the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is. Who on the continent is unaware of its prowess? At this point, Jiang Yue also interjected with a warning. Yes, but one must also be cautious. There are individuals who particularly enjoy targeting disciples from prestigious sects like yours. Ning Rongrong posed, taken aback by the good-natured Shen Yuan and the serious reminder from Jiang Yue. To her surprise, she found herself rebuffing them and instead nodded obediently. Shen Yuan, puzzled, glanced at her and said, Well then, shall we escort you home? Since you are from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, surely there is a designated contact point in the city? No. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's suggestion, the once compliant Ning Rongrong immediately displayed her willfulness. I don't want to go back. I want to play with you. Chapter 60. One thing subdues another. Shen Yuan wore a pained expression as he watched the lively Ning Rongrong bouncing beside him, cheerfully chatting with Jiang Yue. Did she truly trust them so completely? Shen Yuan surmised that the little girl must have grown tired of staying at home, and, upon encountering Shen Yuan and Jiang Yue along with such thrilling events, had no desire to leave. In fact, in the original story, she had secretly ventured to Soto City to join Shrek Academy. To be honest, Shen Yuan found himself tempted to abandon Ning Rongrong. Yet the fact remained that Heavendoe City was ultimately the territory of her sect. Remembering how the two titled Douluos doted on her in the original narrative, it was no wonder she exuded such confidence when facing Qin Lu earlier. Shen Yuan was certain that Ning Rongrong's guards were closely following them, and it was quite possible that their information was already laid out on the desk of the sect's leader. He felt a headache brewing. Although he had prepared himself to gradually step into the spotlight, he had not anticipated facing the continent's top powers so abruptly. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, with a beaming expression, tugged at Jiang Yue's hand and inquired, Sister Yue, what are you going to do with this person? Listening in, Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel exasperated. I believe I mentioned my name already, did I not? I am Shen Yuan. As the daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's leader, one should exhibit some basic manners. After introducing herself, Ning Rongrong generously revealed her identity to the two. Turning her head, she made a silly face and exclaimed, "Humph." Before Shen Yuan could react, she had already turned away. Shen Yuan sighed. What an insufferable little girl. Despite her playful antics towards Shen Yuan, Ning Rongrong's demeanor towards Jiang Yuer was entirely different. She gazed at her in admiration, occasionally displaying a touch of affection, contrasting sharply with Shen Yuan's impression of her as a spoiled little witch. Unbeknownst to Shen Yuan, it would take another 2 years for Ning Rongrong to fully embody the image of that little witch. During that time, while she would exhibit hints of her mischievous and willful nature, it had not yet reached the level it would in the future. Moreover, Jiang Yuer's earlier cool and composed demeanor seemed to captivate Ning Rongrong, drawing her closer to Jiang Yuer, and soon she was affectionately calling her sister. In terms of strength, Jiang Yuer was not particularly formidable either. Ning Rongrong had undoubtedly encountered stronger individuals within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, one must also consider the allure of appearances. Could this be the charm of a mature woman over a little girl? Shen Yuan stroked his chin, observing the two ahead, contemplating. Strangely enough, Jiang Yuer indeed exhibited a different attitude towards Ning Rongrong, her gaze softening considerably. When speaking to her, the coldness in her expression dissipated substantially. Shen Yuan had initially thought that Jiang Yuer maintained a consistently aloof demeanor towards everyone. Jiang Yuer lowered her head to look at Ning Rongrong and softly replied, "It's nothing much. Shen Yuan wants to recruit me to his apothecary." "Oh." Ning Rongrong elongated her tone, her eyes widening with curiosity. Shen Yuan sensed trouble brewing and felt an ominous premonition as he soon heard Ning Rongrong exclaim, "Sister Yuer, why don't you come to our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? We are quite wealthy and surely possess more riches than this scoundrel." Shen Yuan slapped his forehead in realization. He had anticipated such a development. Jiang Yuer was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the frowning Shen Yuan, and with a subtle smile, she responded, "Had you approached me with this offer before today, I would have surely accepted. However, I have already promised the shopkeeper Shen Yuan that I cannot go back on my word." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Not only was his employee exceptionally capable, but her character also appeared commendable. With a hint of pride, he cast a glance at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, however, could not tolerate such mockery. Being the cherished child of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she had never been subjected to such blatant ridicule. Shen Yuan's expression incited her ire, her brows furrowing and her eyes nearly ablaze as she shouted at him, "Do not look down on me." Turning to Jiang Yuer, she declared, "Sister Yuer, I will offer you 100,000 gold soul coins to join our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." If her previous remarks had been a playful jab at Shen Yuan, this time she was genuinely incensed, willing to make a significant offer to entice Jiang Yuer. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's proclamation, Jiang Yuer's smile gradually faded. Releasing Ning Rongrong's hand, she looked down with disappointment and replied earnestly, "Rongrong, did I not say that I have already promised the shopkeeper? I cannot betray my word. Besides, he has helped me greatly. If I were to leave him now, it would contradict my principles." Under Jiang Yuer's serious gaze, Ning Rongrong appeared startled, her eyes glistening with tears, on the verge of breaking down. Goodness. Shen Yuan had merely intended to jest with Ning Rongrong, yet he had not anticipated that Jiang Yuer would be so straightforward as to reduce her to tears. One thing subdues another. Jiang Yuer, how do you possess such a knack with young girls? However, Shen Yuan could not allow Ning Rongrong to cry. If her guards happened to witness it, they might misinterpret the situation as him bullying her, and that would escalate into a significant issue. Not to mention, if Ning Rongrong were to storm off, given her temperament, it was impossible to predict what trouble might ensue later. Shen Yuan hurriedly said, all right, Jiang Yuer, I understand your stance. I was merely joking with Rongrong." He continuously signaled to Jiang Yuer with his eyes. Sensing Shen Yuan's silent communication, Jiang Yuer lowered her head, gazing at the downcast, tearful little girl. Reminiscing about something, her heart softened, and she crouched down to gently pat Ning Rongrong's head, speaking in an unprecedentedly tender tone. "I apologize, Rongrong. I was too harsh earlier. However, what I said was sincere. You wouldn't want your newly met sister to be someone who forgets her principles for profit, would you?" Ning Rongrong sobbed softly, her voice low and tender as she replied, I was serious when I said that if my sister comes to my side, she would have a better life. Hearing her words, Jiang Yuer's gaze softened further, and she gently stroked Ning Rongrong's hair, nodding in agreement. Hiss! This little girl is quite ungrateful. Just a moment ago, I helped you, and now you act as if I cannot support anyone else. Observing the blossoming sisterly bond between them, Shen Yuan could not help but mentally complain. I was the one who stepped up first to protect this little girl. How did your feelings escalate so quickly? This is unreasonable. Is this what they call love at first sight? You need not worry about that. Shen Yuan rolled his eyes and addressed Ning Rongrong. Though my shop cannot compare to the grand enterprise of your seven-treasure glazed tile sect, supporting a small team of alchemists is certainly within my means. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's explanation, Ning Rongrong huffed softly, her tear-filled eyes glaring fiercely at him. Noticing her attitude, Shen Yuan chose to ignore her, deliberately turning away to dismiss her adorable yet fierce gaze, and tentatively inquired of Jiang Yuer, from what you said, it seems you know those two individuals? At Shen Yuan's question, Jiang Yuer paused for a moment, as if recalling some painful memories. Her pale face flushed slightly, and after taking a deep breath to calm her tumultuous emotions, she hesitated before saying, yes. I encountered them 10 years ago. Chapter 61. Memories 10 years ago? Shen Yuan regarded Jiang Yuer thoughtfully. She noticed his gaze and continued, leading them deeper inside, stating, indeed, it was about 10 years ago, roughly the same age as you are now. I was raised in an orphanage called the Jin City Orphanage. It was a small establishment. The director had previously worked as an alchemist at a large apothecary. After earning some money, he returned to Heavendoe City to open this orphanage in the area we are currently in. There weren't many children, just 5 of us, including myself. As she spoke, Jiang Yuer stepped lightly on the ground beneath her feet, the reason for her team being planted in this area. At 10 years old, I was already a level 19 soul master, though I felt my martial soul was more suited for alchemy than combat. So I spent most of my time learning from the director about alchemical knowledge. However, one fateful night, Qin Lu and Jin Shui barged in, using their late-stage soul master strength to abduct us children. Reflecting on that time, a shadow flickered in Jiang Yuer's eyes. Despite possessing level 19 soul power, I had no combat skills. The director hid me under the floorboards and through the cracks. I could only watch as he was besieged and killed by the 2 of them, witnessing my siblings being knocked unconscious one by one. I could not move, hiding beneath the floor, paralyzed by fear as they took my siblings away, unable to intervene. As she continued, Jiang Yuer's breath quickened, her words laced with guilt and self-loathing for her past cowardice. In truth, the director's decision to hide Jiang Yuer was wise. He recognized her exceptional talent and believed she would grow strong enough to avenge us. After a long time, under Ning Rongrong's concerned gaze, Jiang Yuer gradually steadied her breathing. These memories seemed to have been buried deep within her heart, and expressing them now relieved some of the pressure she felt. She gently patted Ning Rongrong's hand, saying, after that, I trained relentlessly in the Great Soul Arena, seeking every method to utilize my martial soul in combat. Finally, upon earning the silver badge, I achieved the rank of Soul Sovereign. The Great Soul Arena badge? Both Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong expressed surprise. Jiang Yuer explained, yes. Otherwise, how could I have such extensive connections? Without strength to back me, even exceptional alchemical skills would not earn the respect of soul masters. Jiang Yuer continued, in the following years, I relentlessly sought information about Qin Lu, Jin Shui, and my siblings. However, despite my efforts, I could not uncover their whereabouts. I only learned that during that time, not only were Qin Shui and Jin Lu involved, but other groups of thieves were also abducting children, allegedly commissioned by a mysterious force in the underground market offering bounties for children, which attracted many criminals. Yet, when I attempted to pursue that mysterious force, I heard it had been completely eradicated by the Spirit Hall. Since then, I have found no trace of my siblings. It was only 6 months ago that I heard rumors of seeing Qin Lu and Jin Shui in this area of Heavendoe City. I began patrolling daily until I finally located them. As she recounted the latter part, Jiang Yuer's tone gradually regained its calmness, and Shen Yuan sensed her heart seemed to have eased considerably. Suddenly, Shen Yuan pondered a question, asking, then why did you kill them so hastily? Did you not intend to interrogate them for information about that force? Jiang Yue shook her head, stating it was pointless. I had previously captured some individuals who had acted alongside them, and I knew they had no useful information. They only knew that the force was called the 10,000 Poisons Sect, nothing more. Therefore, upon encountering them, I had no intention of letting them live. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at her newly recognized sister, initially captivated by her beauty and charisma. However, after hearing her story, she realized that this sister had endured such torment for 10 long years, which filled her with both sorrow and a sense of respect. She suddenly felt that, in comparison to this sister, she fell short in both strength and character. Shen Yuan nodded in understanding, recognizing why Jiang Yue's attitude towards Ning Rongrong was so different. Perhaps seeing her reminded her of her lost siblings. Yet, he also contemplated 10,000 poisons. This force was not mentioned in the original text. Is it connected to the spirit hall? Could it be a force of evil soul masters? From his previous life's memories, Shen Yuan had gleaned some insights, such as the spirit hall's ongoing efforts to eradicate evil soul masters. Evil soul masters, as Shen Yuan understood, were those who actively took lives to further their own cultivation or satisfy their desires due to their martial soul's unique attributes. For instance, if a soul master could enhance their cultivation by harvesting human souls and willingly engaged in such actions, they would be classified as an evil soul master. The name 10,000 Poisons suggested a connection to poison or toxins. Poison, being ambiguous in its nature, was difficult to judge solely based on martial souls, perhaps allowing it to develop into a force despite the spirit hall suppression. Shen Yuan speculated that if it had indeed flourished, openly issuing bounties in the underground world, it would not have been so easily overlooked by the spirit hall. As we arrived, Jiang Yue's voice resonated beside us. Shen Yuan looked up to see a small single-story house standing before him, its exterior barely spanning 100 square meters, accompanied by a modest courtyard filled with various herbs. A few figures were busily sifting through them. Oh, Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, gazed at the entire structure with curiosity, expressing that, coming from a wealthy background, she had never encountered such a diminutive building. Shen Yuan silently observed the figures in the courtyard, remarking that this truly was a small team. It was evident that those working there were merely children. The oldest appeared to be around 13 or 14, while the youngest seemed even younger than himself. Jiang Yue calmly stated, though young, they handled the herbs quite adeptly and proceeded to push open the door and enter. Shen Yuan muttered to himself, isn't this just an orphanage? Clearly, I cannot forget. Chapter 62. Comfort Ah. Sister Yue is back. At that moment, a little girl, no more than 8 or 9 years old, who was crouching in the courtyard and sorting through the herbs, exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Jiang Yue return. Yes, Xinya, I'm back. Jiang Yue replied with a gentle smile, reaching out to pat the child's head. Her voice immediately drew the attention of the others inside the house, and soon everyone set aside their tasks and rushed over. Scanning the crowd, Shen Yuan estimated there were about 8 or 9 individuals. Sister, why are you back so early today? A girl, approximately 12 or 13, stepped forward from the throng, eagerly receiving a package from Jiang Yue and asking happily. Her gaze occasionally flickered toward Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong, who followed Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue responded, I had some matters to attend to, so I returned. Turning to the girl, she instructed, Ran, go to the storeroom and fetch some medicinal tea for our guests. Then she addressed Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong. I will change my clothes. Please allow Ran to entertain you in the meantime. Her words successfully redirected everyone's attention, and the girl, referred to as Ran, regarded the two newcomers with a curious expression. Initially, she perceived them as just 2 more children brought back by Jiang Yue, but upon observing their attire, it became apparent they were not the typical unwanted orphans. Shen Yuan nodded. All right, you go ahead. Rongrong, and I will just sit here for a bit. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, Ning Rongrong, who had been slightly tense, promptly nodded in agreement. After Jiang Yue departed, the girl named Ran shooed away the curious children surrounding them and approached with a gentle smile, saying, Welcome, esteemed guests. My name is Mu Ran. You may call me Ran. Please follow me. I am Shen Yuan. I am Ning Rongrong. Shen Yuan glanced at the somewhat anxious Ning Rongrong beside him. She was not typically shy, so it was curious to see her looking a bit nervous. All right, Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong, I shall address you as such. Mu Ran said with a warm smile, leading them into the house. Mu Ran guided them into a reception room. After seating them, she politely excused herself, presumably to prepare the medicinal tea Jiang Yuer had mentioned. Although labeled as a reception room, it was merely a slightly larger, somewhat sparsely furnished space, showing signs of wear in places. A large round table occupied the center, suggesting it was a place for communal meals. As Shen Yuan observed Mu Ranran's departing figure, he stroked his chin in admiration, acknowledging Jiang Yuer's commendable approach to educating children. From their brief interaction, Mu Ranran appeared graceful, composed, and amiable, enjoying considerable respect among the other children, indicating she possessed notable capabilities. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, who seemed to relax significantly after Mu Ranran left, Shen Yuan teased, "Oh, our little princess from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School appears somewhat anxious upon arrival here." At this, Ning Rongrong immediately sprang up, her cheeks flushed, retorting, "Who's anxious?" Shen Yuan, slightly exasperated, replied, "Your demeanor speaks for itself. It's evident to anyone." Ning Rongrong's face reddened further, her eyes darting about, ultimately conceding under Shen Yuan's teasing gaze. "I'm not anxious." She lowered her head, biting her lip as she softly confessed, "It's just that what I've seen and learned today makes me realize how laughable my previous pride in my talents at the sect was, especially compared to you and Sister Jiang Yuer." Oh, Shen Yuan understood. As the daughter of the sect leader, Ning Rongrong had always been elevated by her noble lineage, doted upon by her father and the two titled law elders within the sect, coupled with her extraordinary talent of awakening with 9 levels of soul power. She had always stood at the pinnacle of her sect. However, all of that had been challenged today. First, there was Shen Yuan, a mere peer in age, yet possessing superior soul power and astonishing combat prowess. Although Ning Rongrong did not voice it, she acknowledged a flicker of doubt within herself upon witnessing Shen Yuan's overwhelming defeat of Qin Lo. If Shen Yuan could be rationalized as a battle soul master more adept at combat, then Jiang Yuer, also an auxiliary soul master, had delivered an even more profound impact, having triumphed in the Grand Soul Arena despite the burden of losing her family a decade prior. The performances of these two had left the once proud and somewhat arrogant Ning Rongrong in awe, yet also feeling a sense of resentment. This realization contributed to her earlier awkwardness upon entering Jiang Yuer's home. Shen Yuan recognized that Ning Rongrong had initially harbored her own pride. Had it not been for the provocations from the Shrek Academy, particularly from Oscar, the innate food system soul master, she might not have remained as Shrek. Reflecting on this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but smile and remark to the slightly downcast Ning Rongrong, "Indeed, Rongrong is a good child." Huh? Ning Rongrong looked up in surprise, momentarily taken aback by Shen Yuan's words. A flush spread across her face, and she indignantly exclaimed, "Who are you calling a good child? No, I'm a good child by nature. How dare you say that to me? I might even be older than you." Ning Rongrong seemed flustered by Shen Yuan's teasing, instinctively retorting before realizing her slip and hastily correcting herself. Shen Yuan quickly laughed and appeased Ning Rongrong. Observing her still slightly indignant expression, he suggested, "Rongrong, you need not belittle yourself. Your background and talent far exceed those of others on the continent. While you may view Jiang Yuer as formidable, your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile is undoubtedly much more esteemed. Though both are auxiliary soul masters, her soul is primarily suited for personal assistance, unlike your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, which possesses a clear advantage in combat. Its capacity for simultaneous assistance and diverse enhancements truly earns its reputation as the premier auxiliary soul on the continent. Moreover, at your age, you have already cultivated the talent of a great soul master. Regardless of how one perceives it, it is evident that you will smoothly inherit the mantle of being the world's strongest auxiliary soul master from your father." Upon hearing Shen Yuan's comforting words, Ning Rongrong's face flushed slightly. Whether from having her thoughts perceived or for some other reason, she gazed blankly at Shen Yuan. However, the turbulence and dissatisfaction in her heart were significantly soothed. Suddenly, Shen Yuan blinked and smiled at her, saying, "Of course, you cannot compare to me." Ning Rongrong, upon witnessing Shen Yuan's expression, let out a soft laugh, her melodious laughter filling the room like the chime of a wind bell. Chapter 63. Accepting the team having retrieved the medicinal tea from the storeroom, Mu ran and returned to the hall and was drawn in by the sound of laughter. Upon seeing Mu Ranon re-enter, Ning Rongrong immediately ceased her laughter. Her face slightly flushed and averted her gaze. Mu Ranon, observing the look in Ning Rongrong's eyes, understood her thoughts and chuckled softly. It seems this elegantly dressed little girl is not so difficult to approach after all. Considering Ning Rongrong's delicate feelings, Mu Ranon naturally refrained from bringing it up, instead moving to the side to prepare tea for the two, curiously eyeing the small bag in Mu Ranon's hands. Shen Yuan inquired, "Is this the medicinal tea that Jiang Yue mentioned?" Mu Ranon nodded, brewing the tea as she explained, "Yes, this is Sister Yue's secret recipe. It enhances vision, invigorates the spirit, and even restores soul power and mental energy. Although the recovery is minimal as a daily beverage, it is indeed quite precious." As she spoke, Mu Ranon placed 2 cups of brewed tea before them. Oh, upon learning that the tea could also restore soul and mental energy, Shen Yuan's interest was piqued. He took the cup, noticing the pale color of the liquid, reminiscent of green tea from his past life, differing from what he had anticipated. Gently blowing on the swirling steam, a fresh medicinal aroma mingled with the fragrance of the tea wafted towards him. Shen Yuan's eyes brightened as he cautiously took a sip. What delightful tea! Though he had tasted tea in this world before, this was undoubtedly the finest he had ever had. The subtle medicinal and tea fragrances surged through his throat, robust yet not overwhelming. After a faint bitterness, a sweetness quickly followed, leaving a lingering taste. As the tea settled in his stomach, Shen Yuan felt his soul power and mental energy gently stir within him, confirming that the slight depletion from previous battles had indeed been replenished. Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled. Although the recovery was modest, the tea's flavor was exceptional, coupled with its effects. He speculated that with some modification, it could potentially be transformed into a tea that accelerates cultivation. On the other hand, Ning Rongrong took a sip and her eyes lit up, while the slight restoration of her soul and mental energy was remarkable. It was the delicate fragrance of the tea itself that captivated her even more. "This is truly exquisite tea. I wonder what the recipe entails." Shen Yuan mused softly. "The recipe is one I adapted from what the former director taught me," came a voice from the doorway as Jiang Yue entered, now dressed in a new outfit. Shen Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing his casual remark had been overheard. It made him feel as if he was overly eager for the medicinal tea, which, while true, was somewhat embarrassing. Jiang Yue cast a sidelong glance at the awkwardly smiling Shen Yuan before turning to Mu Ranon, saying, "Ranon, please gather everyone. I have something to discuss." Mu Ranon, surprised by Jiang Yue's request, glanced thoughtfully at Shen Yuan and the others before softly responding and stepping out. Watching her leave, Shen Yuan complimented Jiang Yue. "This Mu Ranon is quite remarkable. Not only is she graceful and generous in her interactions, but she is also astute and perceptive." Jiang Yue smiled, a hint of pride in her expression. "Ranon is indeed noteworthy. She was the first child I adopted. I rescued her from a slave team when she was 8 years old. To be honest, without her managing things at home, I would have no idea how chaotic it would be. Among the children, she holds far more authority than I do." Shen Yuan chuckled at Jiang Yue's maternal demeanor. It was the first time he had seen such a look on her typically calm face. Before long, Mu Ranon returned with several children in tow. "Sister Yue." The children rushed in, and the one named Xinya joyfully leaped into Jiang Yue's embrace. "Xinya, you can't be so rude. We have guests." Mu Ranon's voice was soft, yet her gaze was firm as she looked at the little girl. Upon hearing Mu Ranon, Xinya froze momentarily. Her face contorted in a pout as she reluctantly jumped down from Jiang Yue's arms. Jiang Yue, noticing Xinya's sulky expression, chuckled and warmly hugged her again, quickly restoring Xinya's smile, while Mu Ranon sighed in mild exasperation, shaking her head. Standing aside, Shen Yuan watched the scene with interest, acknowledging that if Jiang Yue were solely responsible for the children, her indulgent manner might not ensure their well-being. It was clear that Mu Ranon's gentle, nurturing presence was essential. Suddenly, Shen Yuan noticed Ning Rongrong gazing at Jiang Yue and Xinya with a hint of envy. A realization struck him. Having lost her mother at a young age, Ning Rongrong had never experienced maternal love. Although Xinya was an orphan, Jiang Yue had indeed assumed a maternal role, and it was no wonder their bond evoked feelings of envy in her. However, being the composed individual she was, Jiang Yue quickly regained her composure. Taking Xinya's hand and leading the other children forward, addressing Shen Yuan. "Shopkeeper, these are my little ones. May I take them with me?" "Shopkeeper?" The children behind her looked on curiously, as did Mu Ranin. Feeling the weight of their inquisitive gazes, Shen Yuan cleared his throat and replied, "Of course. You may take these children with you. If they desire, I can arrange for them to learn additional skills." Upon hearing this, the children understood and looked at Jiang Yuer with tear-filled eyes. Xinya, unable to contain herself, cried out, "Sister Yuer, are you abandoning us?" No, I don't want to leave my sister. Is it you the bad guy? It's all your fault." A few children appeared ready to charge at Shen Yuan and Mu Ranin, as if to drive them away. However, Mu Ranin managed to restrain them. Her expression calm, yet her brow furrowed as she fixed a steady gaze on Jiang Yuan, as if demanding an explanation. Feeling awkward at being treated as the villain, Shen Yuan glanced outward to find Ning Rongrong's stifling laughter, finding amusement in his predicament. For her, witnessing Shen Yuan's discomfort was a source of joy. "Stop. Please, let me explain." Jiang Yuer watched the commotion of the crowd with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, and she spoke up to clarify, "It's not that we intend to abandon you to him. Rather, we are all going to his apothecary together." Chapter 64. Alchemical Assessment. Upon hearing Jiang Yuer's explanation, the children were momentarily taken aback, with Mu Ranran being the first to react, asking Jiang Yuer, "Are you saying we are going to a larger apothecary? Why? Weren't you always opposed to it before?" Jiang Yuer sighed. "There is no other choice. Shen Yuan is the manager of the Baichao Hall I mentioned earlier. With Baichao Hall around, it's likely that many customers near the Great Soul Arena will be drawn away, making it difficult for us to sustain ourselves on our own." Upon realizing that Shen Yuan was indeed the manager of the recently established Baichao Hall, which had caused a surge in herbal costs, the crowd gazed at him with a mix of awe and suspicion. Shen Yuan, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, rubbed his nose awkwardly, pretending not to notice their glares. "The conditions he offered are quite favorable, and I owe him a significant favor, which is why I agreed. However, I would like to take you all with me as part of the deal," Jiang Yuer continued to explain. After hearing her words, the children finally calmed down. Ceasing their loud protests, Mu Ranran glanced at Jiang Yuer, took a deep breath, and confidently approached Shen Yuan, bowing respectfully as she said, "I apologize, Mr. Manager, for the trouble my children have caused you." Seeing Mu Ranran's seriousness, Shen Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and quickly replied, "No need to worry. It doesn't bother me at all." He then stroked his chin, looking at Mu Ranran, and added, "To be honest, I was primarily interested in Jiang Yuer's alchemical skills. But now I find you quite impressive as well." Upon hearing this, both Mu Ranran and Jiang Yuer immediately became wary of Shen Yuan, while Ning Rongrong shot him a disdainful glance. What does he mean by that? Are they all so precocious? Despite their internal critiques, Shen Yuan remained composed and said, "What I meant was that I believe you would excel in a managerial role. Both your abilities and mindset are well suited for it." "Me? No way," Mu Ranran replied, stunned by the suggestion that Shen Yuan would propose such a position to her. "Relax, it's just a trial. Even if it doesn't work out, it's not a big deal," Shen Yuan chuckled lightly. Feeling a bit unsettled, Mu Ranran turned to Jiang Yuer for support but received none, as Jiang Yuer merely regarded her, seemingly urging her to make her own decision. Taking a deep breath, Mu Ranran contemplated how stepping into a management role might benefit Jiang Yuer and the others. After steeling herself, she looked up at Shen Yuan and declared, "All right, I'll give it a try." To be honest, since the expansion of Baichao Hall, the issue of lacking management staff has become increasingly prominent. Although there have been continuous recruitment efforts, not everyone can be effectively utilized, especially as the enterprise grows larger, necessitating more attention to management concerns. Currently, Xian Sun is overwhelmed with responsibilities. His abilities alone are insufficient to oversee the entire operation, and for safety reasons, Shen Yuan cannot allow him to handle all aspects of the business. It's not that Shen Yuan doesn't trust him, but it is a necessary strategy to prevent potential rifts between the upper and lower tiers of management. Of course, this is merely Shen Yuan's hope. Whether Mu Ranran is capable, in terms of both skills and character, will require time and practice to ascertain. By the time Yuer and Mu Ranran had finally calmed the children down, and they had accepted the reality of their situation, the afternoon was nearing 2 or 3 o'clock. After Mu Ranran took the children away, Jiang Yuer led Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong to a small room behind the house. From a safe in the room, she retrieved a secret formula and handed it to Shen Yuan, saying, This is the formula for the medicinal tea. Thank you for agreeing to take in those children. Shen Yuan received the formula with interest, saying, "Guarantee these terms previously agreed upon? I will accept you and your team. However, I am genuinely intrigued by this formula. I will account for its contribution to the apothecary." Shen Yuan briefly skimmed through the formula, noting its uniqueness. It contained numerous herbs that could restore soul power and mental clarity, but more importantly, it detailed how to blend the herbs and tea beautifully without chaos. The intricacies of the process were of paramount importance. After some thought, Shen Yuan tucked the formula away and addressed Jiang Yue. "When you have the time, could you experiment with creating a medicinal tea that accelerates cultivation? I believe there could be some commonalities." Jiang Yue gazed at Shen Yuan in surprise, responding, "That would require experimentation and quite a few tools and materials." At this, Shen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he lacked for nothing in that regard. "Oh." Jiang Yue's eyes brightened. At heart, her passion lay in alchemy, if it weren't for her quest for vengeance. She would never have channeled her martial spirit into developing combat skills. With her vendetta finally extinguished, she could return to a normal life of alchemical pursuits. Pleased by Shen Yuan's generous offer, she felt content. Jiang Yue gently inquired, "So, Mr. Shen Yuan, what position do you intend to assign me?" Shen Yuan replied, exasperated, "What do you mean, Mr. Shen Yuan? Call me manager when outside, and use my name in private." He continued, "I have an alchemy hall specifically for producing medicines for Baichao Hall. I plan to have you serve as the head there. What do you think? Me? Are you really trusting me this much? Letting me take on such an important role right from the start?" Jiang Yue was taken aback. "You'll need to demonstrate your capabilities to me," Shen Yuan said, smiling at her. "Here? Why not? Is that a problem?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue became invigorated. A hint of pride gracing her usually cool demeanor as she declared, "Manager, you should know, my confidence in my alchemical skills far surpasses my combat abilities." "Oh." Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong immediately became intrigued. Noticing their curiosity, Jiang Yue dropped any pretense and approached the alchemical furnace, stating, "Manager, what kind of medicine would you like me to prepare?" After a moment's reflection, Shen Yuan retrieved a secret formula from his space, Qing Ling San, which could be classified as a mid-level healing medicine. This formula, acquired from elsewhere, was currently popular at Baichao Hall. It not only healed wounds, but also alleviated pain, making it one of the better mid-level healing formulations. Jiang Yue accepted the formula, frowning slightly. Although she had encountered some mid-level formulas before, this one appeared to be superior to her previous experiments. Shen Yuan approached the table, waving his hand to produce a variety of herbs. Laying them out, "Here are 3 portions of herbs. I'll assess the quality of the final product, and as long as you can present a finished product, you'll pass." Jiang Yue cast a glance at the herbs on the table, activating her martial spirit. A glimmer flashed in her eyes as she gauged the quality of the herbs. Satisfied, she nodded. The quality was indeed commendable, with minimal loss of medicinal properties. She then focused all her attention on the task at hand, occasionally closing her eyes as if mentally rehearsing the steps of the alchemical process. Shen Yuan observed Jiang Yue, who was deeply engrossed and oblivious to his presence, and paid it no mind, instead leading Ning Rongrong out of the alchemy room. Stepping outside, Ning Rongrong gazed at Shen Yuan with a puzzled expression and remarked, "That secret formula must be a first for Sister Yue as well, right? Do you truly believe she can successfully concoct it after just 3 attempts?" Shen Yuan chuckled softly, explaining, "I have previously observed some of her finished products, which were of exceptional quality. I suspect her martial soul greatly aids her alchemical endeavors." The notion of an eye as a martial soul was unprecedented to Shen Yuan, as he had never encountered it in his studies with the master over the years. It seemed that this phenomenon was either exceedingly rare or inadequately documented. Yet, observing Jiang Yue wielding her martial soul, it appeared somewhat peculiar in form, yet not significantly different from conventional martial souls. Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong continued their light-hearted conversation in the reception hall. Originally, Mu Ranran intended to join them, but Shen Yuan had called her away, as she was preparing to assist the children with their luggage. 3 hours passed, and the sun began its descent. Ning Rongrong sat idly on a chair, swinging her legs, her arms draped across her lap, her head resting atop them as she languidly remarked, "Shen Yuan, how much longer do you think Sister Yue will take?" Awakened by Ning Rongrong's incessant chatter, Shen Yuan emerged from his meditative state and replied with mild exasperation. I had suggested sending you home earlier. It was you who insisted on staying. Ning Rongrong shrugged and muttered, well, I wanted to see if Sister Yuer could succeed. Rubbing her forehead, she was about to speak when she suddenly seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze towards the entrance. There stood Jiang Yuer, weary yet triumphant, holding a jade vial. She approached Shen Yuan and placed the vial beside him, stating with a hint of satisfaction, I have fulfilled my promise. Chapter 65. The journey home as Jiang Yuer entered. Ning Rongrong instantly perked up, leaping from her seat to rush to Jiang Yuer's side, exclaiming with delight, Sister Yuer, you're finally done. I thought I'd starve waiting. Jiang Yuer chuckled lightly at Ning Rongrong's pitiful demeanor, gently patting her head before pushing the jade vial toward Shen Yuan, saying, Manager, please examine it. Shen Yuan picked up the vial, noting the slight fatigue on Jiang Yuer's face, likely due to her continuous use of her martial soul to expedite the alchemical process. As he opened the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Indeed, it was the familiar scent. Qing San, a hallmark healing elixir of Baijiao Hall, had been crafted by numerous alchemists, and Shen Yuan was well acquainted with its fragrance. Pouring a small amount onto the back of his hand, he observed the pale blue powder, its clarity unmarred by impurities. Leaning closer, he inhaled deeply. The fragrance was delightful, devoid of any harsh notes. Satisfied, Shen Yuan nodded, at least in terms of appearance. It bore no flaws and was on par with concoctions produced by seasoned alchemists familiar with the formula. Considering his next course of action, he stepped outside to summon the ring fire land turtle. Although it had triumphed in the morning battle, the opponent, a soul sovereign, had left minor wounds on its surface. Oh, both Jiang Yuer and Ning Rongrong gazed with curiosity as Shen Yuan summoned his enigmatic spirit beast. While Jiang Yuer exhibited a hint of apprehension, Ning Rongrong was evidently thrilled. Recognizing that this soul beast was under Shen Yuan's control, she eagerly inquired, Shen Yuan, what is this? With a smile, Shen Yuan provided a brief explanation. This is my companion. My martial soul allows me to contract with various soul beasts to assist me in battle. He then addressed the ring fire land turtle Volcano. Come here. I need to apply some healing ointment. The creature obediently approached, and Shen Yuan meticulously examined its body, discovering small wounds on its head and legs. Typically, he would disregard these minor injuries to foster its natural healing abilities. But they now provided an ideal opportunity to test the efficacy of the Qing San he had just acquired. Carefully pouring the powdered medicine onto its wounds, he asked, how does it feel? The ring fire land turtle paused to assess the sensation before responding. It's cool and quite soothing. It feels similar to what I've experienced before. Given that Shen Yuan had previously used Qing San for the turtle's injuries, and the turtle affirmed the comparable effectiveness, he surmised that the elixir's potency was indeed commendable. Although this was merely a preliminary test, it yielded promising results, and Shen Yuan smiled with satisfaction. He then instructed the turtle, that's good. You should return and rest well. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the ring fire land turtle back. Wait, why did you recall it? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, clearly reluctant to part with the fascinating soul beast she had yet to fully observe. Shen Yuan rolled his eyes at her and said, it is my companion, not merely an exotic creature for your amusement. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's pout, he turned to Jiang Yuer with a smile. Congratulations. Your alchemical skills are truly remarkable. To achieve such success with a formula encountered for the first time, you are undoubtedly destined to lead the alchemy hall. Jiang Yuer smiled faintly at the compliment but chose to remain silent, her confidence in the results evident. Observing the dimming sky, Shen Yuan turned to Jiang Yuer and remarked, since time is of the essence, I shall take my leave now. Are you not staying for dinner? She asked. No, I have some matters to discuss with Xian Sr. You can find him at the Baijiao Hall Pharmacy tomorrow, Shen Yuan replied, explaining that Xian San was the current primary administrator of Baijiao Hall, and he would introduce them in due course. Turning to Ning Rongrong, he asked, will you accompany me? I could drop you off in the main city. After a moment's contemplation, she agreed, content with the day's adventures and the myriad of new experiences she had encountered. Moreover, both Shen Yuan and Jiang Yuer would remain in Tiando City, allowing her the chance to visit them again. Thus, Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong bid farewell to Jiang Yuer and the other children before departing. Although dusk was approaching, They effortlessly reached the office of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Gazing upon the opulently adorned four-story building, Shen Yuan remarked on the wealth of the continent's most affluent sect, noting that even their office surpassed the splendor of his own headquarters. After escorting Ning Rongrong to the office, Shen Yuan prepared to turn and leave when she suddenly grasped his sleeve, her cheeks flushed, and asked, "Can I come to find you tomorrow?" Seeing her bashful demeanor, Shen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Of course. This is your territory after all. All right, it's settled then." Ning Rongrong replied, her face lighting up with joy as she playfully winked at him before joyfully entering the office. Shen Yuan watched her retreating figure with a smile, shaking his head in amusement. She truly was a delightful child. As Ning Rongrong joyfully returned to the office, the director, upon hearing the return of the little princess, promptly emerged to greet her, saying, "Young master, you have returned." "Yes, Uncle Qing, I've returned. I spent the day out and am a bit tired. I wish to see my father and the others at the sect," Ning Rongrong replied with a cheerful wave of her hand. "Ah, the little darling seems to be in quite a cheerful mood today." The director, known as Qin Shu, observed Ning Rongrong's expression and thought to himself, promptly arranging for someone to escort her back to the sect. Upon returning home, Ning Rongrong did not immediately retreat to her room, but instead made her way to the administrative hall within the sect. Upon entering, she spotted a middle-aged man bent over his desk, diligently attending to some matters. "Father, I'm back." Upon seeing the man, Ning Rongrong joyfully rushed into his embrace. The man, helplessly raising his head, possessed a gentle and refined demeanor, appearing to be in his 40s. He was none other than Ning Rongrong's father, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. At that moment, this amiable-looking man affectionately patted Ning Rongrong's head and said, "Ah, you know to come back, huh? Did you have fun today?" "Yes, I had a wonderful time." Ning Rongrong nodded enthusiastically. Observing Ning Rongrong's radiant expression, Ning Fengji felt a twinge of curiosity. It was not uncommon for her to sneak out for leisure. Initially, she would return in good spirits, but more often than not, she appeared disheartened. "Where did you venture today to be this joyous?" Ning Fengji inquired subtly. Ning Rongrong, unconcerned, recounted her day's adventures. "This afternoon, I was bored wandering around the city, so I secretly ventured beyond the city limits into some secluded areas for an adventure, and then I encountered Soon." Ning Fengji listened with a calm expression as Ning Rongrong shared the tales of her day, saying little but advising her to avoid such perilous places in the future before sending her off to rest. Subsequently, he requested the guard who had accompanied Ning Rongrong all day to report his observations. After carefully reviewing the report, Ning Fengji fell into a brief silence before suddenly speaking. "Sword uncle, bone uncle, what are your thoughts?" As soon as the words left his lips, two figures appeared in the administrative hall. One was an elderly man dressed in white, with white hair and indifferent eyes, as if he regarded the world with disdain. His presence was akin to a sharp sword, intimidating to behold. The other was a gaunt elder, appearing as if only bones remained, his body emaciated, yet towering over the others, standing at over 2 meters tall, resembling a giant skeleton in the dark. These two were the guardians of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the 96th rank Sword Douluo, Chun Xan, and the 95th rank Bone Douluo, Guro. It was thanks to these two formidable Douluos, alongside Ning Fengji, the continent's most potent support spirit master, that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School firmly retained its position among the top 3 sections. As the two examined the report in their hands, they expressed their admiration. It seems this was a chance encounter. It doesn't appear there was any intent to approach Rongrong. However, while we can overlook Jiang Yuer, this Shen Yuan truly possesses remarkable talent. At merely 10 years of age, he has already reached the 24th rank in soul power. Goodness, are today, as children, so driven? Chun Xian remarked, glancing at Bone Douluo. "Was your talent this formidable back in the day?" Bone Douluo rasped. Chun Xian shot a look at Bone Douluo, retorting, "It's just 24 soul power. Indeed, he has exceptional talent, likely a naturally full spirit power. Yet, the most intriguing aspect is his martial soul." Indeed, Ning Fengji nodded. The ability to control soul beasts and their strength is quite commendable. If he can form contracts with multiple soul beasts, it will significantly enhance his combat capabilities in the future. However, a few thousand-year-old soul beasts are merely a threat in the early stages of a soul master's journey. Once one reaches the Soul King rank, they pose no threat at all, Gu Rong scoffed. Ning Fengji shook his head, replying, Bone uncle, it's not as simple as that. We have yet to ascertain the true effects of his martial soul. We are merely relying on Rong's descriptions. Regardless, possessing such soul power and combat prowess at this age can undoubtedly be classified as genius. Chun Xian glanced at Ning Fengji, asking, so what do you plan to do? Fengji, will you attempt to recruit him? Ning Fengji, looking over the report in his hands, shook his head regretfully. Recruitment is not feasible. Just look at him. At such a young age, he has already established his own power and lacks for resources. Moreover, being a genius, he is likely quite proud. From my interactions with Rong, he appears to be an individual with considerable self-confidence. Persuading him to submit will not be easy. Nevertheless, Ning Fengji tossed the report onto the table with a smile. Rong seems to have formed a rather good relationship with him. That connection is already a positive development. Gu Rong fixed a piercing gaze on Ning Fengji, exclaiming, Fengji, you're not considering arranging a marriage between Rong and that boy, are you? Let me tell you, Old Bone here will not easily consent to that. Ning Fengji looked at Gu Rong with an amused expression. Bone uncle, what are you talking about? They are merely children. Upon hearing his words, Gu Rong huffed a few times, but said nothing further. Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly, lowering his gaze to the report, pondering in his heart. Is this child's martial soul truly so simplistic? Upon returning to the inn, Xian's son had already prepared the content for the opening ceremony, awaiting Shen Yuan's confirmation. Manager, you're back. Have you eaten? I had the inn's staff prepare some food, and it will be delivered shortly, Xian's son said. Shen Yuan nodded, taking the report from Xian's son's hands. Thank you. Xian Senator, please, have a seat. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Shen Yuan then proceeded to explain the situation regarding Jiang Yuer and her team. Xian's son appeared astonished. Manager, are you saying you brought in a high-level alchemist today? One who is even a soul master? Shen Yuan chuckled. Perhaps I am just fortunate. He then placed the report back on the table, adding, everything seems to be in order. Tomorrow morning, you will accompany me to headquarters for a meeting. I need to announce a few things. Our Baikatang is expanding, and certain matters need to be formalized. Upon hearing this, Xian's son seemed deep in thought. The two then enjoyed their dinner, discussing various details regarding the upcoming meeting and the opening ceremony. Time swiftly passed, and the next day arrived. In the administrative hall atop the Baikatang headquarters building adjacent to the Great Spirit Arena, Shen Yuan, Xian's son, and several key staff members of Baikatang convened. The manager has arrived. It seems the manager has grown quite a bit. Yes, even more handsome. In a few years, I might find myself infatuated, remarked one of the employees, who had known Shen Yuan for quite some time. Observing them, Shen Yuan did not adopt a lofty demeanor, but instead smiled and said, you all seem to have adapted quite quickly. I recall you all just arrived in Tiando City a few days ago, correct? At that moment, a burly man chuckled. It's quite pleasant here. The headquarters has arranged for accommodation and meals. I, old sure, am quite comfortable. You big oaf, who wouldn't he be comfortable with food? A woman, appearing to be in her 30s, rolled her eyes at him. Hearing her words, the big man merely laughed and scratched his head, prompting her to give an exasperated look. Suddenly, a young man in his 20s behind the woman's side. All right, Jean-Ray. You and your husband should refrain from flaunting your affection and spare a thought for a single fellow like me. If you recognize your single status, then go find someone instead of lamenting here, scoffed the woman named Jean Rue. Why don't you learn from that young couple? At such a tender age, they already know to bring along their childhood sweetheart. How clever. The young man, struck speechless by Jean Rue's retort, could only stare blankly, noticing the young man's forlorn gaze. Shen Yuan teased, Lin Yen, don't look at me. With your soul master cultivation, women should be no challenge for you. It's evident your thoughts are elsewhere. He gestured toward a quietly contemplative youth beside Lin Yen. The latter, further a loss for words, glanced at his calm friend and dramatically leaned against the silent youth. Feigning sorrow, the sight amused everyone, and Shen Yuan regarded this exuberant young man with a peculiar expression, despite his age. His playful demeanor made it all the more difficult for him to find a partner. After a considerable pause, the laughter finally subsided. Shen Yuan nodded at the group, intending to speak when a sudden knock at the door interrupted. Manager, someone has arrived downstairs with a group of children, claiming to seek Master Xian Senator O. Shen Yuan's eyes brightened at the timely arrival. Please bring them up, he instructed. Understood. The voice outside soon fell silent. Xian's son turned to Shen Yuan. Is this the alchemist you mentioned yesterday? Shen Yuan nodded, addressing the others. You all should meet her. She will be joining us at Baichao Tang as our alchemist. Do not be misled by her status as merely an alchemist. She holds a silver badge from the Great Fighting Soul Arena, and her strength is on par with Lin Yan. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yan. Oh, Lin Yan, who had been indifferent, suddenly perked up. Before long, Jiang Yue, accompanied by several children and a staff member, entered the room. Upon stepping inside, Jiang Yue was taken aback to find not only Shen Yuan, but also a gathering of individuals she presumed to be employees of Baichao Tang. However, she maintained her composure and walked in confidently. Suddenly, she felt a fiery gaze upon her. Turning her head, she noticed one young man observing her with an intense, fighting spirit in his eyes. Annoyed, Jiang Yue's eyes sparkled momentarily, her expression turning frosty as she directed a chilling stare at Lin Yan, who stood transfixed, awkwardly turning away as beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Wow, what is up with this icy woman? Is she a snow goddess? That gaze is terrifying, Lin Yan mentally lamented. The others in the room observed the standoff between Lin Yan and Jiang Yue, unable to suppress their laughter. Jean Rue, ever the provocateur, teased, Hey, Lin Yan, didn't you always claim to be the strongest and most talented among us, aside from the manager? What are you afraid of? Lin Yan shot a glare at Jean Rue, ready to retort, but upon catching another glimpse of Jiang Yue's unwavering gaze, he sheepishly fell silent. Shen Yuan chuckled at Lin Yan's predicament and declared, All right, enough of the antics. At Shen Yuan's command, the group quieted down. He stepped forward, introducing Jiang Yue. This is Jiang Yue, a high-ranking alchemist I encountered by chance. I have verified her alchemical skills. Currently, no one in Baichao Tang can rival her expertise. The group, trusting Shen Yuan's judgment, acknowledged that Jiang Yue must indeed possess remarkable abilities in alchemy. Hello, I am Jean Rue. You can call me Sister Rue. This big fellow here is Shan, and I am Zhang Kaiju. Cough, cough, hello, I am Lin Yan. Jiang Yue nodded in response to each introduction. Upon hearing Lin Yan's timid greeting, she cast him a glance before finally nodding in acknowledgement. Shen Yuan then pointed to the children accompanying Jiang Yue and explained, These are a small team she has brought along, essentially her adopted children, who will also be joining us at the shop. Xian's son, they are still quite young. We should arrange for someone to guide them. Although they are around 10 years old, they have not undergone systematic training, so it is still feasible for them to start now. Xian's son nodded in understanding. Shen Yuan continued earnestly, Please pay close attention to this matter. Though this team is temporarily assembled for their education, it may expand in the future. Upon meeting Shen Yuan's gaze, Xian's son realized the importance he placed on this teaching team, prompting him to elevate its significance in his mind. Ultimately, Shen Yuan's true aspiration was not merely to establish a simple business team, but to cultivate a powerful force akin to the Spirit Hall or Sea God Island, endowed with substantial resources. To achieve such a level, it was essential to develop an internal talent cultivation pathway rather than solely relying on external recruitment. The teaching team being formed was Shen Yuan's initial attempt. While it could be deemed unnecessary, it was indispensable. Then, Shen Yuan gently nudged the girl, ran forward and smiled at Xian's son. Please take care of this child. She can handle some minor tasks as you have an overwhelming workload. Flushed yet resolute, ran bowed to Xian's son and said, Thank you, Master Xian's son. Xian's son, observing Shen Yuan's cheerful demeanor and the earnest little girl before him, understood Shen Yuan's intentions, which warmed his heart. Smiling, he replied, Manager, I understand. I will ensure she is well taken care of. Xian's son recognized the underlying purpose of Shen Yuan's suggestion, but was more than willing. Since Shen Yuan had helped him avenge his grievances, he felt at ease, eager to resolve potential future issues proactively. Seeing the genuine smile on Xian's son's face, Shen Yuan nodded appreciatively before turning to Jiang Yue, asking, How does this arrangement suit you? With an expressionless yet softened gaze, Jiang Yue replied, Thank you for the thoughtful arrangement. It is more than satisfactory. Additionally, I will acquire a residence in Tiando City for the children as study, allowing them to either stay in the dormitory behind the headquarters or find a place of their own, Shen Yuan added. Jiang Yue, her eyes filled with gratitude, nodded. fully content with Shen Yuan's considered arrangements. It was undeniable that Shen Yuan's approach had significantly elevated her regard for Bai Chao Tang. The others observed Shen Yuan's meticulous planning with quiet admiration, acknowledging that while such thoughtful gestures could be seen as efforts to curry favor, they were undeniably heartwarming and contributed to their willingness to remain at Bai Chao Tang. After all, with their current capabilities, many had sought to lure them away. Subsequently, Shen Yuan turned around, approached the stage, and earnestly addressed the group. The purpose of gathering you here today is not only to introduce you to Jiang Yue, but also to announce some important matters. Yesterday, I engaged in a lengthy discussion with Xian's son, and we both concurred that establishing the headquarters of Baichao Hall in Tiando City marks a significant advancement for us. However, it has also brought some issues to our attention that we must address. In the past, our personnel's roles were poorly defined. We merely filled gaps where there were shortages, resulting in a chaotic organization. This situation can no longer persist. As one of the prominent commercial forces on the continent, a clear division of labor will facilitate our growth in a more robust and smooth manner. Upon hearing this, the others began to grasp Shen Yuan's intentions, and none voiced objections. Over the years, they had all sensed varying degrees of organizational disorder. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Shen Yuan acknowledged their understanding with a nod and continued. Therefore, I have decided that Baichao Hall will officially be renamed Baichao Guild. I will serve as the president, supported by 2 vice presidents and 4 departments: the Procurement Hall, Baichao Hall, Alchemy Hall, and the Guard Hall. Chapter 68. Baichao Guild. The Procurement Hall will be headed by Zhang Keiju, with Shi Shan as the vice head. Your task is to organize teams for collecting and purchasing medicinal herbs across the continent. Keiju has been managing this aspect, but as our guild grows stronger, it has become increasingly burdensome for him alone. Thus, I require you, Shi Shan, to assist him. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's arrangement, both Zhang Keiju and Shi Shan nodded in agreement. Zhang Keiju was already responsible for this area, while Shi Shan had previously lent a hand when manpower was scarce and was somewhat familiar with the operations. Lin Yin, standing nearby, voiced his discontent. President, why can't I work alongside Keiju? We have a much better synergy. Lin Yin had been rescued by Zhang Keiju when he was on the verge of death after escaping from a certain adventure team due to unforeseen circumstances. Grateful for the life-saving assistance, he had joined Baichao Hall under Zhang Keiju's wing and often spent time with him. Shen Yuan cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Yin and replied, "You have other responsibilities. Furthermore, I am currently allocating tasks, so please refrain from interjecting." To be candid, while Lin Yin possessed admirable qualities, his innate pride, due to his strength and talent, sometimes led him to act impulsively. Had it not been for Zhang Keiju's connection, he might never have joined Baichao Hall. Nevertheless, after joining, he had received a thorough reprimand from Shen Yuan, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, which ensured he remained respectful towards Shen Yuan. Despite this, Shen Yuan felt it necessary to occasionally remind him to keep his ego in check. Noticing Shen Yuan's expressionless face and stern gaze, Lin Yin awkwardly closed his mouth and discreetly moved to Zhang Keiju's side, signaling his intent to remain silent. Zhang Keiju, feeling a headache coming on from his younger brother's antics, reflected on their generally good rapport but recognized a tendency for thoughtlessness in Lin Yan's behavior. Attributing it to his youth, Shen Yuan redirected his attention, continuing, "As for Baichao Hall, Xian Sun will remain as the head, with Jin Rue as the vice head. They will oversee the sale of medicines across the continent, which is one of our guild's most vital responsibilities. Xian Sun has always managed this, and I have assigned Jin Rue to assist you." Both Xian Sun and Jin Rue nodded in unison. Shen Yuan then turned to Jiang Yue. "As I mentioned yesterday, I wish to establish an alchemy hall, of which you will be the head, responsible for all alchemists within the Baichao Guild. Your task will involve the formulation and research of medicines. As we currently lack suitable personnel, I have not assigned a vice head. You may find someone suitable for that role. I trust you can manage the alchemists effectively." With a proud demeanor, Jiang Yue replied, "Naturally." "Good," Shen Yuan affirmed. "Now we have the final department, the Guard Hall." He glanced at Lin Yin, who was attempting to evade his gaze, and announced, "Lin Yin, you will be the head of the Guard Hall." "Me?" Lin Yin exclaimed in surprise, lifting his head to inquire. "Yes, you. I believe you have little interest in the other matters of the guild aside from combat," Shen Yuan stated. Reflecting on his experiences of dealing with administrative reports, Lin Yin quickly reconsidered. No, I mean yes. I will take charge of the guard hall. But what will its responsibilities entail? Shen Yuan clarified. Your primary task will be to recruit soul masters and establish a guard team responsible for protecting the other departments during their operations. You should not underestimate your role in the guard hall. Understand that Keiju and his team will occasionally need to venture out to procure medicinal herbs, and during those times, the security duties fall upon you. You know the consequences of failing in that regard, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression grew serious. He held a deep respect and gratitude towards Zhang Keiju, who had saved him, and he would never forgive himself if something were to happen to him due to his negligence. Pleased by Lin Yan's newfound seriousness, Shen Yuan reflected that while he did not place much emphasis on Lin Yan's talent or strength, he greatly appreciated his grateful nature. Such a character is trustworthy, whether as a friend or subordinate. Shen Yuan continued. Next, the two vice presidents, Xin Sun, will serve as one, overseeing the operations of the procurement hall and Baichao hall. The other vice president will be Jiang Yuer, who will supervise the alchemy hall. Hearing this announcement, the group cast sidelong glances at Jiang Yuer. While Xin Sun's appointment as vice president was expected due to his abilities and experience, Jiang Yuer's immediate elevation to such a position surprised many. Did the president truly hold her in such high regard? Xin Sun was not surprised, having discussed this with Shen Yuan the previous day. However, he discreetly observed Mu Ranran, who had been quietly attentive throughout the meeting, suspecting she understood Shen Yuan's intentions. Finally, Shen Yuan stated, as for the guard hall, I will oversee it for now. He looked at Lin Yin, feeling reassured about his character, but wary of his impulsive nature. Had the Baichao Guild not been so understaffed, he would have hesitated to place Lin Yin in such a significant role. However, he felt it was necessary to see how Lin Yin would perform in this position. This is the organizational structure for the Baichao Guild moving forward. There may be some minor adjustments, but fundamentally, it will remain unchanged. Do any of you have further opinions? Shen Yuan concluded with a smile. The group exchanged glances and collectively shook their heads, indicating they had no additional questions. Very well, Shen Yuan nodded. Henceforth, the Baichao Guild will operate according to this structure. As for the personnel shortages in each department, it will be your responsibility to recruit suitable individuals and redistribute the current employees of Baichao Hall into their respective departments. Understood. The department heads chorused in unison. Suddenly, Xin Sun hesitated for a moment and inquired, President, have you made any arrangements regarding Master Tang San's position? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan appeared slightly distracted and, after a brief pause, sighed, Xiao San is unlikely to join our Baichao Chamber of Commerce. It would be best for you all to continue regarding him as our advisor. Shen Yuan understood that recruiting Tang San at this juncture was improbable, as his thoughts were undoubtedly still occupied by his Tang sect. After all, he still kept his Tang sect's secret techniques closely guarded. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, the others could not help but express their regret with a collective sigh. Jiang Yuer, puzzled by their expressions, was uncertain why they all seemed so disheartened. Jean Rue, noticing Jiang Yuer's confusion, explained, Tang San is a classmate of our president and serves as an advisor to our Baichao Chamber of Commerce. He is an extraordinarily enigmatic youth with profound knowledge of herbal medicine. Much of the herbal wisdom we possess in Baichao Hall has been imparted by him. Even the poison we take pride in today has its foundational knowledge rooted in his teachings. To this day, we remain unaware of the extent of the knowledge he conceals. Oh, Jiang Yuer responded, understanding that a significant portion of Baichao Hall's current offerings have been developed based on Tang San's expertise. Without his assistance in the early stages, the Baichao Chamber of Commerce might not have experienced such rapid growth. Indeed, Jean Rue affirmed, Tang San possesses knowledge accumulated over centuries, even millennia, by their previous sect. However, Shen Yuan was not overly concerned. Baichao Hall had begun to gradually lessen its dependency on Tang San. After all, this world differs from the one Tang San hailed from. And both the pharmacology of poisons and herbs exhibit subtle variations, with many possessing unique characteristics that cannot be wholly interchangeable. To thoroughly comprehend these elements, the presence of a powerful entity like the Baichao Chamber of Commerce is essential. Chapter 69. The auction afterward, Shen Yuan discussed several details regarding role changes with the others, allowing Xin Sun to continue presiding over the subsequent meeting tasks. Ultimately, Shen Yuan aimed to establish a general direction. The specifics would need to be resolved by Xin San himself. He had no intention of exhausting himself over these matters. Having entrusted the follow-up to Xin San and the others, as he had done for many years, with complete trust, leaving Xin San and the others to continue their discussions. Shen Yuan exited the conference hall. Stretching his limbs, he pondered what to do next, and suddenly realized that he had yet to truly explore his headquarters building. The entire structure had been designed collaboratively by Shen Yuan and Xin Senator, comprising 5 stories. The building appears as a concentric circle when viewed from above, with a lush garden at its center, featuring carefully selected plants that not only boast vibrant colors, but also emit a subtle, natural fragrance, instilling a sense of tranquility and serenity. The building is divided into 2 sections. The lower 4 floors are open to the public, with the first 3 floors dedicated to the sale of medicinal products, while the 4th floor accommodates esteemed guests and significant transaction clients. The topmost floor is reserved for internal meetings of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce. The alchemy lab and storage areas are slightly set apart, resulting in a relatively modest, usable area. However, in the valuable real estate of Tiando City, especially near the Great Dahan Arena, securing this land is no small feat. As Shen Yuan descended from the top floor, he observed that all interior decorations have been completed, with neatly arranged medicinal products displayed in the cabinets on the lower 3 floors. Upon reaching the 1st floor, he noticed a stage being constructed in the central hall, presumably for the grand opening ceremony in 2 days. Shen Yuan took a brief look around his headquarters. While it may not rival some of the larger chambers, its unique architectural design should pique the curiosity of many. Suddenly, a receptionist approached Shen Yuan and said, "Manager, there's a little girl outside looking for you. She claims her name is Ning Rongrong." Ning Rongrong. How did she find her way here? He recalled that he had not concealed his conversation with Jiang Yuer from her the previous day. Given the influence of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would indeed be simple for her to locate this place. Stepping outside, he saw a young girl adorned in a light green long dress embroidered with white cloud patterns. Reaching down to her ankles, a pale white ribbon cinched her waist, complementing her dress and exuding a refreshing aura. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, adorned with several charming butterfly hairpins that made her resemble a butterfly fluttering above her head, accentuating her delicate, rosy complexion. "Rongrong, you've come." Shen Yuan approached, admiring Ning Rongrong, who looked notably more elegant than the day before, and exclaimed, "You look truly beautiful." Upon seeing Shen Yuan, Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened, and upon receiving his compliment, her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Thank you. I don't know what came over me this morning, but I spent a bit more time on my appearance than usual." Shen Yuan asked, "I never expected you to actually come. Don't you have anything to do at your sect?" Ning Rongrong playfully wrinkled her nose and replied, "Did we not agree yesterday that you would accompany me for some fun? You must keep your word." Shen Yuan shook his head in exasperation, saying, "I meant to ask if you're not focusing your energy more on your training. This period should be our most accelerated time for cultivation, right? Training can be quite dull. You know, besides, I do train diligently." Ning Rongrong insisted, asserting that although she enjoyed play, she never neglected her training, as Ning Fengji was quite strict in that regard. Shen Yuan silently glanced at Ning Rongrong, pondering that if she could concentrate on her cultivation, given her advantageous background, she would surely surpass Zhu Zhuqing within 2 years. However, he chose not to dwell on this, recognizing that it was ultimately Ning Rongrong's own decision, and discussing such matters too much might create discomfort. Ning Rongrong turned to admire the circular building behind Shen Yuan and remarked, "Is this your Baichao Hall? It looks quite unique." "Indeed," Shen Yuan nodded, a hint of pride in his expression. "We open in 2 days. If you're interested, you should come take a look." "Oh." Ning Rongrong seemed to ponder something before nodding. "So, where shall we go now?" Shen Yuan asked, looking at her. "You know this area well. Where do you think would be fun?" Ning Rongrong, caught in a moment of uncertainty, found the familiar sights of Tiando City unexciting, as she had practically explored it all. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she excitedly turned to Shen Yuan, suggesting, "How about we go to the Tiando auction house? I heard there's a small specialized auction happening there these days, and there might be some intriguing items." The auction house. Shen Yuan's interest was piqued. Indeed, on his first day, Xin San had mentioned the auction house. Since they had the time, it would be worthwhile to take a look. Initially, he had considered inviting Jiang Yuer and the others, but upon hearing that she was busy, He refrained from interrupting her. Before long, the two arrived at the Tiando auction house, a semicircular building towering approximately 70 to 80 meters high. While it may not possess the grandeur of the Great Dahan Arena, its location in the city center made it significantly more expensive. Upon reaching the entrance, four young attendants, likely in their 20s, greeted them respectfully with a bow. Though not exceptionally beautiful, the young women possessed an elegant demeanor. One of the young girls intercepted Shen Yuan and his companion, inquiring, "May I assist you, esteemed guests?" Shen Yuan responded, "This is an auction house, correct? We intend to enter and explore." The girl was somewhat taken aback, as the youthful appearance of Shen Yuan and his companion was quite striking. However, she maintained her composure and patiently replied, "Entry to the auction house requires a bidding qualification certificate. Might I inquire if you possess one?" Bidding qualification certificate? Shen Yuan confessed he had no recollection of needing such a document. Only those with a bidding qualification certificate may enter our Tiando auction house. These certificates come in various tiers, with the lowest requiring 10,000 gold soul coins. Before the girl could finish her explanation, Ning Rongrong, displaying a hint of impatience, retrieved a card containing 1 million gold soul coins from her soul guide device and tossed it towards the girl, saying, "Is this sufficient?" The girl, astonished, accepted the gold coin card, surprised by the young girl's audacity in producing such a substantial amount. Nevertheless, her professionalism quickly kicked in, and she promptly fetched a soul coin card verification machine. After verifying the card, the girl respectfully returned it to Ning Rongrong, no longer requesting Shen Yuan's bidding qualification certificate. The balance on Ning Rongrong's card was ample for her to acquire a black bidding qualification, allowing her to bring an additional guest inside. Thus, Shen Yuan followed Ning Rongrong and the guiding girl into the auction center, amidst the peculiar gazes of several young girls. Though he feigned nonchalance, Shen Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, as it appeared he was merely riding on Ning Rongrong's coattails to gain entry, despite his own capability of producing the requisite 10,000 gold soul coins. However, observing that Ning Rongrong and the girl had already proceeded ahead, he sighed softly and acquiesced. As they walked toward the auction center, the girl explained, "In addition to our usual 24-hour continuous auction, we are hosting a specialized auction in the coming days." "Ordinary auction? Specialized auction?" Shen Yuan inquired, puzzled. The girl elaborated, "The ordinary auction operates continuously throughout the day, featuring a diverse array of items that can appear at any time, resulting in a wide variety of goods, albeit with inconsistent quality. Securing desirable items often hinges on fortune. Conversely, the specialized auction occurs sporadically every few years, with each event predetermined in terms of item types and quality. Some items, due to their rarity, may even impose restrictions on bidding qualifications. For instance, the specialized auction scheduled for 1 hour from now will focus on soul guide devices, though entry qualifications are not restricted. If you're interested, you may wish to participate." Oh, Shen Yuan grasped the distinction. The first type of auction involved a plethora of items, often lacking a fixed catalog, making it reliant on chance to acquire specific desired goods. The second type, however, specified the items available for bidding, which, while reducing the number of participants, targeted those with particular needs, leading to a lower incidence of unsold items and generally higher prices. Furthermore, the established qualification requirements suggested a guarantee of quality for the items. Upon hearing this explanation, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Shen Yuan. Though she had heard of such specialized auctions before, she had never participated in one. Shen Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating, before suggesting, "Let's first explore the ordinary auction and then proceed to the specialized auction." Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, pleased. Following the girl's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of the auction center, whereupon the girl turned and departed, indicating that new attendants would take over inside. As they entered the auction center, a new service girl approached them swiftly. Compared to the previous girl, she possessed a more alluring figure and enchanting beauty, though such attributes held little allure for Shen Yuan, given his youthful stature. The girl presented them with 2 golden, ornate masks to conceal their identities, as the auction house mandated the anonymity of both sellers and buyers. Upon entering the auction center, Shen Yuan observed that the layout resembled that of the Grand Soul Arena, featuring a small stage at its center, with seating arranged outward in red, black, purple, yellow, and white, corresponding to the respective bidding qualifications. Typically, Those possessing a red bidding qualification were of high status with assets exceeding 1 million gold soul coins, followed by black for those with over 1 million, purple for 500,000, yellow for 100,000, and the least prestigious white for a mere 10,000. Given Ning Rongrong's soul card, they could sit in the front black section. However, opting for discretion, Shen Yuan declined and led Ning Rongrong to the back white section instead. The auction center was not particularly crowded. It was far from filled to capacity, as it was merely an ordinary auction. As they settled into their seats, the host on stage unveiled a new item. He lifted a tray covered with a red cloth, shaking it before the audience. Shen Yuan observed the silhouette beneath the cloth, resembling a weapon. The host, not prolonging the suspense, abruptly revealed the item, declaring, "Behold, a sword named Qingying." A chorus of murmurs rippled through the crowd. In a world dominated by martial souls, ordinary weapons indeed lacked the allure of martial souls or soul guide devices. Even Tang San's hidden weapons were rendered less effective in high-level combat. Of course, this did not include certain skill-based hidden weapons, which had even come to be regarded as a form of self-created soul technique. This very reason contributed to the rapid decline of the Tang sect in the face of soul guide devices. The host, undeterred by the audience's skepticism, smiled knowingly. Holding the Qingying sword aloft, he produced a thin piece of paper, placing it above the blade. Releasing his grip, the paper gently floated down, not hesitating as it passed over the sword. The audience heard a crisp, tearing sound, witnessing the paper being sliced into two as it descended to the ground. Oh! The spectators erupted in enthusiasm at this astonishing display. Even the esteemed guests seated in the front row brightened at the spectacle. Truly remarkable. Among the prominent red seats, a young man clad in white with a golden mask nodded in appreciation at the sword being held by the host. Although his appearance remained obscured, his demeanor exuded a calm elegance, endearing him to onlookers. The host addressed the audience. "Some of you may still harbor doubts, but allow me to inform you that this sword was forged by a disciple of the master blacksmith from the city of Gingxin." Upon hearing this, many guests instantly gazed at the host with fervent anticipation, eager to ascertain the authenticity of his claim. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the crowd, the host calmly explained, "This matter has been confirmed by our auction house. It indeed originated from a disciple of the renowned blacksmith from Gingxin City. We, at the Tiando Auction House, can guarantee this." Upon hearing the host's resolute tone, the audience understood that this was likely true. Instantly, all eyes turned fervently toward the sword. The blacksmith, celebrated across the continent, had crafted countless legendary weapons. Although this was not his creation, if it was indeed forged by his disciple, such sharpness would not be surprising. While they could not acquire a sword made by the master himself, a piece created by his disciple was still a rarity. The name of the blacksmith stirred memories in Shen Yuan. He recalled that the original text had indeed mentioned him, even stating that he had aided Tang San in recreating the top 3 hidden weapons of the Tang sect in this world. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong appeared disinterested, as she had never been fond of swords as offensive weapons. She had even handled the 7-killing sword of the sword Douluo, let alone a mere ordinary blade. The sword, named Clear Shadow, measured 4 feet and 2 inches in length, with a blade width of 2 inches, starting at a bidding price of 100,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10,000. Goodness, just for a sword made by a blacksmith's disciple, the price is already so steep. If it were crafted by the master himself, would it not start at 1 million? Shen Yuan mused. However, he understood that this price was likely inflated considering the distance from Gingxin City, which was far from here, adding considerably to the cost. Yet, while Shen Yuan found it expensive, others did not share his sentiments. 100,000 gold soul coins. 111,000. 140,000 gold soul coins. Within moments, the price surged rapidly. Suddenly, Shen Yuan noticed Ning Rongrong hastily pressing the 5,000 button beside her. Instantly, the host announced 150,000 gold soul coins. A white VIP has bid 150,000. A white VIP? The host paused, clearly astonished. "Wait, are you bidding?" Shen Yuan asked Ning Rongrong in surprise. "I don't need it, but Sister Yuan needs it. I noticed she doesn't have a decent sword yet, so I thought I would buy it for her." "It won't cost much," she replied. "Won't cost much." Shen Yuan was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's nonchalant attitude towards money. "Well, It was evident that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was indeed the wealthiest sect on the continent. Treating money with such disregard was absurd. Upon hearing the host announce a bid of 150,000 gold soul coins from the white VIP, many in the front rows instinctively turned to investigate. Those seated further back began to whisper and exchange glances. 150,000 gold soul coins. Are there any other VIPs willing to raise the bid? 150. 160,000 gold soul coins. A red VIP bid 160,000 gold soul coins, and the host excitedly called out. Hearing the announced price, Ning Rongrong frowned, her hand still moving as she pressed the button again. 170,000 gold soul coins. The white VIP bids 170,000 gold soul coins. This is an authentic work from the high disciple of the blacksmith, exceedingly rare in our Tiando Empire. At this moment, one VIP is bidding 170,000 gold soul coins. Any takers for 180,000? A red VIP bid 180,000 gold soul coins. What? Is there someone else daring to compete with me? She exclaimed, continuing to press the button eagerly. Shen Yuan watched Ning Rongrong reveal her true nature with a wry smile, grabbing her hand to stop her. All right. Any further increase will be unwise. Moreover, the sword you purchase at such a high price may not necessarily be accepted by Jiang Yuer. Ning Rongrong's face flushed as Shen Yuan held her hand. But after considering his words, she relented and quieted down. Seeing that Ning Rongrong finally settled down, Shen Yuan sighed in relief, only to suddenly feel a gaze directed at them from the front. Turning his head, he spotted a young man in white from the front row looking at them. Though obscured by a mask, his gentle demeanor was evident. Upon realizing Shen Yuan had noticed him, the young man paused momentarily, then nodded and smiled before turning back. Shen Yuan pondered, observing the figure of the young man. Could he have discovered us? How intriguing. It is the daughter of my teacher. It seems she has come to the auction to have some fun. Who is that boy beside her? Few can keep this little enchantress in check. The young man turned away with a smile, contemplating inwardly. Ultimately, the sword was sold to the red VIP for 180,000 gold soul coins. Throughout the event, Ning Rongrong kept murmuring, "If you hadn't stopped me, I would have definitely won the clear shadow sword." Observing her discontented expression, Shen Yuan could only shake his head in bemusement, remarking, "I do not understand the world of the wealthy." Soon, the auction house presented item after item. Shen Yuan participated minimally, spending nearly 10,000 gold soul coins to acquire a few items, including a pendant-style defensive soul guide, which he intended to give to Xiao Wu as a gift. When Ning Rongrong noticed the pendant Shen Yuan had won, her expression shifted slightly, casting him a discreet glance before turning away, leaving her thoughts unknown. As the auction progressed, Shen Yuan may not have acquired much, but he gained considerable insight, marveling at the array of extraordinary items, which captivated him even amidst the information explosion of his previous life. Before long, an hour had passed, and a service attendant approached, softly inquiring if they wished to participate in the upcoming specialized auction. Naturally, both Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, following the young woman as she led them away from their seats. As they stood, Shen Yuan observed that many others were also rising, presumably to attend the specialized auction, including the young man in white who had piqued his interest. Following the attendant's guidance, they navigated past the auction center and ventured deeper into the venue. Before long, they arrived at 4 enormous stone-carved doors, standing 4 to 5 meters high, adorned with numerous enigmatic and intricate reliefs, lending an air of simplicity and elegance. Upon entering, Shen Yuan found a venue that closely resembled the auction center outside, albeit on a smaller scale. The seating arrangement differed, lacking the tiered levels, presenting a uniform black design. Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong selected nearby seats. "What is this?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, surprised as she pulled out a small booklet from her seat. Shen Yuan noticed that each seat had a small booklet resting on the armrest. Upon inspecting it, he was astonished to discover it was a catalog of the auction items. Unlike a typical auction, the specialized auction appeared to have a more organized catalog due to its designated categories and levels. Intrigued, Shen Yuan began to peruse the catalog in hand, examining the items and their descriptions. From the information provided, he learned some details about the small specialized auctions. Generally, these auctions were held every 2 to 4 years, with larger events occurring every 10 to 15 years. The smaller specialized auctions typically lasted about a week. with a fixed time each day dedicated to a specific type of auction. During each auction, 7 types of items are presented, with the specific selections determined by the quality of goods collected by the auction house. Large specialized auctions are held approximately once a month, becoming momentous events on the mainland where almost anything can be found, including the rare occurrence of multiple soul bones. However, in this smaller auction, Shen Yuan observed a lack of particularly precious items. The first few days featured clothing, materials, and weaponry, while today marked the 5th day with soul guides on the auction block. The following days would showcase herbs and literature. As Shen Yuan perused the catalog, he felt somewhat disenchanted. The clothing, materials, and weaponry did not pique his interest, and the quality of the soul beasts, soul guides, and herbs listed was mediocre, failing to inspire him to bid. The only item that slightly caught his attention was the literature auction scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Noticing the entry for advanced cultivation methods, he felt a flicker of interest. It seemed that the quality of this year's specialized auction was rather lackluster, which explained the sparse attendance. He sighed, regretting the missed opportunity, knowing that the next specialized auction would not come easily, much like Tang San in the original story, who faced similar misfortune. Suddenly, Shen Yuan's attention was drawn to a particular entry further down the literature list. Notes on cultivation. A century ago, a remarkably talented soul master wielded an astonishing bow and, with the strength of a soul king, killed 2 emperors, gaining fame across the continent. However, he later fell victim to an ambush by a soul sage and several soul emperors, dying at the tender age of 28. The notes on cultivation were the sole relic left by this soul king. What piqued Shen Yuan's interest was the accompanying description, which revealed that the notes contained the soul king's unique mental training techniques based on his own martial soul. It was through the extraordinary mental fortitude gained from these exercises that he accomplished the feat of slaying a soul emperor. However, despite the notes being circulated for many years, very few have succeeded in mastering the techniques, and even those who have struggled to replicate the overwhelming power displayed by the soul master. High-ranking soul masters speculated that the soul master's martial soul possessed inherent mental attack capabilities, allowing him to inflict damage beyond his natural rank. This theory dampened enthusiasm for the notes considerably, as the necessity for a compatible martial soul severely limited its accessibility. Nonetheless, Shen Yuan found himself intrigued. While he was not particularly impressed by the notion of enhancing attack power through increased mental strength, the prospect of bolstering his mental fortitude was enticing, given his martial soul's reliance on it. As he contemplated the catalog, he resolved to return for the literature auction in 2 days. Ningrongrong, idly flipping through her introduction sheet, remarked that the items were rather unimpressive. She had expected a wealth of treasures at an auction held every few years. Shen Yuan chuckled and was about to respond when a gentle voice from behind interjected, explaining that the scarcity of valuable items was due to a large auction held 5 years prior, which had cleared out many rare goods. Surprised, both Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong turned to see a young man they had encountered earlier at the auction center. Really? I had no idea there was a large auction 5 years ago, Ning Rongrong inquired, curious. The young man, clad in white, smiled warmly and explained that her father likely did not bring her along due to her young age. That auction had featured numerous sought-after items. Wait, you know Ning Rongrong's father? Shen Yuan thought, his gaze sharpening. The head of the 7-treasure glazed tile school was not someone one could meet casually. Considering the red seat he had just occupied, Shen Yuan became acutely aware of the young man's status. Is that so? Ning Rongrong pondered, then suddenly realized. You know who my father is? No, you know my identity? Shen Yuan sighed inwardly at her delayed comprehension. The young man seemed taken aback by Ning Rongrong's obliviousness and remarked, Are you not the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? At that, Ning Rongrong blushed slightly, realizing her status under the young man's inquisitive gaze, especially with Shen Yuan similarly regarding her with intrigue. She exclaimed in embarrassment, Knowing my father is the head of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, how dare you come before us wearing a mask? Take it off. With a resigned shake of his head, the young man removed his gilded mask, chuckling softly. Rongrong, if I were to tell the teacher that you snuck out to the auction and competed for a sword with nearly 200,000 gold soul coins, what do you suppose would happen? The youth, possessing a handsome face and a refined demeanor, exuded a calming presence that naturally inspired a sense of loyalty. Your Highness! Ning Rongrong gasped, astonished, while Shen Yuan mirrored her surprise. The poised young man before them was none other than Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the heavenly Dou Empire and a student of Ning Fengji. Seeing Ning Rongrong's astonishment, Xue Qinghe gestured for silence, urging her to keep her voice down. She quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "Your Highness, what brings you here? Do not call me Your Highness. You are the teacher's daughter. Just call me Brother Xue in private," he replied with a gentle smile. "I have simply come out for a breath of fresh air, as palace matters have been rather taxing. Coincidentally, I noticed the specialized auction was underway. Though I anticipated few remarkable items, I thought I might enjoy a leisurely stroll. And you? Are you and your friend here to auction items?" Shen Yuan, regaining his composure and sporting a smile, introduced himself, "Your Highness. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Shen Yuan. I recently arrived in Heaven Dou City and am still unfamiliar with the area, so I asked Ning Rongrong for assistance." While his expression remained calm, Shen Yuan's heart raced at the unexpected encounter with Xue Qinghe. Though some details had slipped his mind, he clearly remembered the significance of Xue Qinghe, whose true identity had been that of the late crown prince, killed long ago. The current Xue Qinghe was actually Qianren Xue, daughter of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, walking the path of subterfuge to ultimately destabilize the heavenly Dou Empire. Had it not been for Tang San's intervention, she might have succeeded with ease. Xue Qinghe's eyes glimmered with curiosity, yet his demeanor remained gentle as he remarked, "Ah, you arrived at just the right time. Although this specialized auction may not match the quality of previous years, there are still plenty of worthwhile items to discover." "Thank you, Your Highness," Shen Yuan replied. "In fact, the auction outside has already broadened my horizons." Ning Rongrong listened intently to the conversation between the two, suddenly struck by a thought. She interrupted them, her gaze fixed on Xue Qinghe, and asked, "Could it be that you, Brother Xue, were competing with me in that auction just now?" Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, he had acted on a whim, tempted by the exquisite design of the sword, intending merely to display it at home. He never anticipated that he would cross paths with Ning Rongrong in this manner. Under her scrutinizing gaze, he reluctantly waved his wrist, and the Qingying sword materialized in his hand. Ning Rongrong's eyes instantly sparkled as she examined the sword closely, confirming it was indeed the same prize blade from the auction. "Brother Xue," Ning Rongrong said, her eyes twinkling playfully, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. "Would you consider selling me that sword?" Taken aback by her sudden flirtation, Xue Qinghe instinctively leaned back. "Rongrong, please don't act like this. I know you too well." Ning Rongrong pouted, her expression shifting dramatically. With a fierce determination, she declared, "I truly wish to buy that sword from you, Brother Xue. Name your price." Observing the fierce look on her face, Xue Qinghe teased, "If I were to sell it, you must tell me why you desire this sword. Is it perhaps a gift for your little boyfriend? Who are you calling my boyfriend?" Ning Rongrong's body stiffened at his jest, her cheeks burning with embarrassment and indignation. "Your Highness, please do not jest," Shen Yuan interjected, shaking his head. "This is for an elder of hers." He continued, "And I've mentioned that with the amount of money you spent on that sword, Jiang Yuer would not accept it." Ning Rongrong kuffet, turning her back on Shen Yuan and his companion in displeasure. "Oh, an elder? Jiang Yuer?" Xue Qinghe pondered, taken aback. He was familiar with Ning Rongrong's elder, but had never heard of anyone named Jiang Yuer, particularly one who favored swords. While there was indeed a sword-wielding member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it was the sword Douluo Continent, who surely valued his own seven-killing sword above all others. However, not wanting to pry too deeply into personal matters, he shifted the conversation. It was evident that Ning Fengji's disciple embodied a grace and charm that was impressive. Even Shen Yuan, fully aware that he was conversing with the disguised Qianren Xue, could not help but feel a sense of fondness during their exchange. As their conversation progressed, the auction commenced, presenting a selection of soul guides, as described in the catalog. Though there were only about 20 items, the rarity of soul guides made this collection noteworthy. Shen Yuan already possessed a defensive soul guide gifted by a master, which sufficed for his needs. Meanwhile, Xiao had successfully acquired a series of defensive soul guides at the earlier auction. As he surveyed the array of fascinating soul guides on stage, Shen Yuan recalled the offensive soul guide he had entrusted to Tang San 4 years prior. He had asked him to study it thoroughly, but after all this time, he wondered if any progress had been made. Truth be told, he held little optimism. Soul guides were not merely mechanical devices, but intricately intertwined with soul power, an area where Tang San lacked substantial understanding. The knowledge regarding soul guides was primarily concentrated within significant factions, such as the two present: the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Tiando Imperial Family, and the Spear Hall. Glancing at the catalog in his hand, Shen Yuan discreetly inquired of Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, does your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School have any interest in these soul guides? After all, they must be quite precious. Given Ning Fengji's esteem for Tang San's Tang sect hidden weapons, it was evident they possessed a limited number of soul guides, unlike hidden weapons that could be readily equipped. Ning Rongrong looked up, pondering for a moment. I'm not sure. I haven't paid attention to the soul guides in our sect, but I believe someone would be interested. Not quite, Shueqinghe interjected. While major sects like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School may not have many soul guides, they wouldn't dismiss these few mediocre quality soul guides. Moreover, since the auction is backed by the Tiando Empire, and given the cordial relations between the Tiando Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they wouldn't jeopardize their relationship over a handful of soul guides. Shen Yuan nodded in understanding, realizing that while these major factions might lack soul guides, they likely maintain some stock. The soul guides being auctioned today were predominantly close combat offensive types, with few defensive soul guides available, let alone storage soul guides. Unfortunately, soul guides could only be unearthed from relics, which explained their scarcity. Feigning regret, Shen Yuan remarked, "It's a pity that soul guides are so difficult to obtain." Ning Rongrong chimed in, "Not necessarily. I've heard my father mention that there are indeed some secret techniques for crafting soul guides appearing on the continent, capable of producing simpler soul guides. However, unfortunately, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has yet to acquire any." Shen Yuan replied, intrigued. "Is that truly the case? If so, there shouldn't be a shortage of soul guides on the continent. Given the current rarity, if someone could produce a large quantity of soul guides, they could quickly amass a fortune. The crafting of soul guides isn't as straightforward as you might think," Shueqing has said, casting a thoughtful glance at Shen Yuan. "Materials, techniques, and success rates all hinder the development of soul guides. Furthermore, soul masters should primarily focus on soul power cultivation. Soul guides are merely auxiliary tools and not worthy of excessive investment of effort. Thus, soul guides have never been highly valued on this continent." "Oh," Shen Yuan nodded contemplatively. It was indeed true that soul masters on Douluo Continent primarily revered soul power cultivation, viewing other tools like soul guides, hidden weapons, and weapons as mere external aids, useful but not to be fully depended upon. While Shen Yuan did not outright dismiss this perspective, he understood the significance of soul power growth for soul masters. However, it did not imply that soul guides were inconsequential. His knowledge of the storyline alerted him to another continent where soul guides had thrived, even giving rise to advanced soul masters who could rival titled Douluos. "Brother Shui, how do you know so much about these matters?" Ning Rongrong asked, her curiosity piqued. Shueqinghe smiled gently, explaining, "I came across some records in the royal archives. In the past, the Tiando Imperial family had obtained a method for crafting soul guides, but due to either improper techniques or insufficient materials, their production efficiency was consistently poor. Ultimately, the Tiando Imperial family abandoned the mass production of soul guides and shelved the crafting methods." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan's eyes brightened. According to Shueqinghe, the Tiando royal family possesses the secrets to crafting soul guiding devices. Should the opportunity arise, Shen Yuan would greatly desire to examine them. For although soul guiding devices are not highly regarded on the Douluo Continent, their inherent potential is undeniably significant. Before long, all the soul guiding devices at the auction had been sold, with the final highlight being a mid-level defensive soul guiding device. Upon activation, it forms a protective spirit power membrane around the body, offering substantial defense even at the soul master level. This is somewhat akin to Shen Yuan's soul armor. Yet it does not enhance the offensive capabilities of the limbs as his armor does, nor can it strengthen with the growth of Shen Yuan's own power. This might explain why many on the continent regard soul guiding devices as inconsequential. They can never truly compare to corresponding soul skills. Once the auction concluded and they exited the venue, Shen Yuan stretched and let out a satisfied sigh. Although he had not procured any items today, he had certainly gained a wealth of knowledge. Just as they stepped out, a guard approached and whispered a few words to Shui Qinghe. Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe turned to apologize to Shen Yuan and Rong, saying, "I am sorry, Shen Yuan, Rong, but I must return to the palace to attend to some matters." Shen Yuan quickly replied, "Your Highness, please do not let us keep you. We can continue to explore on our own." Rong eagerly nodded in agreement, like a chick pecking at rice. Shui Qinghe smiled and said, "It has been a pleasure meeting such a talented young man as you, Shen Yuan. Next time, I shall be your host and show you around Tiando City." "Thank you for your kind consideration, Your Highness," Shen Yuan responded with a smile and a bow. Observing Shen Yuan's demeanor, Shui Qinghe chuckled softly before departing with the guard. Chapter 74. The opening of Baijiao Hall. After Shui Qinghe's departure, Shen Yuan noted that it was nearly noon, so he and Ning Rong found a nearby spot to have a simple lunch. Following their meal, Ning Rong continued to guide Shen Yuan around Tiando City. It must be said that Tiando City truly lives up to its reputation as one of the largest and most prosperous cities on the continent. After a whole day of exploration, Shen Yuan had not even managed to complete a full circuit. However, after a whirlwind tour, he had familiarized himself with the city. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the two made their way back toward the Great Soul Arena. Rong, would you like to join me for dinner tonight?" Shen Yuan asked, glancing at the companion who had spent the day by his side. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rong's eyes lit up momentarily before dimming. As she replied, "I cannot. My father has said that there is an important matter this evening. I must not linger outside for too long." Seeing the disappointment etched on her face, Shen Yuan cheerfully reassured her, "No worries. If not today, there will be other opportunities. I plan to stay here for a while." Ning Rong nodded enthusiastically. "Well then, I should be heading back," she said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Though they had visited familiar places, having a new friend by her side made the experience feel remarkably fresh. "Wait," Shen Yuan called out, retrieving a jade-colored 4-leaf clover hairpin from his spatial storage. With a smile, he presented it to her, saying, "This is a small token of appreciation for accompanying me on my tour of Tiando City. I think it would suit you well." This was a purchase he had made earlier that day while she was distracted. Though modest in price, it was quite charming. "For me?" Ning Rong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Although she had received more extravagant gifts in the past, this was the first gift she had received from a peer. Indeed, Shen Yuan winked playfully. "How could I not show my gratitude for the efforts of our little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school?" As she absorbed his words, Ning Rong's cheeks flushed crimson, the blush creeping to the tips of her ears, rendering her exceptionally radiant. Nevertheless, she straightened her posture and earnestly thanked him. "Thank you." With that, she removed her butterfly hairpin and replaced it with a new 4-leaf clover. After adorning herself with the new accessory, she twirled joyously before Shen Yuan, exclaiming, "What do you think? Does it look good?" The hem of her skirt danced lightly, accompanied by her tinkling laughter, akin to a delightful little sprite performing before him. "Indeed, it looks splendid. The hairpin I chose is simply perfect. You resemble a little fairy now," Shen Yuan remarked, resting his chin on his hand, nodding with feigned seriousness. Ning Rong burst into laughter, playfully rolling her eyes at him. "You flatterer." As she touched the hairpin atop her head, she beamed with delight. After a moment, she looked up cautiously and asked, "Shen Yuan, will you be coming out to play tomorrow?" "Huh?" Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of regret as he replied, "I'm afraid not, Rong. I will likely be busy preparing for the opening of Baijiao Hall the day after tomorrow." "Why not?" Ning Rong looked at him, crestfallen. With a sigh, Shen Yuan explained, "I have much to prepare tomorrow. Besides," he added with a quizzical glance, "do you not think you should focus a bit more on your training? For us soul masters, that is of utmost importance." As she processed his words, Ning Rong's face turned slightly red. She suddenly recalled that she had indeed been somewhat neglectful of her training over the past couple of days. Shen Yuan continued, "You must have just recently advanced to the Great Soul Master level, right? You should know that my peers and I achieved that rank 2 years ago." "What?" Ning Rong gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. When did having innate, full soul power become so commonplace? Shen Yuan gently tapped her forehead, speaking earnestly, "Remember, the world is vast. Never be complacent simply because of your talents." Finally, leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "I would want our future support to fall behind us." With that, he chuckled at her bewildered expression and turned to head toward Baijiao Hall. Upon returning, Shen Yuan found that the meeting had concluded. Only Xian's son remained, busy with various tasks. "Welcome back, President." Xian's son greeted him warmly, rising to show his respect. Shen Yuan waved his hands dismissively, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary, then took a seat beside him and asked, "Has the meeting concluded? Have they all left?" "Yes. Kaiju and the others have already departed. I have compiled the results of the meeting and will present them to you shortly," Xian's son replied. Shen Yuan gestured lightly. "No need for that. I have faith in your abilities, especially after all these years. I came to check if the medicinal preparations are all in order." Hearing this, Xian's son felt a warmth in his heart. Over the years, Shen Yuan had shown him tremendous trust, entrusting him with both finances and responsibilities. Though he understood this was due to Shen Yuan's status as a soul master, the feeling of being trusted was nevertheless heartening. Shinsen responded, "The medications have been classified and arranged. The staff training has been completed, security personnel are prepared, and the warehouse inventory is abundant. We are merely awaiting the grand opening in 2 days." "Excellent." Shen Yuan nodded in approval. "I'll leave in your hands. After the inauguration ceremony, I shall prepare to return. The affairs of Douluo City will primarily be your responsibility." Shinsen solemnly nodded in agreement. After a brief hesitation, he asked softly, "President, with your and consultant Tang San's prowess, you should have graduated by now. Why not come directly to Douluo City? The resources here are undoubtedly more plentiful than those in Nodding City." Shen Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gazed out the window, murmuring, "There is no rush. It will come in due time. The moment is simply not right yet." Understanding his president had his own considerations, Shinsen refrained from further inquiry. After continuing their discussion in the conference room, Shen Yuan returned to his own room to resume his soul power cultivation. While practical training was inconvenient in this setting, he could still refine his soul power. After all, he was still lagging behind Tang San and the others. Thus, immersed in his practice, time swiftly passed until the day of Bai Chao Tang's grand opening. Early that morning, the resounding sound of firecrackers quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. The entrance of Bai Chao Tang was adorned with an abundance of flowers, and a grand red carpet lay before the door. 2 elegantly dressed young maidens stood at the entrance, beaming and respectfully bowing to each guest as they entered. Shen Yuan stood on the top floor, nostalgically leaning against the window, observing the familiar scene below. The inauguration ceremony was designed according to the opening events he had witnessed in his past life. Uncertain of how things were conducted in the Douluo world, he felt this approach to attract attention was indeed effective. Before long, a substantial crowd gathered at the entrance. Shinsen, noticing the throng, stepped forward and cleared his throat, immediately capturing the audience's attention. With a gentle smile, he bowed to the crowd and announced, "Greetings, everyone. I am Shinsen, the Vice President of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce. Today, I stand here, honored by our President's trust, to preside over the opening ceremony of our first Baichao Tang in Douluo City." Listening to Shinsen's words, Shen Yuan chuckled wryly, shaking his head at the unexpected flattery directed toward him. Baichao Tang is a specialized establishment for medicinal products, with numerous branches across many cities in the Douluo Empire. Those who frequently travel between cities may have heard of our name. As expected, murmurs emerged from the crowd. "Indeed, I saw Baichao Tang in Silent Forest City. Their healing potions are of excellent quality and reasonably priced. Yes, I spotted it in Stone Mountain City as well. I thought it was merely a coincidence of names, not realizing it was the same establishment. I've heard that Baichao Tang offers unique medicines and poisons with remarkable effects." These discussions heightened the crowd's anticipation for Baichao Tang. Shen Yuan listened with amusement, pondering whether these individuals were mere plants arranged by Shinsen. Yet it was evident the effect was remarkable, igniting curiosity about Baichao Tang among many. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a guard softly announced, "President, Miss Ning Rongrong has arrived." She is here so early?" Shen Yuan mused, surprised. "Let her in." He then took his seat and brewed some medicinal tea, unperturbed by the opening ceremony below. Confident in Shinsen's capabilities and the presence of Lin Yin and Kaiju overseeing the proceedings. Abruptly, the door gently swung open, and Ning Rongrong bounded in, dressed in a light blue dress, her hair adorned with a 4-leaf clover hairpin gifted by Shen Yuan. Spotting him, she gleefully ran over. "Shen Yuan, as the store manager. Why aren't you down there?" Shen Yuan smiled and shook his head, pushing a cup of medicinal tea towards her. With Shinsen handling things, my appearance as such a young manager would be rather inappropriate. Ning Rongrong, catching the familiar fragrance of the tea, brightened and exclaimed, "Isn't tea this the medicinal tea from Sister Yua?" After taking a cautious sip, she frowned. "Shen Yuan, this flavor seems different from what I had at Sister Yua's. It's not as delightful." Seeing her expression, Shen Yuan nodded. "Indeed. It's brewed by our chamber's alchemist based on a recipe from Jiang Yu's pharmacy. The taste may not match the original. However," lifting the container of tea leaves, he added with satisfaction, "yet the quality of this tea is certainly on par with market offerings. And considering its restorative properties for soul and mental energy, it seems Bai Chao Tang will have yet another staple product." Ning Rongrong, gazing at Shen Yuan's proud expression, playfully rolled her eyes. "Humph, you merchant," Shen Yuan retorted. "You from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect have grand enterprises and can't afford to overlook such trifles. I'm relying on this income to make ends meet." He lifted the jar in his hand for emphasis. "Humph." Ning Rongrong, hearing this, cutely wrinkled her nose in response. After spending nearly an hour on the top floor with Ning Rongrong, Shinsen, having concluded the opening ceremony, ascended to join them. "President," he greeted, bowing before turning to Ning Rongrong. "Hello, Miss Ning, the young sect master." "Please, don't call me young sect master. Just Ning Rongrong will suffice," she said, waving her hand in discontent. Shen Yuan, observing her reaction, chuckled. "All right, ignore her. Tell me, how did today's opening go?" Shinsen replied, "President, today's opening was exceptionally smooth. Many of the potential challenges we anticipated did not arise." He cast a peculiar glance at Ning Rongrong beside Shen Yuan. "Exceptionally smooth? That's unexpected. Normally, as a newcomer in Tiando City, one would be met with resistance when attempting to claim their share under their noses. Why were they so lenient?" Noticing Shinsen's gaze, Shen Yuan helplessly turned to Ning Rongrong and asked, "Rongrong, what mischief did you engage in today?" Seeing Shen Yuan's exasperated expression, Ning Rongrong pouted. "What do you mean mischief? Everything I did was for the greater good." "Of course, you're absolutely right." Shen Yuan, surrendering at her indignant look, asked, "Then what exactly did you do?" At that moment, Shinsen presented a delicate wooden box, saying, "This is a gift from Miss Ning Rongrong, presented today in the name of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect." No wonder Shinsen mentioned the opening ceremony was particularly smooth, with Ning Rongrong's manner of gifting. Others would surely perceive it as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect endorsing Bai Chao Tang. Shen Yuan accepted the gift, his expression bemused as he looked at Ning Rongrong. "Does your father know about this?" "It's nothing. Such trivial matters don't require my father's knowledge," Ning Rongrong replied proudly. She then turned to Shen Yuan with eager anticipation. "Now, open it and see what I've sent." Shen Yuan, intrigued by her excitement, gently lifted the lid of the wooden box. Upon seeing the contents, he couldn't help but pat his forehead, sighing, "Rongrong, your persistence is truly remarkable." The gift within the wooden box was none other than the Qingying sword, which had been purchased by Shui Qinghe just days prior at the auction. Ning Rongrong chuckled and said, "I didn't ask His Highness for this. He specifically brought it to me when he visited my father yesterday." Shen Yuan speculated that Qinghe likely felt the sword would be of no use to him, and, since Ning Rongrong desired it, gifting it to her would help foster a closer relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Shen Yuan, speechless, picked up the sword and said to Xen's son, "Please summon Jiang Yue." Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yue was called into the conference room. Upon entering, Shen Yuan handed her the sword, saying, "Try this sword and see if it suits you." Jiang Yue was momentarily taken aback, then lifted the sword, her indifferent gaze slightly shifting. Having always used standard long swords of mediocre quality, this was her first encounter with such an exquisite blade. She performed a simple flourish with the sword in the conference room and nodded in satisfaction. Noticing her expression, Shen Yuan remarked, "This is a gift from Rongrong, a token for today's opening ceremony. Please accept it." Chapter 76. The auction. Shen Yuan refrained from elaborating on the sword's value, fearing she might hesitate to accept it otherwise. Since she was pleased, he saw no reason to object. After all, she was already under his command. He could always compensate Ning Rongrong later, though she might not be particularly concerned about it. "Rongrong, when you return later, please bring back some medicinal tea. I think your father would appreciate it." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy. Then she glanced at the tea in her hand, casting a suspicious look at Shen Yuan. Seeing her expression, Shen Yuan understood her thoughts and replied, somewhat exasperated, not those inferior goods. Rest assured, it's the high-quality medicinal tea crafted by Jiang Yuer. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed, and she chuckled, managing to evade the topic. As afternoon arrived, the shop below bustled with activity. Ning Rongrong had not returned home for lunch, opting to dine with Shen Yuan instead. She had heard that there were items of interest to Shen Yuan at today's specialized auction and insisted on accompanying him. With no other option, Shen Yuan took her along to the Tiando auction house. He had planned on arriving just in time, and when they reached the auction venue, the specialized auction was just commencing. They found an isolated seat, and Ning Rongrong surveyed the surroundings, commenting, there are even fewer people here today than last time. Shen Yuan replied, that has to be expected. Today's auction features mostly literary works, biographies, and historical texts, aside from a few cultivation manuals. While these items are indeed treasured by certain individuals, they pale in comparison to soul-guided devices. Oh, Ning Rongrong said, picking up the catalog of auction items. What are you interested in today? Leaning closer to the catalog, Shen Yuan pointed out, my primary target is this refining heart notes. Additionally, I'm also quite intrigued by Ice Heart meditation and silent meditation. Of course, the first item, refining heart notes, is of utmost importance. The other two depend on whether I have a means. Ning Rongrong curiously glanced at the introduction of refining heart notes. Oh, it's a mental attack technique? Quite rare indeed. Does your 7-treasure glazed tile school possess many mental techniques? Shen Yuan inquired. Not many, Ning Rongrong explained. Our sect does not primarily focus on offensive capabilities. We have some methods for honing mental strength, but techniques for mental attacks are rather scarce. Honing mental strength, you say? Shen Yuan rekartet Ning Rongrong tokchuli. While he had little interest in mental attack techniques, he was keen on methods for strengthening mental faculties. As their conversation unfolded, the auction commenced. The initial items were rare historical texts, which piqued Shen Yuan's interest. However, he needed to conserve funds for his primary objectives, and competing with those who were intent on securing these rare texts would be unwise. Before long, the auction reached Shen Yuan's target, Ice Heart meditation. This segment attracted a considerable number of soul masters eager for advanced cultivation methods, unlike the earlier literary offerings. Ning Rongrong, noticing the shift in atmosphere, glanced at Shen Yuan with concern. Shen Yuan, it seems many are eyeing this cultivation method. Shen Yuan chuckled lightly. Indeed, for common soul masters, advanced cultivation methods are quite valuable. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth to offer financial assistance, but, seeing his expression, she refrained. Shen Yuan gently ruffled her hair, saying, thank you, Rongrong. However, my own cultivation methods are not inferior to those on offer. My interest is merely for reference. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked up at him and said, but, don't worry, Shen Yuan interrupted with a smile. I will act within my means. And regarding refining heart notes, if funds fall short, I may seek your help, he added, winking at her. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong relented. Soon, the bidding for the Ice Heart meditation escalated to 20,000 gold soul coins, and Shen Yuan's limit hovered around 30 to 40,000, as he intended to reserve funds for the other two methods. 32,000 gold soul coins, a distinguished guest declared. As the price climbed, Shen Yuan's expression sharpened. He pressed a few buttons on his chair to submit his bid. 40,000, another distinguished guest countered. Esteemed soul masters, this is a rare opportunity for an advanced cultivation method that could set you apart from others. The auctioneer continued to entice further bids, while Ning Rongrong muttered angrily, that scoundrel, why isn't he bidding? Amused by her fervor, Shen Yuan chuckled and said softly, Rongrong, relax. Ultimately, this is merely a secondary objective. It's a matter of fortunate acquisition. However, the guests appeared intimidated by Shen Yuan's substantial bid of 8,000 gold soul coins, realizing his determination to acquire the method. Accepting that alternatives remained, they gradually withdrew. 40,000 once, 40,000 twice, 40,000 thrice. Congratulations to this distinguished guest for securing Ice Heart meditation for 40,000 gold soul coins. We wish this esteemed soul master great success and recognition across the continent. Upon hearing the auctioneer conclude, Ning Rongrong exhaled deeply, and Shen Yuan's posture relaxed slightly. While the price for this cultivation method had exceeded 30,000, the likelihood of acquiring silent meditation seemed bleak. However, acquiring a single volume is sufficient. With my current cultivation, possessing too many would be wasteful. It would be wise to thoroughly comprehend these 2 volumes at hand. As anticipated, when the volume titled Meditative Silence was presented, a greater number of soul masters vied for it, driving the price swiftly beyond 30,000 golden soul coins. Ultimately, the final bid far exceeded that of the Ice Heart meditation in Shen Yuan's possession. Shen Yuan observed the meditative text on stage with a nuanced expression, pondering the thoughts of the individual who secured this cultivation method. After several more items were auctioned, they finally arrived at Shen Yuan's primary objective, heart refinement notes. Upon seeing this manuscript brought forward, Shen Yuan's spirits soared, his posture straightened, and his eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the proceedings. Chapter 77. Heart Refinement Notes. This manuscript, a mental training handbook left by a genius soul master who achieved the astonishing feat of defeating a soul emperor with the strength of a soul king a century ago, details how that soul king honed his spirit and developed a technique that allowed the weak to triumph over the strong. Although few have been able to replicate the power of this technique, its existence as a self-created soul skill for mental assault is invaluable. The starting bid for heart refinement notes was set at 100,000 golden soul coins, with increments no less than 10,000. Shen Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue. As expected for a mental technique, the starting price was already significantly higher than the previous highest bid for cultivation methods. The auctioneer exuberantly called out, seemingly assuring the audience of soul masters that possessing this manuscript would enable them to achieve combat prowess akin to that of the soul master from a century ago. However, the atmosphere below was rather subdued. Everyone had studied the items for sale and understood that the use of this mental technique likely required a specific soul-spirit combination. Taking a risk with such a high bid might yield nothing more than a few methods for honing mental strength, which hardly justified the exorbitant price. Shen Yuan observed the scene with calmness. He knew that while the number of individuals interested in this manuscript would not be large, it would certainly not be negligible. After all, many soul masters harbor a glimmer of hope that they might succeed in their cultivation. The auctioneer, well aware of the spectators' sentiments, maintained a composed demeanor despite the lack of immediate bids. Soon enough, a voice called out 110,000 golden soul coins. Once the bidding commenced, the pace of price increases accelerated considerably. 120,000, 130,000, 150,000. At this point, a distinguished guest was willing to bid 150,000 golden soul coins. As the auctioneer announced the escalating prices, Ning Rongrong cast a worried glance at Shen Yuan. Noticing her gaze, Shen Yuan smiled gently, saying, "No need to rush. Let us wait a bit longer." As the price continued to climb, the increments began to diminish. The current bid stood at 200,000 golden soul coins. Shen Yuan observed the now cooling atmosphere and recognized that this price had dissuaded many participants. With a bright gleam in his eyes, he understood that it was time to act. He pressed a price from his seat and called out, 210,000 golden soul coins. Is there another bid? 220,000. A bid of 220,000. Shen Yuan remained unfazed. 240,000. The distinguished guest had now bid 240,000 golden soul coins. Shen Yuan raised the price by 20,000, further cooling the bidding atmosphere. Ultimately, given the low success rate of mastering the mental technique within this manuscript, it was indeed challenging to justify such a high expenditure. The auctioneer continued to call out, and upon realizing that no further bids were forthcoming, he understood that this price had reached its peak. With a decisive bang of the gavel, the auctioneer solidified the price of the manuscript at 240,000 golden soul coins. Hearing the sound of the gavel, Shen Yuan exhaled softly, relieved that the manuscript was finally in his possession. "Congratulations, Shen Yuan," Ning Rongrong said, visibly relieved by the auctioneer's action, turning to Shen Yuan with a joyful expression. "Thank you," Shen Yuan replied with a smile and a nod. The subsequent items at the auction held little interest for him, and after lingering for a while longer, Shen Yuan and Ning Rongrong decided to depart the auction house early, following the attendant to settle the payment in exchange for the 2 manuscripts. Shen Yuan could scarcely contain his eagerness to delve into them at home. Ning Rongrong seemed to sense his thoughts. Upon exiting the auction venue, she stretched languidly and said, "Well, Shen Yuan, I think I shall head back now. Aren't you going to explore Heavendoe City a bit more? Shen Yuan asked in surprise. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes playfully, responding, with that expression on your face, you hardly seem inclined to enjoy the sights. I must return to train diligently. I cannot afford to lag behind you. She added a cute wrinkle of her nose for emphasis. Listening to Ning Rongrong, Shen Yuan felt a hint of amusement and awkwardly scratched his head. However, her next words genuinely astonished him. Ning Rongrong was now quite different from spoiled, capricious little which depicted in the original narrative. Indeed, no one starts off with such a personality. Shen Yuan gazed at her earnestly and said, yes, do strive hard. Then, as if recalling something, he waved his hand and produced 2 boxes of tea from his spatial storage, offering, this is a gift for your family in return for your opening ceremony today. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Rongrong, I will likely be leaving Heavendoe City tomorrow afternoon. Ning Rongrong, who had been happily stowing the medicinal tea into her soul guide, suddenly halted, her heart racing as she looked up at Shen Yuan in shock. You're leaving? Shen Yuan sighed. Yes, I mentioned before. My primary purpose for visiting Heavendoe City was related to the opening of the Baichao Hall. I am still a student at a junior Soul Master Academy and should return to continue my studies. But you don't have to go back. There are plenty of Soul Master Academies in Heavendoe City. Even if you don't find them appealing, there's our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's Academy, Ning Rongrong stammered, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Please don't go. For Ning Rongrong, Shen Yuan was a rare peer, unlike anyone she had known before. He could share her joys, candidly critique her when she acted out, and earnestly remind her when she slacked off. Every moment, from their initial encounter where he stood protectively in front of her, to his confident display of strength as he effortlessly defeated a soul master, and even his demonstration of the Baichao Hall he established, all of these left a profound impression on her heart, though she never voiced it. She harbored a mixture of reluctance and admiration, an unspoken yearning for his companionship. This was why she clung to him. It was not solely his demeanor, but his remarkable talent and strength that made her cherish him as a sincere friend, something she had never experienced within her sect. Shen Yuan regarded Ning Rongrong seriously and said, just because there are many Soul Master Academies in Heavendoe City does not mean they are suitable for me, nor do they necessarily align with my current needs. In the academy, I have my own teachers and companions with whom I have persevered through thick and thin. It is inconceivable for me to abandon them and venture here alone. Moreover, I am still in the bloom of youth, and as spirit masters, we have ample time to encounter one another. With that, I gently rubbed the head of the little girl before me, who had her head bowed and tears brimming in her eyes. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Ning Rongrong swatted away Shen Yuan's hand that rested atop her head, shouting at him, I have no desire to bid you farewell. With that, she turned and sprinted into the distance, leaving behind a few tears and Shen Yuan, who gazed helplessly at her retreating figure.